Chapter 1. Lin Shinian has died. Lin Shinian, tall and slender, possessed a physique akin to that of a male model at this moment. He donned an apron in the kitchen, humming a tune while preparing soup for his beloved wife. She had just called to say she would return soon. It had been a long time since he last saw her, and he was making her favorite nourishing soup intended to replenish her vitality. He chuckled at the thought. Just as the aroma of the soup filled the kitchen, the doorbell rang, and Lin Shinian joyfully rushed to answer, forgetting to set down the ladle. Wife Lin Shinian exclaimed upon opening the door, only to be met with a face he found utterly loathsome. "What are you doing here? You are not welcome." He made to close the door, but Qin Feng blocked his way, his hand colliding with the door frame, leaving a cut that immediately bled. Lin Shinian recoiled in alarm. "What do you want? Are you trying to frame me again? I warn you not to play tricks. I have it all recorded." He raised his phone as evidence. Upon seeing Su Wanqing, who had just disembarked from a vehicle, Lin Shinian felt a wave of grievance wash over him. "Wife, he's trying to set me up again." Su Wanqing approached but only noticed the small wound on Qin Feng's hand, taking hold of his fingers. "Did Lin Shinian attack you again?" "Qing, it was my own clumsiness, don't blame him," Qin Feng replied gently. Su Wanqing then shot Lin Shinian a disapproving glance. "Lin Shinian, behave yourself." With a heavy heart, Lin Shinian lowered his phone and looked at Su Wanqing, mustering a painfully ingratiating smile. "I made soup for you, let me serve it to you." "I don't want any," she replied, her gaze fixated solely on Qin Feng's injured finger. Lin Shinian's heart ached, yet he persisted, just a little. "You can share with him, his hand is hurt, and it's good for him too." Su Wanqing chuckled lightly. "Lin Shinian, do you lack any self-respect?" As if oblivious to his wife's mockery, Lin Shinian turned and went to the kitchen to serve the soup. However, upon returning, he found Su Wanqing tenderly embracing the injured Qin Feng, her strikingly beautiful face etched with concern. "Xiao Feng, does it hurt? It's my fault, I shouldn't have brought the documents back with you. It was inconsiderate to expose you to that impostor." Qin Feng smiled gently, appearing understanding despite his pale complexion. "Qing, I insisted on coming along, don't hold it against him. He merely loves you too much." They departed, entwined in their affection, while Lin Shinian's heart twisted painfully at Su Wanqing's words. The scalding soup slipped from his grasp, spilling onto the floor as he trembled, desperately reaching for the drawer to retrieve his medication. Yet, the usual place for the medicine was conspicuously empty. Lin Shinian collapsed to the ground. The medicine had been there that morning, and he had been elated at the prospect of her return, but now it was gone, evidently taken with malicious intent. The only one who wished for his demise was Qin Feng. A cold sweat beaded on Lin Shinian's forehead as he gasped for breath. The suffocating sensation of impending death felt alarmingly close for the first time. Lin Shinian exerted all his strength to obtain his phone and frantically dialed Su Wanqing, his beloved wife of 7 years. However, upon connecting, he was met with her cold and impatient voice. "Lin Shinian, stop bothering me, you pathetic sycophant. I want a divorce." "Wife, my heart, it's failing. I don't have my medication." Before Lin Shinian could finish his plea, he heard Su Wanqing's voice dripping with disdain. "Then just die. Lin Shinian, with your spinelessness, why are you still alive? You should have died 7 years ago. I truly regret saving you. All you do is harm Xiaofeng and bully him for his frailty." The call abruptly ended. Lin Shinian, in desperation, attempted to call her again, only to find his phone powered off. Darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed to the ground, yet a primal instinct for survival compelled him to struggle, his nails digging into the wall, drawing blood. Ultimately, he succumbed and did not rise again. He felt a sudden lightness, witnessing his soul rise from his body, seated above as he gazed down upon the lifeless form, its complexion turning blue from death. The pain dissipated, granting him a sense of relief akin to a second chance it no longer hurt. Yet he was dead indeed. He had perished, just as Su Wanqing had anticipated. He looked down at his corpse, recalling her final words. "Then just die. Lin Shinian. Why are you still alive? You should have died 7 years ago." Indeed, he should have perished 7 years prior, but it was Su Wanqing who had saved him then. During those agonizing nights of waiting for a heart transplant, when despair threatened to consume him, she held him tightly, repeatedly whispering, "Nian Nian, be good. You must live for me. I love you, I cannot lose you. Please don't die." Yet now, She urged him to embrace death, all because her white moonlight had returned to her. In that instant, Lin Shinian realized he was merely a stand-in. Yet he could not bear to part with her. He would rather remain a sycophant than leave her side, simply because he loved her too deeply. A discarded stand-in was deemed unworthy of life. But what did these 7 years signify? Lin Shinian sat in desolation until dusk, believing that his body would soon decay unnoticed. It was then that Jiang Kiki, Su Wangqing's assistant, arrived to collect some items and was the first to discover his corpse. In a panic, she called Su Wangqing. "President Su, something terrible has happened. Mr. Lin is dead. You must return at once." Upon hearing this, Su Wangqing's voice dripped with sarcasm. "He has always been cunning and manipulative. If he is dead, send him to the crematorium. Do not trouble me with such trivial matters again." Lin Shinian was sent to the crematorium. Deprived of even a proper funeral, he witnessed his lifeless body being pushed into the furnace, while his consciousness began to fade. He believed that he was destined to return to the cosmos. Yet unexpectedly, upon opening his eyes once more, he found himself beside Su Wangqing. Lin Shinian yearned to rush forward and embrace his beloved wife. He instead passed through her ethereal form. He observed Su Wangqing approaching Qin Feng, saying, "Xiao Feng, have you taken your medicine?" A wave of sorrow washed over him. It had been so long since his wife had treated him with such tenderness. He gazed longingly at the expression on her face, standing beside her, as if she were speaking directly to him. Qin Feng, however, maintained his gentle facade as a radiant figure in her life. "Sister Qingqing, is he all right? Aren't you going to visit him? He always resorts to such despicable tactics. He won't meet his end. Xiao Feng, your health is fragile, so don't dwell on it. Take your medicine." As Qin Feng accepted the bowl of herbal concoction, he couldn't help but smile deeper at Su Wangqing's words. Yet he pushed the medicine away, saying, "Sister Qingqing, you should leave. He loves you dearly, and I cannot harm him. I love you too. I know all too well the taste of heartache. If you remain with me, he will suffer. Ultimately, you are his wife. That we are not truly married. Didn't you get a marriage certificate? The place of my husband is reserved for you. No one else can occupy that space. As for Lin Shinian, he is merely a plaything, a pet I indulge in when it pleases me. No different from caring for a small dog. Su Wangqing laughed lightly, her disdain palpable. He is so destitute, he doesn't even deserve to shine your shoes. The marriage certificate was a ruse I played on him. It is a forgery. He is uneducated and dim-witted, incapable of discerning its authenticity. She further assured, he cannot compare to you, Xiao Feng. We shall go obtain a marriage certificate tomorrow. Su Wangqing's words cut through Lin Shinian like a serrated knife, each syllable a tormenting laceration. He clasped his hands over his ears, collapsing onto the ground as he erupted into inconsolable tears. Su Wangqing possessed no heart. He had loved her for 7 years, attending to her every need, only to be met with her betrayal. "Please, stop. I beg you not to say any more," Lin Shinian pleaded, overwhelmed by pain. His love for her was profound. Why did she treat him so cruelly? As Su Wangqing and Qin Feng exchanged their good nights, Lin Shinian followed her into the master bedroom, shedding tears throughout the night. The next day, Su Wangqing was awakened by the incessant ringing of her phone. "May I speak to Mr. Lin's wife? This is the Qinghe Bay crematorium. When might you be able to come and collect Mr. Lin's ashes?" Chapter 2. Ashes. Lin Shinian rose from the ground and approached Su Wangqing, yearning to discern the truth etched upon her visage. Did she truly mean what she professed? That she had never harbored even a modicum of affection for him? After 7 years of nurturing a bond akin to that of caring for a cat or a dog, one would expect some semblance of sentiment to have blossomed. Su Wangqing appeared still ensnared in the haze of slumber, her reaction to the news seemingly bewildered. Ashes. At that moment, Qin Feng pushed open the door and entered. "Sister Qingqing, what is the matter?" Lin Shinian clenched his fists in fury. How could Qin Feng brazenly enter his wife's chamber without so much as a knock? How utterly lacking in decorum. Lin Shinian drifted towards Qin Feng, delivering a futile blow. His hand passed through Qin Feng as though he were a mere specter, failing to make contact. Indeed, he was dead, not alive. Were he alive? A single punch would have felled Qin Feng. Upon hearing Qin Feng's voice, Su Wangqing seemed to awaken instantly, her lips curling into a cold smile as she promptly ended the call. "Qin Feng, still appearing drowsy, perched beside her bed and inquired, "Whose call was that? Was it Lin Shinian?" With a sardonic laugh, Su Wanxing replied, "It was the crematorium, informing me that Lin Shinian has died." "Can you believe it?" Qin Feng, equally incredulous, feigned concern. "Has something truly happened to Lin Shinian?" "Sister Qingqing, perhaps you should go and check." Su Wanxing reclined, pulling the covers over herself. "It's too early. I shall sleep a little longer. You should return to your rest as well. Have you forgotten how fond he is of playing tricks? This is merely his sordid ploy to retain me. Even if Lin Shinian were truly dead, wouldn't that be preferable? No more loathsome sycophants before me. But what if it is true? I still know him too well. Return to sleep. Your health is fragile, and you should rest more." With gentle tenderness, Subanqin Su Dingfeng, Lin Shinian sat at the foot of the bed, closing his eyes, realizing the painful truth. She had never loved him, not even a fraction. Though he was deceased, his heart ached with an unbearable intensity. He was gone. His tumultuous days of tormenting her were over. He would no longer engage in his manipulative games. Ironically, those very schemes that Su Wanxing deemed repugnant were, in truth, the machinations of Qin Feng that had ensnared him. The phone from the crematorium rang insistently once more. Su Wanxing hung up, but they persisted in calling. At last, she could endure it no longer and answered, her voice laced with ire. "He is dead, is he not? I do not want the ashes. You may scatter them or feed them to dogs for all I care. If you call again, be prepared for an investigation by the authorities." Such was Su Wanxing's formidable influence that the head of the crematorium dared not call her again. Yet Lin Shinian was consumed by a dread that his ashes might be scattered or fed to dogs. He yearned to reclaim his remains, the sole vestige of his existence in this world. However, for reasons unknown, he found himself unable to leave this room, the very sanctuary where he and Su Wanxing had shared 7 years of love, now transformed into a place of rejection, where Qin Feng had taken residence. Su Wanxing asserted that this was originally her and Qin Feng's marital home, claiming that Qin Feng, due to unavoidable circumstances, was compelled to part ways with her and go abroad, and she had begrudgingly permitted him to reside in this abode for 7 years. Now that the rightful owner had returned, the impostor was naturally to be cast aside. Yet, it was indeed Lin Shinian who resided here for 7 years, a place he truly called home. It is said that the soul clings to the place it cannot bear to leave, and this is undoubtedly Lin Shinian's obsession. Even in death, he remains ensnared here, unable to depart. Time and again, Lin Shinian rushes out, only to find himself reappearing within the confines of the room, as though trapped in an infinite loop, ensnared by a glitch. He is overwhelmed with despair, crying out in agony, yet no one can hear him. Meanwhile, Su Wanxing enjoys a delightful breakfast with Qin Feng, who, like a considerate husband, sees her off at the door. Reluctant to part, Su Wanxing clings to Qin Feng's hand, promising, "I will come and pick you up in the afternoon. We shall go to register our marriage." Qin Feng responds with a gentle and caring smile, "Sister Qingqing, there's no rush. You should call me husband now. Let me hear you say it." "Husband?" "Yes." Upon hearing the desired title, Su Wanxing beams with affectionate delight as she departs in her car, lowering the window to wave goodbye to Qin Feng. Her affection for Qin Feng is evident. She has never shown him such warmth before, having always been pampered by Lin Shinian. Lin Shinian would incessantly call her wife, believing that his repeated endearments could soften her heart. Yet, unbeknownst to him, her heart belonged to another. Lin Shinian once thought her to be inherently cold, but the truth was that she simply did not love him. After bidding farewell to Su Wanxing, the gentle smile on Qin Feng's face gradually fades, leaving behind a cold and sinister demeanor. He retrieves his phone and dials a number. "Is Lin Shinian truly dead?" "Yes, I just collected his ashes from the crematorium." "Brother Feng, he is utterly deceased." Upon hearing the familiar voice on the other end of the line, Lin Shinian feels as though he is plunged into an icy abyss. It cannot be. It cannot be. Lin Shinian's eyes widen in disbelief as he leans in, straining to listen, desperate to confirm he is not misheard. Yet, all he hears from Qin Feng is, "Bring his ashes to me." The call abruptly ends. Qin Feng turns away, and Lin Shinian follows him closely, his gaze fixed upon him. If looks could kill, he would have slain him countless times over, reducing him to mere fragments. It is absolutely impossible. How could he hear his sister's voice on the other end of the line? That is his sister, with whom he shares a close bond. And she had defended him multiple times over Qin Feng's matters. But why would his sister privately contact Qin Feng? And why did it seem they were in cahoots? It must be a deception. Surely the voice was just similar. Lin Shinian's mind races, watching as Qin Feng opens the wardrobe that once belonged to him, revealing a collection of intimate apparel tucked away in the corner. Qin Feng suddenly sneers in disdain. These were tokens of Lin Shinian's attempts to woo Su Wanqing. He had truly loved her, investing considerable effort to keep her. Su Wanqing was demanding in bed, desiring fervently, and would kick him off the bed at the slightest dissatisfaction. Yet, he never grew angry, always indulging and pampering her, striving to please her in every possible way. Lin Shinian had always believed that Su Wanqing was the kind of person who could not endure any grievances. Yet upon reflection, he realized that Su Wanqing simply did not love him. He imagined that had Su Wanqing been with Qin Feng, she might have been gentle and compliant, willingly submitting to him. Lin Shinian had never witnessed what Su Wanqing's tenderness looked like. She had no qualms about casting him off the bed, but he was certain she would never do the same to Qin Feng. The mere thought of it left Lin Shinian feeling resentful. He had become a ghost, and even in death, he would not let them be. He longed to witness her gentle submission during that time, feigning that he had still possessed her heart. With a cold snort, Lin Shinian felt despondent, lamenting the absurdity of wanting to be a sycophant even in death. He truly felt he had become pathetic. He ought to transform into a vengeful spirit and devour them all. While Lin Shinian was lost in his thoughts, Qin Feng had already picked up the clothes he had worn while wooing Su Wanqing and tried them on. Lin Shinian could only exclaim in disbelief, "What on earth, man? That's just creepy." Chapter 3. Pouring ashes into milk, what madness. A lunatic. He ought to seek treatment. The psychiatric ward lacks a bed for Qin Feng. Su Wanqing has already departed. Why is he donning her attire? He is gravely ill. Just when Lin Shinian presumed that this pretentious man, Qin Feng, would raise his phone to capture a photo for Su Wanqing, perhaps to inquire who appeared more appealing, himself or Lin Shinian, Qin Feng did not even touch his phone. Instead, he descended the stairs and sat quietly on the sofa, awaiting something. After a while, the doorbell rang. Qin Feng opened the door, chuckling lightly. "Why do you arrive so late?" Lin Shinian could hardly believe his eyes. Every event that transpired since his demise had shattered his worldview. Not merely his perspective, but his very essence lay in ruins. He witnessed his sister place his urn down, only to be embraced by Qin Feng, who kissed her fervently. They hastened to the sofa, a scene Lin Shinian could scarcely bear to behold, rendering him speechless. Lin Shinian was bewildered that his sister, so innocent, would engage in such behavior. He found it inconceivable that this exemplary student from a prestigious university could act in such a manner. Moreover, he could not fathom what Qin Feng was doing. Wasn't he in love with Su Wanqing? What was this madness? How heart-wrenching it would be for Su Wanqing to discover this betrayal. Why would he choose to deceive Su Wanqing by engaging with his sister, of all people? If only Lin Shinian could act, he would record this moment and send it to Su Wanqing, revealing Qin Feng's true nature. Surely, if Su Wanqing were to learn of this, she would ensure Qin Feng's ruin. Yet Lin Shinian could not grasp the phone on the table. He was already deceased. Then it dawned on him. Even if Su Wanqing were to find out, she might choose to forgive this infidelity, for her love for Qin Feng was genuine. How foolish he was to harbor such unwarranted hopes. He was dead, completely and utterly so. Lin Shinian's worldview lay in absolute shambles, and ultimately, he could only watch helplessly as they became entwined. Qin Feng remarked, "This is what your brother once wore." Lin Shinian heard Lin Wanwan's teasing laughter. "Isn't that even more thrilling? You always drawn to such games. Can Su Wanqing truly satisfy your desires?" The words became increasingly unbearable. It appeared that he and Lin Wanwan had conspired long ago. Lin Shinian could not grasp how his sister could betray him. It was not merely betrayal. It was a treacherous stab in the back. listening to the sordid implications in their words. Lin Shinian realized that his death was not merely a consequence of Qin Feng taking his medication. Instead, it became clear that the medicine he had ingested had long been swapped by his sister. They had plotted his demise together. Lin Shinian's heart shattered. Nothing was more sorrowful than the death of the heart itself, as he sat on the steps of the spiral staircase. Though Lin Wanwan was not his biological sister, he had saved her life. Over the years, they had grown closer than siblings. When Lin Wanwan was 8, she suffered from a heart ailment. Her condition was somewhat more favorable than Lin Shinian's at that time. A simple operation would suffice for her recovery. However, Lin Wanwan had been orphaned at a young age, raised by her uncle, whose family, consisting of 3 sons, cared little for her welfare. Upon hearing that the treatment would cost 200,000, they immediately abandoned the idea, deciding instead to let Lin Wanwan return home and await her demise. At that time, Lin Wanwan was merely 8 years old, emaciated from the torment of her ailment, clad in thin garments during the harsh winter, her face and body marred by frostbite. Her uncle's family even conspired to sell her to a wealthy man, intending to extract every last bit of value from her before she perished, an act that utterly obliterated humanity. Lin Shinian could not endure such cruelty. He was the sole son in his family, cherished by his parents, who had refrained from having a second child due to his illness. Perhaps there was a hint of selfishness in Lin Shinian's thoughts. He contemplated that if he were to succumb to his sickness, having a daughter would provide his parents with some consolation in their grief. It is often said that daughters are the tender warmth for their parents. Thus, Lin Shinian pleaded with his father to adopt the orphaned Lin Wanwan. The surgery was a resounding success, and from that moment on, Lin Wanwan became Lin Shinian's sister. Over the span of 12 years, from the ages of 8 to 20, neither he nor his parents had ever treated Lin Wanwan poorly. The weight of these memories twisted Lin Shinian's heart in anguish. He wished for his flesh to be scraped away piece by piece, believing it would be less painful than his current torment. Why, oh why, must he endure such suffering? His heart brimmed with hatred towards them. He lunged towards Lin Wanwan, driven by a desire to end her life. Yet his hands passed through her body time and again. Why was he powerless? Why could he only watch helplessly as these bloody truths unfolded before him? Who would come to his aid? Who would rescue him? Lin Wanwan and Qin Feng had donned their clothes. She retrieved the urn from the entrance and presented it to Qin Feng, stating, "This is his ashes. How do you wish to handle them?" Qin Feng's hand glided over the urn as he replied, "I am to marry Su Wanqing. Please assist me in transforming his ashes into a diamond, which I intend to set in Su Wanqing's wedding ring." "Didn't you say you were merely toying with Su Wanqing? Why the sudden marriage?" Lin Wanwan inquired, her tone tinged with irritation. Qin Feng grasped her wrist and explained, "You're being foolish. If I don't marry her, how can I claim half of her fortune?" Lin Wanwan raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. Qin Feng continued to coax her. "Su Wanqing is so busy. Marrying her won't prevent me from being with you. You are, of course, my one true love. She caused my sister's demise, and my return is for the sake of vengeance. Once we acquire her inheritance, we shall send her to join your brother, who will surely rejoice." For he loved her dearly. As he spoke, Qin Feng laughed, his mirth echoing throughout the villa, a sound both audacious and infectious. Lin Shinian found himself wanting to laugh as well. Su Wanqing, oh Su Wanqing. Even Qin Feng recognized that Lin Shinian's deepest affection lay with her. Yet Su Wanqing deemed his love unclean. She favored Qin Feng, but what was he really? In this world, the one who loved Su Wanqing most profoundly was none other than Lin Shinian himself. Alas, he was no longer alive. Lin Wanwan beamed. "All right." Qin Feng then whispered in her ear, "I will spend all her money on you. Does that not prove my love?" "Understood. You love me most of all. At last, Su Wanqing is returning. You must leave quickly." Lin Wanwan clutched the urn tightly, preparing to depart, when Qin Feng called out to her once more. He picked up a nearby cup and took a small portion of Lin Shinian's ashes from the urn, placing them into the vessel. Lin Wanwan gazed at him in bewilderment, inquiring, "What are you doing?" "Mixing the ashes into milk for Su Wanqing to drink. After all, they were once a couple. He replied with a mischievous grin, shaking the cup playfully in his hand. The ashes swiftly dissolved into the milk, vanishing from sight. However, Lin Shinian felt a wave of nausea wash over him, leaning against the sofa and retching, though, regrettably, as a spirit, he could expel nothing. Chapter 4. All is false. Lin Wan burst into laughter, playfully tapping Qin Feng's nose with her finger naughty. After Lin Wan departed, Qin Feng took a shower. The hourly worker arrived, knocking on the door to inquire about his lunch preferences. Just as the meal was prepared, Su Wanqing returned punctually, as if she had been counting the minutes. In the past, she seldom dined with him, always claiming to be busy. Lin Shinian thought she was genuinely preoccupied, only to realize that Su Wanqing simply did not love him, hence her lack of time. Observing Su Wanqing seated at the dining table, Qin Feng placed a glass of milk beside her. "Sister Qingqing, I can't finish this. Would you mind helping me?" Qin Feng understood Su Wanqing well. If he had claimed he made the milk specifically for her, she might not have accepted it. However, his current approach felt flirtatious, and indeed, Su Wanqing graciously took the glass. "All right." She tilted her head back and drained the milk in one go. Lin Shinian noticed the playful smile deepening at the corners of Qin Feng's lips. After finishing, Su Wanqing peered into the bottom of the glass, frowning. "Has this milk gone bad?" Lin Shinian leaned in to inspect. The milk had not spoiled, but rather, it contained his ashes. Even in death, they would not relinquish him, using his remains as a tool for Qin Feng's revenge. Qin Feng, surprised, remarked, "No way, I had no issues drinking it." Yet, Su Wanqing's concern for him was palpable. "This milk seems off. Your health is fragile. We ought to go to the hospital." She grasped Qin Feng's hand, intent on heading to the hospital. If they went to the hospital, Lin Shinian stood up, anxiety flooding his thoughts. Would Su Wanqing discover the truth of his death? He held on a hope. If Su Wanqing sent the milk for testing, she would uncover the truth. But the milk she consumed contained his ashes. If she pursued the matter, it would lead to a trail of evidence. After 7 years of love and kindness towards Su Wanqing, Lin Shinian did not wish for her to avenge him. He only desired that she, for her own sake, eliminate Lin Wan and Qin Feng. Qin Feng's complexion paled, and he quickly replied, "Sister Qingqing, I feel fine after drinking it. Perhaps we should skip the hospital." "No, Xiao Feng. Look at the residue at the bottom of the glass. This milk is definitely suspicious. What if Lin Shinian intended to harm you?" "We must go to the hospital," Su Wanqing insisted. Lin Shinian could only chuckle in frustration. He had sincerely loved Su Wanqing for 7 years, feeling as though he had simply fed a dog. Qin Feng's face grew even paler. A hospital visit would inevitably expose his secret. Lin Shinian could see the regret in Qin Feng's eyes for his reckless actions. Yet Qin Feng, being astute, quickly countered, "Sister Qingqing mentioned getting the marriage certificate this afternoon. Now you want me to go to the hospital? Do you not wish to marry me?" He feigned a look of hurt. "Please be honest, Sister Qingqing." After some coaxing, Su Wanqing managed to assuage his concerns, and Qin Feng finally exhaled in relief. However, to his surprise, a short while later, Su Wanqing opened the door to welcome a private doctor. Lin Shinian felt a surge of joy. The truth of his ashes would surely be evident to the doctor. Yet upon seeing the physician, Qin Feng's expression shifted, and he instinctively reached for the glass. However, it was Su Wanqing who seized the opportunity first, handing it over to the private doctor. Lin Shinian's heart raced with excitement. Could it be that his ashes were about to be discovered? He pondered how Su Wanqing would react if she knew that the ashes were mixed in her milk. Even if Su Wanqing had never loved him, they had shared 7 years of life together. How many 7-year spans could one experience in a lifetime? Lin Shinian could not believe that her heart was truly made of stone. He leaned closer to the private doctor, brimming with anticipation, urging him to take a look at the ashes. Those were indeed his. The doctor held the cup up to the light, inspecting it closely before taking a pinch of the powder on his finger and examining it carefully. With a serious expression, he informed Su Wanqing, "This does not appear to have deteriorated. The texture of this powder is unmistakably human ashes." Lin Shinian had yet to smile when Su Wanqing, in a fit of rage, smashed the cup, exclaiming, "This must be Lin Shinian's doing. Was this cup of milk not meant for you, Xiao Feng? Qin Feng immediately stood up, feigning terror. It was intended for me, but I felt unwell and didn't want it, so I brought it to you instead. He approached Su Wanqing, acting as though he were thoroughly alarmed. Surely, he wouldn't do something so dreadful, would he? What if this is some form of witchcraft? Is Lin Shinian trying to curse me? No, but he doesn't seem like such a malicious person. Don't blame him too harshly, Ching Ching. He simply loves you so much that he might act in ways we cannot comprehend. Su Wanqing, with a cold smile and gritted teeth, looked as though she despised Lin Shinian intensely, wishing to tear him apart. Xiao Feng, your kindness is misplaced. Lin Shinian is a wicked man. He comes from the countryside. What kind of refinement could he possibly possess? Lin Shinian's smile froze on his face, the tension causing him pain. Even knowing of Su Wanqing's affection for Qin Feng, he could not shake the sense of disparity and discomfort he felt at that moment. How could Su Wanqing favor Qin Feng so completely, without a hint of doubt, instantly attributing all blame to him while absolving Qin Feng entirely? Lin Shinian wanted to laugh. In Su Wanqing's eyes, he had become an irredeemable villain. What heinous acts had he committed? All he had done was love her profoundly for 7 years. Yet, he had pursued her with great effort, charming her in myriad ways. Had Su Wanqing forgotten? Their first encounter had been in a hospital. Su Wanqing, Inarash, collided with Lin Shinian, who was holding a stack of medical forms. At that moment, she was the epitome of a high-born heiress, even after bumping into someone. She did not utter an apology. Instead, her assistant stepped forward to apologize on her behalf, inquiring if Lin Shinian required any compensation. Recognizing the air of privilege surrounding her, Lin Shinian understood that he could not afford to offend someone of her stature and chose not to pursue the matter further. In this realm of affluence and power, Lin Shinian, having spent considerable time in the hospital, was acutely aware of the disparities that existed among individuals. Even among the wealthy, distinctions were pronounced. Su Wanqing, a celestial being in his eyes, belonged to an entirely different echelon. At that moment, he shook his head and accepted the meticulously organized medical records from Su Wanqing's assistant, preparing to depart. However, at that instant, Su Wanqing lifted her gaze to Lin Shinian. This fleeting glance altered her demeanor towards him, replacing her prior indifference with an unexpected warmth. Su Wanqing dismissed her assistant and approached Lin Shinian, offering him support. "Are you injured anywhere? Allow me to accompany you for further examination," she inquired, as she lowered her gaze to scrutinize his medical records. Lin Shinian would later realize that Su Wanqing possessed an uncanny ability to absorb information swiftly, comprehending vast amounts with remarkable ease. While he perceived her merely skimming through the documents, she had already gleaned a substantial understanding of his medical condition. From that moment forth, Su Wanqing harbored ulterior motives. Unbeknownst to him, she had been scheming from the very beginning. Chapter 5. His 7 years of insignificance, her profound affection for him, was nothing but a deception. If you require any assistance, feel free to let me know. Those were the last words Su Wanqing spoke to Lin Shinian on that fateful day when their paths unexpectedly crossed. At that moment, Lin Shinian could hardly fathom that he, an ordinary man, could ever have any connection with a strikingly beautiful heiress like Su Wanqing. She was the cold, ethereal moon in the sky, while he was merely a commoner struggling in the mundane world. Lin Shinian was a man of clarity. He once believed he had self-awareness. Even though he found Su Wanqing to be his ideal type, he would not dare to act upon his feelings. After their initial encounter, he did not see her again for quite some time, and just as he was beginning to let this fleeting episode fade from his memory, Su Wanqing reappeared in his life, being admitted to the hospital next to his ward. The news of the heiress's hospitalization created quite a stir, captivating everyone from the hospital director to the nurses who flocked to see her. Every day, specialists surrounded Su Wanqing, inquiring about her ailments. She would mention discomfort in one area or another, leaving the esteemed medical professionals scratching their heads, deliberating over her test results. Lin Shinian overheard some of the older doctors remarking that there was nothing physically wrong with her. Yet, no one dared to voice their opinions in her presence, as doing so would be tantamount to courting disaster. Consequently, The presence of this revered figure improved Lin Shinian's own treatment. Every day, Su Wanqing would engage in her work in the mornings and evenings, while spending her afternoons in casual conversation with Lin Shinian. She possessed a certain charm when pursuing someone, effortlessly navigating topics from all corners of the world, ensuring that not a single word fell to the ground. Men are often susceptible to such enchanting beauty, and Lin Shinian was no exception. However, he never revealed his feelings, burdened by a sense of inadequacy. As her illness remained elusive, it was deemed a psychological issue. Yet no one dared to suggest that Su Wanqing might be suffering from a mental disorder in her presence. Such a notion would be perilous. Thus, Lin Shinian discreetly summoned a renowned psychological expert to assist her. Within an hour of the psychologist's arrival, the underlying cause of her distress was uncovered. Lin Shinian soon learned that Su Wanqing's motivations revolved around pursuing a man. At that time, Lin Shinian did not flatter himself, believing that Su Wanqing was interested in a particular male doctor. After all, many of the doctors were highly educated, with graduate degrees as a baseline, and exceptionally talented. In particular, the young associate chief of cardiac surgery was both accomplished and appealing, barely 30 years of age, embodying the type that Su Wanqing favored. As a mere patient, Lin Shinian felt no sense of superiority or entitlement. One fateful night, Su Wanqing unexpectedly sent Lin Shinian a message. "You know why I am here, don't you?" Lin Shinian assumed she wished to confide in him about the challenges of pursuing men, seeking his advice. After spending several days together, they had engaged in ample conversation and had come to know one another reasonably well. Lin Shinian felt emboldened to flatter himself, despite not being friends. They shared a bond as amicable patients. As the blue curtain between their hospital beds was drawn, Lin Shinian could vaguely discern Su Wanqing's silhouette as she played with her phone, reclining against her bed, her long legs gracefully extending and curling. Indolent yet resplendent, she epitomized the opulence nurtured by generations of a wealthy lineage. Lin Shinian replied, "I know. Su Wanqing had been typing for quite some time. What are your thoughts?" "What? Us? What about us? When will we be together? Did you not notice? I have been pursuing you." At that moment, behind the curtain, Lin Shinian was momentarily taken aback. His face flushed with an unexpected warmth. His heartbeat quickened. Was Su Wanqing truly chasing after him? Chasing him? Ah. He had to concede that he was somewhat stirred, especially as Su Wanqing, without parting the hospital's separation curtain, chose this late hour to inquire about his sentiments. Her innocence and sincerity captivating him from the very outset of her pursuit, which he found utterly delightful. She granted him both respect and dignity, her tenderness undeniably enchanting. It was merely a matter of time before Lin Shinian succumbed to her charms. In the days that followed, Lin Shinian remained under the impression that Su Wanqing had developed an infatuation for him. However, when Qin Feng appeared before him, the truth struck him like a thunderbolt. Su Wanqing had concealed her intentions remarkably well. The first time Su Wanqing noticed a shift in Lin Shinian's demeanor was when she observed how his eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to Qin Feng's. They shared certain similarities, with Qin Feng exuding warmth while Lin Shinian maintained a more aloof demeanor, while she pretended to casually peruse his medical records. Su Wanqing was acutely aware of the gravity of Lin Shinian's condition and comprehended that his time was limited. Her efforts to court him were merely a means to alleviate her own solitude, for he was destined to depart this world soon. How ironic, indeed. Later, when Su Wanqing expressed her desire for him to live and proposed marriage, albeit a haughty of matrimony. This was not born of genuine affection, but rather a reaction to the revelation that Qin Feng had wed abroad. In a fit of self-destruction, she sought to retaliate against herself and, by extension, against Qin Feng. From the beginning, her heart had belonged solely to Qin Feng. Lin Shinian had merely been a substitute. Yet, his love for her was genuine. Su Wanqing's deceptions were mere illusions. Her 7 years were a haughty, while Lin Shinian's feelings were authentic. True affection cannot be feigned. Even in death, Lin Shinian remained ensnared in the memories of their shared home. With a start, Lin Shinian noticed Su Wanqing on the phone with her assistant. "Tell Lin Shinian to come see me." Upon hearing this, Lin Shinian chuckled softly. Su Wanqing wished to summon him, but alas, he was gone. She would never see him again. Qin Feng, having deduced Su Wanqing's affections from the recent matters concerning the ashes, felt an unshakable confidence. Hearing that Su Wanqing sought him, he remained entirely unfazed. He was aware of Lin Shinian's demise, and a secretive smile played upon his lips, with a mere trivial maneuver. He had dismantled the 7-year bond between Lin Shinian and Su Wanqing. He had the audacity to do so. Those who were favored possess an unwavering assurance. Lin Shinian heard the assistant's voice on the line. Miss, realizing the misstep, the assistant quickly corrected himself. Lin Shinian has been cremated. Lin Shinian offered a self-deprecating smile. Even the assistant struggled to address him properly, yet Su Wanqing could dismiss their 7 years together, labeling him as malicious. Wishing for his demise, Lin Shinian pondered what heinous act he could have possibly committed. It seemed there was none. He vividly recalled the day when Su Wanqing first introduced Qin Feng to him. Qin Feng feigned the demeanor of an ordinary friend, yet Lin Shinian felt an inexplicable unease, primarily due to the way Su Wanqing gazed at Qin Feng. He had witnessed that deep, affectionate look in her eyes countless times, yet it had always been directed at him. Now, however, it was fixated on another man. In a flurry of anxiety, he poured a cup of coffee for Qin Feng, only for Qin Feng to deliberately spill it as he took it. The scalding liquid prompted Qin Feng to leap up, and Su Wanqing hurriedly led him to the sink for cold water, then to the hospital. The sight of her flustered demeanor sent a chill through Lin Shinian's heart. Though at that moment, he could not articulate his thoughts. He merely speculated whether the sweetness of their 7 years together had dulled her senses, thus leading to infidelity. It is inevitable for women to err within the confines of marriage. At that time, Lin Shinian was blissfully unaware that he was the interloper, merely a stand-in in their relationship. How absurd! When Su Wanqing returned that day, she was a tempest of fury. Chapter 6 concerns the issue of the birth certificate. Are you aware that Xiao Feng's hands are accustomed to playing instruments? Major performances are conducted under the spotlight. If you have scorched his hands to such a degree, can you compensate for the damage with your own hands if scars remain? At that moment, Lin Shinian found himself at a loss for words. How many times must I reiterate that the coffee is no longer hot? After you poured cold water over it for so long, the worst that could happen to his hands is slight redness. Blisters would not even form. Yet Su Wanqing, driven to madness over Qin Feng, was utterly unwilling to heed any of Lin Shinian's explanations. They had been together for 7 years, their love sweet and tender. Never before had they quarreled as they did that day. Throughout their relationship, Su Wanqing had always been accommodating towards Lin Shinian, knowing of his heart condition. However, on that day, she refused to yield, revealing the chilling and indifferent core of her being to Lin Shinian. Su Wanqing grasped his arm, dragging Lin Shinian to Qin Feng's bedside, compelling him to apologize. Initially, she merely requested an apology from Lin Shinian, out of consideration for their years of companionship. Apologized to Xiao Feng. Qin Feng, displaying remarkable composure, reassured Su Wanqing. There is no need for an apology. It was not intentional. I simply slipped and failed to catch it, unaware that the coffee was so hot. It was an unfortunate accident. His words led Su Wanqing to believe that Lin Shinian had deliberately poured scalding coffee on Qin Feng's hand. At that time, Lin Shinian still yearned for Su Wanqing's affection, prompting him to defend himself once more. When I handed you the coffee, it was no longer hot. Yet, Su Wanqing retorted with biting sarcasm. Lin Shinian, do you not find that excuse rather feeble? Qin Feng, feigning sincerity, interjected. Qing, I have already stated it was my own carelessness. My hand is fine. The doctor assured me that with proper care, there would be no scarring and it would not impact my performance. Let us leave this matter as it is. Whether or not an apology is given is merely a word, lacking significance, so let us not argue further. Qin Feng's strategic retreat only served to accentuate Lin Shinian's stubbornness in refusing to apologize, further instilling a sense of guilt within Su Wanqing. Rising to her feet, Su Wanqing declared, Xiao Feng, you are correct. An apology is utterly futile. Since he has burned you, yet insists the coffee was not hot. Let him experience the sensation for himself. Su Wanqing summoned an assistant to bring coffee and intended to press Lin Shinian's hand against it. Lin Shinian found himself unable to pull away, not because he could not, but because he could not fathom that his wife of 7 years would act in such a manner. It was Qin Feng who intervened, not out of kindness, but because he understood that the temperature of ordinary coffee could not possibly inflict severe burns. He was aware of the machinations at play. He dared not allow Su Wanqing to discover the truth, and thus stepped in to stop her. Lin Shinian had placed his own hand in the coffee, seeking to prove a point, prove that Qin Feng was lying. However, as he endured the pain, his hand trembling, attempting to demonstrate to Su Wanqing that ordinary coffee could not cause such severe burns, all he received was her retort. Therefore, Lin Shinian, how malicious you appear. You poured coffee for Xiao Feng with ill intent from the very beginning, intending to ruin his hands. Did you perhaps add sulfuric acid to the coffee, you vile man? Su Wanqing grasped Lin Shinian's wrist, her eyes ablaze with ire. What is it that you cannot tolerate about Xiaofeng? Do you still not realize that you are merely his substitute? Qin Feng, standing nearby, furrowed his brow in helplessness. Qing, please refrain from speaking like that. Xiaofeng, I am merely stating the truth. They appeared as a loving couple, while Lin Shinian stood as the outsider. What did you say? The pain radiated from his wrist. Yet Lin Shinian felt numb to it, his gaze fixed on Su Wanqing. Substitute? What do you mean? Su Wanqing articulated each word with precision. Is it merely because you bear some resemblance to Xiaofeng that you deem yourself worthy of clinging to me? You a poor country boy, who has never seen the world. Without me, could you have healed your ailments and achieved this comfortable life? Lin Shinian, you truly lack shame. Clinging? The term sliced through him, prompting Lin Shinian to confront the lofty young lady. Do you believe I've been clinging to you all these years? It was you who pursued me. Do you not comprehend what it means to be a substitute? All the kindness I've shown you over these 7 years was for him. Meanwhile, Qin Feng feigned concern from the sidelines. Qing, please stop. This is too hurtful. Su Wanqing's cold smile, akin to one directed at a dog, shattered Lin Shinian's heart. He collapsed to the ground, experiencing heartbreak for the very first time, a pain so profound it rendered him nearly lifeless. Ultimately, Su Wanqing declared, I spared you only because of Xiaofeng. Now, go. Remove yourself from my sight and his. In that moment, Lin Shinian believed that heartbreak could not be more profound, yet he remained unaware that this was merely the beginning. The doorbell rang, jolting Lin Shinian back to reality. He noticed Su Wanqing's assistant had arrived. As he drifted closer, he discovered Su Wanqing seated on the sofa, engaged in a playful game with Qin Feng. Xiaofeng, I saved a blue for you. Come here. Su Wanqing, her eyes never leaving the screen, remained engrossed in the game. Miss, the assistant called, prompting Su Wanqing to recall her summons. Lin Shinian found himself exasperated, as the assistant seemed to bring trouble, preventing her from enjoying a moment with Xiaofeng. Her jealousy was bothersome, akin to a clingy puppy, as if she could not survive a day without him. With an impatient tone, she inquired of her assistant, what trick is Lin Shinian up to now? The assistant, standing respectfully beside her, replied, Miss, Mr. Lin has indeed passed away, succumbing to a heart attack. Here are the police records, the hospital's death certificate, and the cremation certificate for your review. Chapter 7. The Missy is quite malicious. Su Wanqing took the documents but did not even spare a glance at them before tossing them onto her assistant's face. You have also been bribed by him to bring me these trivialities. These are genuine, the assistant attempted to clarify. Without acknowledging the assistant, Su Wanqing lowered her head, engrossed in a mobile game. Lin Shinian's life is the most resilient. Even if I perish, he shall remain unscathed. It is merely another one of his tricks. Go tell him to cease this charade. The assistant fell silent, perhaps at a loss for words. Lin Shinian, standing nearby, couldn't he help but chuckle. What audacity did Su Wanqing possess to believe her life was somehow more robust than his? Miss Su, he is already gone, truly gone. His ashes have been consumed like milk. I wonder how that tastes. After concluding her game, Su Wanqing turned to her assistant. Relay to that sycophant Lin Shinian that I miss him and instruct him to come see me. If he refuses, inform him that I have had a change of heart. Su Wanqing intended to lure him back only to humiliate and dispose of him afterward. This was not her first performance of such deceit. Lin Shinian had fallen for her trick once before, genuinely believing she had rekindled her feelings. No matter how many times she deceived him, a simple call from her, softly expressing her longing, would soften his heart, compelling him to seek her out. What awaited him, however, was derision, humiliation, and vengeance. Despite the countless times he had told himself to cease believing in Su Wanqing, he found himself pondering, what if this time were genuine? His longing to return to their past, to the days when they were in love, was overwhelming. In those days, Su Wanqing would wrap her arms around his waist, playfully calling him, darling. Darling, her sweet voice would melt his heart. He suffered from a heart condition, and the doctor advised moderation. Yet Su Wanqing thrived on excitement, relishing prolonged encounters. Despite his discomfort, he felt compelled to satisfy her desires. Should he refuse, claiming fatigue, Su Wanqing would become furious. During her fits of anger, she would withdraw for days, employing silent treatment as her weapon. Eventually, he succumbed to her whims, fearing her wrath. He often felt guilty, believing it was his failing health that prevented him from giving her what she sought, things that other women desired. In retrospect, the disdain and coldness in Su Wanqing's eyes were genuine. She truly did not love him and was indifferent to his well-being. Before Qin Feng returned to the country, while his heart ached, Su Wanqing was concerned that her substitute might die, urging him to rest before continuing. However, after Qin Feng's return, it seemed she wished for his demise, reveling in the thought of mocking him alongside Qin Feng for being a failure. Lin Shinian's heart ached deeper with each passing moment. He had not just discovered Su Wanqing's cruelty today. Rather, it was from this day forth he began to see her true nature from the depths of his soul. Her malice was intentional, ingrained within her very being. Behind Su Wanqing, Qin Feng's laughter became increasingly intriguing. Qin Feng is aware that Lin Shinian has perished, perhaps even at his own hand, yet he remains silent, concealing the truth from Su Wanqing as well. Ultimately, Qin Feng is merely toying with Su Wanqing's affections, reveling in her plight. Lin Shinian, with a bitter smile, reflects that Su Wanqing is not much better off than he. Though he has departed from this world, he can still perceive the inevitable misfortune that awaits her. Yet, it pains him deeply, for she is the woman he once cherished with all his heart. Chapter 8. Here lies my brother's ashes. Qin Feng gently draped his arm around Su Wanqing's shoulders, whispering softly in her ear, Lin Shinian is merely trying to capture your attention. After all, his affection for you runs deep. As he spoke, Qin Feng furrowed his brow slightly before continuing. However, this time, he has resorted to feigning death, which is rather ominous. Su Wanqing scoffed coldly. It will be better if you were truly dead. Who wants to see him? A mere corpse still possesses so many tricks. Even in death, he seeks to ensnare you. It is utterly revolting. Lin Shinian stood expressionless before them, listening to Su Wanqing's words. His heart, torn and shattered, began to feel a semblance of numbness. He heard Qin Feng say, I prepared an engagement ring for you. The finished piece will arrive in a few days. With a hint of trepidation, he added, I fear you may not like it. Su Wanqing took Qin Feng's hand in hers. Xiao Feng, I shall cherish whatever you gift me. Do not let an inconsequential person affect your mood. Let us continue our game, for you are remarkably skilled at it. The two resumed their gaming session. Lin Shinian floated behind Qin Feng, casting his gaze down at Qin Feng's gameplay. He was frankly abysmal. He lacked even a fraction of Lin Shinian's prowess. Yet Su Wanqing lavished him with praise. Lin Shinian mused, indeed, love renders one blind. Su Wanqing's affection for Qin Feng was palpable. Her first love was indeed unparalleled. Lin Shinian longed to escape this place. Yet he felt ensnared. No matter how far he wandered, a fleeting moment of distraction would inevitably draw him back here. Countless times he attempted to leave, yearning to return home. Ultimately, fortified by his unwavering resolve, he found his way back, transitioning from night to day until he arrived at his abode. He had been married to Su Wanqing for 7 years, yet he had never been a financial burden to her. He accepted various editing projects, excelling in computer-related tasks and undertaking outsourced programming due to his technical acumen. earning enough to sustain himself and save a little. He chose to work from home, as Su Wanqing was often busy. His love for her compelled him to alleviate their shared burdens. He desired to be at home, just as Su Wanqing superficially claimed. He wished for her to see him the moment she returned, and he too had longed for that same instant. Lin Shinian dared not lose focus, fearing he might be pulled back. Yet the memory of Su Wanqing's gaze as she uttered those words consumed him. It was profoundly tender. How could he not be ensnared? Su Wanqing was an adept hunter, and he was no match for her cunning and depth. They resided in their modest yet cozy old home. His parents were likely unaware of his demise. At that moment, his father was preparing breakfast in the kitchen while his mother spoke to him in hushed tones, their love evident. Lin Wanwan was still asleep, and his mother lowered her voice to avoid disturbing her. Lin Shinian observed as Lin Wanwan emerged from her warmly decorated princess room, cradling a jar in her arms. He surmised that it contained his ashes. Lin Wanwan casually set the jar aside. As breakfast was served at the table, their mother noticed the jar and inquired, "Dearest, what is that? A pickled vegetable jar?" Lin Wanwan, with an unwavering expression, picked up a spoon to savor the porridge and side dishes. While indulging in her meal, she praised Mom. "The pickled radish you made is absolutely delicious. You can't find anything like it outside. I love you, Mom." She had always been sweet-tongued, never hesitating to express her affection, deceiving Lin Shinian and their entire family. Lin Shinian truly wished to strangle her, yet his hands merely passed through her form time and again. Lin Wanwan, patting the dusty gray jar beside her, earnestly remarked, "Mom, this contains ashes." Chapter 9. The ever-changing heart. Lin Mu's expression shifted dramatically as she anxiously gazed at Lin Nuanyuan, fearing that something unfortunate had befallen her. With concern, she inquired, "My dear, what has happened?" Lin Nuanyuan met her mother's gaze unwaveringly, her eyes brimming with mirth. In that fleeting moment, Lin Shinian truly believed that Lin Nuanyuan intended to maliciously reveal that the ashes contained within were those of her son. Yet, Lin Nuanyuan merely smiled, wrapping her arms around Lin Mu's neck in a playful manner. "Mom, I was just teasing you. How could there be ashes? It's merely something I need for my experiments." Lin Mu gently tapped her on the head, chiding her, "You little rascal, you startled both your father and me." Having finished her meal, Lin Nuanyuan slung her backpack over her shoulder, clutching the urn as she made her way to the entrance to change her shoes. Lin Mu then remarked, "I tried to call your brother yesterday, but his phone was off. Were you able to reach him?" Without lifting her head, Lin Nuanyuan lied effortlessly, her cheeks unflushed. "Of course, I was able to reach him. I even chatted with him yesterday. It seems he and his wife have been arguing lately, so he might not be in the mood to talk." Then Lin Nuanyuan rose, looking at Lin Mu, deliberately divulging to Lin Shinian, "Lately, my brother has become increasingly reclusive. He doesn't seem as easy to get along with as before. His wife mentioned that he has been suspicious and appears to be struggling mentally." Lin Mu's face reflected deep concern. "What should we do? The last few times your brother visited, he seemed perfectly fine. He must be one to hide his troubles. Bottling everything up only leads to greater issues. Now he isn't even answering your calls. Mom and Dad, my ride has arrived. I must be on my way," Lin Nuanyuan said, clutching the urn as she hurriedly departed. Lin Mu wore a worried expression, lamenting, "What are we to do? I always said that Su Wanqing's background was too high for him to reach. The family back home suggested suitable matches for him, yet he dismisses them all, insisting on marrying Su Wanqing. Since their marriage, he rarely returns, as if he has become a dependent. I warned him, and now look. It seems he is suffering from mental health issues." Lin Fu, ever the comforting presence, reassured Lin Mu. Regardless, it was through her care that Nian Yan's condition improved, thanks to numerous esteemed doctors and experts that money alone could not secure. Moreover, Nian Yan is no longer a child. They should manage their own affairs. Yet Lin Mu remained troubled, and while washing dishes, she accidentally shattered a plate. Lin Fu rushed over. "Be careful. You might cut yourself. Allow me to handle this." Lin Mu pressed her hand to her eye. "My eyelid has been twitching incessantly, and I feel extremely anxious, as if something dreadful is about to occur." "Stop frightening yourself. Your heart isn't in the best shape. After you rest, I will check your blood pressure," he replied. Lin Shinian watched his aging parents, his heart aching with unbearable pain. Lin Shinian must have done this intentionally, uttering words that would worry their parents, even going so far as to label him mentally unstable and depressed, thus ensuring that in the future, his demise could be attributed to suicide. What grand chess game this is! Lin Shinian yearned for change, desired to unveil the truth, and sought vengeance. Yet he had already departed from this world, rendered powerless to intervene, forced to witness Lin Shinian's malevolence unfold before his eyes. How he wished for a chance to begin anew. If only the heavens would grant him such a reprieve. Lin Shinian's heart, once filled with profound sorrow, had morphed into a cauldron of resentment. His eyes blazed crimson, unwilling to leave his parents' home. Yet, overwhelmed by tumultuous emotions, he found himself fatigued, despite being deceased. He felt the weight of exhaustion and drowsiness akin to that of the living. As his parents napped, he too succumbed to a brief slumber, only to awaken in the villa of Su Wanqing. With Su Wanqing absent, he discovered Qin Feng entangled with Lin Shinian in the master bedroom. The sight nearly made him retch, a wave of disgust washing over him. Qin Feng, who had feigned deep affection in Su Wanqing's presence, was engaged in such disgraceful acts behind her back. Lin Shinian lamented his demise. Had he still been alive, he would have exposed the truth to Su Wanqing, longing for her to recognize the true nature of the man to whom she had devoted her heart. Once, Su Wanqing had trampled on his sincere affections, and now, another was doing the same to her. The wheel of karma had turned, delivering poetic justice. Lin Shinian gritted his teeth. Yet he pondered why Su Wanqing remained oblivious to the truth, unable to share in his torment. From initial rage to eventual numbness, he perched on the windowsill. Witnessing Lin Shinian wrap her arms around Qin Feng's waist, her laughter a low, seductive murmur. I've sent my brother's ashes to be made into a ring. Want you use it to propose to Su Wanqing? Qin Feng chuckled in agreement, of course. Why else would I have it made into a ring? Their laughter mingled, soon giving way to further indiscretions. Meanwhile, Lin Shinian's gaze drifted outside, where he spotted Su Wanqing's car returning. Excitement surged within him. She was back. He could hardly wait to catch them in the act. His heart raced with anticipation, a stark contrast to the days of his frail health, where he was compelled to temper his emotions with medication. Today, however, he reveled in the intoxicating thrill, each pulse of adrenaline igniting his very essence. Come on, Su Wanqing. Hurry, he urged silently, eager to witness this grand spectacle of her heart as shattering despair, to see the lofty heiress brought low. Just as he was on the brink of ecstasy, a knock echoed through the air. Damn it, why had Qin Feng locked the door? If only he'd been a bit bolder, he would have been caught already. Lin Shinian floated towards the door, yearning to turn the knob, but as a spirit, he was powerless to do so. Turning back, he observed the panic-stricken expressions of Qin Feng and Lin Shinian, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. Watching their frantic, disheveled attempts to conceal themselves, he noted with grim amusement how Lin Shinian had neglected her attire, hastily shoved into a cabinet by Qin Feng. The soiled and unsightly bed linens were swiftly gathered by Qin Feng and tossed into the wardrobe, replaced with fresh ones that he laid out with remarkable proficiency, indicating that this was not his first experience with such tasks. During his absence, one could not help but wonder if Qin Feng had shared this bed with Su Wanqing, or perhaps had clandestinely entertained Lin Shinian behind his back. The mere thought of lying on this bed made Lin Shinian feel a wave of revulsion. Qin Feng was truly despicable, a perverse individual. Once Qin Feng had arranged his clothing and ensured that everything appeared normal, he approached the door, feigning a cough to simulate illness as he opened it. I just woke up. What brings you back? Su Wanqing, evidently growing impatient, was not accustomed to waiting for anyone. Noticing Qin Feng's pallor, she maintained her composure, questioning, why is there a lock on your own home? After another low cough, Qin Feng replied, I was merely concerned that Lin Shinian might return unexpectedly. Su Wanqing's irritation flared momentarily. That's true. If Lin Shinian were to target you again, it would indeed be my oversight. Tomorrow, I shall arrange for the lock to be changed. As she stepped further inside, her foot inadvertently landed on an object on the floor, prompting her to glance down and discover a used transparent condom lying there. Chapter 10. My dearest Lin Shinian is already dead. Su Wanqing furrowed her brow, then turned to Qin Feng, asking, "What is this?" Lin Shinian floated beside Su Wanqing, barely able to contain his laughter. Wonderful, truly splendid. Such meticulousness, yet they let their guard down. It seems they have been discovered. He was curious to see how Qin Feng would meet his end. Yet, Qin Feng maintained his composure and quickly replied, "I don't know either. It's something in master bedroom, Qing Qing Jia." Su Wanqing's expression shifted dramatically, and she quickly asserted, "It must have been deliberately left here by Lin Shinian to vex you. I'll have it cleaned up." Just as Su Wanqing was about to summon the housekeeper, Qin Feng obediently crouched down, wrapped the item in a tissue, and tossed it into the trash bin. "Then I shall pretend I have seen nothing," he remarked. Lin Shinian could only exclaim internally, "This can be pinned on me. Fantastic. I am truly the eternal scapegoat, am I not?" He was grateful to be dead. Otherwise, he would have surely been enraged to the point of spitting blood. Lin Shinian, with an impassive expression, clapped his flippers in applause, utterly impressed. Indeed, it is remarkable. It is no wonder that Su Wanqing and Qin Feng should be locked together. They are truly two of a kind. Seated upon the bed, Su Wanqing observed as Qin Feng opened the window to allow fresh air to circulate. She frowned slightly. "It seems Lin Shinian has been back. I cannot find him anywhere. I wonder what trick he is up to now." Su Wanqing lowered her gaze, caressing the bed linens, lost in thought. This demeanor lent her an air of profound sentiment. Qin Feng, sitting beside her, softly inquired, "Qing Qing Jia, are you missing him?" Su Wanqing immediately scoffed, "How could that be? I do not love him. I simply cannot locate him, which prevents me from confronting him and venting my frustration. Just thinking about it infuriates me. This time, he has indeed outsmarted me, hiding so well that I cannot find him." Qin Feng wore a concerned expression. Could it be that he is truly dead? His health was already poor. Lin Shinian looked at Qin Feng, who was speaking with such feigned concern, and felt an overwhelming urge to kick him. Su Wanqing quickly interjected, "Impossible. He is tenacious. He frequently quarrels with me. He would not die before anyone else." Qin Feng's smile faded slightly as he continued to inquire, "But what if he really is dead?" Su Wanqing first insisted, "He will not die." Then she added, "If he were truly dead, wouldn't that be even better?" Rising gracefully from her position beside Qin Feng, she stood at the foot of the bed, light filtering through her dress, as she coldly remarked, "With his cunning to leave such a thing here, he cannot possibly be dead. Who else would engage in such repugnant behavior but him?" Qin Feng seemed momentarily unsettled, unable to meet Su Wanqing's gaze. Lin Shinian observed Su Wanqing's stunning visage. Once he had adored her, but now found it laughable. He drifted into the wardrobe, where darkness enveloped him. Lin Wan had already donned a piece of Su Wanqing's clothing and was seated inside the wardrobe, listening to the conversation outside, evidently unimpressed by Su Wanqing. Lin Shinian floated closer, fixing a piercing stare upon Lin Wan, as if he were a restless spirit unwilling to close his eyes. In the next moment, Lin Wan felt an overwhelming sense of dread enveloping her. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around herself, glancing around in fear, her back chilled by an unseen terror. Lin Shinian extended his hand, a tempest of hatred brewing within him for the sister he once cherished, now the very accomplice that had led to his demise. He yearned to strangle her, baring his teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury. Lin Wan felt an unsettling itch at her throat. When she lowered and then raised her gaze, a fleeting glimpse of Lin Shinian-esque grotesque. Bloodshot eyes flashed from within the darkened cabinet. She let out a piercing scream. "Ah!" Yet, in an instant, she quickly covered her lips, her eyes wide with terror. Fixated on the ominous presence before her, the sound of her own racing heartbeat echoing in her ears. No matter how intensely she strained her eyes, that fleeting visage had vanished, leaving her in pain and only able to peer into the darkness of the cabinet door. What had that been? A specter? Or merely an illusion? Fear coursed through Lin Wan, rendering her limbs icy as she stifled her breath. Lin Shinian had not anticipated he could instill such fear in her. He had assumed she could see him. Thus, he flailed his hands, attempting to grasp her throat. However, he could only clutch his own hands, unable to reach Lin Wan. He waved his hands before her, realizing she was oblivious to his presence. A thought struck him, and he swiftly emerged from the cabinet. Surely, Su Wanqing must have heard Lin Wanwan scream, assuming her ears were not deceived. Lin Shinian rushed out, only to find Su Wanqing already turned, her gaze fixed intently on the cabinet. Who was in there? How could there be a woman's voice? Did Lin Shinian bring another woman home? Unbeknownst to herself, Su Wanqing was consumed by a rising fury. Qin Feng remained protective of Lin Wanwan, retrieving his phone from the side. Why isn't it hung up yet? Why are you making such a fuss? He feigned reprimand, then tossed his phone onto the bedside table, explaining to Su Wanqing. I was on the phone with my cousin when you knocked, and I put down. I didn't realize it hadn't disconnected. Su Wanqing was indeed diverted. Cousin? Which cousin? Qin Feng replied with a hint of exasperation. My little cousin from kindergarten. You wouldn't be jealous of that, would you? She must have lost again at games, causing such a commotion. He clutched his stomach, feigning great discomfort. Su Wanqing's expression shifted dramatically as she rushed to support him. What's wrong? Qin Feng collapsed to the ground. I don't know. My stomach suddenly feels awful. It's hurting so much. I feel dizzy and nauseous, utterly drained of strength. What have you been eating? Qin Feng glanced at the cup on the table. I only drank the water from the table. Wasn't it you who poured it for me? Su Wanqing's face paled. I didn't pour you any water. Lin Shinian must have tampered with it when he came back. I'll call the butler. We need to go to the hospital immediately. Qin Feng, appearing to struggle for breath, protested. He wouldn't do something like that, right? It must be my own discomfort. I feel so unwell. To win me over, Lin Shinian has lost his sanity. What boundaries can you expect from a madman? He is capable of anything, driven by his obsessive infatuation. The butler hoisted Qin Feng onto his shoulders, while Su Wanqing anxiously followed behind. Lin Shinian, disinterested in such theatrics, sat in the place where Su Wanqing had just been, coldly observing the scene unfold. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Su Wanqing, when stripped of affection, appeared rather foolish. Beyond her beauty, enviable figure, wealth, and playful demeanor, she exhibited a range of negative traits. Lin Shinian's eyes reddened, his thin lips tightening in a fierce grimace. He thought to himself that this seemingly perfect heiress had her flaws, namely her foolishness, arrogance, blindness to reality, and venomous nature. If she didn't want her sight, perhaps she should consider giving it away. As Su Wanqing departed, Lin Wanwan hurriedly emerged from the cupboard, hugging her arms and surveying the room. Suddenly she spoke. Lin Shinian? Lin Shinian rose from the bed, drifting to her side and leaning in closer to scrutinize her. Could it be that she could see him? Yet, her gaze did not align with his. She remained oblivious to his presence. Lin Wanwan tightened her embrace around herself, asking, Have you turned into a ghost? Are you following me? Indeed, he had transformed into a spectral being. He circled around her, attempting to grasp her neck, but his hand merely passed through her form. Lin Wanwan muttered to herself, How could there possibly be ghosts in this world? I must be scaring myself. She sought a scientific explanation, attributing her experience to hallucinations caused by oxygen deprivation. Discarding the soiled bed linens into the washing machine, she leisurely took a shower before making her way to the basement and hiding in her car. Having just seen Su Wanqing return, she needed to avoid drawing attention from her watchful eyes. Indeed, after a short while, Qin Feng's assistant arrived to drive her away. Lin Shinian refrained from following. Instead, he pondered how he had come to this state. Could he appear in dreams? Lost in thought, he eventually fell asleep, only to be awakened by the sounds of Su Wanqing and Qin Feng returning from the hospital. Su Wanqing urged Qin Feng to rest well, to which he bashfully replied, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Regardless of the words exchanged, they were to be wed. They were now family, not a source of inconvenience. Su Wanqing's gentleness was evident, a tenderness Lin Shinian had not witnessed in a long time, though he no longer yearned for it. The inevitable retribution for Su Wanqing had arrived. She was beginning to realize that such consequences were simply a matter of time. Lin Shinian contemplated his own demise, questioning when he might finally dissipate. He felt weary. Lowering his gaze, he noted that his form seemed to fade slightly. He had indeed passed on. If not for the pain of witnessing Su Wanqing uncover the truth, He would prefer to avoid the nauseating display of her feigned affection with Qin Feng. Su Wanqing retreated to the study, preoccupied as always, fulfilling her duties as the heiress of a financial conglomerate. No sooner had she left than Qin Feng eagerly called Lin Wanwan. "Darling, I've arranged for someone to pick you up." "Have you returned?" "Yes, Brother Qin. Do you think there are ghosts in this world?" "No. I seem to have caught a glimpse of my brother in the cupboard, even though he has long since passed away." After much contemplation, I realized I did not mistake his presence. His lifeless eyes were fixed upon me, a sight both chilling and terrifying. "Darling, you must be imagining things. When one dies, it is akin to a candle being extinguished. How could there be ghosts? But what if neutrinos exist?" Qin Feng fell into silence. Lin Wanwan continued, "What if it is indeed true?" Qin Feng smiled gently. "If he were alive, we would not fear him. Now that he is gone, why should we be afraid? Fear not, my dear, for if there are ghosts, I shall banish them for you." "Brother Qin, you are truly mischievous." The two exchanged flirtations for a while Lin Shinian's fists clenched with anger, pondering how to eliminate the pair of dog-like lovers. Eventually, Lin Wanwan remarked, "I shall visit the temple to offer incense, and perhaps seek a talisman for protection." Qin Feng, in a good mood, replied, "That sounds fine." Their flirtation resumed, while Lin Shinian, uninterested, drifted to the study. Su Wanqing rested her forehead in her hand, her long hair cascading around her, exuding a certain careless beauty as she scrutinized a contract with a gaze that was both cold and piercing. Lin Shinian observed her, his emotions a tangled web of love and hate. After a considerable pause, he sighed softly. He was already dead. Yet Su Wanqing seemed to sense something, suddenly lifting her gaze toward Lin Shinian. He froze in place, their eyes locking for a fleeting moment. However, it was evident that Su Wanqing could not perceive him. Seemingly fatigued, she rubbed her temples and muttered to herself, "Strange, why does it sound as if Lin Shinian, that lovesick fool, is sighing?" A hint of displeasure crossed her brow as she called her assistant to inquire, "Have you not yet discovered his whereabouts?" Lin Shinian overheard another assistant's voice responding, "Not yet, for the time being." "Fool, do you wish to be assigned to F continent as well?" Su Wanqing, irritated, slammed her phone down. It appeared that the previous assistant who claimed he was dead had already been dispatched to F continent for mining duties. Lin Shinian watched Su Wanqing's vexation with a heavy heart. He lowered his head and whispered softly, "Su Wanqing, the one who loved you most, Lin Shinian, has truly passed away." As Su Wanqing turned to the next contract, fatigue overtook her, and she unexpectedly leaned her head on her hand, drifting off to sleep. Lin Shinian gazed at the proximity of Su Wanqing, hesitantly reaching out to gently touch her face. Yet, when his fingertips brushed her brow, he felt a dizzying sensation. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself within Su Wanqing's dream. Chapter 11. He despised her in the same villa. Su Wanqing entered the dining room, where he, clad in an apron and emanating a homely aura, was presenting dishes fresh from the stove, still steaming. He flashed her a charming smile. "Darling, you're back. Dinner will be ready shortly. Are you really glad to have me back?" Su Wanqing crossed her arms, adopting a disdainful and haughty demeanor as she leaned against the chair, casting a cold glare at Lin Shinian. Lin Shinian, momentarily entranced by the vision of himself in a dream, approached her and knelt before Su Wanqing, clasping her hand with a gaze filled with deep affection, his eyes glistening with unshed tears of grievance. "My love, everything I do is because I adore you so deeply. Please don't leave me. I acknowledge my mistakes. I will apologize to Qin Feng. I implore you, do not abandon me. I cannot bear to be without you. Even if you choose to be with Qin Feng, may I still prepare meals for you and serve as your humble attendant? I fear Qin Feng may not care for you as you deserve." In his dream, Lin Shinian appeared utterly subservient, almost as if he were about to kiss the tips of Su Wanqing's shoes. The corners of Su Wanqing's lips curled upwards, seemingly in high spirits. "Very well," she replied, gripping the collar of the dreamlike Lin Shinian. "As long as you behave, refrain from playing tricks, and do not irritate me, I might allow you to be my loyal dog." Lin Shinian clenched his fists in fury, realizing that whether in the realm of reality or in dreams, he was perpetually pitiful. In Su Wanqing's eyes, he was merely a dog forever trailing behind her. It was utterly revolting. In a fit of anger, Lin Shinian strode over, and with a vigorous motion, the dreamlike Lin Shinian dissipated, leaving only himself. Looking at his own hands in astonishment, he realized he had merely waved. He had intended to strike the dream figure awake. However, unexpectedly, he had obliterated it entirely. Su Wanqing observed this scene with evident displeasure, then turned her gaze toward Lin Shinian, seemingly dissatisfied with his indifferent manner towards her. With a delicate arch of her brow and an air of superiority, she demanded, "Aren't you going to kneel and kiss my feet? Do you still wish for my forgiveness?" Su Wanqing, "I will never love you again, nor will I ever kneel before you," he declared defiantly. "Impertinent!" Su Wanqing raised her hand to slap him. Lin Shinian seized her wrist, intending to retaliate, yet ultimately chose to push her away instead. She fell back onto the sofa, her expression one of disbelief as she stared at him, her eyes wide with shock. "You dare to push me? Have you resigned yourself to never receiving my forgiveness?" "Su Wanqing, I have already perished. I came to you in a dream to convey." Lin Shinian prepared to elaborate, but Su Wanqing seemed startled by something. As Lin Shinian spun in confusion, he opened his eyes to find Su Wanqing, who had accidentally dozed off while resting her head in her hands. Suddenly awakening with a gasp, she appeared to have had a nightmare, remaining frozen in fear for an extended moment, until she finally began to catch her breath, her hand instinctively pressing against her heart. Suddenly, she lifted her head abruptly, gazing in the direction where Lin Shinian was, yet it was evident that she saw nothing, for she closed her eyes and frowned once more. Pressing her forehead, she murmured to herself, "I must be exhausted lately." She reached for her phone. Lin Shinian circled to her side, curious to uncover the secrets within her device. To his surprise, he witnessed Su Wanqing removing him from her blacklist, subsequently sending him a message. "When will you return? We need to meet." After a prolonged silence without a reply, Su Wanqing appeared displeased, and after a while, she typed again, "Are you playing a game that will drive you to your demise? If so, I shall personally visit your parents and inform them of your demise." With a scornful smirk, Su Wanqing retorted, "I will shed not a single tear for your death. However, your parents are aging and in poor health. I wonder if they can withstand the grief of losing a child. To witness a gray-haired parent burying a black-haired child? How amusing. If you wish to play, then let the games begin." Lin Shinian fixated on the cold, emotionless gaze of Su Wanqing, a bitter smile creeping upon his lips. She remained as ruthless as ever. When he was merely a substitute, she employed every trick in the book, and now, devoid of love, her cruelty knew no bounds. One must admit, Su Wanqing's words struck directly at Lin Shinian's heart. Had he been alive, had he truly been playing tricks, he would have appeared to implore her to cease. Yet, Lin Shinian was but a spirit, powerless to act. He longed to intervene, yet he pondered what he could possibly do, observing his own form fading further. He contemplated that perhaps it would not be long before he vanished entirely. After sending the message, an extended silence ensued without a response. Lin Shinian sat upon the table nearby, knowing that no reply would ever come. This realization incensed Su Wanqing, prompting her to slam her phone onto the table and call her assistant once more. "What on earth is taking so long? Find someone." After berating her assistant, she shut down her computer, headed toward the master bedroom, but then turned back to the guest room to rest. Lin Shinian, now familiar with Su Wanqing's temperament, returned to his parents' home the following day, expecting her assistant to deliver a message. To his astonishment, Su Wanqing arrived in person. She presented Lin Shinian's parents with the death certificate and the cremation document. Under the barrage of their anguished questions and heart-wrenching sobs, Su Wanqing coldly retorted, "Why do you have to question me? If it were not for me, your son would have perished long ago. He suffered from a heart condition. Is it not entirely normal for him to die from a cardiac episode? Go ahead, sue me. I have never feared your outbursts, nor will I settle with money." Lin Shinian gazed at Su Wanqing's visage. This was the woman he had loved for 7 years. What a travesty she had become. After wreaking havoc in the home, she departed in a haughty manner. Lin's mother fainted in grief, while Lin's father hurriedly called for an ambulance. leaving the household in chaos. Lin Shinian was frantic, yet powerless to assist, ultimately standing amidst the wreckage of his once harmonious home. In a fleeting moment of distraction, he found himself back at the villa, only to discover that the home he once shared with Su Wanqing had been transformed by Qin Feng into a proposal scene, strewn with red roses everywhere. Qin Feng knelt before Su Wanqing, holding a diamond ring crafted from Lin Shinian's ashes, and they exchanged smiles. He inquired gently, "Would you marry me?" Su Wanqing's gaze fell upon the ring, and she felt a hint of shyness. Then, she nodded softly, yes. Qin Feng tenderly kissed the back of her hand before placing the ring on her ring finger. Lin Shinian watched, consumed by a profound hatred like never before. How could Su Wanqing manage to transform from a moment of mourning that shattered his parents' hearts to a joyful acceptance of Qin Feng's proposal? With his blood, flesh, and ashes, she was stepping upon 7 years of his deep affection to wed another man. Lin Shinian's resentment was overwhelming, causing him to weep tears of blood, his anger soaring. He failed to notice that, burdened by his wrath, he was gradually transitioning from transparency to a more corporeal form. Qin Feng, initially smiling as he embraced Su Wanqing, let out a terrified scream upon realizing Lin Shinian's presence. Chapter 12. A late affection is worth less than grass. Su Wanqing hurriedly supported Qin Feng, her expression filled with worry and tension. "What's wrong, Xiao Feng?" "Ghost, ghost." Qin Feng seemed profoundly frightened. Confused, Su Wanqing furrowed her brows and asked, "What ghost?" He instinctively blurted out, "Lin Shinian, it's Lin Shinian." In an instant, Su Wanqing turned around, her speed so swift that she barely registered the action. Yet, upon looking back, she saw nothing. She couldn't help but stand up and take a few steps forward, calling out, "Lin Shinian, if you've returned, why are you hiding? What are you trying to achieve?" Lin Shinian gazed down at his fading form, filled with rage and resentment. He desired to terrify Su Wanqing as he had before, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not make her see him. Ultimately, he relinquished the attempt. Qin Feng, still shaken, looked back only to find the space empty, devoid of any presence. Rising from the ground, he felt an inexplicable chill creeping down his spine. He glanced around, swallowing hard in fear. Upon failing to locate Lin Shinian, Su Wanqing returned to inquire of Qin Feng, "Have you seen Lin Shinian? Where is he?" With cold sweat beading on his forehead, Qin Feng stared at her for a moment before stammering, "I might have eaten some mushrooms at noon, and it's made me feel a bit ill." Su Wanqing appeared somewhat disheartened, but she quickly masked it. "Is that so? I thought Lin Shinian had returned to disrupt our wedding once more." Qin Feng attempted to muster a gentle smile, but it came off as forced. Su Wanqing promptly remarked, "You must be exhausted from preparing the proposal. You should rest." Nodding, Qin Feng allowed her to guide him, and together they made their way towards the villa. As they approached the entrance, however, Qin Feng turned back, glancing at the spot where Lin Shinian had appeared, a wicked smile curling at his lips. Lin Shinian clenched his fists. How could a man as malicious as Qin Feng ever fear him? The earlier fright was merely an accident, and now Qin Feng was likely plotting his revenge. Even in death, Lin Shinian knew that Qin Feng would not let him off easily, just as he, if alive, would never spare Qin Feng either. A fierce glint ignited in Lin Shinian's eyes. Su Wanqing supported Qin Feng to rest, who feigned illness as he lay in a master bedroom. Yet, as she prepared to leave, he grasped her hand, saying, "Qing Qing Jia, will you stay with me? I'm a bit scared. I'll wait until you fall asleep before I leave." Qin Feng, seemingly aware of Lin Shinian's watchful gaze, provocatively asked, "Can't you stay?" Lin Shinian felt a wave of disgust. What was he trying to show him? He truly feared for his eyes. Yet, Su Wanqing leaned closer and told him, "Your health isn't yet restored. You must take care of yourself." Qin Feng wished to say more, likely attempting to entice Su Wanqing to share the bed with him. However, Su Wanqing's expression had grown cold, and she took a seat on the chair beside the bed, casually picking up her tablet to attend to company matters. Her tone was indifferent but brooked no refusal. "I'll stay with you. If you're scared, I'll leave once you're asleep." Qin Feng fell silent, and the atmosphere grew awkwardly tense. Lin Shinian found the situation rather absurd. Su Wanqing's presence here was puzzling. She was the one who desired Qin Feng, yet she also rejected him. She had never turned him down, often pursuing him instead. Wasn't she supposed to be in love with Qin Feng? What was this performance all about? Oh, she was concerned about Qin Feng's poor health. But had she ever truly cared? Her actions seemed to suggest otherwise. It seemed that Su Wanqing felt the atmosphere had grown somewhat chilly, so she jested with Qin Feng, asking if she should read him a fairy tale to help him sleep. Lin Shinian recognized that this joke was anything but humorous. It was merely a condescending gesture from a proud young lady. Even if she were to speak with someone else, her approach would remain unchanged. And now she was employing the same tactics on Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng lay down, turning his back to Su Wanqing and falling silent, exhibiting a sulky demeanor. This was in stark contrast to Lin Shinian, who typically approached such situations with a good-natured attitude, seeking to placate Su Wanqing. Lin Shinian found himself intrigued by Qin Feng's reaction. How would Su Wanqing respond? Would she be reduced to a sycophant in the face of true love? As Lin Shinian leaned in for a closer look, he noticed Su Wanqing appeared displeased, her mood evidently disturbed. She slammed her tablet down and left the room in a huff. Lin Shinian felt a twinge of disappointment. This was not the outcome he had anticipated. He followed her, glancing back at Qin Feng, pondering how Su Wanqing, who claimed to adore Qin Feng, could so easily walk away. In matters of affection, her domineering nature shone through. Indeed, she seemed to care for herself above all else. Su Wanqing retreated to the study. Lin Shinian lingered at the door, only to be startled by the sound of a vase shattering behind him. Turning around, he was astonished to see that Qin Feng had smashed one of Su Wanqing's most cherished vase ornaments, which had been brought back from an overseas auction. Clearly, he had no intention of keeping it by his bedside. Lin Shinian's first thought was that Qin Feng was doomed. The next moment, however, he heard Qin Feng call his name, Lin Shinian. The suddenness of it jolted him. Qin Feng's voice was laced with malice. I know you're watching. You're nothing but a sycophant, clinging to her even in death. How pathetic you are. You don't even resemble a man. Leaning back against the bed, Qin Feng continued with scathing mockery. It's laughable, truly laughable, to the point that I feel sorry for you. The vitriol in his words infuriated Lin Shinian. Qin Feng, in his disdain, added, too bad you're already dead. Knowing all those secrets won't help you speak them now. Have you seen the diamond ring made from your ashes? It's quite beautiful, ha ha ha. Qin Feng laughed maniacally, clearly venting his frustrations on Lin Shinian after facing humiliation from Su Wanqing. Lin Shinian had no desire to endure Qin Feng's tirade. He retreated to the study, where the noise faded away. Su Wanqing appeared to be working calmly, but Lin Shinian could sense her underlying restlessness. She had been staring at the same page of a contract for quite some time. Eventually, she took her phone and sent a photo of her ring-clad finger to Lin Shinian via WeChat, declaring, I am getting married. Lin Shinian, you spineless coward. Behold the exquisite diamond ring that Qin Feng gifted me, far more enchanting than the simple band you crafted by hand all those years ago. Su Wanqing retrieved the unadorned ring that Lin Shinian had presented to her during his proposal from her drawer, carelessly tossing it into the trash. She snapped a photo and sent it to him on WeChat, declaring, the worthless ring you made has been discarded. With a malicious glint in her eyes, she typed, your ring is as impoverished as you are. Lin Shinian gazed at the castaway simple band he had personally designed, meticulously polished and carved, bearing the marks of his labor and sincerity. To Su Wanqing, it was as worthless as he himself, easily cast aside as refuse. Yet, did Su Wanqing truly comprehend the depth of this? The diamond ring she so cherished was, in fact, crafted by him, a creation born of his flesh and spirit. Lin Shinian felt as though his already shattered heart was being trampled further by Su Wanqing, and yet, the pain lingered. It was a cruel irony, mirroring his own existence. Then, Lin Shinian observed as Su Wanqing, after taking the photograph and delivering her biting words, reached into the trash to retrieve the unadorned ring. She blew gently on it, as if to dispel non-existent dust, and toyed with the band, lowering her gaze for a moment before softly uttering, even with this, you still want to come back to see me? This time, you really are able to remain so resolute. Chapter 13. Secretly thinking of him, Lin Shinian never anticipated that the proud young lady would possess such a side. She even retrieved the ring from the trash bin. Hadn't she trampled on his sincere affections to the point of obliteration? Why would she bother to pick it up again? Lin Shinian found this absurd, and he chuckled to himself for quite some time. He leaned against the table, inching closer to Su Wanqing, who was lost in contemplation over the ring, fixating on her striking visage. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Su Wanqing, could it be that your insincerity has become so convoluted that you can no longer discern your own feelings? He then straightened up, his expression frosty. But I shall never love you again, not ever. Regrettably, Su Wanqing was oblivious to his words. Su Wanqing seemed to recall something, playfully toying with the simple ring for a while before placing it in the drawer and resuming her work. Lin Shinian intended to wait until she fell asleep to enter her dreams, but Su Wanqing was remarkably resilient when it came to staying awake. Lin Shinian, whose health was frail, seldom indulged in late nights unless it involved working overtime with her. Now, even in death, he clung to the habits of his former life. He aimed to wait until Su Wanqing succumbed to slumber, yet he himself fell asleep first. He was perplexed as to how he could still require so much rest in his current state. Upon awakening, he found Su Wanqing already up, changing clothes in the dressing room. He rushed in, initially feeling a surge of embarrassment, and turned to leave, only to encounter Qin Feng entering. That insufferable man seemed utterly devoid of decorum. Lin Shinian glanced back, noticing that Su Wanqing's dress zipper remained undone, her alluring figure partially illuminated by the morning light. Qin Feng strolled in without a care. Su Wanqing zipped up her dress and glanced at Qin Feng in the mirror. Having spent 7 years in close proximity with her, Lin Shinian was keenly aware of her subtle expressions. At this moment, he discerned her displeasure at Qin Feng's blatant disrespect. Had it been him, he would have been ruthlessly reprimanded by Su Wanqing. She was a person who allowed indulgence only if she wished to engage in playful flirtation. Otherwise, she was fiercely protective of her personal space, displaying strong possessiveness. Yet, Su Wanqing refrained from chastising Qin Feng. Instead, she inspected her reflection and turned to him with a languid smile, asking, "Do I look good?" Lin Shinian smirked sarcastically, a bitter self-mockery washing over him. This encapsulated the distinction between love and indifference. Qin Feng seemed momentarily dazzled by her beauty before approaching her. "Beautiful," he declared, reaching out to envelop her in his embrace. However, Su Wanqing deftly sidestepped him, her hand brushing against his shoulder, her long hair sweeping past his nose as she gently laughed. "I think so too." Witnessing this scene, Lin Shinian was reminded of the times he had been similarly entranced by Su Wanqing's charms. Back then, she had nearly stolen his very soul. Frustrated by his failure to embrace her, Qin Feng followed her outside, saying, "I was unwell last night. I hope Sister Qingqing 1T hold it against me." Su Wanqing's response indicated her desire to move past the previous night's events. Understanding her cue, Qin Feng stood beside her, placing a cup of soy milk before her. "It's good that Sister Qingqing isn't angry." His demeanor was one of earnest apology. "Su Wanqing giftet had soybean milk." Lowering her gaze before stating, "In the future, if I am busy, do not come seeking me without notice." This was a sweet jolt followed by a slap. Indeed, Qin Feng's demeanor froze, clearly comprehending her intent. His expression shifted, and he could not contain his temper as he retorted, "Sister Qingqing, are you treating me like an outsider?" Su Wanqing's smile turned somewhat frosty. Lin Shinian could discern her growing annoyance at Qin Feng's lack of awareness. Su Wanqing was a woman who, regardless of her words, should not be contradicted. She needed to be coaxed. She was exceedingly proud, and individuals of her stature seldom welcomed opposition, especially given her esteemed position. In the past, Lin Shinian had always indulged and pampered her, never daring to utter hurtful words during their quarrels. It seemed that Qin Feng was not cut from the same cloth. Qin Feng, lacking a sense of concession, pressed on aggressively, "We are to be married. I won't mind such trivial matters. Or is it, Sister Qingqing, that you have no intention of marrying me and still harbor feelings for Lin Shinian? You are overthinking it. Then why did you refuse me last night? Is it that I do not measure up to Lin Shinian?" Is that the case? I told you, you're overthinking. Su Wanqing slammed her cup down heavily and stood up. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Enjoy your meal. Qin Feng, his voice laced with indignation, demanded, what does this mean? We can discuss it tonight. Before Su Wanqing could finish her sentence, Qin Feng had already hurled the breakfast onto the floor. Su Wanqing retracted her remaining words, her demeanor cooling as she hurried away. Lin Shinian observed the shattered plates and bowls at his feet. Qin Feng's emotions were exceedingly volatile. It was merely the beginning, yet he resorted to smashing dishes. Lin Shinian felt a surge of delight, sensing that a spectacle was unfolding. Su Wanqing believed she loved Qin Feng, yet she failed to grasp that a successful marriage requires more than love. Compatibility is essential. A harmonious and comfortable marriage necessitates one party conceding. Just as he had repeatedly yielded for Su Wanqing in their relationship, driven by his profound affection for her. However, Qin Feng evidently desired Su Wanqing to be the one to yield. Yet Su Wanqing was not one to back down. What was the point in arguing? A physical confrontation would be far more fitting amidst the domestic unrest. Are you mocking me, Lin Shinian? Qin Feng ground his teeth. Ha ha ha. Indeed, I am mocking you. Lin Shinian laughed heartily, though Qin Feng could not hear him. Fuming, Qin Feng stormed upstairs and violently threw down the wedding photo of Lin Shinian and Su Wanqing hanging on the wall, shattering it. He then slashed Lin Shinian's face with a knife. The chaos Qin Feng wrought left their former home in disarray. Lin Shinian contemplated applauding Qin Feng, commending his destruction, as he too wished to rid himself of this faughty of affection. Yet, the hand he raised ultimately fell. He could only recall how he once cherished those wedding photos, wiping them lovingly time and again, gazing at the happiness and affection they once shared. When Su Wanqing returned, Qin Feng feigned discomfort, claiming, my heart feels uneasy. I went for a checkup at the hospital today, and this is how I came back. Su Wanqing crouched down, gazing at the photo with her scarred face, her voice steady yet devoid of emotion. This is the work of Lin Shinian. She then let out a cold laugh. He foolishly believes that this will serve as his revenge against me. He remains as naive as ever. Even if he doesn't destroy these, I shall burn them myself. Qin Feng helped Su Wanqing to her feet, saying, do not look any longer. Lin Shinian is truly wicked. It is one thing for him to be like this himself, but how could he deface your image in such a manner? He chastised Su Wanqing's assistant for their incompetence. Why haven't you disposed of these yet? Lin Shinian stood before the flames, watching as the photographs he once cherished turned to ashes. He reached out to touch the fire. Let them burn, he thought. It would signify the complete dissolution of the last remnants of their connection. In the deep of night, Lin Shinian returned from the garden to the study. Su Wanqing had fallen asleep with her forehead resting in her hands, her long hair cascading around her, lending her an air of solitude. As Lin Shinian approached her, it was his habit to circle around her a couple of times before lowering his gaze, only to find that she was surrounded by the freshly printed, scaled-down versions of their wedding photos. He raised his eyes to admire Su Wanqing's serene, sleeping face, and with deliberate slowness, he extended his hand to touch her brow. In a whirl of sensations, he found himself once again entering her dreams. Chapter 14. I will never forgive you in Su Wanqing's dream. They were together, capturing moments in wedding attire. At that time, Su Wanqing was still deeply in love with him. Whether it was the Lin Shinian of then or the Lin Shinian she beheld once more, there was no trace of pretense in her demeanor. Husband, do you think this outfit is beautiful? Su Wanqing, clad in a pristine white wedding gown, stood before him, twirling gently. Lin Shinian nodded. Wife, you look truly stunning. My heart races a bit too quickly. Just a moment, I need to compose myself. He pressed a hand to his chest and stepped back, appearing somewhat breathless. At that moment, Su Wanqing was not willful. She worriedly approached him. Husband, are you all right? Should we go to the hospital? I'm fine, it's just that. I see you. Lin Shinian glanced again at Su Wanqing in her wedding dress. Captivated by her beauty, his heart fluttering in discomfort, he inhaled deeply. In the next instant, Su Wanqing reached out, covering Lin Shinian's eyes, her voice tender and affectionate. Don't look, you silly. The two figures in the scene radiated sweetness, exuding happiness just by being observed. Su Wanqing claimed it was all a facade, a deception. Yet there was not a hint of artifice in her portrayal. Lin Shinian mused that perhaps she was simply too skilled an actress. He moved around, waving his hand, and Lin Shinian dissipated into a mist, replaced by the real Lin Shinian himself. Surprised, Su Wanqing lowered her hand from his eyes, but continued to shield him. With a weak heart, you shouldn't be looking around recklessly. Do you wish to risk your life? Her playful yet threatening tone was laced with sweetness and indulgence. Lin Shinian grasped her wrist, revealing his indifferent and cold gaze as he scrutinized her from head to toe. Su Wanqing was momentarily taken aback, but smiled as she wrapped her arms around his neck, leaning in close. What's wrong? What does that look? Who has upset you? Tell me. I will stand up for you. You? Me? Su Wanqing met Lin Shinian's chilling gaze, laughing lightly. How have I wronged you? Lin Shinian stated clearly. You deceive my feelings. For a fleeting moment, Su Wanqing's expression faltered, but she quickly retorted, You, a penniless boy, what could I possibly covet from you to warrant deception? Lin Shinian studied her for a long while before replying, I don't know either. Before Su Wanqing could respond, he added, Perhaps it is your allure. Her face flushed as she nestled into his embrace. So you've noticed? Lin Shinian pushed her away. Enough. Cease the act. I have never understood. Su Wanqing, if you do not love me, how can you portray it so convincingly? Su Wanqing gazed at Lin Shinian, seemingly trapped in a dream, momentarily appearing bewildered yet authentic. Lin Shinian, uninterested in further banter, declared, I am already dead. I am now within your dream. Su Wanqing, I have come to deliver a message. Su Wanqing was left speechless for a long time. Lin Shinian wished to reveal the truth about Qin Feng, but swallowed his words, choosing silence instead. Qin Feng and Lin Wanwan were conspiring against Su Wanqing's assets. If he were to reveal the truth to Su Wanqing now, it would merely benefit the true instigator, Su Wanqing herself. They ought to let them tear each other apart. Lin Shinian swallowed his words, observing Su Wanqing's cold smile, before suddenly lunging at her and gripping her neck tightly. I despise you, Su Wanqing. Those who betray true feelings shall swallow 1,000 needles. I curse you. You shall not meet a good end. Lin Shinian opened his mouth. I will bite you to death. He sank his teeth into Su Wanqing's neck fiercely, only to find himself biting into a cloud of mist. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself floating in the study. He saw Su Wanqing abruptly awaken from her dream. Clutching her neck, her expression one of sheer terror. Su Wanqing suddenly raised her eyes. Lin Shinian met her gaze, his heart quivering. But he watched as Su Wanqing took a couple of deep breaths before saying, I had another nightmare. Su Wanqing lowered her head, organizing the freshly printed photographs into a stack before tossing them into the shredder, reducing them to pulp. She removed the USB drive containing her wedding photos and carelessly tossed it into the drawer. Pressing her forehead, she still picked up her phone and located the name of her assistant, Jiang Kiki, in her contacts, dialing her number. Although Jiang Kiki had been assigned to oversee the mine, her phone remained operational for Su Wanqing at all hours. In a tone marked by utmost respect, she answered, Mississippi. Su Wanqing furrowed her brows slightly. Did you say Lin Shinian is truly dead? Jiang Kiki fell silent, perhaps overwhelmed by fear, unsure of how to respond. Su Wanqing's frown deepened, her tone growing colder. Detail how you discovered his death. I shall make my own judgment. With that, Jiang Kiki no longer concealed the truth, stating, On October 29th, I went to Lujing Bay to retrieve something for you. Upon opening the door, I found Mr. Lin collapsed in the foyer, having been dead for some time. An ambulance arrived, but they shook their heads, stating there was no need for resuscitation, and instructed me to prepare for the funeral. I called you to inquire how to proceed, and you instructed me to send him to the crematorium, advising that it was a trivial matter not to trouble you. Not daring to disturb you, I followed protocol to send Mr. Lin to the crematorium and notified his family. After his sister arrived, you instructed me to return to the company for a meeting, and so I left. Jiang Kiki recounted everything in detail. Su Wanqing immediately responded. You mentioned notifying the Lin family, yet his parents remain unaware. I did inform them. It was Mr. Lin's sister who answered the call and said she would inform their parents. Is he truly dead? What was the cause? Heart failure. Nonsense. He had long since recovered. He wouldn't have died from that. Or else how could he have been so active throughout the night? Jiang Kiki, how many years have you been with me? When exactly did he manage to buy you off? Faced with Su Wanqing's interrogation, Jiang Kiki appeared speechless and helpless. After a long pause, she finally replied, Miss, I've been nurtured by you from the beginning. I would never betray you. If Mr. Lin is indeed not dead and is merely playing tricks, then it must be from elsewhere. At the very least, what I witnessed with my own eyes was that he was already dead. Su Wanqing opened a new avenue of thought. You are correct. Lin Shinian must have bribed the doctor to feign death. His sister is involved in medical experiments, so concocting a false death serum is quite plausible. He has become increasingly unhinged lately, engaging in all sorts of theatrics. If he possesses any courage, he should confront me in person. After hanging up the phone, Su Wanqing reached out to another assistant. Where is Lin Shinian? I wish to see her. Now, miss? Su Wanqing glanced at her watch. It is only 10 o'clock. Bring her to me immediately. Understood. Half an hour later, Lin Shinian was escorted in by the assistant. It was evident that Qin Feng had caught wind of the situation as he feigned a casual descent down the stairs, brushing past Lin Shinian, their eyes exchanging a suggestive glance. In the study, Su Wanqing regarded Lin Shinian with an air of superiority, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Yet before Su Wanqing could utter a word, Lin Shinian interjected, My brother is not dead. Chapter 15. The young lady faces her reckoning. Su Wanqing visibly exhaled in relief as she propped her chin on her hand, directing her gaze towards Lin Shinian. I knew it. He's indeed up to his tricks. Lin Shinian nodded in affirmation. If you provide me with 10 million, I shall reveal my brother's plan to you. Lin Shinian observed Lin Shinian deceiving Su Wanqing and surmised her intentions. Yet, he felt no tumult within, for he had already perished. It was a spectacle of dogs biting dogs. The more ferocious the conflict, the more thrilling it became. Lin Shinian, in alliance with Qin Feng, could topple Su Wanqing and ensure her downfall, which was a scenario he was eager to witness. Upon discovering the truth, Su Wanqing would retaliate with anguish against the pair, ensuring that both Qin Feng and Lin Shinian faced dire consequences, an outcome he anticipated with great interest. The more they savaged one another, the more riveting it became. Lin Shinian sat perched on a bookshelf, observing the scene from an elevated position with an air of detached indifference. He even leaned his chin on his hand in boredom for a moment. Su Wanqing scoffed. 10 million? You truly dare to ask for that? If I refuse to tell you, you shall never locate my brother. Why would I seek him? His death is precisely what I desire. Her disdainful tone was laced with arrogance. Then why have you come to me? Is it not to uncover what tricks my brother is playing? Lin Shinian retorted. Do you not wish to be prepared? 10 million is but a trifling sum for you. Your brother has never sought my money. You are the one making exorbitant demands. Since he does not want it, I shall ask on his behalf. Su Wanqing dismissed Lin Shinian's words, viewing her as a mere impoverished university student, unworthy of discussion. She opened a drawer and casually extracted a thick stack of money, placing it upon the table. This is all there is. Lin Shinian gazed at the currency and ultimately approached to collect it, placing it into her backpack. Su Wanqing reclined back in her chair, her eyes gleaming with the nonchalance of someone in power. Lin Shinian addressed her. Were it not for my financial constraints, I would never betray him. You are currently unable to find my brother. He is not in the capital. He stated he would emerge to create a scene on the day of your wedding to Qin Feng. He will call you, threatening to leap from a height. If you do not meet him, he vows to perish on the day you marry Qin Feng, ensuring you will lose him forever. Su Wanqing seemed amused by Lin Shinian's childish antics. How many more times must he resort to such theatrics before he realizes I am utterly indifferent to his fate? I merely wish to locate him to compel him to kneel and apologize to Xiaofeng. The smile at the corner of her lips grew colder. Lin Shinian intently stated, this time he is serious. He will indeed jump. He intends to use his blood to make you understand. Should you choose to be with another man, you will tread upon his lifeless body as you step into your new life. Su Wanqing expressed curiosity. This does indeed sound like something he would say. He has always been this way, with an intense emotional need, yearning for my affection. Lin Wanwan adjusted her backpack, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. We are all adults. We must be accountable for our actions. I have no desire to interfere. You two must resolve your matters yourselves. By the way, could you lend me a bit more money? Do you possess any value that warrants my further financial support? Lin Wanwan pouted. It seems there is none. Then please have someone pick me up and ensure the driver takes me back. The dormitory will close soon. Su Wanqing waved her hand, and the assistant escorted Lin Wanwan downstairs. As they descended, Qin Feng, carrying a cup of water, passed by them. From the staircase, Lin Shinian distinctly observed Lin Wanwan pinching young Qin Feng. Lin Shinian found it utterly impossible to reconcile this Lin Wanwan with the pure, exemplary student she had known since childhood. Qin Feng entered the study, placing the cup of water before Su Wanqing. Sister Qingqing, it's quite late. Do you still have a lot of work? Is there anything I can assist you with? Su Wanqing regarded Qin Feng for a moment before responding. The proposal has been made. How do you wish to arrange the wedding? I have no particular demands, Sister Qingqing. Let it be simple. You know I wouldn't want you to tire yourself excessively. Lin Shinian observed that Qin Feng was far from composed, reaching out to touch Su Wanqing's hand. However, as soon as their fingertips met, Su Wanqing retracted her hand, flipping through documents, quickly scanning a page before turning to the next. I'm rather busy. You may handle it. Considering the current state of the Qin family's bankruptcy, Su Wanqing, always meticulous, produced a black card and slid it across to Qin Feng. Her gaze towards him was still warm. Simplicity is out of the question. I desire a grand wedding. Qin Feng looked at Su Wanqing, and in that fleeting moment, he felt his heart stir. Who could resist such a stunning beauty? He took the black card, his expression tender, Sister Qingqing. Unfortunately, his heartfelt emotions were wasted, as Su Wanqing frowned, continuously rejecting several designs for the new subsidiary office building, jotting a note. Lacks originality. She cast the document aside, clearly displeased, and opened her computer to send an OA notification to the design department, beginning to vent her frustration. Seeing her engrossed in work and sensing the enchanting atmosphere of the night, Qin Feng approached, placing a hand on Su Wanqing's shoulder, whispering softly, Sister Qingqing. It's already past midnight. Please take a break. Lin Shinian scoffed. Su Wanqing despised interruptions when she was in the throes of focus. Qin Feng was, in essence, dancing on her last nerve. Indeed, Su Wanqing's expression darkened as she shrugged off his hand, granting him no leniency. Can't you see I'm busy? I haven't stopped you from going to bed. Implicitly, she indicated that if Qin Feng chose not to sleep, he ought not to concern himself with whether she did. Lin Shinian watched as Qin Feng's face shifted from pale to flushed, standing rigid behind Su Wanqing. Why are you still here? Go to sleep, Su Wanqing reprimanded him. Enraged, Qin Feng departed. Lin Shinian clicked his tongue. Su Wanqing had refrained from telling him to leave, which was already quite gracious. It appeared these two were on the brink of yet another quarrel. Once Su Wanqing finished her tasks, it was already 3 a.m. After her evening routine, she lay down to sleep. Although Su Wanqing had a notorious temper, it dissipated quickly, and the next morning she rose, as usual, seeking conversation with Qin Feng, her tone consistently gentle. However, Qin Feng bestowed upon her a frosty glare, departing without having touched his breakfast. Su Wanqing was evidently displeased, despite Qin Feng spending her money. He offered her no semblance of kindness. When had she ever witnessed Lin Shinian's displeasure? It was always she who dictated the terms. Over the course of 7 years, she had indeed been spoiled by Lin Shinian, the ever-devoted admirer. Naturally, the young lady was incensed, even as she settled into the back seat of the car. Her expression remained sullen. Leaning against the doorway, Lin Shinian laughed until it hurt, pointing at Su Wanqing and proclaiming, "It seems your retribution is imminent. Su Wanqing, once I am gone, there will be no one left to indulge you, ha 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 ha." Who else could possibly love Su Wanqing as fervently as Lin Shinian had in life? Such a fool, a rare breed indeed, is nearly impossible to find under the heavens. Chapter 16. Apologies to Mom and Dad. Lin Shinian, feeling a profound sense of boredom while alone at home, contemplated visiting his parents. To his astonishment, he found himself transported to their side without any effort. Just as he was marveling at this newfound ability, he realized he was in Lin Wanwan's room, where she was lying beside Qin Feng. The sight of the two filled him with revulsion. Turning his gaze, Lin Shinian noticed a ring that Qin Feng had placed on the bedside table. It was evident that this ring belonged to Qin Feng and Su Wanqing, a wedding band that seemed to carry remnants of his ashes. Lin Shinian, unwilling to dwell on this, floated away, only to see his mother lying in bed, overcome with sorrow, while his father silently cooked in the kitchen, wiping away a stray tear. In the midst of their grief over the loss of their son, Lin Wanwan was in her room, engaged in an inappropriate liaison with Qin Feng. Their actions were utterly repugnant to Lin Shinian. Infuriated, he rushed back into the room, slamming his fist on the table. He overheard the whispered exchanges between Qin Feng and Lin Wanwan. "Do you think your parents can hear us? Is a soundproofing good in this house?" Qin Feng, clearly enjoying the moment, continued, "This room isn't exactly soundproof, is it? But then again, you seem to like it." Lin Wanwan responded with a sultry tone. "Ah." Qin Feng quickly covered her mouth, whispering, "Shen Wanwan, you're so beautiful, I adore you. How does she compare to Su Wanqing?" The conversation grew increasingly unbearable. Lin Shinian, filled with rage, turned his back and shouted, "Put some clothes on, for heaven's sake. How shameless can you be? Disgusting. Scum. Beast." After his tirade, he noticed the room fell silent, replaced by Lin Wanwan's piercing scream. Turning in surprise, he saw her clutching her clothes, her face filled with sheer terror as she pointed at him. "There's a ghost." A wicked smile crept across Lin Shinian's face as he approached, his expression twisted and his eyes bleeding tears. "Die." Lin Wanwan, panicking, leaped from the bed, curling up in fright and screaming. Qin Feng, embracing her, inquired anxiously, "What's wrong, Wanwan? What happened?" "Ghost. There's a ghost." "Lin Shinian? It's him. He must be following me. I'm so scared, At that moment, Lin Wanwan's father knocked on the door, asking Wanwan, "What is going on?" Lin Shinian abruptly halted his menacing advance, retreating as his figure gradually faded from her terrified gaze. If their parents were to witness Lin Wanwan's behavior with Qin Feng, their beloved daughter's indiscretions would undoubtedly shatter their hearts. Having just begun to accept the grief of his own demise, Lin Shinian, despite everything, still harbored a sense of filial piety. Once he vanished, Lin Wanwan quickly regained her composure, revealing a flicker of conscience as she called out to the door. "It's nothing, Dad, just a mouse. I was startled by a mouse. I'll come out now." Dressed and ready, Lin Wanwan opened the door, her face pale with fright, yet maintaining an air of composure. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was theatrically crouched, wielding a stick as if in pursuit of rodents. Lin Fu dispelled his lingering doubts upon seeing Qin Feng rise and declare that the rat had vanished. He responded, "In an old house, it is not uncommon to encounter mice. They likely scurried away when you were distracted." Qin Feng, embodying the persona of an ethereal Good Samaritan, inquired curiously, "Is it possible for a mouse to climb walls?" Lin Fu, recognizing Qin Feng's dignified demeanor, smiled faintly and replied, "Indeed, they can even roll eggs." Noticing a stalk of celery in Lin Fu's hand, Qin Feng offered, "Uncle, allow me to assist you." Lin Fu quickly declined, saying, "No need. You both have your studies to attend to. Please, continue your work." He turned back toward the kitchen, his posture slightly hunched. The news of his son's death having turned his hair gray overnight, rendering him even more aged. Lin Shinian was unaware of the turmoil within Lin Wanwan, his adopted daughter. His heart ached unbearably as he clenched his fists. Why had he died? Had he lived, he would have exposed Lin Wanwan's true nature. But now, he was powerless. Lin Wanwan felt a droplet of moisture on her hand and looked up at the decrepit ceiling. After a moment, realization struck her. It was a tear, a remnant of Lin Shinian's sorrow. Terrified, she hurriedly pulled Qin Feng to shut the door and plunged into his embrace, exclaiming, "Brother Qin, there's a ghost. I saw Lin Shinian. His eyes were bloodshot, fixed on me. He wants to kill me. I felt it. It was so terrifying." Qin Feng bent down to reassure her. "Actually, I have seen him too. I never anticipated his resentment to be so profound." Unable to contain his frustration, Lin Shinian silently cursed. "If it were you, Your grievances would far surpass mine. His resentment was not merely great. It was monumental, in a state of extreme fear. Lin Wanwan asked, "What should we do?" Qin Feng placed an arm around her shoulders. "What is there to fear? Did you not seek a talisman? Hang it at the door, and even if he becomes a ghost, he won't be able to return home." With that thought, doesn't it bring you some comfort? Encouraged by Qin Feng's words, Lin Wanwan managed to smile. "Then I shall procure an even more powerful one to subdue him." Seated on her bed, she gazed into the void and continued, "How can I blame myself for his shortcomings? I expressed my disdain for Su Wanqing, yet he insisted on loving her, doing so in such a pathetic manner that it repulsed me. If anyone should die, it certainly should not have been him." By now, Qin Feng had settled beside her, and they resumed their previous conversation, clearly unsatisfied and yearning for more. Lin Shinian had stepped outside, sitting by Lin Mu's bedside. Sorrow and pain etched across his face as he gazed at her suffering. He reached out, gently brushing his fingertips against hers, whispering, "Mother, I am sorry." Could he perhaps enter Lin Mu's dreams? As he extended his hand, aiming to touch her brow, Lin Fu entered, turning on the light. "Dinner is ready." Seeing Lin Mu awaken, he approached to assist her, inquiring, "How are you today? Can you get up? If you still feel dizzy, just lean against the bed, and I will feed you." Lin's mother appeared quite unwell. She forced herself to sit up and then looked at Lin's father. "Is that, Wanwan's boyfriend?" She gazed towards the living room, where Qin Feng and Lin Wan were helping to serve the dishes. Lin's father glanced over as well before saying, "We shall inquire after they leave." Lin's mother sighed. "I do not wish for her to fall in love so soon," considering Xiao Yan's situation. As she spoke, tears of profound sorrow streamed down her face. Lin Shinian stood nearby, feeling utterly helpless. He reached out to wipe his mother's tears, but they slipped through his fingers, falling onto the blanket. Overwhelmed, he too began to cry. I'm so sorry, Mother. I apologize to you and Father. I truly am sorry." Chapter 17. What? He didn't die? Yet no one heard his apology, only he himself. In truth, from the very beginning, he had wronged himself. Had he loved Su Wanqing a little less and himself a little more, he would not have been deceived, nor would he have met his demise. If he had not been so obstinate, how could he have perished and turned into a weapon? A blade that would harm the very ones who genuinely cared for his parents, like Su Wanqing and Lin Wanwan. Lin Shinian's tears of regret flowed abundantly. He wished fervently that he were still alive. At the dining table, Qin Feng was quite articulate when he wished to present himself as a person of substance. He indeed resembled one. After the meal, Lin Wanwan lingered downstairs, reluctantly bidding farewell to Qin Feng. "Brother Qin, when can we openly be together every day? I truly cannot bear to be apart from you. The moments I miss you are agonizing. I'm already preparing for my wedding with Su Wanqing. Just wait a little longer. I won't keep you waiting too long." As he spoke, Qin Feng produced a black card. "Look, this is the card Su Wanqing gave me. Tomorrow, shall I take you shopping for clothes and bags?" Lin Wanwan feigned delight, yet coyly remarked, Sister Hua's card. "Do you think she will be angry if she finds out? Let us keep it a secret then, darling. I am more than willing to spend on you. Spending on you is delightful, unlike the tediousness of a woman like Su Wanqing, who is both proud and unyielding. One can easily discern how insipid she is. Aside from men like your brother, who would fancy such a domineering woman?" Leaning against Qin Feng, Lin Wanwan traced circles on his chest, playfully nudged him, and added, "Exactly, a woman so assertive that she must take charge even at the window. What man would be attracted to that, aside from my brother, who lacks backbone?" As she concluded, Lin Wanwan covered her mouth to stifle her laughter. Qin Feng chuckled in response. Meanwhile, Lin Shinian observed them with a cold glare, sneering. Although Su Wanqing was a scoundrel, she was certainly not devoid of allure in bed. Qin Feng's disdain was merely sour grapes. Lin Wanwan was the true fool, completely enchanted by a man who needed to swipe another woman's card, even to buy her a bag. A man living off others, a mere pretty boy. Soon to be married and still a married man himself. Lin Wan eagerly pursued him, not being foolish enough to claim that the unloved were the true mistresses. After Qin Feng departed, Lin Wan ascended the stairs, and upon entering, a thought struck her. She retrieved the talismans from her pocket and placed them at the threshold. Perhaps sensing something amiss, a chill ran down her spine, prompting her to glance back with a shiver after placing them. Entering, she cast one last look at the talismans on the door frame, exclaiming, "Now you cannot enter, can you?" With a triumphant smile, she shut the door. Lin Shinian, unfazed, approached and deliberately moved back and forth through the door. For the talismans held no power over him. Standing at Lin Wanwan's bedside, watching her slumber, he scoffed, "You foolish girl. How can you know I have left when you cannot even see me? Are you not afraid that you have not pasted me outside, but instead inside the house?" Lin Shinian reached out, longing to touch Lin Wan's brow. He could no longer contain himself, filled with a surge of foul language and clenched fists, yearning to take vengeance within Lin Wan's dreams. However, before his fingers could make contact, Lin Wan opened her eyes, startling Lin Shinian. He then observed Lin Wan rise from her bed, her demeanor and expression entirely transformed. Her gaze was chillingly indifferent. She began to remove her makeup and change her attire, emerging with a fresh face, donning a coat and long trousers, a stark contrast to her previous alluring appearance, now exuding an air of pure detachment. Lin Shinian felt astonished, as if he were witnessing a different person entirely. Lin Wan was evidently not in a somnambulistic state. What was happening? Was she experiencing a split personality? As she stepped outside, she noticed the talisman he had placed earlier, casually tearing it apart and discarding the remnants out of the window. Lin Shinian watched, bemused by her uncharacteristic behavior. He followed her downstairs and out the door, trailing her to a new residential complex, entering the elevator and then her apartment. He witnessed Lin Wan in the living room preparing a concoction, and after checking the syringe, she proceeded toward the master bedroom. As the door swung open, Lin Shinian beheld a figure lying on the bed, adorned with an oxygen mask. To his utter disbelief, it bore his own visage. What? Was he not dead? Just as he was about to draw closer for a better look, the world spun around him. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself back in the villa, where Su Wanqing had just returned. Panicked, Lin Shinian yearned to dash outside, to return to Lin Wan's side and ascertain whether the man lying on the bed was truly him. Hadn't he perished? Wasn't his body already cremated? How could it be that he lay there with an oxygen mask? The last image he recalled was Lin Wan injecting something into his body. Was it a nutrient or a poison that had led to his current predicament? He had never anticipated that Lin Wan harbored such secrets. In a frenzy, he bolted outside, only to find himself once again beside Su Wanqing. He repeated this cycle several times, gradually calming his racing thoughts. Su Wanqing was searching for Qin Feng, her tone irritable and clearly vexed. Yet Lin Shinian had no inclination for amusement. He sat by the window, reflecting on the events of recent days. No wonder he had not encountered any kindred spirits while drifting along the streets. No wonder he felt unafraid of talismans. In truth, he had not died. His soul and body were merely separated. Yet the metaphysical aspects of this situation eluded his understanding, leaving him in disbelief. What condition was his body in? Was it akin to a vegetative state? How could a heart condition culminate in such a fate? Was it Lin Wan's doing? The substance she injected into him was indeed poison. Filled with anger, Lin Shinian resolved that the next time Qin Feng sought Lin Wan, he would shadow her closely to uncover the truth. Since he could not venture out today, he would settle for observing the spectacle. The assistant entered and whispered to Su Wanqing, "Young Master Qin is out drinking with a group of his companions. He was too inebriated to answer your call. Shall I bring him over?" Su Wanqing, clearly displeased with Qin Feng's indulgence in alcohol, nodded in response. Soon, Qin Feng was escorted back, appearing quite intoxicated. Su Wanqing splashed a glass of water onto his face, asking, "Are you awake now?" Initially, Qin Feng had been smiling at Su Wanqing, but now he was irritated. He snatched the glass from her hand and hurled it to the ground. Lin Shinian rested his chin on his hand, feeling that he was merely missing a bowl of sunflower seeds. Despite the uncertainty surrounding whether Qin Feng was truly alive or not, the mere possibility of his survival lifted his spirits considerably. Chapter 18. I dreamed again of the deceased Lin Shinian. I lowered my head to continue observing the commotion. Su Wanqing had not anticipated that Qin Feng would dare to throw the cup. Although Lin Shinian valued his life and never consumed alcohol, there were times when he fell ill, and she would bring him a cup of warm water for his medication. Lin Shinian would always accept the cup with a smile, tenderly grasp her hand, his eyes brimming with affection, and softly say to her, "Thank you, my dear wife. You've worked hard." Lin Shinian was a gentle soul who never lost his temper. Yet, Qin Feng had the audacity to show her a disdainful face. Su Wanqing narrowed her eyes and swiftly delivered a slap to Qin Feng's face. The sound echoed, slap. Lin Shinian observed Su Wanqing's action and mused that even swatting a mosquito would require more force. Su Wanqing seemed not to have eaten. Where was the strength she usually displayed when striking him? This feeble gesture towards Qin Feng was so light it could hardly harm a mosquito. If she lacked the strength, he would gladly step in and deliver a proper blow, ensuring Qin Feng's face would be thoroughly bruised. Lin Shinian felt a surge of anger rising within him. Meanwhile, Qin Feng appeared even more enraged, his eyes reddening as he stared at Su Wanqing, slowly raising his hand to cover his face. "You hit me." Qin Feng continued. "You do not truly love me. Your heart still longs for Lin Shinian, doesn't it? You've had too much to drink. I, too, have clarity amidst intoxication. You guard your heart for whom? If you truly do not love Lin Shinian, then come kiss me." Qin Feng stood up and approached Su Wanqing, leaning down to kiss her. However, with merely a glance, the bodyguard who had accompanied Qin Feng swiftly escorted him away, respectfully stating, "Young Master Qin, you've had too much to drink. It's time to sober up." Qin Feng merely cast a disappointed glance at Su Wanqing, his eyes filled with sorrow. Yet he uttered not a single word. Lin Shinian, however, perceived no genuine heartbreak in Qin Feng. The latter's affections for Su Wanqing were superficial, merely a tactic of retreat disguised as deep emotion. After the quarrel with Qin Feng, Su Wanqing found herself in low spirits. Retreating to the study, where she consumed an ample amount of wine. Holding her glass, she tilted her head back and drained a glass of red wine, forcefully placing the cup upon the table. Whether it was fatigue or intoxication, she soon succumbed to slumber, resting her head on the table. Lin Shinian descended slowly from the towering bookshelf, hesitating momentarily before reaching out to touch Su Wanqing's brow. He had assumed she would not dream while in such a deep sleep, yet unexpectedly, she was dreaming. The dream was of their first kiss. At that time, his condition had worsened, and he had yet to be discharged from the hospital even during the new year. He remained for observation to ensure timely intervention in case of an emergency. Meanwhile, Su Wanqing had traveled abroad, transforming their long-distance relationship into an international one. During those idle hours in his hospital bed, he would think of her. Then came a call from Su Wanqing. She asked him, "Do you miss me?" Upon hearing her voice, Lin Shinian smiled, his feelings unguarded. "Of course I miss you. I will return as soon as possible. I've asked my assistant to deliver a gift to you. He is in a hurry for a meeting. Can you go down to collect it?" "Sure. Which door should I use?" Lin Shinian, filled with joy, went downstairs to fetch a gift, only to find Su Wanqing casually leaning against a luxury car, cool and beautiful as she removed her sunglasses. Lin Shinian stood there, dumbfounded, forgetting even to breathe. He then watched as Su Wanqing bent down to ignite the fireworks at her feet. With the dazzling fireworks illuminating the sky, she opened her arms and exclaimed, "Happy New Year, boyfriend." As Lin Shinian observed the two embracing under the night sky, he felt a surge of anger when Su Wanqing rose on her toes to kiss him. He rushed over, waving his hand in frustration, causing the dreamlike image of the boy he once knew to dissipate, leaving behind only his expressionless facade. Su Wanqing, disappointed at missing the kiss, remained patient, leaning in closer and playfully wrapping her arm around his neck as she asked, "Do you like this New Year's gift? Look at my dark circles. I flew for 20 hours without adjusting to the time difference, just to see you." She adopted a coy demeanor, adding, "I've given you a gift, so you must return the favor." She attempted to kiss him once more, but Lin Shinian firmly pressed her shoulder, forcefully pushing her away. Su Wanqing's back struck the car door, causing her discomfort. Furrowing her brow, she looked up at him, perplexed by his actions. From his elevated position, Lin Shinian coldly stated, "You will never kiss me again in this lifetime." Su Wanqing tilted her head slightly before laughing. Have you not fully awakened? Well, have I ever kissed you? Or perhaps you've kissed me many times in your dreams. Lin Shinian gazed at her, and it was her face, her very being, that had once ensnared him. Now, taking a deep breath, he opened his palm, momentarily grasping a sharp dagger, thrusting it towards Su Wanqing's heart. Blood splattered forth, and Su Wanqing stared at Lin Shinian in disbelief before looking down at the flowing wound. Previously brimming with confidence, she had not flinched when the dagger approached, certain that Lin Shinian would never harm her. Now, witnessing the betrayal, she was utterly astonished. Yet, Lin Shinian, unsatisfied with just one stab, twisted the dagger in his grip. His tone icy. Unfortunately, even if I stabbed you 100 times, you wouldn't feel a thing. Su Wanqing, do you know why? Su Wanqing suddenly realized she truly felt no pain. Despite the blood gushing from her wound, there was an eerie absence of sensation. How could this be? She turned to Lin Shinian, noticing he appeared different from her memories, now imbued with a deeper maturity. Before she could ponder further, she simply asked, why? Almost instinctively, she inquired, do you not like the gift I gave you? Do you dislike fireworks? Lin Shinian withdrew the dagger, wiping off the blood with deliberate slowness as he spoke. Because Su Wanqing, you have no heart. He then aimed the dagger at her neck, a cruel smile playing at the corners of his lips. How could one without a heart ever feel pain? Startled awake from her shock, Su Wanqing knocked over a bottle of wine on the table, spilling its contents onto the desk and letting it drip onto the carpet below. Su Wanqing sat in a chair, draped in a suit jacket, staring blankly at the scene before her, still unable to awaken from the nightmare. Lin Shinian was perched high upon a bookshelf, gazing down at her. After a considerable time, Su Wanqing finally realized it had merely been a dream. She leaned forward, resting her arms on the table and pressing her fingers against her temples. Gradually, she ceased her actions, her porcelain-like hands gliding over her neck and heart, where Lin Shinian had inflicted 2 grievous wounds. Closing her eyes, the bitter words of Lin Shinian echoed in her ears. Because Su Wanqing, you have no heart. How could one without a heart ever feel pain? Su Wanqing found it amusing and chuckled softly. Lin Shinian, you can only hurt me in dreams. Look, I've given you all the courage you possess, yet this is all you can do. Leaning back in her chair, she gently swayed, whispering, if you have the ability, come back and confront me. Chapter 19. The abacus beads. Lin Shinian listened to Su Wanqing's words, propping his chin on his hand, remaining silent. If you're not dead, there was no need for haste. They would eventually meet again. The desk had become disheveled, yet Su Wanqing paid it no mind. She reached for her wine glass, poured another drink, and tilted her head back to swallow it. After setting down the glass, appearing somewhat inebriated, she rose to head towards the bathroom. Lin Shinian seized the opportunity to glance at Qin Feng. Indeed, he had remarked that Qin Feng was cunning. At that moment, Qin Feng displayed no signs of intoxication. Reclining on the bed while engaged in conversation with Lin Nuanyuan, Lin Shinian leaned closer to peruse their chat history, only to recoil in disbelief. How shameless these two were. Just as he was grappling with his disgust, the door swung open. Seeing that it was Su Wanqing, Qin Feng hastily tucked away his phone, turning his back to her. Feigning anger, Su Wanqing perched on the edge of the bed, her hand resting on Qin Feng, separated only by the blanket. The master bedroom was enveloped in an eerie silence, lingering for quite some time. Eventually, Su Wanqing stood to leave. Perhaps she had intended to comfort Qin Feng. Yet when had the young lady ever humbled herself? After a brief moment, she rose and prepared to depart. Su Wanqing was undeniably an awkward individual. However, she had never done anything like this for him. Her presence in this room was, in essence, a concession. Deep down, she still cared for Qin Feng. Lin Shinian scoffed. Qin Feng sat up, observing her graceful silhouette, and still irate, commanded her to halt. Su Wanqing paused, glancing back at him, and unexpectedly remarked, Lin Shinian would never be as inconsiderate as you. This statement seemed to leave Qin Feng momentarily bewildered. Was Su Wanqing here reminiscing about Lin Shinian? Thank goodness Lin Shinian was indeed deceased. Otherwise, could it be that the two of them might have rekindled their past? Qin Feng smirked, relieved that he had acted decisively, ensuring Lin Shinian would never rise again. What did Qingqing mean by this? Did she believe Lin Shinian had changed for the better? Did she not consider him malicious? His malevolence stemmed merely from his profound love for me. Qin Feng's expression darkened. What does Qingqing imply? Does she no longer wish to marry? Subankin simply replied, marriage is for you to contemplate. If you continue to upset me, there is no merit in pursuing it. Qin Feng, evidently grasped by her words, shifted through a spectrum of emotions, pale and furious, yet refraining from retort. Without looking back, Su Wanqing departed. Lin Shinian observed Qin Feng's impotent fury and chuckled softly. Did Qin Feng truly believe Su Wanqing cherished him? How egotistical! Su Wanqing was fundamentally selfish and cold, devoid of warmth and affection. Her love was solely for herself. True to his adaptable nature, Qin Feng, the very next morning, approached Su Wanqing to apologize, claiming he had overindulged the previous night and had been muddled in his thoughts. He began to play the emotional card. Qingqing, I am simply terrified of losing you. I fear that when Lin Shinian returns, you will cast me aside. Having been hurt in past relationships, I constantly seek validation of your love, for only then do I feel secure. I apologize for neglecting your feelings. I shall be more mindful in the future. I want to repeat my mistakes. Qin Feng gazed at Su Wanqing with deep affection, declaring, I have pondered this, Sister Qingqing. Regardless of your feelings for me, I shall forever cherish you. Upon witnessing Qin Feng's vulnerability, Su Wanqing replied, how could I possibly not love you? I have gone to great lengths to facilitate your divorce, to bring you back to my side, and to orchestrate a grand wedding, simply to proclaim to the world that we remain us, that the affection of our youth endures unaltered. Qin Feng knelt before Su Wanqing, holding her hands as he lowered his gaze. Yet 7 years is an eternity. I'm fearful. Nevertheless, I acknowledge my fault. I was too hasty. It is only natural that you need time to embrace my presence after concluding your previous relationship. My feelings for Lin Shinian are non-existent. He is merely a substitute for you. Last night, I indulged excessively, not reminiscing about him as you misconstrued. I merely wish to convey that Lin Shinian is indeed a most obedient dog. Qin Feng's expression shifted, realizing the implication of his words. Did it not suggest that Su Wanqing deemed him inferior to a mere dog? Yet, Su Wanqing caressed Qin Feng's face, seemingly aware of his thoughts, and smiled enchantingly. Little Feng, you are simply overthinking. I was merely inebriated and in a poor mood. I do not require time to accept you. I desire to engage in a genuine romance with you, to take things slowly. I like you. I love you. You are unlike anyone else. Is that agreeable? When Su Wanqing softened her tone, coaxing him gently, no man could resist her charm. Qin Feng's anger dissipated, and he met her gaze, simply responding, all right. Then, recalling his intention, he added, but Sister Qingqing, I feel profoundly insecure. Could we obtain our marriage certificate first? We can postpone the wedding and romance. I simply yearn for a formal recognition of our bond, to make you mine, so that Lin Shinian can no longer claim you. Will you grant me this? Lin Shinian, overhearing, scoffed at Qin Feng's cunning scheme, realizing that he sought to marry first and then covet Su Wanqing's wealth. Such a devious man embarking on a second marriage. Qin Feng awaited Su Wanqing's response with eager anticipation, and after a brief moment, she smiled softly and agreed, very well. Lin Shinian erupted in laughter, clapping his hands with delight. Excellent, excellent. I eagerly await the moment Su Wanqing stumbles. How satisfying it was to witness her calling him a dog. Perhaps this was her comeuppance. After all, she had willingly engaged in this. Qin Feng leaned down to kiss Su Wanqing's ring finger, deliberately avoiding the wedding ring crafted from Lin Shinian's ashes. He projected an air of submission, yet his loyalty remained in question. Then, Sister Qingqing, when shall we go to obtain the certificate? Su Wanqing countered, when do you wish to? Qin Feng opened his mouth, then cunningly retreated to advance. Let us first have the lawyer draft a marriage agreement. I desire only your love and do not wish to take advantage of you. Su Wanqing replied directly, no need. Once we are married, we become one family, indistinguishable from one another. Little Feng, my ties to family are weak. My parents have long passed, and after my grandfather's demise. You are the only kin I have left in this world. Lin Shinian felt a sudden stiffness throughout his body. Once again, he was confronted with such declarations. When Su Wanqing proposed to him, she had uttered similar words. At that time, his heart ached for her so profoundly that he swore to cherish her dearly. He upheld that promise, and his conscience remained clear. In this world, the only one who genuinely would not betray Su Wanqing was the Lin Shinian of the past. Yet, he was the one who had been forsaken by her. Lin Shinian gazed at Qin Feng, who exhibited not a trace of sorrow, only the delight of an impending scheme's success. Sister Qingqing, I love you. I vow to never let you down in this lifetime. Lin Shinian wished to laugh heartily, but in the end, he could only let out a gentle sigh. Chapter 20. Do not think of me. I feel filthy with profound affection. Qin Feng grasped Su Wanqing's hand and placed it against his face, exclaiming in sheer bliss, "Let us choose an auspicious day to obtain our marriage certificate." Yet, this was hardly a display of genuine emotion. Rather, it was a calculated maneuver devoid of sincerity. Lin Shinian, discerning the truth, recognized the lack of feeling, while Su Wanqing, as ever, was oblivious, contemplating before responding. All right. Eagerly, Qin Feng seized his phone. The day after tomorrow is perfect. Is that acceptable, my wife? Su Wanqing nodded in agreement. Then it shall be the day after tomorrow. A heartfelt smile spread across Qin Feng's face. Lin Shinian, expressionless, offered them a round of applause, stating, "Congratulations. A match made in heaven, two morally bankrupt souls." Turning away, he gazed out at the cold rain, increasingly convinced that his 7 years of devotion had been utterly squandered. At that moment, Su Wanqing also rose, standing by the window to observe the rain, then glanced down at her phone. Lin Shinian tilted his head to look at her. Noticing that she was sending a message on WeChat, "I am obtaining a marriage certificate with Qin Feng the day after tomorrow." Lin Shinian felt a wave of nausea wash over him. What was she doing? Was this a display of arrogance? An attempt to inflict more wounds upon his already battered heart? For 7 years, their marriage had been a sham, with a marriage certificate forged by her hand to deceive him. She was eager to announce that she would be acquiring a legitimate marriage certificate with Qin Feng, one he would never possess. For the first time, Lin Shinian perceived the depths of Su Wanqing's degradation. Yet, he watched as her fingers continued to type, sending another message. "Will you return?" After dispatching this, it was as if she shattered some inner barrier, her fingers flying as she sent subsequent messages. "If you come back to see me, I might consider postponing the marriage certificate with Qin Feng. Lin Shinian, if you show up, I may grant you one last opportunity to love me as the devoted fool you are. If you perform well, I may even contemplate allowing you to compete fairly with Qin Feng. Should you emerge victorious, I would truly marry you. Do you grasp my meaning? Do not take my kindness for granted. This chance I offer you is fleeting, and should you squander it, it will be lost forever. Even if you come to me in tears, begging for forgiveness, I shall not relent." Finally, her fingers hesitated before composing one last message. "So, when will you return to see me?" She gazed at the words for an extended moment before ultimately deleting them, revising it to, "You have until 8 o'clock the day after tomorrow to appear before me." Lin Shinian observed Su Wanqing in silence, his gaze shifting from her phone screen to her face. Leaning closer, he asked, "Su Wanqing, you aren't having second thoughts, are you?" Su Wanqing tucked her phone away, rarely exhibiting such a burdened demeanor as she stared out at the intensifying rain. Turning away, as she brushed past Lin Shinian, he gazed unblinkingly at the rain, uttering, "Su Wanqing, you must move forward without regret, for I shall never forgive you." Suddenly, Su Wanqing halted, recalling the visage of Lin Shinian from the previous night's dream, a dull ache blossoming in her heart. She pressed her hand against her heart, both amused and perplexed, realizing she could feel sorrow for Lin Shinian. Qin Feng, concerned, approached her anxiously. "My dear, what troubles you? Is it your heart?" Su Wanqing shook her head. "It's nothing. Are you truly fine? Should we visit the hospital for a checkup?" Qin Feng's expression was laden with concern for her. "No need. I'm just a bit tired. The temperature has dropped again today, and it's raining. Perhaps you could work from home, and I can keep you company if that pleases you." Su Wanqing, initially distractive, turned to him suddenly upon hearing his words. Lin Shinian had once expressed similar sentiments, gazing at her with an affection so profound it seemed it might overflow. Feeling somewhat guilty under her scrutiny, Qin Feng asked, "What is it, my dear?" Su Wanqing leaned closer, her fingertip resting at the corner of his eye. "Xiao Feng, it seems there's a lack of love reflected in my eyes." Flustered, Qin Feng evaded her gaze a couple of times before meeting her eyes once more. "You caught me. My love, I feel insecure and somewhat afraid of you. After 7 years apart, I still sense a certain unfamiliarity." He took her hand in his, "Therefore, I implore you to grant me the chance to love you, even more than before, if you will. Is that so?" Su Wanqing pressed her fingers to her forehead before replying, "I feel rather exhausted. I wish to go upstairs and rest for a while." "Very well. Allow me to escort you up," he offered. Su Wanqing withdrew her fingers from his grasp and ascended the stairs without looking back. "No need. I can manage alone." "I still worry." "Take your time, my love," he insisted, following her with good intentions. However, Su Wanqing turned around, looked at him, and articulated clearly, "What I mean is, I desire some solitude." Qin Feng froze. Su Wanqing ascended the stairs without a backward glance, as if truly exasperated with him, eager to distance herself. Recognizing her demeanor, Qin Feng's face darkened with frustration. Meanwhile, Lin Shinian observed this unfolding drama, feeling quite pleased as he reclined on the sofa. After experiencing a setback with Su Wanqing, Qin Feng hastily sought solace elsewhere, pulling out his phone to chat with Lin Wan. Having just called Su Wanqing my dear, he now affectionately referred to Lin Wan as baby and darling, transitioning to wife with ease. Of course, he would call Lin Wan wife, for she was far more engaging than the aloof Su Wanqing, who offered no response. Lin Wan would readily call him husband. Lin Shinian rested his head on his hands, contemplating when Qin Feng would next seek out Lin Wan. He longed to accompany her back to that house to see his own body lying on the bed. Finding a way to return to his body and awaken was of utmost importance. His parents were in poor health, and he could not allow them to continue suffering unnecessarily. However, with Su Wanqing at home, Qin Feng dared not invite Lin Wan over for any mischief. Had Su Wanqing truly gone asleep? Lin Shinian sprang up from the sofa, floating upstairs. He soon discovered that Su Wanqing was not asleep. She merely desired a moment of solitude, evidently finding Qin Feng bothersome. At that moment, she sat before the floor-to-ceiling glass in the guest room, reclining on a single armchair, her delicate fingers holding a slender lady's cigarette. The ash had accumulated considerably. She gently flicked it into the ashtray, bringing the cigarette to her lips, where her thin lips clasped the filter, exhaling a plume of smoke. Su Wanqing glanced down at her phone, yet Lin Shinian had still not replied. Relying on memory, she dialed Lin Shinian's number, only to be met with the disheartening message that it was a disconnected line. Lin Shinian chuckled softly as he approached Su Wanqing from behind, leaning down to murmur, "Miss Su, what makes you think of me now? What is there about a sycophant like me that warrants a second glance or a lingering thought?" He longed to mock and belittle Su Wanqing, but alas, she remained oblivious to his words. Folding his arms, he paused for a moment before continuing. "During those 7 years, I truly loved you. I once believed your heart was fashioned from stone, impervious to warmth. Yet, it seems, it left a trace after all. However, Su Wanqing, your longing only sullies my soul." Chapter 21. Are you willing to show yourself? Su Wanqing could not reach Lin Shinian and was taken aback by his prolonged absence, which left her without a single word from him. If this was his ploy to capture her attention, it had indeed succeeded. She gazed at her phone, then, feeling fatigued, rested her forehead on her hand and tilted her head. Lin Shinian observed her, noting that she appeared to have dozed off, her inky hair cascading about her, revealing a hint of weariness. "Sleeping, are we?" Lin Shinian murmured, reaching out to touch her brow. Still within this villa, still in this scene. He stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the rain. Had it not been for the recent disorientation, he would have doubted whether he had failed to awaken from a dream. As he gazed at the rain outside, he mused that this dreamscape was rather vivid, each droplet striking the window pane quite distinctively. Su Wanqing seemed to have just awoken from slumber, slowly opening her eyes and removing her hand from her forehead. Upon seeing the figure before her, she was suddenly alert, her eyes alight with the joy of reunion. Yet she quickly suppressed her emotions, adopting a facade of indifference. With a faint, cold chuckle, she remarked, "Lin Shinian, you have finally chosen to reveal yourself." Lin Shinian turned to face her, their eyes locking, devoid of any lingering affection. Su Wanqing, displeased, then appeared to see through him, letting out a light, mocking laugh that carried a hint of levity and disdain. Rising languidly, she stretched and, catching Lin Shinian off guard, wrapped her arms around his neck. Drawing close, gazing intently at him from mere inches away, her exquisite visage radiated a captivating charm, her soft, pale hand caressing his cheek as she scrutinized him for a while. Then, half closing her eyelids, she tilted her head to kiss his lips. Despite her careful scheming, akin to a serpent poised to strike, Lin Shinian, in that moment, raised his hand to thwart her kiss. Su Wanqing was taken aback by his audacity to reject her, irritation flaring as she lifted her gaze to him. "What's this? After your little game of disappearance, you found some backbone?" Her fingertips traced along his jawline and throat, teasingly tugging at his collar before leaning back, attempting to pull him down onto the bed with her. Ultimately, however, it was she alone who fell, as Lin Shinian pushed her away. Observing Lin Shinian's silence, her anger surged, prompting her to strike a nerve. "So you rushed back upon seeing my message, yet you cannot truly believe I would forsake Qin Feng to marry you, can you?" Seated on the bed, she raised her chin, regarding Lin Shinian with a patronizing gaze. "You remain so innocent and naive, after being deceived so often. Do you not possess a shred of sincerity? Perhaps if you were to kneel and kiss my toes, I might consider granting you a piece of my affection." Crossing her legs, she pointed her toes, resting them on his thigh. Once, Lin Shinian had adored Su Wanqing to the point of losing his dignity, willingly submitting to her whims. Yet, his love had ultimately been but a game for the young lady. Lin Shinian lowered his gaze, gripping Su Wanqing's ankle firmly. She stiffened momentarily. Then, as his fingers tightened gently, she maintained her high-held chin. "Kneel and admit your wrongs, and I may contemplate bestowing upon you a fraction of my love, allowing you to win me." In the past, Lin Shinian might have felt compelled to approach her, but at this moment, he forcefully shook her foot away, filled with disdain. After all, he was made of flesh and blood. To not love Su Wanqing was akin to being skinned alive, having bones torn from their sinews and reduced to mere ashes. Indeed, he had died once. Yet, after enduring the pain, he emerged unscathed. Leaning against the floor-to-ceiling glass, he picked up a cigarette that Su Wanqing had carelessly placed on the table. Placing one between his lips and igniting it, slowly exhaling a plume of smoke. Observing the now cold expression on Su Wanqing's face, he leaned closer, bending slightly to examine her features, their faces inches apart. Just as Su Wanqing was about to speak, Lin Shinian released a cloud of smoke towards her extraordinarily beautiful face, causing her to cough violently. She raised her hand to slap him, but he caught her wrist with one hand. Lin Shinian chuckled. "Your ears are quite red. It seems our lofty Miss Su can also feel shame and anger. What, did you want to sleep with me, only to be rejected, causing you to fume with indignation?" He placed the cigarette, already smoked, between her lips and remarked, "Wow, your entire face is flushed." Spitting out the cigarette immediately, Su Wanqing retorted angrily, "What new trick is this? A game of reluctance, an allure to capture my attention?" The burning ember from the cigarette fell onto the carpet, damaging the exquisite fabric. But Miss Su had no time to care for that. The prerequisite for punishing Lin Shinian was that she could control him. Clearly, at this moment, she could not grasp him at all. With one hand in his pocket, Lin Shinian looked at her with a hint of mischief. "You aren't regretting this, are you?" "Regret what?" "Not wanting you." Su Wanqing replied with a laugh. "I thought you might have changed, but you're still the same sycophant." "Lin Shinian, do you think you would perish without me?" "I have already died." "Then why not die completely? What are you returning for?" "Because you miss me, so I came to see you." A smirk crossed his lips. Su Wanqing had been furious moments ago, but hearing Lin Shinian's pathetic words softened her heart, diminishing her anger. "You don't even realize you've regretted it, but it's too late. I've already died. The love I once had for you has also perished and will not return. If I were given another chance at life, I would only harbor hatred for you. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, Lin Shinian extended his hand, allowing his arm to pass through the glass, getting drenched by the rain outside. This was an impossible feat. In her dream, Su Wanqing finally sensed something was amiss. Her complexion turned pale, even somewhat ashen. Lin Shinian, where are you going? Lin Shinian turned back to look at her and replied, I'm leaving. Where to? Wherever you go, I will follow. Su Wanqing visibly panicked, hastily following after him. Yet, Lin Shinian had already passed through the glass, floating amidst the rain. She attempted to chase after him, but was obstructed by the glass. Her hands pressed against it as she anxiously watched him. Lin Shinian, where are you going? I don't know. The farther away from you, the better. Stop. You cannot walk away. You cannot disappear. Lin Shinian, I will not allow you to die. Su Wanqing's desperate cries echoed, her hands pounding fiercely against the glass, as if she yearned to shatter it and join him in the abyss. The thought of departing this world together consumed her. Suddenly, Su Wanqing jolted awake from her nightmare, her eyes wide with fear. Lin Shinian, she murmured, her heart racing, brows furrowed in distress. Another nightmare, she thought bitterly. Even in death, this infatuated fool, Lin Shinian, would not follow her into the void. Disturbed by the haunting dream, her mood soured as she received a call from her assistant, urging her to attend a meeting. Reluctantly, she descended the stairs and left. Qin Feng, noticing her arrival, attempted to engage her in conversation, only to be completely disregarded by Su Wanqing, which darkened his expression. Consequently, an hour after Su Wanqing's departure, Qin Feng's assistant, braving the rain, secretly brought Lin Nuanyuan to him. Instantly, Lin Shinian's spirits lifted. Chapter 22. Annoyance. Lin Wanwan was escorted to the underground parking garage by Qin Feng's assistant, and they ascended directly to the upper floors via the elevator. This cautious approach indeed ensured that their activities went unnoticed, even if they were discovered. Given Su Wanqing's blind trust in Qin Feng, it would not pose a problem. At worst, Qin Feng could easily deflect blame onto him, and Su Wanqing would once again accuse him of malicious scheming. It was a situation where Qin Feng felt entirely secure. Lin Shinian scrutinized Lin Wanwan. At this moment, he could glean nothing from her interaction with Qin Feng, which was ablaze with fervor. He chose to retreat, wishing to avoid any further absurdity. The two of them were quite ridiculous, as Lin Wanwan had only emerged from the master bedroom in the evening, fully dressed. It appeared that since their last escapade, when she had hidden in the wardrobe without being discovered by Su Wanqing, they had both grown bolder. Lin Shinian scoffed at their relationship, which thrived on stolen moments of thrill. With each encounter, they became more familiar, not to mention the countless times they had engaged in similar behavior. Lin Wanwan, with a sense of reluctance, bid farewell to Qin Feng, expressing her desire to accompany him endlessly. When will I go on a business trip? I don't want to leave. I want to be with you every hour of the day. Husband, she implored. Dear wife, just wait a little longer. It won't be for long. Qin Feng reassured her, glancing at his watch. She should be back soon. Let us go. He pressed a gentle kiss to Lin Wanwan's forehead. All right then. I will miss you, she replied. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Husband, have you seen my brother? The fact that she still referred to him as her brother repulsed Lin Shinian. How could she possibly deserve that? If he were not deceased, he would have been the first to drive Lin Wanwan away, severing all ties. No, I haven't seen him, he muttered. I do remember placing the talisman on the door frame, but it seems to have vanished. Don't overthink it. Perhaps the wind blew it away. Besides, it might have just been our fatigue playing tricks on us. There are no ghosts in this world. We simply imagine them. Lin Wanwan then remarked. Perhaps it is our own guilty conscience. Just as she stepped into the elevator, she dashed back to embrace Qin Feng, pleading, so please deal with Su Wanqing swiftly, and I want to be afraid to sleep with you tonight. She stood on her tiptoes, whispering in his ear, you possess ample yang energy, don't you? Qin Feng flashed a mischievous smile, playfully swatting Lin Wanwan before replying. I assent to the yang energy I provided you today sufficient? What are you afraid of? Ugh. Lin Wanwan playfully hit him twice, then stood on her toes to kiss his cheek before dashing into the elevator, waving goodbye. Lin Shinian and the assistant waited in the elevator for what felt like an eternity, with the latter keeping his gaze averted. Lin Shinian, on the other hand, rolled his eyes, wishing he could turn them inside out. How long would these two continue this farce? If only he were alive. He would have given Lin Wan a slap, Qin Feng too, and Su Wanqing several more. What a vexing situation. As the elevator descended to the parking garage, they encountered Su Wanqing returning, prompting Lin Wan to swiftly hide. The assistant lowered the car window and greeted Su Wanqing's driver, briefly stating the purpose of his visit. I have come to present the wedding dress design to Mr. Qin. The driver nodded and glanced at Su Wanqing in the rearview mirror, noting her lack of response. The two vehicles passed each other closely. Lin Shinian, seated in the front passenger seat, remained focused, unaffected by the sudden change. This brought him a sense of relief, as he was eager to uncover the secrets that Lin Wan was harboring. As the car left the villa, the rain that had poured throughout the night had lessened, though a chill lingered in the air, and the sky remained overcast. Lin Shinian gazed out at the street through the window, feeling the drop in temperature. It must be quite cold outside. However, he was numb to the sensations of warmth or chill. He glanced back at Lin Wan in the rearview mirror and noticed she had fallen asleep against her seat. Initially, he thought little of it, but suddenly recalled the last time she had slept, she had emerged changed. Could it truly be a case of split personality? He pondered the situation. This Lin Wan, who had been involved with Qin Feng, believed him to be dead, while the Lin Wan who awakened after sleeping had hidden the living version of him away. Yet, in reality, Lin Shinian had indeed been dead. He had seen his own face turn blue. How could he still be alive? The thought nagged at him. Was the person whom Lin Wan had hidden merely someone resembling him, but not him at all? Confused, he realized he would need to investigate further to ascertain the truth. Midway through the journey, Lin Wan awoke. Lin Shinian had been carefully observing her, so he noticed her awakening immediately. Indeed, something about Lin Wan had changed. Her gaze and demeanor were markedly different. She instructed the assistant, "Pull over." The assistant promptly halted the vehicle by the side of the road, allowing her to exit and stand by the curb. Lin Wan then took the driver's seat, fastened her seatbelt, and drove off with a swift press of the accelerator. Through the rearview mirror, Lin Shinian observed the assistant standing calmly by the roadside, seemingly unfazed. This was not the first time Lin Wan had acted in such a manner. The car stopped at a familiar residential complex. This time, Lin Shinian scrutinized the place more closely. It was a secluded area called Jinjiyuing. Lin Wan unlocked the door with a key, and Lin Shinian eagerly made his way toward the master bedroom. However, the room was shrouded in darkness, with the curtains drawn, obscuring his view. Leaning closer, he could discern a vague male silhouette that resembled his own face. Reluctantly, Lin Shinian exited the room, planning to wait for Lin Wan to return and turn on the lights. To his surprise, she headed directly to the bathroom to take a shower and emerged clad in a white dress, exuding an air of gentleness and purity. If it weren't for the red marks on her neck, she bore no resemblance to someone who would associate with a scoundrel like Qin Feng. Lin Shinian was astonished to find that this Lin Wan resembled the sister he remembered. Yet, what of the other Lin Wan? Had her mental illness existed before she was adopted, or had it developed afterward? It was said that exceptionally intelligent individuals were prone to mental disorders. But what could be the root cause of her affliction? Is it merely due to being overly intelligent? Lin Shinian felt a pang of regret, as he had previously devoted himself to being a sycophant in front of Su Wanqing. The mere absence of her gaze diminished his vitality, and in his fervent love, he had lost himself entirely. In his obsession, he overlooked numerous vital aspects, failing to notice even Lin Wan's psychological distress. It was only in death that he came to realize these truths, yet by then, it was too late to take action. Lin Shinian observed every movement of Lin Wan, reminiscing about the years when their sibling bond flourished, and sorrow welled up within him. He then saw Lin Wan approach what appeared to be a laboratory room, where she prepared medication from various vials and, with a syringe in hand, proceeded towards the master bedroom. Lin Shinian, unable to contain himself, stood eagerly at the head of the bed. With a click, the light was finally turned on. Chapter 23, Brother, did I frighten you? Lin Shinian eagerly leaned closer to examine the face on the bed, only to discover that it was indeed his own visage, a perfect reflection. It was truly him. He was alive. Lin Shinian, her expression devoid of emotion, picked up a syringe and proceeded to inject fluid into Lin Shinian's body. She leaned over, her long hair cascading down, and gently murmured, "Brother, the injection might sting a little, but it will soon be over." Lin Shinian was desperate to return to his body. He yearned to live again. However, no matter how he reached out to touch his forehead or his physical form, he was unable to return. Ultimately, he lay down beside himself, wishing for a fusion of spirit and flesh. Lin Shinian sat at the edge of the bed, her gaze cast down, her posture one of compassion as she held his hand, motionless. "Brother, I will keep you company for a while. This way, you won't feel lonely." Lin Shinian remained in this state for an extended period, attempting to rise, but failing to awaken from his own body. In a fit of anxiety, he turned in circles, glancing at the bubbling oxygen nearby. His complexion was flushed, albeit tinged with a sickly pallor. He should be alive, yet he could not awaken. Soon, his gaze fell upon the syringe that Lin Shinian had placed on the tray beside him. A realization struck him. Lin Shinian must have administered some drug to prevent him from waking. He could not return, but gradually, he composed himself and began to devise a plan. If he could thwart Lin Shinian from administering the medication, he might awaken on his own, and thus his spirit would find its rightful place. Nevertheless, was this truly him, and not some illusion? Lin Shinian circled his body, meticulously confirming his features. Yes, it was indeed him. The red mole at the corner of his eye, the small scars on his fingers, all were in their rightful places. He let out a sigh of relief. But before he could fully relax, he noticed Lin Shinian lying down beside him, nestled in his embrace. "No, wait." Her hand rested on his waist, and with her eyes closed, she whispered, "Brother, only at this moment are you truly mine." A sickly smile spread across Lin Shinian's face, sending a chill down Lin Shinian's spine. It was evident that she was unwell, mentally disturbed, gravely ill. Lin Shinian felt as though he had truly been embraced by her, his entire being frozen in place, petrified for what felt like an eternity, too fearful to move. After a long time, he finally seemed to regain his composure. Observing Lin Shinian with her eyes closed, seemingly exhausted yet peacefully asleep, he hesitated but ultimately reached out to touch her forehead. Lin Shinian harbored too many secrets, and Lin Shinian's curiosity deepened. He contemplated how to communicate with her through dreams, realizing that given her current state, she might not desire for him to awaken. Perhaps, in the twisted mind of this madwoman, his half-conscious state, lying helplessly in a hospital bed, was precisely what she coveted. A whirlwind of confusion enveloped him as he entered Lin Shinian's dream. She was celebrating her birthday, the first since being adopted. Lin Shinian had ordered a grand cake for her and bought a beautiful princess dress, a pink bubble skirt that reflected a simplistic, albeit charming, aesthetic. Although the color resembles a rather lifeless shade of Barbie pink, it still looks exquisite on Lin Shinian. She feels a mix of anxiety and fear. Despite being adorned like a princess and surrounded by her adoring family, happiness eludes her, leaving only trepidation. Lin Shinian, still resembling a child, holds a candle alight, smiling as he encourages her to make a wish. Lin Shinian cautiously makes her wish and blows out the candle, yet she dares not touch the cake. It is Lin Shinian who cuts the first piece for her. It must be her first taste of cake, and her eyes shine brightly as she gazes into his. The small Lin Shinian is captivated by her puppy-like gaze, patting her head and saying, "From now on, you have an older brother. Every birthday henceforth, I will celebrate with you." Hidden in the shadows, Lin Shinian watches this scene unfold, his heart sinking. Indeed, another year passes. In his dreams, he finds himself in a hospital, even in the intensive care unit. Outside, Lin Shinian waits, while their mother presents her with a small cake. With hands clasped together, she makes a wish, although her wish is silent. The concentration and sincerity etched on her face lead Lin Shinian to believe she is wishing for her brother's swift recovery. The scene shifts once more. It is her birthday again, and she approaches the hospital room bearing a cake. Yet at that moment, Lin Shinian's heart is only filled with thoughts of Su Wanqing. with whom he has just begun a passionate romance. Lin Wanwan sets the cake down and calls out, "Brother." Lin Shinian, concealed in darkness, feels his heart lurch again, as if he understands why Lin Wanwan has become embittered. He recalls forgetting her birthday, mistaking the cake for a treat she desired for herself, even admonishing her, "Don't eat too many sweets. It's not good for your health." Seizing the moment as Lin Wanwan turns away, he approaches the Lin Shinian lying in a hospital bed and waves a hand, dissolving the dreamlike version of himself into mist, replacing it with his own form in the bed. When Lin Wanwan looks back, instead of the admonition about sweets, he meets her gaze and says, "I almost forgot. Today is your birthday. Shall I celebrate it with you?" Lin Wanwan freezes, her eyes fixed on Lin Shinian, and after a moment, she asks, "But won't you be with your girlfriend?" "Ah, haha, she's on a business trip. I don't need to accompany her." Lin Wanwan smiles. "Then I want you to stay." Lin Shinian, confronted by this version of Lin Wanwan, feels a shiver run down his spine but suppresses it. He silently reassures himself that this is a different Lin Wanwan, not the one entangled with Qin Feng. He nods. "Then let us make a wish and blow out the candles." As the candles are lit and the lights in the room dimmed, Lin Shinian claps his hands and softly sings the birthday song. "Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you." Lin Wanwan clasps her hands together under the candlelight. She closes her eyes in earnest supplication, then opens them. Instead of blowing out the candles, she gazes at Lin Shinian. He holds a birthday cake for her, and their eyes meet, both smiling. "Why haven't you blown out the candles?" Lin Wanwan clasped her hands together, a slight smile gracing her lips, exuding an air of contentment. "Brother, why don't you ask me what wish I made? Wishes lose their magic once spoken aloud, don't they? Is that true?" "Huh. Well then, what wish did you make?" Lin Wanwan brought her hands to her lips, kissing them softly before revealing, "I wish for Su Wanqing to meet a most unfortunate end." With a resounding thud, the cake in Lin Shinian's hands plummeted to the ground, shattering into pieces. He met Lin Wanwan's ominous gaze, and to his astonishment, she broke into an eerie smile. It struck Lin Shinian with a chilling sensation, as if she had pierced through his soul, leaving him feeling ensnared and terrified. In a whirlwind of confusion, Lin Shinian's heart raced as he opened his eyes wide. Chapter 24. The malicious figure Lin Shinian still felt a lingering unease from the image of Lin Nuanyuan in his dreams. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself once again reset to a specific point in time. In Lujing Bay, Su Wanqing had just finished her shower, her long hair cascading around her as she sat on the sofa in the study. Qin Feng sat beside her, presenting her with the design sketches for their wedding attire. Su Wanqing's gaze was indifferent, revealing that the designs failed to captivate her interest. Yet, Qin Feng remained enthusiastic, asserting that this particular design resonated with him. "Not bad." Su Wanqing offered a perfunctory assessment without much engagement. Qin Feng noticed her lack of attention, but, mindful that they would be obtaining their marriage certificate the following morning, chose not to express his frustration. Instead, he maintained a gentle smile. "Let us go with this one. I believe it would suit you beautifully." Qin Feng placed his hand on Su Wanqing's shoulder. She shot him a cold glance, laced with a hint of menace. As he kneaded her shoulder, he remarked, "My dear, you seem quite busy today. You look exhausted. I've learned some massage techniques. Allow me to help ease your tension." Su Wanqing's expression softened as she closed her eyes, relishing Qin Feng's shoulder massage. His intentions were innocent, focused solely on the matter of marrying Su Wanqing and securing her fortune. Lin Shinian observed from the side, noting that Qin Feng's technique indeed suggested he had received training. It seemed he had acquired various skills during his less than favorable days abroad as a son-in-law, particularly since his ex-wife was notorious for her formidable temper, adept at tormenting others. What was deemed beneath consideration with other women had become a cherished memory for Su Wanqing. In a bid to elevate Qin Feng's status, she even helped him rise from the ashes of his ex-wife's downfall. Qin Feng lowered his head, shedding a couple of tears, expressing regret. Consequently, Su Wanqing elevated him to the status of a cherished figure, showering him with affection. As for Lin Shinian, he had devoted 7 years to meticulously caring for Su Wanqing, loving her wholeheartedly without a hint of infidelity. In the end, he was met with the harsh reality that Su Wanqing had never truly loved him, viewing him merely as a substitute, her affections directed entirely towards another. Even their marriage certificate was a fabrication. What, then, was genuine in Su Wanqing's feelings for him? It was laughable. While Qin Feng continued his massage, Su Wanqing suddenly seized his wrist. Qin Feng's breath hitched, his tone becoming suggestive. "My dear," yet Su Wanqing opened her eyes, clarity shining through. "I've noticed frequent transactions on the card I gave you for female luxury items, yet I have not received any gifts from you." Qin Feng, seemingly unfazed, appeared to have anticipated her inquiry. "Is that so? I entrusted the card to my cousin, instructing him to arrange the wedding venue as per my specifications." Furrowing his brow in displeasure, he continued, "I didn't expect him to neglect his duties. He is probably flaunting my card to impress his new girlfriend. I shall scold him right away." He reached for his phone, ready to unleash his ire. Su Wanqing, dismissing her doubts, grasped his wrist and altered her tone. "It's not a significant amount. Let it be. As long as it's not your expenditure, it matters not. How could it possibly be my spending? Those luxury items hold no allure for me. I feel embarrassed to purchase them for you. Only someone with my cousin as poor taste would do so." Su Wanqing chuckled softly before saying, "I understand. Go and rest. I have a multinational video conference shortly." "All right, my dear, make sure to rest early," Qin Feng replied. He bowed his head, reverently kissing Su Wanqing's fingertips before taking his leave. Lin Shinian sat on the bookshelf, observing Su Wanqing. Indeed, the young lady only used bespoke items. Those brands were exclusive, circulating solely within the elite circles of tycoons and nobility, leaving outsiders devoid of any opportunity to even recognize them. Naturally, she would hardly consider bags worth tens of thousands insignificant. When Lin Shinian first began dating Su Wanqing, he was aware of her affluence. However, it later dawned on him that her wealth was not merely substantial. She wielded half of the nation's fortune. The chasm of class between them was immense, making him ponder how love could render one blind. What audacity did he possess to believe that Su Wanqing, a woman of such stature, would fall for a mere pauper like himself? It became evident that her interest in him was not without ulterior motives. Regrettably, it was only in death that he came to this realization. He was merely a means for her to alleviate her solitude. The more kindness he showed her, the more he diminished in her eyes. As the mundane sounds of the meeting echoed around him, the unremarkable Lin Shinian succumbed to slumber on the sofa. Upon awakening, he discovered it was already deep into the night. He sat up, rubbed his eyes, and glanced at the fading reflection of himself, noticing that Su Wanqing was still awake. Engrossed in looking at photographs, he drifted closer. To his surprise, she was examining their wedding photos, the last ones having been shredded in a paper shredder. This must be a newly printed version, featuring a moment of their kiss. Lin Shinian studied the photograph before turning his gaze to the lost-in-thought Su Wanqing. What was troubling her lately? Why did she find herself thinking of him in the stillness of the night? Most importantly, the woman who claimed not to love him. Was she indeed contemplating him? Otherwise, why would she be staring at his photograph? Lin Shinian leaned in to observe her expression, feeling a mix of boredom and curiosity. Su Wanqing appeared to be lost in thought for a considerable time before returning to reality. She picked up a nearby pen and circled Lin Shinian's face in the photograph, adorning it with a pig drawing. She then set it aside and chose another picture, one of Lin Shinian alone, beaming brightly at the camera. The photographer must have been Su Wanqing, clad in her wedding gown. To elicit such a radiant smile from him, Su Wanqing extended her hand, caressing Lin Shinian's face in the photograph before playfully poking it. "I shall punish you," she declared, just as Lin Shinian braced himself for her to tear or burn his photograph. He was taken aback when Su Wanqing rose, taking his picture with her as she headed for a bath, submerging it in the bathtub. Lin Shinian thought to himself, "All right, so this is how she chooses to punish my photograph. Engaging in mischief with it, is she?" Overwhelmed with embarrassment, he floated out of sight. He found himself outside the window, gazing up at the overcast sky. Biting his lip, he directed a few punches at the air. Su Wanqing must not regret her actions, for he would never forgive her, not merely in words, but resolutely. Drifting in boredom, he dared not venture back to the bathroom. instead arriving at Qin Feng's bedside. Lin Shinian rested his chin on his hand, pondering that he had yet to enter Qin Feng's dreams. What visions might Qin Feng conjure in his slumber? And does the sleeping Qin Feng have any inkling that his soon-to-be wife, Su Wanqing, is gazing at another man's photograph? Lin Shinian reached out, his fingers brushing against Qin Feng's brow. A wave of disorientation engulfed him. "No, spare me, young lady. I shall crawl away this instant." Lin Shinian overheard Qin Feng's repugnant words as he indulged in fantasies about Su Wanqing. Upon closer inspection, the figure seated upon the bed was not Su Wanqing, but another woman entirely. Observing Qin Feng's posture, crawling around the bed like a dog, Lin Shinian suddenly grasped the truth. This was not a fantasy. It was a memory. It must be Qin Feng's ex-wife. Amusement washed over Lin Shinian, reflecting on how Qin Feng could muster the audacity to present himself as a paragon of virtue before Su Wanqing when he was, in reality, nothing but trash. No wonder Su Wanqing sought to imprison Qin Feng's ex-wife. She feared the potential chaos that might ensue upon her release. Elevating Qin Feng to the status of a cherished ideal only diminished Su Wanqing's own worth. Lin Shinian found himself unable to comprehend Su Wanqing's perspective. If she chose to be blind to the truth, there was little he could do. In that moment, he seized the whip from Qin Feng's ex-wife's hands, feeling that such a light touch lacked the strength required for such tasks. This was work better suited for him. Chapter 25. Her retribution approaches thus. Lin Shinian severely beat Qin Feng. It was satisfying. Qin Feng awoke with a start, his eyes wide open, still trembling with fear. Lin Shinian, not yet having exhausted his rage, emerged from the dream, feeling a sense of emptiness. He crossed his arms and observed Qin Feng, who was sitting up abruptly on the bed. It appeared that the experience had left a deep impression on him, rendering him quite shaken. Qin Feng hesitated for a long time before daring to sleep again. He reached for his phone and called Lin Wanwan, but she did not answer. He then sent her a message. Lin Wanwan had typically responded in an instant, but today there was silence. Lin Shinian mused that perhaps Lin Wanwan was still at Jinjiyuing. The thought of his own body lying unconscious on that bed cast a heavy shadow over Lin Shinian's countenance. He watched as Qin Feng rose to his feet and followed him outside, only to witness him knocking on Su Wanqing's door. After a considerable wait, Su Wanqing appeared in her nightgown, her hair damp and cascading down her shoulders. Her cheeks were flushed, exuding a natural aura of noble anger as she regarded Qin Feng with a curious glance. "What is it?" she inquired. Qin Feng swallowed hard before replying, "Wife, I had a terrifying nightmare. I dreamt that on our wedding day, you received a call from Lin Shinian and fled, abandoning me." He continued, "It was truly dreadful." Lin Shinian? Was he genuinely believing this nonsense from his dream? Su Wanqing stiffened momentarily, then gazed at Qin Feng. Perhaps it was merely Lin Shinian's illusion, but he discerned a hint of unease in her demeanor, as if she felt slightly guilty. She responded, "Dreams and reality are opposites. Do not overthink it. Wife, you wouldn't abandon me, would you? You will love me forever, just as you did in our youth, won't you?" Su Wanqing paused, looking at Qin Feng, yet it seemed as though she was gazing past him at someone else. Finally, she nodded, her voice soft and simple. She extended her hand, a gesture she cherished with Lin Shinian, knowing that he would lower his head for her to stroke his hair. Yet, evidently, Qin Feng did not comprehend this intimate nuance. The smile on Su Wanqing's face faltered, and she placed her hand on Qin Feng's shoulder. "Don't overthink it. Go to sleep. Good night." Qin Feng likely wished to share the night with Su Wanqing, but her demeanor suggested she had no intentions of allowing him in. He offered a gentle smile. "Then I shall rest easy. Good night, wife." Such insincerity made Lin Shinian disinterested. The following morning, after Qin Feng bid farewell to Su Wanqing, the long overcast sky finally brightened. However, the wind was strong, the sunlight glistening on the frost, yet the air remained frigid. During breakfast, Qin Feng conversed with Su Wanqing about the grand wedding plans, his demeanor earnest and his thoughts meticulous. Once Su Wanqing departed, Qin Feng instructed his assistant, "I will transfer the funds from her account, and as for the items, They need not be extravagant. As long as they suffice, that will do. You know how to manage the accounts. Leaning back on the sofa, a cold smile graced his lips as he added, she is busy anyway and does not lack funds. She won't care where the billions have gone. Do not worry. Just go ahead. Nothing will happen. The assistant, in a posture of utmost respect, inquired, Mr. Qin, shall I pick up Miss Lin today? Qin Feng picked up his phone, realizing that Lin Wanwan had been unreachable since last night. Let's wait until she arrives. I have to step out for a while. Lin Shinian overheard everything, astonished by Qin Feng's unscrupulousness. The black car provided by Su Wanqing was being exploited by Qin Feng to extract funds. If he heard correctly, Qin Feng intended to fabricate a false account of the wedding expenses for Su Wanqing's inspection. The so-called false account involved extravagant claims, such as stating that air-freighted roses for the wedding cost 30 million. In reality, Qin Feng sourced local roses from a flower grower, spending merely 30,000 to cover the costs. This sleight of hand was merely a scheme to siphon money from Su Wanqing. How desperate was Qin Feng for money? To begin exploiting Su Wanqing before even marrying her? Such underhanded tactics exhibited a complete lack of moral integrity. Once married to Su Wanqing, one could only imagine the extent of his transgressions. Lin Shinian clapped, exclaiming, excellent. Su Wanqing ought to witness the consequences of her blindness. Qin Feng departed, while Lin Shinian chose not to accompany him, finding little interest in witnessing Qin Feng's deceitful maneuvers. Concerned for his parents, Lin Shinian returned home. His mother's condition had improved somewhat, yet she was secretly shedding tears over his photograph, while his father had left for work and had yet to return. Sitting across from his mother, Lin Shinian propped his chin on his hand. Mother, I'm not dead yet. Please do not be too sorrowful. He smiled tenderly at her. You must stay healthy until I return to honor both you and father. Lin's mother wiped her tears and put away his photograph. As she closed a drawer, she remarked, if there's a next life, do not love the wrong person again. Lin Shinian was taken aback, a dull ache piercing his heart. He replied, I understand, mother. He lingered at home until deep into the night. Yet Lin Wanwan had not returned. At Lujiang Bay, upon Lin Shinian's return, he discovered that Qin Feng had already prepared the marriage registration documents. Qin Feng appeared excited, but his enthusiasm was not that of a love-struck fool eager to marry. Rather, it was the thrill of executing a long-planned scheme. Lying on his bed, Qin Feng messaged Lin Wanwan, Baby, the person I most wish to marry is you. Su Wanqing is merely a stepping stone for our prosperous future. Just like a brother, she is just a damned obstacle. After a pause, Qin Feng typed again. You confirmed that the neurotoxin that can incapacitate someone does exist, right? Lin Wanwan did not respond. Qin Feng sent another message. Baby, darling, wife, I need your assistance. Finally, Lin Wanwan replied. Rest assured, my husband, I am even more anxious than you. It is assured. Truly, my brilliant medical wife. I adore you. Once I marry Su Wanqing, I will ensure she experiences it, so she can accompany your brother sooner. Indeed, those who impede our marriage and happiness deserve to perish. The two resumed their sweet exchanges. Meanwhile, Lin Shinian, observing Qin Feng, was utterly astounded, pondering what confidence Qin Feng possessed. It seemed there was yet another card up his sleeve. How cruel, indeed, it is. Su Wanqing's love for Qin Feng is so intense that it borders on obsession. She believed that obtaining a marriage certificate would usher her into a realm of happiness. Yet little did she realize it was merely the onset of her misfortunes. Although Lin Shinian was taken aback, he soon found himself scoffing at the situation. What pity could one feel for Su Wanqing? This was simply her reckoning, a consequence of betraying his genuine affection. The drama seemed to escalate in its intrigue, and it was no wonder that Qin Feng was so exhilarated. Lin Shinian found himself somewhat eager for Dawn's arrival. The retribution befitting a wicked woman like Su Wanqing was finally at hand. Suppressing his exhilaration, Lin Shinian drifted off to observe Su Wanqing's current state of mind. He found her drowning her sorrows in alcohol, a few photographs crumpled in her grip, discarded at her feet, and mercilessly trampled underfoot. Lin Shinian needn't even glance to know that those images must have depicted him, serving as her outlet for frustration. Chapter 26. Lin Shinian. Why haven't you come to find me yet? Su Wanqing tilted her head back and down a glass of wine, her eyes reddened, filled with both anger and a glimmer of tears. She forcefully set the glass down on the table, the intoxication surging within her. Grabbing her phone, she dialed Lin Shinian. And though she reached a disconnected line, it did not deter her from unleashing her ire. Are you not going to show up? Are you so despicable as to deliberately interfere with my marriage? Don't you fear that I might actually marry Qin Feng? Lin Shinian, you pathetic fool, by then, you will truly have nothing left. Aren't you afraid? If you possess any courage, come find me tonight. If you kneel and kiss my toes, perhaps I might forgive your manipulative disappearance. Lin Shinian, I want to lock you away so you can never escape so far again. I am furious. You have never vanished for this long. I envision chains attached to your shoulder blades, pulling you close so you cannot run far. Whenever I wish to see you, I shall tug on the chain, and you will be there at the other end. Su Wanqing let out a drunken hiccup, unsure whether it was due to her inebriation or sheer exhaustion, and she slumped over the table. Just before sleep took her, she murmured, "Will you come to me in my dreams?" Lin Shinian had initially intended to reach out and touch her brow, but withdrew his hand instead. He was nothing like the cheap person Su Wanqing described. He had no desire to infiltrate her dreams. Just because she called for him, did that mean he was obliged to answer? He was not one to grant her such indulgence. Lin Shinian sat on Su Wanqing's bed, resting his arms behind his head, whistling softly. Soon, fatigue overwhelmed him. He had to maintain a state of heightened alertness at home to avoid being abruptly returned. He yawned and fell asleep. The following morning, Lin Shinian abruptly opened his eyes to find Su Wanqing asleep in his embrace. It was an irksome habit. After living together for 7 years, he instinctively drew her close. Even though he could no longer hold her in such a manner, he still maintained that position. Lin Shinian leaned back, observing Su Wanqing's serene slumber with a hint of distaste as he shook his hand. He had no desire to touch someone who had been held by Qin Feng. He found it repugnant. It was not only Su Wanqing who regarded him with disdain. Crossing his arms, he waited for Su Wanqing to awaken, knowing she was set to obtain her marriage certificate with Qin Feng that day. Upon waking from her hangover, Su Wanqing regretted the absence of his hangover remedy, her head pounding. She pressed her hand to her forehead, looking pained, yet her first instinct was to check her phone. In their WeChat chat, only her own messages stared back at her. A barrage of green bubbles indicated that Lin Shinian had not replied even once, intensifying her headache. Scrolling up, she paused in surprise. It was only upon further inspection that she noticed Lin Shinian had sent her numerous messages, so many that they seemed endless. Lin Shinian, wife, it's a bit chilly this morning. You didn't come home last night. Remember to wear a coat? It gets cold in the morning and evening. Wife, here is my lunch. What did you eat for lunch? Wife, have you been busy lately? I've called you, but received no response. Please take care of yourself. Wife, will you be coming back tonight? Darling, is it not yet time for your return at 1 o'clock in the morning? My love, it is already 4. Will you not be coming back? I shall retire for the night. Should you arrive, kindly awaken me. My dear wife, I find myself yearning for you. When shall you return? Sweetheart, it has been an eternity since your last visit. My beloved, I adore you, eternally and exclusively. My utmost affection lies with you. Yet, not a single word has she responded to Lin Shinian. Su Wanqing gazed upon the messages once sent by Lin Shinian, her fingers swiftly gliding over the screen before coming to a halt as she tapped on his profile picture. Lin Shinian, surely you ought to make an appearance today. Even tricks have their limits. With that thought, Su Wanqing seemed to regain her vigor. Rising, she donned her slippers and ventured to the wardrobe, selecting several dresses before finally settling on a white gown. As she emerged from the dressing room, her long hair cascading elegantly, Lin Shinian felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. He had always favored Su Wanqing in white, a vision of ethereal beauty, untouched by the mundane world. However, her splendid attire was destined for a union with another man, leaving him in her wake. Qin Feng, evidently sleep-deprived, stood at the stairwell, waiting for Su Wanqing. The duration of his vigil unknown. Upon her descent, his eyes lit up. She appeared radiant, effortlessly beautiful even without adornment. Yet today, adorned as she was utterly mesmerizing. Qin Feng could not tear his gaze away and genuinely exclaimed, "Wife, you look stunning today." Su Wanqing turned to Qin Feng, lifting her chin with an air of haughty elegance. As he reached out, she bypassed him, striding forward without a glance, stating, "Shall we? Have you gathered all the necessary documents?" Qin Feng, undeterred, eagerly followed in her wake, replying, "Everything is prepared. I made sure to be ready in advance. I would not dare to keep you waiting." With a light smile, Su Wanqing entered the vehicle. They arrived at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, where she gazed about from the car. Lin Shinian, seated in the passenger's seat, regarded her through the rearview mirror, a derisive chuckle escaping him. "Do not bother looking. I am gone. Even if I wished to hinder your recklessness, I no longer possess the means." Qin Feng, impatiently, approached to open the car door for Su Wanqing, extending his hand with gentlemanly grace. "Darling, let us proceed. I have arranged for our prompt entrance. We shall be first in line." Unlike her demeanor at home, Su Wanqing placed her hand in Qin Feng's palm, a gesture intended to provoke Lin Shinian, who she believed lurked in the shadows observing this moment. Indeed, he witnessed it, yet he felt no anger. The days of his demise had revealed far too much. Qin Feng, at long last, grasped Su Wanqing's hand, his smile radiant with triumph. Lin Shinian followed suit, exiting the vehicle. Qin Feng intended to lead Su Wanqing forward, and at first she complied. However, after a short while, she halted in her tracks. Qin Feng turned to look back, observing the wind lift Su Wanqing's flowing skirt. He approached her, positioning himself in the gust to shield her from the chill, then leaned down and inquired, "What troubles you, my dear?" Su Wanqing glanced around. The day was indeed frigid, yet the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau was bustling with people. Not all were there to wed. Many appeared to be there for divorce, their demeanor suggesting a fervent desire to never cross paths again after concluding their final meeting. As Su Wanqing surveyed her surroundings, Qin Feng noticed her distraction and, with a solemn expression, asked, "My dear, are you searching for someone? You seem lost in thought." Lin Shinian trailed behind them, observing with a detached gaze. Su Wanqing was certainly in search of someone, yet the person she sought would never return, for he had passed away. He died on that fateful afternoon when he loved Su Wanqing most dearly, abandoned by her. Chapter 27. Do not make me dig 3 feet to find you. Su Wanqing glanced around before extending her hand, as her assistant delivered a small bouquet of white roses. Holding the flowers, she looked at Qin Feng with an expression of pure happiness. "I've been waiting for this. Do you have any objections?" Qin Feng's face brightened with joy. "None at all. It was my oversight. I was so focused on obtaining our marriage certificate that I forgot to bring flowers." He patted his head. "It's my fault. Please don't be upset, my dear. Regardless of the preparations, today is our special day. Shall we go in, my love?" Su Wanqing tightened her grip on the white roses but did not respond to Qin Feng. Instead, she lowered her head to inhale their fragrance. Lin Shinian speculated that she was silently counting down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 1, 0. Indeed, upon finishing her silent countdown, Su Wanqing turned and entered the Civil Affairs Bureau without looking back. Lin Shinian pondered that perhaps she had given him a chance, which he squandered, leaving her upset. Maybe she didn't truly wish to marry Qin Feng today. Perhaps she was still indecisive, yet it seemed as though she was compelled to proceed, as if in a contest of wills. This was Su Wanqing, the proud heiress of a wealthy family, who would never bow to anyone nor allow anyone to defy her. He remained outside, standing in the chilly wind, observing the couples passing by, some blissful, some serene, others numb, and a few bickering and shoving each other. Such is the myriad of human experiences. Soon, Su Wanqing emerged with Qin Feng, who held a red marriage certificate with a composed demeanor. Unlike him, who had been deceived by Su Wanqing into obtaining a fake certificate, emerging with a foolish grin as if it cost him nothing. Back then, he believed that acquiring the certificate meant securing her, ensuring they would never part ways. Yet, the eternity he envisioned lasted merely 7 years, filled with deceit. Now that Su Wanqing had achieved her desire of marrying her ideal partner, Lin Shinian's smile grew colder. He wished her the happiness she deserved. Compared to the joy he had felt when deceived by her, Su Wanqing, now married, appeared far from content. Qin Feng, brimming with delight, said to Su Wanqing, my love, I can finally rightfully call you my wife. We are legitimate now. It's wonderful. He walked backward to gaze at her. What is wrong, my dear? You seem unhappy. I have a slight cold and don't feel well. I have a meeting at the company shortly. There is no time to waste. The driver will take me first, and you can call your assistant to pick you up. Su Wanqing glanced at her watch, appearing rushed. Though clearly disheartened, Qin Feng replied, All right, my dear. Take care. See you tonight. Without looking back, Su Wanqing entered the car. Lin Shinian observed through the rearview mirror as she shut the door, her face darkening. What was the matter? She no longer pretended. Lin Shinian mocked. Su Wanqing, are you not happy marrying the one you love? If marrying the one you cherish doesn't bring you joy, then who could? Su Wanqing tightened her grip on her phone, utterly surprised that Lin Shinian had chosen not to intervene. He was no longer the fervent admirer she had known. Su Wanqing gritted her teeth. Lin Shinian, what tricks are you playing? It's time to stop. Don't make me dig 3 feet into the ground in the capital to find you. If it were in the past, Su Wanqing would have been eager to search for him and care about him, which would have delighted Lin Shinian immensely. But now, he could only watch with cold derision. Regrettably unseen by Su Wanqing. Otherwise, he would have surely mocked her with biting sarcasm. Leaning against the car window, Su Wanqing closed her eyes and pressed her fingers against her temple. Lin Shinian did not accompany her to the company. He drifted back to Lujiangwen in a moment of distraction. After a while, Qin Feng returned, accompanied by Lin Wan. These two acted as if there were no beds outside, reveling in their intimacy within the master bedroom of Lujiangwen. Lin Shinian went downstairs, taking a seat on the sofa while gazing at the large television. Frustrated, he couldn't even muster the energy to pick up the remote. Otherwise, he could have watched television to pass the time. Bored, he dozed off, only to awaken to the sight of Lin Wan and Qin Feng descending the stairs. Lin Wan clad solely in Qin Feng's shirt, her long legs strikingly fair and straight. What were these two up to? Lin Shinian cautiously followed them, observing Lin Wan grab a bag hanging by the entrance and retrieve a vial, handing it to Qin Feng. This is a new type of neurotoxin I asked my senior brother to bring back from an overseas laboratory. Just one a day, and you can mix it into her milk to coax her into drinking it. Qin Feng took the inconspicuous vitamin C bottle, glancing inside. Will this make her unable to stand? Yes, it's newly developed, but I'm not sure if there are any other side effects. However, Brother Qin, you and T care about her life or death, right? Lin Wan turned, playfully tugging at Qin Feng's shirt collar, her smile wicked. Qin Feng tightened his grip on the vial momentarily. Then, as if nothing had happened, leaned down to kiss Lin Wan. Of course, as long as we achieve our goal. Who cares about Su Wanqing's life or death? Just like no one cares about your brother's fate. Lin Wan giggled, playfully dodging as if tickled. That makes my brother seem quite pitiful. If Su Wanqing dies, will you turn her ashes into a ring for me? If you desire, I shall make it for you. But if you think it's inauspicious, I'll show it to you briefly before tossing it into the filthy sewer. Everything will be as you wish, all right? I always heed your words. Lin Wan embraced Qin Feng's waist, and I can hardly wait. Why not increase the dosage? Feed her several pills a day. The sooner she dies, the sooner you can obtain her power and wealth. What is the point then? Don't you want to see the proud young lady living worse than a dog? Don't you want to humiliate her as she humiliated you? Of course I do, but let us stick to one a day. After all, we VE schemed for so long. There is no rush at this moment. Is there an antidote for this? No. It's irreversible. What, Brother Qin, are you reluctant? How could that be? Merely contemplating. If Su Wanqing were to spend her entire life confined to a wheelchair, a beautiful yet disabled figure, it would not be without its merits. Lin Wan raised her head. What are you thinking about? Naturally, Qin Feng would not divulge his true thoughts to Lin Wan. He lowered his gaze and shared an intimate look with her, wrapping his arm around her waist. I was thinking that you are so exquisite that it compels me to entertain nefarious thoughts. The two individuals over there had resumed their antics, seemingly exhilarated by a change of scenery. When Lin Wan departed, Lin Shinian did not follow. Firstly, he was still in a state of disorientation near his own body, and any attempt to approach would be futile. Secondly, he chose to remain and observe as Qin Feng administered poison to Su Wanqing, curious to ascertain whether the drug was indeed as formidable as Lin Wan had claimed. If it were truly that potent, would Su Wanqing be rendered paralyzed? Chapter 28. The grand performance commences. What Lin Shinian did not anticipate was that today marked the wedding night of Su Wanqing and Qin Feng. Yet Su Wanqing returned home only in the early hours, reeking of alcohol. Despite Qin Feng's repeated calls, she failed to answer. It was not until the late night that Su Wanqing stumbled in, her assistant explaining that Su had been unable to decline a drinking engagement and, fearing Qin Feng would be upset, had prepared a wedding gift for him. The assistant presented a beautifully wrapped red gift box to Qin Feng. With an expression of deep affection, he initially responded with a simple thank you. He accepted the gift, but did not appear to give it much importance, casually placing it on the shoe cabinet. His greater concern lay with Su Wanqing's condition. Displaying a worried demeanor, he reached out to steady her, thanking the assistant for bringing her back and advising him to drive carefully on his way home. The assistant, understanding Qin Feng's unspoken message, reminded him, President Su tends to have headaches after drinking. If she wakes up later, please ensure she has some hangover tea. If you're unsure how to prepare it, I can make it before I leave. I know her preferences well. Qin Feng, however, insisted that the assistant not stay, as he had his own plans for the hangover tea. The assistant nodded and departed. Su Wanqing, inebriated and unconscious, was supported by Qin Feng, only to regurgitate onto him. Despite his distaste, he endured and dragged her to the sofa, before quickly retreating to the bathroom to wash himself off. Lin Shinian observed Su Wanqing as she stirred slightly before collapsing back onto the sofa. He gazed down at her. In a low murmur, she whimpered, Lin Shinian, my stomach hurts. Where's the medicine? She sighed softly. Lin Shinian, I feel so unwell. Such discomfort was trivial compared to the hardships that awaited her. Once Qin Feng transformed her into a mere shadow of her former self. One could only imagine the vividness of her suffering. Lin Shinian crouched down, meeting her gaze, instinctively reaching out to tuck the stray hair behind her ear. After a moment of solitude, he lamented, the Lin Shinian you keep calling for has perished. Su Wanqing lay on her side, motionless for a long time, seemingly asleep. Yet, her discomfort rendered her sleep restless, her brows furrowed deeply. The once cold and stunning beauty now bore a hint of a fragile, sickly aura. Lin Shinian hesitated briefly before gently brushing his fingertip against her brow. A wave of dizziness enveloped him, as if time itself had reversed. He found himself once again at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, though devoid of the bustling crowd that had been there before. He stood in the same spot where he had alighted that morning. Qin Feng inquired of Su Wanqing, Darling, are you searching for someone? You seem rather distracted. Su Wanqing scanned her surroundings until her gaze finally landed on Lin Shinian, a smile blossoming on her lips, one that she could not suppress. Qin Feng followed her line of sight and turned to look at Lin Shinian, tightening his grip on Su Wanqing's hand, his tone a blend of pleading and yearning. Lin Shinian contemplated that this Qin Feng was merely a projection of Su Wanqing's perspective, ultimately a manifestation of her dreams. Dreams, after all, are illusory, distinct from reality. Otherwise, the current Qin Feng, witnessing his own resurrection, would surely be petrified with terror. Yet, Su Wanqing lifted her chin with an air of arrogance, clasped Qin Feng's hand firmly. Their fingers intertwined as she pronounced with utmost confidence, Do not worry. Today, Lin Shinian cannot thwart our plans to obtain our marriage certificate. With that declaration, she led Qin Feng towards the Civil Affairs Bureau without a backward glance. Lin Shinian made no attempt to intervene. He simply observed. Eventually, it was Su Wanqing who halted, turning around, disregarding Qin Feng's efforts to stop her. She broke free from his grasp and strode purposefully towards Lin Shinian, her anger palpable as she demanded, What trickery is this? Why are you here? And what is your intention? Lin Shinian regarded Su Wanqing with an expression that perhaps stung her like a jester's gaze, igniting her ire, which quickly morphed into a malicious grin. Surely, you do not believe the messages I sent you were genuine? Your mere presence is enough. After all the harm you have inflicted upon Xiao Feng, I shall ensure you repay it tenfold. Su Wanqing raised her chin defiantly, declaring, I have come prepared. This time, you cannot escape." No sooner had she spoken than several bodyguards emerged from a black vehicle, encircling Lin Shinian. At her command, "Seize him, break one of his legs, and ensure he does not flee again." Lin Shinian laughed aloud. "I thought you might have a change of heart. Yet here I am, presumed dead, and still overestimating myself." He produced a dagger from his palm, causing Su Wanqing's pupils to constrict. "Lin Shinian, you shall not die." Yet before she could finish, he plunged the dagger with precision into her neck. His voice was frigid. "I certainly shall not die. It is you who is fated to perish." As the world spun violently, the dream dissipated. Su Wanqing awoke from the nightmare, her eyes fluttering open as she instinctively touched her neck, the sensation lingering vividly. It felt as though Lin Shinian had slain her once more, each time more brutally than the last. With no hesitation, his gaze was cold and devoid of affection. Closing her eyes, she felt a lingering dread followed by a pang of anguish. Sitting up from the sofa, she gasped for breath, shaken by the nightmare. Before gradually calming herself to inquire, "Lin Shinian, do you truly despise me so?" Her gaze fell, a slender cigarette perched between her fingers. "Why do you not reveal yourself? Why do you not come to see me?" Lin Shinian could only laugh bitterly at her naivety. "To meet you, and then what? Have you break my leg? Would I willingly seek torment?" He considered himself no fool. Su Wanqing feigned deep affection, a foolish woman. At that moment, Qin Feng emerged from the bath, surprised to find Su Wanqing awake. Quickly regaining his composure, he approached her with concern. "Darling, you're awake. Do you feel unwell? Should I summon a private doctor? You were ill earlier and well, I had to wash up." Su Wanqing shook her head, already feeling the onset of a headache as she pressed her temples. Upon witnessing the situation, Qin Feng promptly expressed his concern, saying, "My dear, I shall prepare some hangover tea for you. Please take a moment to rest." He made his way to the kitchen, observing the water bubbling vigorously once it reached a boil. His hand rhythmically tapped against the countertop. Once the hangover tea was brewed and poured into a cup, Qin Feng discreetly tossed the hidden medication from his pocket into the mixture, swirling it gently. He executed each task with meticulous precision, his hands remarkably steady, truly a natural at his craft. After allowing the tea to cool to a drinkable temperature, he approached Su Wanqing, presenting her with a cup. "My love, please drink this hangover tea and then rest well. In the future, do refrain from indulging in excessive alcohol. It is detrimental to your health." Chapter 29. The curtain rises. Qin Feng, deeply concerned, rushed to hand the sobering tea to Su Wanqing as soon as he noticed her release her grip from her temples. Lin Shinian's gaze also shifted to Su Wanqing, observing as she accepted the tea and took a sip. Almost immediately, she frowned, seemingly displeased with its taste, and forcefully set the teacup down on the table. Noticing her reluctance to drink, Qin Feng inquired, "What is wrong?" Su Wanqing simply replied, "You drink it." A visible sense of guilt washed over Qin Feng, causing his hands to tremble slightly. "Is there something wrong?" he stammered. Taking the cup back, he realized that if he abstained, Su Wanqing would surely suspect him. Thus, he feigned a sip and smiled at her, saying, "What's the matter? I find it quite fine." He swiftly grabbed a napkin to wipe away the remnants of the tea from his lips, appearing rather anxious for his own well-being. Lin Shinian, observing from the sidelines, feared that a single misstep from Su Wanqing would lead Qin Feng to cast blame upon him, a tactic he had employed before. Yet, he felt powerless to argue, having already met his demise. "It's not the flavor I'm accustomed to. It's quite unpalatable. I'm tired. I shall retire now. Remember to unwrap the gift. I believe you will appreciate it," Su Wanqing stated firmly, leaving no room for further conversation as she ascended the stairs. Qin Feng's expression darkened, and he made no attempt to follow her. Instead, he fixated on the sobering tea. Once Su Wanqing had completely departed, he hastily disposed of the tea. The flavor she favored was one that Lin Shinian had prepared, having cared for her attentively for 7 years, remembering even the particulars of her menstrual cycle. Su Wanqing's desire not to have children had led him to respect her wishes, never daring to oppose her in any regard. His genuine devotion undoubtedly surpassed Qin Feng's superficial affections. Lin Shinian anticipated that Qin Feng would fail and, subsequently bring a glass of milk to Su Wanqing. To his surprise, Qin Feng did not. Instead, he unwrapped the gift. It was a watch, undoubtedly valuable. Without hesitation, Qin Feng removed the one adorning his wrist and replaced it with a one gifted by Su Wanqing. His phone buzzed with a message from Lin Wanwan, who addressed him in a rather distant tone, not calling him husband. "Did you give her the medication?" Qin Feng replied, "Yes." No response followed from her side. Lin Shinian glanced at the conversation on the screen, realizing that the message was likely from another Lin Wanwan, suggesting that this alternate version retained memories of the original. This revelation felt unsettling, as it implied that another Lin Wanwan was orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Anxiety gripped Lin Shinian as he pondered when he might reclaim his own body. Lately, he felt increasingly ephemeral, fearing that he would not truly perish. Troubled, he approached Su Wanqing's bedside, where he found her removing her ring from her fourth finger, appearing quite agitated as she pushed her long hair back, resting her forehead against her hand. After a considerable time, she finally decided to take a shower. Upon emerging, she had yet to rest. Sending him a message on WeChat, "I have registered my marriage with Qin Feng. I gave you a chance, but you did not seize it. Regrettably, I shall no longer grant you any opportunities. Since I am now married, I shall live my life well. Lin Shinian, this is my punishment for your disobedience, to punish you by rendering you forever devoid of me." Su Wanqing calmly sent the message. Lin Shinian, propping his chin on his hand, genuinely feared this punishment. After Su Wanqing finished her message, she turned off the lights and went to bed as if nothing had happened. Yet, she tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. Eventually, she turned the lights back on and resumed messaging. "Do you intend to cause a scene on the day of my wedding to Qin Feng? I once thought you possessed great capabilities, but it seems your plan is merely to embarrass me that day. Your sister mentioned you might even threaten to jump off a building. Lin Shinian, do you think I would care if you were to die? After disappearing for so long, you have truly provoked me. Do not let me catch you, for otherwise, your fate will not be a pleasant one." Despite having threatened Lin Shinian, Su Wanqing remained quite furious. Lin Shinian realized that Su Wanqing was a woman who would never feel remorse. Her essence was fundamentally corrupt. He had failed to see this before, as he had once loved her deeply, believing he could change her. Now he understood that such change was utterly impossible. Even if he were to die once, or even 100 times, nothing would alter. His love had become utterly devalued in Su Wanqing's eyes. The following morning, Qin Feng mixed medicine into the milk and watched as Su Wanqing drank it. As Su Wanqing prepared to leave, Qin Feng followed closely behind. "Wife, I've been idle at home for so long. Allow me to accompany you to the office." Su Wanqing replied with indifference. "I fear you might find it dull there. Then you shall find me something to do. Anything will suffice. You are well aware of my capabilities." After hiding for so long, Qin Feng finally revealed his true intentions. Lin Shinian chuckled to himself, pondering what capabilities Qin Feng possessed. Perhaps the ability to drive the Qin Corporation to ruin? Oh, that would be an unfair characterization. Indeed, Qin Feng had one undeniable talent, that of being a kept man. Lin Shinian couldn't help but feel somewhat inferior, at the very least. He did not rely on a woman for financial support. Yet, Qin Feng, on the other hand, not only spent lavishly but also took advantage. However, Su Wanqing did not share this sentiment. She nodded in agreement. Very well. Thus, Qin Feng secured a position at Su Wanqing's company, accompanying her to work each day. They returned home together each evening and attended social gatherings as a couple. Except for their separate sleeping arrangements at night, their marital relationship appeared affectionate. Su Wanqing promised Qin Feng that they would share a bed only after their wedding, believing it would enhance the freshness and anticipation surrounding their union. Qin Feng agreed, professing his willingness to wait with heartfelt sincerity. To Lin Shinian's perspective, if a man with a notoriously bad temper began to suppress his anger and feign civility, it could only mean he was up to no good. Nothing escaped Lin Shinian's notice. He saw through everything clearly. What Su Wanqing remained oblivious to, Lin Shinian was all too aware of. The so-called affectionate couple, treating each other with respect, was merely a facade. In reality, Qin Feng was constantly devising means to administer medication to Su Wanqing, sometimes mixing it into her milk, other times into her coffee, soup, or water, and on occasion, he would directly inform her that it was merely a vitamin to enhance her vitamin C intake. Su Wanqing harbored not a shred of doubt. However, since the last time she had sent a threatening message, she had refrained from contacting him again. Occasionally, during the night, she would glance at the photographs. Yet her demeanor seemed considerably more composed. Lin Shinian understood that Su Wanqing was awaiting the day of her wedding with Qin Feng, when he would appear to create a scene. Then, she would seize him, break his legs, and exact her revenge with fervor. If Su Wanqing were a hunter, she would undoubtedly be an exceptional one. Unfortunately, she would not only fail to wait for him, but also miss the wedding altogether. This was because Qin Feng's true colors had finally been revealed. After indulging for half a month, Su Wanqing's health deteriorated. As she descended the stairs, her legs buckled, causing her to tumble down. Lin Shinian realized that the retribution meant for Su Wanqing had indeed arrived. With an expression of concern, Qin Feng hurriedly carried the injured Su Wanqing to the hospital. Lin Shinian wished to follow and witness the spectacle, but his overwhelming excitement rendered him unable to accompany them. Moreover, as his physical form began to fade, nearly vanishing, he glanced down to see himself flicker and then disappear. Oh no, could it be that he was truly perishing? The notion that his diminishing presence was a harbinger of doom echoed in his mind just before he lost consciousness. Chapter 30. Su Wanqing's predicament in the hospital. The injury on Su Wanqing's forehead was promptly treated and was not overly serious. However, she felt an unusual weakness in her legs, rendering her incapable of standing. Despite the situation, Su Wanqing remained relatively composed. She had always been in good health and instructed Qin Feng to assist her with the various examinations. After arranging for her hospitalization, all tests were expedited. Soon, the doctor approached, visibly sweating. Su Wanqing maintained her calm demeanor and urged, "Speak plainly." The doctor began. "According to the test results, your health appears to be satisfactory, with no significant issues." Su Wanqing pressed her hands against the bed, exerting herself to move her legs, which she successfully placed on the floor. As Qin Feng reached out to assist her, she snapped, "Don't touch me." She then attempted to rise, but her bones felt as if they had turned to jelly, and she collapsed heavily to the ground. Unbeknownst to Su Wanqing, Qin Feng could not suppress a smirk. The moment he had long awaited had finally arrived. Watching Su Wanqing, who had always held herself in high esteem, now brought low, he relished the thought of shattering her pride, turning her into a mere plaything within his grasp. Qin Feng felt an inexplicable joy at the prospect. Merely contemplating it filled him with exhilaration. This was Su Wanqing, the esteemed Miss Su, who had once resided in the clouds, but had now fallen into the mire. Would she still believe he was unworthy of her touch? Now, they were both ensnared in the depths of despair, neither willing to spare the other. Qin Feng's thoughts turned bitter. He was acutely aware of how Su Wanqing outwardly professed her love for him, while her unintentional words and actions revealed her disdain. He felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy and sensitivity, perceiving that Su Wanqing looked down upon him for his bankruptcy and his status as a kept man. Deep down, Su Wanqing still harbored feelings for Lin Shinian, a fact she had yet to realize herself. Even in death, Lin Shinian lingered in her thoughts, an unwelcome presence that repulsed Qin Feng. His feelings for Su Wanqing were a convoluted and distorted mix of emotions. As the doctor hurried to assist Su Wanqing, Qin Feng remained rooted in place. The doctor helped her back onto the bed, and Su Wanqing demanded, "You said I'm fine, so why can't I stand? What is wrong with my legs?" The doctor broke into a cold sweat under the pressure of her gaze and replied, "It's possible that the fall has affected the nerves in your brain. And how will that be treated?" She pressed. "We could observe for a while. Perhaps it will resolve itself," he suggested. In a fit of rage, Su Wanqing overturned a glass from the bedside table, the sound echoing in the tense silence, causing the group of medical staff to hold their breaths. It was Qin Feng who finally waved them away, knowing this was not the moment to confront Su Wanqing, especially since the Su Shang group had yet to fall into his hands. He leaned in to reassure her, "Do not panic. How could your legs suddenly fail after being fine all along? The doctor has confirmed there are no significant issues in the report. I will contact a specialist for a consultation. We will surely identify the cause and facilitate your recovery. As Su Wanqing gradually regained her composure, she instructed Qin Feng, I will call my assistant to handle this. His connections are more extensive than yours. Qin Feng's expression stiffened. Once again, Su Wanqing displayed her inherent disdain for him. However, he refrained from exploding in anger, for he knew that soon she would be entirely within his grasp. Lowering his head, he spoke to her in a soothing tone. Very well. An expert arrived to conduct a thorough examination, ultimately diagnosing her with nerve damage. Su Wanqing was admitted for treatment, yet the results were disheartening. The treatment led to adverse effects, causing her vision to deteriorate further. Consequently, she was advised to halt the medication temporarily, awaiting recovery of her eyesight before considering a new treatment plan. With a heavy heart, Su Wanqing was discharged, her spirits significantly dampened. After a fortnight of futile attempts at healing, her vision had worsened, leaving her unable to see clearly. The hospital assured her that the side effects would gradually dissipate, yet the sensation of blindness plagued her, compounded by her inability to stand. Now confined to a wheelchair, she struggled to accept her new reality. Would she be destined to sit in this chair for the rest of her life? No, she refused to accept that fate. Anxiety and desperation churned within her. She wished fervently for this ordeal to be nothing more than a haunting nightmare from which she could awaken, free from such suffering. Isolating herself in her room, she withdrew from the world, her mood as bleak as ever. The affairs of her company were beyond her capacity to manage calmly. Fortunately, her adept leadership had prevented chaos from overtaking Su Sheng in her absence, as her subordinates were competent enough to shoulder responsibilities. Nevertheless, there were numerous matters requiring her signature. When an assistant approached with documents, Su Wanqing, in her agitation, scattered the papers across the floor, demanding the assistant leave. At that moment, Qin Feng would step in, calming the assistant with, Are these the documents that need signing? Allow me to speak with her. You may step out. Once the assistant departed, Qin Feng knelt to collect the scattered papers, examining the confidential company information he had previously been denied access to. Once organized, he approached Su Wanqing, reassuring her, My dear, you will recover. The doctor has assured me that the side effects are merely temporary. With today's advanced medical care, even cancer can be treated. How much easier is it to mend a minor nerve injury? Here, have a glass of water. Qin Feng poured water and placed the medication into the cup, gently swirling it until the pill effervesced and dissolved completely. He handed the glass to Su Wanqing. While his words promised her recovery, he placed the very poison that had harmed her into her hands. She accepted the glass, taking a couple of sips. Fatigue weighed on her. She supported her forehead with her hand, her long hair cascading in disarray, embodying a semblance of frailty. Qin Feng organized the documents and set them on the table, placing atop them the equity transfer agreement he had prepared in advance, seizing the opportunity while Su Wanqing's vision was compromised. It's merely a few documents. The assistant has verified there are no issues. Just sign here, he urged, placing the pen in her palm. Su Wanqing held it uncertainly, asking, Will I truly be able to recover? Of course, my dear, you will surely recover. Qin Feng knelt down, his tone one of devoted humility, as he guided Su Wanqing's hand to the place where the equity transfer agreement awaited her signature. My love, simply sign here. Though Su Wanqing's vision was obscured, she had never doubted Qin Feng. Thus, with a swift motion, she affixed her signature. A smile of unprecedented joy graced Qin Feng's lips. And here, please place your thumbprint. Yes, splendidly done, my dear. Jinjiyuing. Lin Shinian opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling, recalling that he was in Jinjiyuing. What? Could it be that he had awakened within his own body? Had he been resurrected? Chapter 31. Caught you. Lin Shinian felt a surge of joy as he sat up, realizing that he had indeed emerged from his own body, albeit in a state of spirit. His physical form lay motionless on the bed. He glanced at his hands, which had previously faded gradually, but now appeared as vibrant as they once were, reminiscent of energy being replenished after a period of rest. The door swung open, and Lin Shinian floated over to see Lin Nuan entering. As usual, she had prepared the medication and approached to administer an injection into his body. Lin Shinian focused intently on her actions, concluding that the reason for his inability to awaken lay within that very needle. He rested his chin on his hand, contemplating a way to thwart Lin Nuan from continuing to jeopardize his corporeal form, for only then could he truly awaken. Lin Nuan placed the syringe on a nearby tray, took his hand, lowered her gaze, and after a considerable pause, spoke. "Brother, Su Wanqing has become paralyzed and blind. I avenged you. Are you happy?" Lin Shinian was taken aback. Wait, has Su Wanqing met such a tragic fate? Before he disappeared, her vision was intact. Blindness and paralysis. How long had he been asleep, completely devoid of awareness? His gaze fell upon Lin Nuan's phone on the table, which lit up momentarily, prompting him to look down and realize that half a month had already passed, during which he had been utterly oblivious. Was death akin to this? Never to awaken, feeling nothing? A shiver ran down Lin Shinian's spine, grateful that he had returned to consciousness. Even in a spiritual state, at least he felt alive. Brother, being able to talk to you every day brings me joy. Ever since you got together with Su Wanqing, I seldom see you, let alone converse. Lin Nuan reached out to embrace Lin Shinian, closing her eyes with an expression of bliss. Sometimes I wonder if I should regret my choices, but holding you like this makes me feel that I have no regrets. Being by your side brings me happiness. You must feel the same, right? Nestled contentedly in his embrace, she continued, I had a very vivid dream last time. Did you come to see me? If so, could you visit me in my dreams more often? A chill ran through Lin Shinian. What was the extent of Lin Nuan's intelligence to perceive anomalies even in dreams? The memory of the previous dream still haunted him. Though Lin Nuan had fallen asleep, he dared not venture in her dreams again. In Lujiang Bay, upon returning to consciousness, Lin Shinian found Su Wanqing confined to her room, the lights dimmed. Remembering Lin Nuan's words about Su Wanqing's blindness, he pondered that indeed, a blind person would have no need for illumination. He approached cautiously and saw Su Wanqing seated in a wheelchair. Before he could even muster a smile, the door swung open, revealing Qin Feng, who entered with a folder in hand. Darling, we have a senior management meeting today. Vice President Shun is quite dissatisfied with me. It just so happens that there is a vacancy in the management team at F Prefecture. Perhaps we should send him there. Here are the documents. All you need to do is sign. Su Wanqing extended her hand to receive the document. Indeed, it was necessary to set an example, to establish your authority. Otherwise, these individuals would find numerous ways to defy you and lay traps. It seems my wife has imparted her wisdom well. I am gradually getting the hang of it. Once I master it completely, I shall take on the responsibility of earning a living, and you, my dear wife, can focus solely on your recovery. Qin Feng kissed the fingertips of Su Wanqing. My dear, please recover swiftly. The experts we engage from abroad have already developed new medications tailored to your condition, so I believe it won't be long before you feel better. I have also invited a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner to perform acupuncture on you. Perhaps it will yield positive results. Qin Feng appeared genuinely concerned for Su Wanqing, handing her a pen and pointing to the blank space on the contract. Here, sign your name, my wife. Lin Shinian glanced at the contract and was taken aback. Qin Feng's ambition was astounding. This was not merely about dismissing a high-ranking official, but dozens of names were inscribed, presumably those loyal to Su Wanqing. It was unclear whether they were opposing Qin Feng or if he intended to eliminate potential threats before seizing power. Lin Shinian had never envisioned that Qin Feng harbored such predatory aspirations. Did Su Wanqing have no inkling of this? Lin Shinian looked at Su Wanqing's phone. It was improbable that she had received neither a call nor a message. Qin Feng must have taken some underhanded measures. Was Qin Feng planning to confine Su Wanqing? Qin Feng, satisfied with the document signed by Su Wanqing, no longer pretended to be concerned, as her blindness rendered such pretense unnecessary. He casually dropped the pills into a glass of water right before her eyes and handed it to her. My dear, drink some water. Su Wanqing accepted it and began to sip slowly. Observing her obedient demeanor, Qin Feng's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Just then his phone rang, and he appeared busy as he left the room. Su Wanqing seemed blissfully unaware, while Lin Shinian reclined on a nearby sofa with a sigh, lamenting the early awakening. Fast forward to the moment Su Wanqing uncovers the truth, being unceremoniously expelled from her home by Qin Feng, her wheelchair tipping over, and her crawling on the floor would be a satisfying sight. At that moment, Qin Feng would embrace Lin Wan, gazing at the disheveled Su Wanqing with laughter, occasionally throwing in a taunt. How the once lofty Miss Su has fallen to such depths. Lin Shinian chuckled at the thought. However, Su Wanqing suddenly turned her head towards Lin Shinian's direction, gripping the glass of water tightly, and despite her efforts to restrain herself, she could not hold back. Lin Shinian? Lin Shinian froze, startled. He sat up abruptly, bewildered. What was happening? Could Su Wanqing hear him? It was impossible. He was still in a spectral state, his form half-transparent. There was no way she could perceive him, especially since she was blind. Su Wanqing's wheelchair pivoted towards Lin Shinian. After hiding for so long, you have finally chosen to reveal yourself. Lin Shinian was taken aback, his entire being in shock. He confirmed countless times that he remained in a half-transparent state, still floating. Surely, he had not returned to life. But what was happening with Su Wanqing? How could she hear him? Lin Shinian fell silent. Su Wanqing was in a state of urgency as she maneuvered her wheelchair towards the direction of Lin Shinian's voice. Where are you? Speak. She reached out to touch. But ultimately, the wheelchair collided heavily against the wall, overturning and sending Su Wanqing crashing to the floor. Lin Shinian observed in silence as Su Wanqing passed through him, convinced that he was still deceased. As she lay on the ground, Su Wanqing, filled with anger, clenched her fists and pounded them against the carpet. Lin Shinian, are you finding amusement in my plight? Is it a source of joy for you to witness me in such a state? Chapter 32. Why have you stopped calling me your wife? Lin Shinian paused for a moment before responding. Isn't my happiness apparent? What do you mean? I mean, if my joy isn't evident, I shall make it more pronounced. Ha! Su Wanqing, how have you changed so much? Ha ha ha! This is your retribution, and you deserve it. Ha ha ha! Su Wanqing's face flushed with anger. Lin Shinian laughed heartily, and when he grew weary from laughter, he leaned against his waist, elevating himself slightly to better observe Su Wanqing's disheveled state. Su Wanqing remained seated on the ground, motionless. After a considerable silence, noticing Lin Shinian's lack of response, she coldly remarked, "Why have you stopped laughing?" Lin Shinian, perched on the bed, replied, "I'm content, that's enough. I grew tired of laughing. You rejoiced too soon. Although my legs are temporarily incapacitated, Qin Feng loves me dearly, and our relationship is flourishing. Ultimately, there is no place for a third party like you. It's a pity you wish to return and fawn over me." Su Wanqing, with an air of haughtiness, declared, "Even if I were disabled, I would never look upon you with favor. I do not require your sycophantic sympathy, care, or love. Oh, then I wish you and Qin Feng happiness. You, is it not permissible for me to extend my blessings? What's wrong with that? You are insincere. Your hypocrisy is revolting. Why have you fallen silent? What else can I say? Whatever I utter, you will merely criticize." Although Lin Shinian was perplexed as to how Su Wanqing could suddenly hear him, he accepted it rather well. Having been confined to solitary musings for days, he felt suffocated. Su Wanqing extended her hand. "Help me up. I cannot assist you. Is it that you do not wish to help? I have already perished. How many times must I reiterate that? Then am I conversing with a ghost? Indeed. Huh. That is not amusing at all. You cannot possibly suggest that your disappearance these past days was due to your death. Believe it or not, it matters little. Your disbelief is not novel." Another lengthy silence ensued until Su Wanqing suddenly spoke. "Someone is coming. You should hide. Your hearing has certainly improved. Quickly. I would rather not have my husband misinterpret the situation." With that, Qin Feng pushed open the door and entered. Rather than conceal himself, Lin Shinian stood firm, blocking Qin Feng's path. Unfortunately, Qin Feng could not see him. He passed right through Lin Shinian and approached Su Wanqing with a worried tone. "Wife, how did you end up on the floor? Let me lift you." Qin Feng lifted Su Wanqing back onto the bed, ensuring she was seated. He then glanced at the water she had yet to finish, returning his gaze to her. "Are you hurt?" Su Wanqing responded, "Is there something you need?" "No. I heard from the housekeeper that you hadn't eaten much tonight, and I was concerned you might be hungry. Would you like a late-night snack?" "No more. I'm a bit tired and wish to sleep." "All right, then rest early." As Qin Feng stood to leave, Lin Shinian spoke up, "Qin Feng, you fool. Su Wanqing is definite admonising." Lin Shinian. She had instructed him to keep quiet. Why was he so disobedient? Did he truly crave a beating? Qin Feng turned back. Lin Shinian raised an eyebrow, questioning whether Qin Feng could somehow hear him. This was Lin Shinian's intentional provocation. He had just tested it, and Qin Feng appeared oblivious to his presence. However, if he couldn't see him, yet suddenly heard his voice, given Qin Feng's knowledge of his demise, it would surely frighten him. At the very least, a look of horror should have graced his face. Yet, there was nothing, only Qin Feng, with displeasure, gazing at Su Wanqing, asking what's wrong. "My dear, are you missing Lin Shinian again?" Lin Shinian found it rather dull. It seemed Qin Feng truly could not hear him. Only Su Wanqing could. Su Wanqing was frozen, asking Qin Feng, "Did you not hear?" "What?" Lin Shinian was speaking, quite loudly. How could Qin Feng possibly not hear? Su Wanqing's heart sank, especially when Lin Shinian's voice whispered close at hand, "I've already told you. I am dead." Su Wanqing lifted her chin. "Did you hear that?" Qin Feng furrowed his brow, sitting beside Su Wanqing, holding her hand. "Is it possible the side effects of the medication have worsened? Are you experiencing auditory hallucinations?" Su Wanqing gazed at Qin Feng, her vision blurred and whitened, as if everything had dissolved into a haze, rendering it impossible to see clearly. "But I am no longer taking medication." Qin Feng stiffened momentarily before responding, "I apologize, I must have forgotten." "My dear, perhaps you are just under too much stress. I will arrange for a psychologist to see you tomorrow." Su Wanqing remained silent. Qin Feng continued, "Did you just hear Lin Shinian speaking? What did he say?" Su Wanqing supported her forehead, appearing utterly fatigued. "Perhaps I misheard. Maybe I'm just too tired. Drink some water and rest." "All right." Qin Feng handed her a cup of water. Just as Su Wanqing inclined her head to drink, Lin Shinian sneered, "If you wish to live, then do not drink that." He did not pity Su Wanqing. It was merely that if she continued with the medication and perished, who would deal with the aftermath left for Qin Feng and Lin Wan, the two scoundrels? Su Wanqing's actions froze, and she set the cup down. Qin Feng gazed at her kindly. "Why aren't you drinking?" I will drink later." She added, "Could you turn off the light for me? Good night." "All right. Good night, my dear." Qin Feng turned off the light, closed the door, and departed. "Now you must believe I am dead. Dead on that fateful afternoon when you held Qin Feng, my finger cut, heading to the hospital. My heart failed, and the life-saving medication was taken by Qin Feng." Lin Shinian reflected on that moment. It had been a heart-wrenching agony, yet for him now, it felt as if it belonged to another life. Having endured enough pain, it is time for others to feel it. Su Wanqing remained silent for a long while. Lin Shinian approached her and waved his hand. "Hey, you can still hear me, right? Su Wanqing? Su Wanqing? How dull. It's as if there's a time limit on hearing his voice. Will I still be able to hear it in the future?" Lin Shinian felt rather disinterested as he lay on the bed, turning to observe the motionless Su Wanqing. Just as he was about to close his eyes and drift into slumber, Su Wanqing suddenly spoke. "He has left." Lin Shinian's eyes shot open. "What?" Qin Feng was just outside the door and has now left. It turned out she had waited for Qin Feng to depart before speaking, apprehensive that he might eavesdrop. Lin Shinian raised an eyebrow. He had noticed Su Wanqing's thoughtfulness. Qin Feng was indeed cunning, pretending to leave while actually lurking at the door to listen in. After a moment of silence, Su Wanqing finally asked, "Why have you stopped calling me wife?" Chapter 33. Am I perhaps insane? Lin Shinian found it amusing as he sat up on the bed, gazing at the indistinct silhouette of Su Wanqing in the darkness. He remarked, "I shall assume you spoke those words in a moment of impulsive fervor. Now, ponder upon your statement and determine whether it was appropriate. Did he dare to call her his wife? Was Su Wanqing truly espoused that he would still address her as such? He wished that this deceitful woman would present their marriage certificate to reveal who truly bore the title of her husband and to whom she belonged. Su Wanqing, perhaps suddenly aware of the implications, fell silent for a moment. Lin Shinian scoffed. What is the matter, Miss Sue? Are you feeling lonely and contemplating infidelity? Stung by Lin Shinian's mockery and feeling belittled, Su Wanqing, unaccustomed to such disdain, retorted, "You've been a devoted sycophant for 7 years. And now you've suddenly changed your tune. I wonder what new trick you're attempting. Rest assured, there are no tricks. I simply no longer love you, and we have parted ways. Why should I still call you my wife? I would rather refer to you as my ex-wife. Though even that seems a privilege I do not possess, given our counterfeit marriage certificate." After a brief pause, Lin Shinian continued, "At most, if you dislike my calling you by your full name, Su Wanqing, I shall merely address you as my ex-girlfriend." "You, what about me?" he interjected. "You could call me your ex-boyfriend in return. If you still harbor feelings for me, longing for my affection, I might allow you to call me husband. However, I must clarify that any unilateral claim on your part will not be recognized." Lin Shinian, having spoken so much, still yearned for her love. "Huh. Do not harbor such illusions. Do not forget your standing," Su Wanqing taunted, her character demanding that she assert dominance even in conflict. Previously, he had always acquiesced to her whims, but today was different. It was time for her to witness his true strength. Thus, Lin Shinian declared, "Indeed, I may lack the standing, but Qin Feng possesses ample standing, enough to poison your daily water, crippling your legs, and blinding your eyes, rendering you utterly dependent. Surely, you do not believe those documents you signed were merely Qin Feng's words, do you? You blind fool. You have relinquished control of Su Shang Group, and yet you still count the money for Qin Feng." Lin Shinian erupted into laughter, mocking Su Wanqing, who, infuriated, seized a pillow from the bed and hurled it at him. "Shut your mouth and get out. Why should I leave? Do you think I remain here for any other reason than to relish your folly? I wish to see you crawl on the floor like a dog. What right do you have to berate me? Look at yourself now. You are no longer the lofty Miss Sue. Be quiet. Be quiet." Su Wanqing hurled the pillow with great force, shattering numerous items in the process, and ultimately tumbled off the bed, landing amidst shards of glass. The commotion was so loud that Qin Feng, alerted by the noise, entered the room, only to be met with Su Wanqing's fierce command, "Get out! Get out!" Grabbing debris from the floor, she violently threw it at him, insisting, "Get out." After the incident, Su Wanqing was merely in a state of distress, never before exhibiting such a tempestuous outburst as today. Qin Feng was taken aback, retreating while exclaiming, "Or I'll step outside. But you've injured yourself. Please refrain from moving and calm down." The door was shut. Su Wanqing ceased her actions, kneeling on the ground, her arms propped against the carpet, her head resting upon them, her long hair cascading down, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Her knees had likely met the shattered glass, blood trickling down her fair skin, while her hands bore several cuts from frantic grasping. It was a sight that evoked a sense of pain. "You," Lin Shinian began, but Su Wanqing had already raised her hand to cover her ears, signaling her refusal to communicate. Yet Lin Shinian observed her tears, even as she quickly stifled them. Her resilient and stubborn demeanor was evident. Lin Shinian pressed his lips together, his eyes darting around, and drifted to a corner. What was she crying about? He felt as though he had been tormented to death by her, yet he himself had not shed a tear. Oh, he had cried before. He just wasn't crying now. After a brief wait, Qin Feng re-entered. By this time, Su Wanqing had regained her composure. "Call the private doctor." "You, all right." The private doctor arrived swiftly, tending to Su Wanqing's wounds as she leaned against the bed, exuding an aura that warned others to refrain from bothering her. Qin Feng hesitated, then ventured. Did something happen instead of resting? Faced with a cold glare, Su Wanqing remained silent. Qin Feng was well aware of her temper. He feared that further inquiries would earn him a reprimand. Although he was no longer intimidated by her, the timing was still not right for a confrontation. As the servants finished cleaning the room, Qin Feng left her with a parting remark. "I hope you feel better tomorrow. We can discuss things then. Please take good care of yourself." He departed alongside the servants. Lin Shinian stealthily floated outside, only to find Qin Feng lingering at the door, eavesdropping. Truly cunning. Lin Shinian returned inside, and after a considerable wait, he finally heard Su Wanqing speak. "Those things you mentioned, are they true?" Lin Shinian knew that Qin Feng must have left. It was undeniable that Su Wanqing was formidable. Despite her blindness, her hearing had sharpened instantaneously. She could discern whether Qin Feng had departed by the sound of his footsteps. Folding his arms, Lin Shinian remarked, "I thought you would accuse me of employing malicious rhetoric to sow discord in your marital bliss." He leaned closer to scrutinize Su Wanqing's vacant gaze, saying, "Why didn't you say that? I find myself rather unaccustomed to it." Suddenly, Su Wanqing reached out, her gesture resembling that of an embrace, yet her hand passed through Lin Shinian, resulting in an empty hug. Startled, Lin Shinian floated back. "What are you doing?" Su Wanqing maintained her embrace-like posture, holding it for a moment before turning her head to look in the direction of Lin Shinian's voice. Her voice, somewhat strained and hoarse, emerged. "Are you truly dead, or is this merely a figment of my imagination?" Just moments ago, Lin Shinian's voice was tantalizingly close. Yet when she reached out with wide-open arms to embrace him, she found herself grasping only at thin air. In that fleeting instant, Lin Shinian's voice receded into the distance, devoid of any sound, not even the faintest rustle of fabric that, given her current auditory acuity, she could not possibly miss. Su Wanqing's fingers ensnared in gauze slowly tightened, while she propped her forehead with her hand, questioning herself in a state of profound disillusionment. "Have I lost my sanity?" Lin Shinian leaned closer to Su Wanqing once more, circling her like a wraith, his low, haunting voice whispering in her ear. "Su Wanqing, look at you. You must be going mad with longing for me." Chapter 34. The fight begins. The voice of Lin Shinian reverberated through the air. Su Wanqing looked up, her hand reaching out as if to grasp something elusive. She felt a chill sweep through her palm, but despite her bandaged hand clawing at the emptiness, she seized nothing. Su Wanqing scoffed, "It seems I've truly lost my mind." Lin Shinian felt himself growing faint, so he paused, weary, and reclined upon the bed. "What I've said is true. Whether you choose to believe it is entirely up to you." Lying beside, Su Wanqing felt reminiscent of the countless nights shared over those 7 years past. Su Wanqing tilted her head slightly. "Lin Shinian, even in death, you remain by my side." Although she uttered no further words, Lin Shinian felt a sharp pang in his chest, as if pierced by a blade. Indeed, even in death, he lingered by her side. How profound must his love be to harbor such an obsession? Resting upon the pillow, Lin Shinian took a moment before speaking. "Seeing you in such despair has lessened my hatred. It should fade away in due time." This prompted a silence from Su Wanqing, who eventually propped herself up, slowly lying back down and pulling the blanket over herself. Noticing her drifting into slumber, Lin Shinian requested, "Please turn off the light." "Are you still afraid of the light? Am I not a ghost? Even ghosts fear the light. Then I shall not concern myself with it." "Very well, very well." Lin Shinian closed his eyes, resigning himself to the notion that he should not harbor expectations of Su Wanqing. He soon fell into a deep sleep. Upon awakening the next morning, Lin Shinian instinctively glanced at his side. He feared he might find Su Wanqing nestled against him again, as he had grown accustomed to. However, he discovered nothing but emptiness, not only beside him, but throughout the bed itself. He gazed out the window. Winter mornings dawned late, and with the recent drop in temperature, everything outside was shrouded in mist, frost clinging to the plants. Where could Su Wanqing have gone so early? He recalled that the light had been on when he fell asleep. How was it now extinguished? As he sat up, he heard the sound of running water from the bathroom, surmising that Su Wanqing was preparing for the day. Sure enough, moments later, she emerged from the bathroom. Unlike the disheveled state of the previous night, Su Wanqing had composed herself impeccably, seated in her wheelchair with meticulous poise. Lin Shinian, perched at the edge of the bed, regarded her. "Are you heading out?" Su Wanqing maneuvered her wheelchair closer to him. "There are matters I must clarify. Do I dare question whether you can truly see me? You've approached me with such precision. Why come so close? Is it too close?" To his surprise, Su Wanqing reached out her hand and inquired, "Can you feel me?" Lin Shinian watched as her hand passed through his form. After a moment, he candidly confessed, "Your hand has penetrated my heart. We spirits are quite fragile. A mere touch from the living can scorch us." "Is that so?" Su Wanqing's lips curled into a gentle smile, and she repeated the motion of her hand passing through Lin Shinian's ethereal heart several times. Lin Shinian thought to himself, it truly has no effect on him. Yet Su Wanqing's actions seemed rather excessive. Indeed, the heart of a woman can be the most venomous of all. Su Wanqing finally ceased her actions, maneuvering her wheelchair towards the door, intending to make her exit. Lin Shinian remarked, Qin Feng will not allow you to leave. Who can stop me? Su Wanqing retorted as she wheeled herself out. Lin Shinian, seizing the opportunity for amusement, followed her silently. Qin Feng had risen early as well, already immersed in the takeover of the Su Sheng group, with numerous pressing matters demanding his attention. Upon encountering Su Wanqing, he was genuinely startled, especially noting her neat attire, which instantaneously made him aware of her intentions to venture out. His expression shifted dramatically. This was a critical moment for seizing power. He had informed the shareholders and executives that Su Wanqing was suffering setbacks and had lost interest in company affairs, thus entrusting her husband to manage the business. Su Wanqing had planned to step back after facilitating the transition to recuperate. The shareholders and executives had subsequently realigned their loyalties, pledging their allegiance to him. A few particularly obstinate individuals had already been dealt with as examples, coaxing Su Wanqing into signing their dismissal. Those reassigned, those dismissed, never to be reemployed. This had chilled the hearts of those individuals and left them profoundly disappointed in Su Wanqing, causing even those who initially supported her to turn against her. Given the gravity of the situation, Su Wanqing could not afford to make an appearance. Qin Feng's expression hardened. If necessary, he would have to confront Su Wanqing directly. He caught up with Su Wanqing, inquiring, Why are you up so early today? I used to rise this early all the time. Is that a problem? She replied, entering the elevator. Qin Feng followed her inside, asking, Are you feeling better today? Why did you suddenly lose your temper last night? It wasn't a tantrum. I simply broke a few things out of frustration. What are you worried? Of course I'm not concerned about the objects. I'm worried about you, he said. Qin Feng then pushed Su Wanqing's wheelchair to the dining table. Since Su Wanqing had been unwell, she rarely woke up early. It was Qin Feng who had prepared breakfast, which had already been laid out thanks to the usual surplus. The servants quickly brought the remaining dishes to the table. Qin Feng poured a cup of soy milk, added her medication, stirred it, and placed it beside Su Wanqing, suggesting, Have some soy milk. Su Wanqing ignored the cup and took a bite of the sandwich, leaving it at that. Qin Feng continued to eat his breakfast and, after a moment, remarked, This soy milk is quite good. You should try it. Su Wanqing smiled gently, her laughter enchanting, akin to the thawing of ice and snow. In a playful tone, she beckoned, Come here. Qin Feng found it difficult to refuse, crouching in front of her. What is it, dear? Su Wanqing lifted the cup of soy milk and brought it to Qin Feng's lips, insisting, You drink. His expression shifted, contemplating whether to drink or spill the contents, while Su Wanqing could not see. Yet, she did not relinquish her grip, smiling as her gaze bore down on him with an undeniable intensity. I'm holding it. You drink. I don't enjoy soy milk. It's too sweet, he replied, declining the offer. Su Wanqing's tone turned icy. Are you disdainful of me? As Lin Shinian observed, an inexplicable chill ran down his spine when Su Wanqing uttered those words. The pressure she exuded was undeniably formidable. It became evident to him that she had been in her position for far too long. At that moment, he truly believed the rumors circulating in their circle. One should never offend Miss Su, for doing so would lead to dire consequences. Qin Feng and Su Wanqing exchanged glances. He reached for the cup once more, yet Su Wanqing held it firmly, rendering it unattainable for him. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, as Qin Feng pondered whether to bravely take a sip or to shatter the cup and confront Su Wanqing, she finally released her grip. Her tone softened, devoid of its earlier coldness, as she chuckled lightly. What's the hurry? If I let go, you can easily take it. Lin Shinian grasped the underlying message in her words. Whatever she chose not to relinquish, no one could obtain. How domineering of you, Miss Su. Yet, given the current circumstances, it remained uncertain whether her capabilities were genuine or merely bluster. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng grasped the cup of soy milk in his hand, eager to placate her. He exclaimed, How could I ever dare to disdain you? I shall drink it right away." With that, he swiftly exchanged it for another cup of soy milk on the table and downed it in one go. He then handed the empty cup back to Su Wanqing, saying, "Darling, please inspect. I have finished it all." Su Wanqing did not take the cup. She merely regarded Qin Feng with a serene smile. "Today, I must go to the company. Please make the necessary arrangements and summon the shareholders for a meeting." Qin Feng's expression shifted dramatically, his grip tightening around the soy milk cup until it shattered in his hand. Lin Shinian's heart sank. It appeared that the facade was about to be torn apart. Chapter 35. Lin Shinian, you may mock me indeed. The very next moment, Qin Feng rose, his hand striking the table with force. After a brief pause, he remarked, "It is snowing outside, and the roads are icy. Traveling is perilous." When he called her wife, his voice bore a strained tone, feigning gentleness as he continued, "There is no need to rush. Let us postpone our departure for a couple of days." It was evident that he was reluctant to confront Su Wanqing, still maintaining a facade of composure. However, Su Wanqing offered Qin Feng no opportunity for subterfuge. "Then I shall contact the executives," she declared, extracting her phone from her pocket and dialing a number. After a moment, she scoffed, "What is this? Has the signal been severed, or has the snowstorm disrupted my service? I seem to have no signal whatsoever. I cannot even place a call." Having anticipated the excuse, she delivered it with practiced ease. Qin Feng's expression darkened as he gazed at Su Wanqing for an extended period. Taking a deep breath, he finally said, "Wife, I have no desire to quarrel with you." "Huh. You are aware that confronting me now would be futile. Even if you suspect the truth, this is not the time for such a confrontation. Do you not agree?" Qin Feng's eyes were bloodshot with rage as he approached Su Wanqing from behind, gripping her wheelchair, and with a sudden motion, he overturned it. Su Wanqing fell to the ground, the wheelchair crashing upon her. In the next instant, Qin Feng crouched down, seizing Su Wanqing by her hair. "Wife, if you are willing to pretend that nothing has transpired, I shall treat you as I did before. Is that agreeable?" Su Wanqing's gaze was icy as she regarded Qin Feng, her expression akin to that of one observing a lifeless corpse. "Are you afraid?" she retorted, pulling at his collar. Her words sharp and deliberate. "Do not be frightened, for everything you dread shall come to fruition. Are you resolved to not let this go? Do not address me as wife. It disgusts me." Confronted with the disdain etched upon Su Wanqing's face, Qin Feng paused, then offered a soft laugh before responding, "Indeed. Only Lin Shinian had the right to call you wife. But you remain oblivious, do you not? Lin Shinian is dead. The man who loved you most dearly is no longer among the living. From the very beginning, it was you who conspired against him. All those sordid deeds were executed by your hand." As if struck by a revelation, Su Wanqing's eyes glimmered with a fierce light. "Ha ha! How can you say such things? It sounds as though you were not his accomplice. Do you truly believe I was not aware of my clumsy schemes? Wife, after 7 years, you must have grown weary of Lin Shinian, have you not? My emergence provided you with a perfect excuse to discard him." Qin Feng's expression hardened, incensed by Su Wanqing's venomous glare. "What pretense of innocence are you putting on? If you genuinely loved him, how could he have met his demise?" Suddenly recalling something, he began to laugh, his entire demeanor twisting with fervor. Grasping Su Wanqing's wrist, he lifted her hand, and upon noticing the absence of her ring, he sneered. "What has become of the ring I gifted you? When did you remove it? You may not be aware, but the diamond embedded in it was crafted from Lin Shinian's ashes. What do you think that powder in the milk is? It is, in fact, the ashes of Lin Shinian." Qin Feng appeared to be in high spirits, laughing heartily. Yet Su Wanqing was struck by a thought. Turning her head to dry heave, though nothing came forth, leaving her face flushed. She raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap to Qin Feng. "I will never let you off the hook. I demand that you accompany him in death. You feign such deep affection for me now that he is gone. Yet were you not the one who claimed to love me most?" Qin Feng, enraged, seized Su Wanqing by the head and forcefully slammed it against the ground. Lin Shinian was taken aback by Qin Feng's outrageous behavior. Although he desired to witness Su Wanqing's comeuppance, he was not inclined toward violence. At least, he would never resort to domestic abuse. Observing Qin Feng's actions, Lin Shinian rushed over to intervene, but Su Wanqing's forehead still struck the ground heavily, producing a dull thud that sounded painfully distressing. Before Lin Shinian could express his fury, Qin Feng, in a frenzy, grasped Su Wanqing's hair and repeatedly slammed her head against the floor. As he did so, he shouted, "Su Wanqing, did you not profess your undying love for me? Was Lin Shinian not merely a substitute? Did his death not mean anything to you? Yet now you demand that I accompany him in death." His teeth gritted, his face flushed with excitement. He continued his tirade. "Wretched woman, you think I cannot see through your facade? Your refusal to let me touch you is merely to guard him. You claim to love me. What a farce. Your every action screams that your heart belongs to Lin Shinian. We are married, yet you still think of him. You expect me to wait, as if I cherish a second-hand trinket. It is not for money. Do you truly believe I would desire you?" Infuriated, Qin Feng tightened his grip around Su Wanqing's neck, intent on extinguishing her life. Su Wanqing, however, was resolute. Her face was bloodied from the assaults, yet she never once begged for mercy, not even uttering a whimper of pain. In that moment, she sought an opportunity to retaliate, her bloodied hand reaching for a phone that had fallen to the ground, which she then hurled with all her might at Qin Feng's head. It was a desperate counterattack, a lethal strike that shattered and deformed the phone screen. Qin Feng was momentarily blinded by pain, letting out a cry as he clutched his injured head, feeling as though a piece of his skull had been fractured. Seizing the opportunity, Su Wanqing, her face smeared with blood, crawled forward like a vengeful specter emerging from the depths of hell. "Wretched woman!" Qin Feng splattered in blood, trembling as he released his grip on his forehead, rising to pursue Su Wanqing. Yet, she had already shattered a vase, wielding a sharp shard of porcelain. "Come closer and see what happens." There was a maniacal ferocity in her demeanor, as if she were prepared to sever Qin Feng's throat or her own should he dare approach. But she would not yield, nor would she bow her head or plead. For a moment, Qin Feng hesitated, standing still as he contemplated his next move, when his phone rang from his pocket. Likely a pressing matter from the company. He coldly remarked, "I will deal with you when I return." And with that, he hurriedly departed, calling out as he exited, "Aunt Zhang." Sister Zhang appeared utterly terrified. Hastily rushing out, "President Qin, please assist Madam in returning to her room so that I may tend to her wounds. As for other matters, it is best that you refrain from meddling. Otherwise, do not say I did not forewarn you." Qin Feng cast a fierce glare at Sister Zhang before swiftly departing, all the while pressing a hand to the injury on his head and glancing at the blood staining his palm, his expression dark as he entered the vehicle. It was then that Lin Shinian noticed that the villa had, unbeknownst to him, undergone a transformation. It was now entirely staffed by Qin Feng's people, including the guards stationed outside. Having lived here for 7 years, he was familiar with the faces of those under his command, and even if he tried to forget, he could still recognize them. Lin Shinian lowered his gaze, observing the disheveled Su Wanqing remaining silent. It was Su Wanqing who broke the silence. Calling out to him, "Lin Shinian." He straightened slightly, hearing her weary voice say, "If you wish to laugh, then go ahead." Chapter 36. "I did not wish for your demise. Forgive me." Lin Shinian felt an overwhelming urge to laugh, yet his lips merely curled into a smile without any sound escaping. Ultimately, he chose to remain silent. It was puzzling. Witnessing Su Wanqing's misfortune did not bring him the satisfaction he anticipated. Lin Shinian pondered, perhaps it was Qin Feng's arrogance that irked him so deeply. Sister Zhang soon approached, finding Su Wanqing seated on the floor, leaning against the cabinet. Her posture appeared casual, one knee bent, not at all reminiscent of someone incapacitated. Yet, she clutched a shard of sharp porcelain, emanating an aura that warned others to keep their distance, as if anyone daring to encroach upon her territory would face dire consequences. Seeing Su Wanqing in such a state left Sister Zhang momentarily at a loss, compelling her to right the fallen wheelchair and bring it forth. Standing respectfully beside her, she suggested, "Madam, may I assist you in sitting in the wheelchair?" Su Wanqing demanded indispensive. Sister Zhang continued, "Your wounds require attention. Do not punish yourself for another's mistakes." Su Wanqing opened her eyes, though her sight was obscured, her gaze brimming with menace. "The wheelchair is here. You may leave." Initially hesitant, Sister Zhang contemplated further persuasion, but seemed to reconsider, ultimately departing. Once alone, Su Wanqing slowly extended her hand, feeling her way and grasping the wheelchair's armrest. Gradually, she maneuvered herself into the chair, her movements awkward yet not entirely unfamiliar. Lin Shinian surmised she had likely practiced this skill in secret. Once seated, Su Wanqing adeptly navigated the wheelchair toward the elevator, relying on her remaining faint vision. She collided with obstacles numerous times, her legs and hands sustaining minor bumps before she finally entered the elevator. Locking herself in her room, Su Wanqing rummaged through the medicine cabinet. Lin Shinian anticipated a haphazard approach to her wounds, yet was taken aback by her methodical and seemingly professional treatment of her injuries. She even changed into a fresh outfit, presenting herself with an air of dignity. Seated in her wheelchair, she faced the floor-to-ceiling window, exuding an enigmatic presence that rendered it nearly impossible to reconcile her current self with the one from moments prior. Lin Shinian grew increasingly reticent. In his silence, he felt almost invisible. Yet, Su Wanqing spoke as if she could sense his presence. Lin Shinian. How assured she was of his existence, despite her blindness. Lin Shinian floated over. What do you want? I just woke up. To his surprise, Su Wanqing smiled. Not a sardonic grin, but a genuine smile. Then she said, stop pretending. Each word was imbued with certainty. I know you saw everything, every detail, and you replayed it in your mind. Did it thrill you? Are you pleased? Lin Shinian shrugged. All right, you caught me. A silence ensued, and Su Wanqing touched her eyes thoughtfully. Today, I could see a bit clearer than yesterday. If I stop taking that medication, will I gradually improve? Lin Shinian had not realized she had abstained from the medication for just yesterday and today. He replied honestly, I do not know. Su Wanqing then inquired of Lin Shinian, do you wish for my recovery? Do you wish to hear the truth? Not particularly. Oh. Lin Shinian ceased to speak, as if pondering what more he could say. After a brief pause, he remarked, in truth, Qin Feng is correct. The more challenging the situation, the less you should confront him directly. This approach will better facilitate your opportunity. Lin Shinian concluded, you ought to exercise some restraint. However, Su Wanqing scoffed, her eyes filled with icy disdain. Why should I endure? What is Qin Feng to me? Anyone can make threats, yet you are currently under his control. She continued defiantly, I shall not endure. Do you truly believe Qin Feng dares to do anything to me? My allies are not fools. They may be deceived by him momentarily, but they will not be misled indefinitely. Someone will come to rescue me. But why not wait for their arrival before acting? Lin Shinian queried. Why should I allow Qin Feng an easy path? Besides, I have ceased taking my medication. He will discover this shortly. She added rather than that. I would prefer to sever ties outright. I shall strike him, signaling to my assistant that my relationship with Qin Feng is strained. This message should be disseminated as soon as possible. So, you are intentionally provoking him? Humph. Observing Su Wanqing's haughty demeanor, Lin Shinian shook his head and said, very well. Continue to be obstinate. If you have a temper, simply admit it instead of making excuses. Having been together for 7 years, Lin Shinian understood Su Wanqing well. Feeling exposed, Su Wanqing's face flushed, and she clenched her fists. Silence. Lin Shinian exclaimed, why should I be silent? Am I to live under your control? And even in death, I should fear you? Su Wanqing fell silent, perhaps realizing she could not intimidate Lin Shinian. He placed his hands on his hips, feeling a sense of exhilaration. Previously, he would never have dared to speak to Su Wanqing in such a manner. A single command from her could have rendered him submissive. After a lengthy silence, Su Wanqing finally asked, will it hurt to die? Dying may be painful, but once one is dead, there is no sensation. Su Wanqing nodded. How wonderful. I too wish to die. Lin Shinian was taken aback. In his frustration, he began to circle around Su Wanqing, his voice ringing out, do you think I desire death? Is it I who wishes to die? Su Wanqing. Perhaps his voice was too loud, for Su Wanqing raised her hand, pressing her bandaged fingers against her ears. She lowered her gaze, her long eyelashes casting a serene shadow, rendering her demeanor notably more docile. As Lin Shinian continued to circle her, he recounted her misdeeds, pointing an accusatory finger. Su Wanqing, you wicked woman, You have deceived my affections. I'm truly furious. If you are such a skilled actress, why not perform for a lifetime? If you can feign love for me, then do so eternally. At least then, I would die with a smile. Wouldn't that be the case? As long as you are willing to play the part, I could be your lover, turning a blind eye, provided you return home, even if only for a day each week, or even just once a month. If not, I would settle for a single day in a year. As long as you declare your love for me, I could turn a blind eye. Is that not simple enough? I've gone this far. For 7 years. You have played this role, and truly, you are. Forgive me. Lin Shinian, still pointing her finger at Su Wanqing, had yet to finish her tirade when Su Wanqing suddenly interjected, silencing Lin Shinian. After a moment of pause, Lin Shinian mimicked Su Wanqing's usual haughty demeanor, sneering. What? Su Wanqing lowered her hands from her ears and placed them demurely on her lap. Though her gaze remained cast downwards, she spoke with utmost sincerity. I apologize, Lin Shinian. I never wished for your demise. At first, Lin Shinian fell silent, but then burst into laughter. This is absolutely absurd. Just because you didn't wish for my death, does that absolve you of being the cause of it? Listen well, Su Wanqing, apologies are futile. I will never forgive you, not now, nor ever. Chapter 37. I hate you. Su Wanqing lifted her gaze towards Lin Shinian, but her vision remained clouded, obscuring her view. Her hand seemed poised to reach out and touch him, yet she recalled Lin Shinian's warning that ghosts could be scorched by contact, and ultimately, she let it fall. In a hushed tone, her voice softened, shedding some of its previous arrogance. Then, do not forgive me. Before Lin Shinian could respond, Su Wanqing continued, to stay by my side. It sounded almost like a plea, perhaps an illusion on Lin Shinian's part. How could the esteemed Miss Su ever adopt such a beseeching demeanor? Had she not confronted Qin Feng with unyielding defiance? Thus, Lin Shinian intentionally remarked, I am a ghost. If I were to follow you incessantly, misfortune would surely befall you. Surely, you must possess this basic understanding. Did you not watch cartoons as a child? Is that so? I have never believed in spirits, she retorted. Even the most malevolent ghost pales in comparison to the depths of human malice. Do refrain from lecturing me. You are the worst of all. He shot back, his thoughts consumed with resentment. Who could rival Su Wanqing in wickedness? Exasperated, he thought, stop feigning innocence. Very well, she replied, appearing somewhat bewildered. After a moment, she blinked and added, no wonder I've been so unfortunate lately. You. Lin Shinian's fists clenched for the first time since his demise. He felt an unsettling anger rise within him, eclipsing the sorrow and melancholy he had endured. Your misfortune is merely the consequence of your own actions. Why should it concern me? Open your eyes and cease blaming others for your plight. Reflect upon your own behavior. You just articulated that, she countered. Moreover, I never engage in self-recrimination. It is invariably someone else's fault. Your fault. Su Wanqing leaned back in her wheelchair, resting her chin on one hand, her demeanor as obstinate as ever. Even when they were together, she could twist any situation to lay the blame at Lin Shinian's feet, declaring that even if it were not his fault, it was due to his poor attitude and harshness. Lin Shinian felt a profound sense of frustration akin to a scholar facing a soldier, unable to articulate his discontent. Su Wanqing blinked and then declared, I fear not my misfortune. You should accompany me and cease causing trouble for others. Upon hearing her words, Lin Shinian was both amused and enraged. Are you regretting your actions? Do you lament having caused my death? Your life was, after all, a gift for me. Without me, you have perished long ago. Should I kneel and offer you my obeisance? Su Wanqing raised her chin slightly. Yes, do kneel. Lin Shinian was genuinely furious, resolved to ignore her entirely, falling silent. Su Wanqing maneuvered her wheelchair back to the window, pushing it open and leaning against the sill. Is it snowing? She inquired. The cold wind brushed against her face, and clad in such thin attire, she shivered involuntarily. Lin Shinian continued to disregard her. Lin Shinian, is it snowing? She called again. Lin Shinian. Lin Shinian. Lin Shinian. Her persistence echoed, repeating his name without relent. Finally, Su Wanqing, with a tone reminiscent of her usual coyness, called out, Husband, husband. The sound was almost piercing, and Lin Shinian, disturbed to the point of exasperation, could no longer tolerate it. Be quiet. He had initially been resting his eyes, contemplating the memorization of the Tao Te Ching. However, the incessant noise compelled him to open his eyes and glance outside. The sky was overcast, embodying the oppressive spirit of winter. It seemed that snow or rain had been imminent these past few days, yet nothing had fallen, leaving a dry chill in the air. Snow had arrived, and the year-end festivities were approaching. Lin Shinian mused that this marked the 8th year of his love with Su Wanqing. He had perished, and Su Wanqing had been left crippled, her vision lost. Lin Shinian finally spoke. It hasn't snowed. Su Wanqing replied softly, oh. She extended her hand, then suddenly recalled something, saying, did you visit me in my dreams before? No. You say that, yet you've killed me twice. Perhaps recalling unpleasant memories. She touched her neck. How cruel. It's evident you desired my demise. Su Wanqing rested her head on her arm, facing Lin Shinian, and then spoke. I'm feeling a bit sleepy. Will you visit me in my dreams? I want tea. Do it, and I'll let you slap me twice. With that, Su Wanqing closed her eyes. After a while, she appeared to have fallen asleep. Lin Shinian approached her, while he had no desire to enter her dreams. He felt a pull. He bit his lip, repressing the involuntary smile that threatened to surface. Yet, Su Wanqing had mentioned slapping him. Wasn't she the exalted Miss Su? Had she ever been slapped by him? It was always she who struck him. Lin Shinian stifled the smile that dared to rise and gently brushed his fingertip against her brow. In an instant, everything spun around him. Lin Shinian found himself in Su Wanqing's dream. Everything remained unchanged, and he retained the pose of touching her brow. In the next moment, his wrist was seized with force. Lin Shinian looked down to find Su Wanqing's eyes wide open, devoid of their usual haze. She gripped his wrist tightly. You really came. I came to slap you. Be wise and extend your face. Su Wanqing indeed leaned forward, but instead of complying, she stood, wrapped her arms around his neck, and kissed him fiercely. Lin Shinian. He forcefully pushed Su Wanqing away. You ought to show some respect. Su Wanqing returned to her wheelchair, unperturbed, crossing her legs and resting her chin on her hand, exuding the same haughty demeanor of a young lady. Her toes playfully brushed against the side of Lin Shinian's trousers. She chuckled softly. We've both died once. Why cling to innocence? Su Wanqing, I warn you to show some respect. Don't forget your status. Oh, do enlighten me. What is my status? The wife of Qin Feng. The more Lin Shinian understood her aversion to certain words, the deeper he drove the knife into her heart. Indeed, Su Wanqing's expression darkened, her striking, icy gaze fixed upon Lin Shinian. After a moment, she smiled lightly, rising to her feet and approaching him, wrapping her arms around his shoulders from behind. Resting her chin on his shoulder, she remarked, Isn't that all the more intriguing? Are you unfamiliar with a certain term? It's called infidelity. She then circled back to face him, adding, if you wish to debase yourself, do not involve me. Lin Shinian forcefully shrugged off Su Wanqing's hands, turning to her, and, before she could react, delivered 2 sharp slaps to her face. When I say I'm going to hit you, I mean it. He lifted his chin defiantly. The sound of the slaps resonated clearly. Yet, as Su Wanqing touched her cheek, she initially lowered her gaze before meeting Lin Shinian's eyes again. She lowered her hand, stating, it doesn't hurt. Lin Shinian retorted, of course, it doesn't hurt in a dream. Rolling up his sleeves, he added, if it doesn't hurt, then allow me to strike you a few more times. He appeared ready to unleash a flurry of slaps upon her. However, Su Wanqing suddenly furrowed her brow. In the next moment, Lin Shinian found himself abruptly expelled from a dream. He assumed Su Wanqing could not handle the game, only to see her awaken in an instant, having been resting by the window. Despite the door being securely locked, it was swung open from the outside. Lin Shinian turned to see Qin Feng, his head wrapped in bandages. Just as Qin Feng took a step forward, Su Wanqing brandished a dagger she had concealed in her pocket, twirling it in her hand. Do not approach, she warned. Lin Shinian felt a surge of alarm. Now was not the time for her to showcase her weapon skills. If the dagger fell, it would spell disaster. Qin Feng halted, gazing at Su Wanqing. Do you still fail to grasp the reality of the situation? If you learn to submit, I assure you that your quality of life will not diminish. I further guarantee that you will always remain my rightful wife, and our future children will inherit the Su family legacy. However, Qin Feng paused, his expression hardening. If you fail to win my favor, what awaits you is perpetual darkness, perhaps even death. I shall never bow to a dog. After a brief silence, Su Wanqing continued. I apologize. To insult a dog is to demean Lin Shinian. Qin Feng, you beast, I shall never compromise with you. If you intend to kill me, let it be this morning, that I may reunite with Lin Shinian. You're no stranger to taking lives. Lin Shinian could only ponder. What does she mean by insulting a dog? Can't Su Wanqing speak coherently? Chapter 38. Will you love me like before? Moreover, at such a critical juncture, how could Su Wanqing dare to provoke Qin Feng? Did she genuinely believe that, as a disabled individual wielding a dagger, no matter how sharp it was, she could possibly contend with the professional bodyguards standing behind Qin Feng? Those men, towering at nearly 2 meters, were built like tanks with fists as large as sandbags. It would be a trivial matter for them to subdue her in mere moments. Where was her intellect? Was she truly seeking her own demise? Lin Shinian fell into silence. Surely, Su Wanqing could not be under the delusion that death would reunite her with him. Let her come to terms with the fact that he was very much alive. Even if he were to perish, he would rather not be ensnared by her relentless pursuit. Su Wanqing needed to act like a person and cease her incessant torment. Even in death, she would not allow him peace. Moreover, she could not afford to die. If she were to do so, who would handle Qin Feng? She had foolishly nurtured him into a towering presence, and now she would simply abandon her responsibilities? That was utterly unacceptable. Witnessing Su Wanqing's defense, Qin Feng's eyes blazed with fury, radiating a menacing aura. His narrowed gaze twitched ominously, a testament to his seething anger. Very well, he mused. So, it is Miss Su, but I shall see just how resilient you truly are. He gestured emphatically, his voice laced with authority. Lock her in the basement, and deny her food and water. Su Wanqing was no stranger to adversity. Despite her impaired vision, she managed to injure several of the bodyguards attempting to seize her before they finally overpowered her. However, she too sustained injuries during the struggle, and Lin Shinian distinctly heard the sickening crack of her bones breaking, yet she did not utter a single cry of pain. Even Lin Shinian, who was numb to physical suffering, felt a pang of agony merely from the sound. Silent and stoic, Su Wanqing was indeed the formidable heiress of the Su family. Hardened by the bloody struggles for power, she was dragged into the basement and locked away, the rusty iron door slamming shut with a resounding thud, plunging the atmosphere into an oppressive silence that felt suffocating. In the pitch-black darkness, Su Wanqing lay motionless on the ground. After a while, she weakly called out, her voice barely a whisper due to the pain, Lin Shinian. As a long silence ensued with no response, her anxiety grew. She mustered the strength to rise. Raising her voice, Lin Shinian, are you there? The basement was devoid of light, enveloped in utter darkness. Lin Shinian, his expression impassive, drifted beside Su Wanqing and spoke. What manner of place is this, Su Wanqing? How many lives have you taken? Who constructs such a basement in a residence purported to be virtuous? It reeks of impropriety, reminiscent of a scene from a gruesome film. Truth be told, having spent nearly 7 years, soon to be 8, with Su Wanqing, Lin Shinian was oblivious to the hidden mechanisms within the underground garage that concealed such a clandestine chamber, one that seemed designed to remain unseen. What could possibly have occupied Su Wanqing's mind when she approved the architectural plans for this house? Surely, nothing virtuous. Hearing Lin Shinian's words, Su Wanqing felt a flicker of amusement, but the pain in her abdomen transformed it into a muffled groan of discomfort. Su Wanqing reclined on the ground, appearing devoid of strength to move. Your perspective is always so distinct, she remarked. What was that saying again? Ah, yes. Your thought process is quite peculiar. However, it has been many years since you felt this way. In recent years, it seems you have not been particularly happy. Surely, you have some inkling as to why that is? Su Wanqing had a knack for uttering words that effortlessly deflated Lin Shinian's anger. After a brief silence, Su Wanqing continued from Lin Shinian's previous statement. "Ha, you caught me. This is where I intended to confine you. I thought if you misbehaved, I would keep you here and let you go hungry for a few days to teach you a lesson." With a long sigh, she added, "I'm feeling a bit tired. I think I'll take a short nap." Initially, Lin Shinian did not take her words seriously, but after a while, it seemed even her breathing had ceased. Panic-stricken, he crouched down, reaching out to touch Su Wanqing's brow. 1 second, 2 seconds, an eternity seemed to pass. Lin Shinian expected a whirlwind of sensations, but was met with an unsettling stillness. "Su Wanqing, you can't be dead. Su Wanqing, the ground is quite cold. You mustn't sleep." He urged her, "You're injured, your immunity is low. If you sleep like this, it could be perilous." Su Wanqing. Lin Shinian was frantic now, leaning closer to listen for her breath, but there was none. He quickly checked for a heartbeat, yet it seemed there was nothing. Fear gripped him. "Su Wanqing, don't die. If you do, you won't see me again because..." Just as Lin Shinian was consumed by panic, Su Wanqing could no longer contain her laughter and erupted into joyous giggles. It dawned on Lin Shinian that he had been deceived, igniting his ire. "Are you out of your mind? That's not funny. Why would I not see you if I died?" Su Wanqing inquired, still chuckling. Lin Shinian, exasperated, retorted, "Because I despise you. If you die, I still wouldn't want to see you. Wouldn't it be better if I died to accompany you?" She teased, "Get away from me." After a moment's pause, Lin Shinian finally said, "You calamity, just live well. If we are separated by life and death, we shall never meet again. But you're still by my side." Lin Shinian pondered before replying, "Because I am a figment of your imagination. I am not the true Lin Shinian. The real Lin Shinian has already perished. When life ends, it is like a lamp extinguished. Everything is lost, including the soul, which is merely a figment of your fancy." "Ah, is that so?" Su Wanqing seemed delighted. "That works out well. Then you can accompany me for a lifetime. When I think of you, I'll summon you into my dreams. You must behave well and never strike me again. You will do as I say. And if I want you to remove your clothes, you will do so. Understood?" Lin Shinian was at a loss for words, utterly exasperated by Su Wanqing. As if struck by a thought, she added, "By the way, since you are a product of my imagination, the next time you visit my dreams, could you be taller, sturdier, and perhaps a bit longer too?" Lin Shinian was exasperated, rolling his eyes in frustration. Why could he not simply extinguish Su Wanqing? Eventually, she remarked, "Since you are merely a figment of my imagination, could you not love me as before and call me your wife?" He retorted, "In your dreams. You are utterly disobedient. I shall seek out a replacement for you. I am truly weary, and I shall retire to sleep, hoping that upon awakening, you will love me as you once did. Thus, I shall pretend you have not perished. Even if others deem me mad, I shall not mind." Su Wanqing murmured, "After all, no one dares confine me to an asylum." Lin Shinian fell silent, for it was indeed impossible. He was not a mere illusion of Su Wanqing. Someday, he would awaken within his own body. It was merely a matter of time. As Su Wanqing drifted into slumber, Lin Shinian also stole a moment of rest. For he too required respite, lest he fade further into obscurity. Yet his sleep was restless. He frequently listened for the sound of Su Wanqing's breath, reassuring himself that she was still alive. Certainly, Su Wanqing could not die. If she did, Qin Feng would become invincible, and who would confront him and Lin Wanwan? The mission must be fulfilled. Su Wanqing must not perish. Su Wanqing had been confined for 3 days, and in the dark confines of the basement. She lost track of time. It was Lin Shinian who periodically ventured out to check on her, informing her of the hours. Sometimes she slept. At other times she remained awake, though her conscious moments grew increasingly fleeting. Qin Feng had indeed denied her sustenance, not even a drop of water, leaving her exceedingly weak. Lin Shinian inquired, "Where are your people? Why have they not come to rescue you?" Seemingly dazed, Su Wanqing took a moment to respond, "I don't know. Perhaps they will arrive soon." Truly, the emperor may not be anxious, but the eunuchs are driven to despair. Lin Shinian was indeed anxious, to the point that his form began to fade considerably. In contrast, Su Wanqing remained remarkably composed. Just as Lin Shinian suddenly recalled that he could send a dream to Su Wanqing's assistant, preparing to venture out, The door to the basement swung open. Su Wanqing was dragged out. Lin Shinian hesitated, but ultimately followed, his concern outweighing his doubt. In the living room, a golden cage, resembling a large bird cage, had been placed in the center. Infeng lak Suwanqing inside. Lin Wanwan sat upon Qin Feng's lap. Qin Feng proudly proclaimed to Lin Wanwan, "See, I have kept my promise, have I not? I said I would bring down the lofty Miss Su for you to deal with." Lin Wanwan stood with delight, gazing at the disheveled and bloodied Su Wanqing through the golden bars. She appears so frail, as if she could perish at any moment. Does Brother Qin not feel pity? Qin Feng retorted, "She is resilient. She will not die." At these words, Su Wanqing suddenly laughed. Qin Feng, irate, demanded, "What are you laughing at?" Lin Wanwan rushed over to complain to Qin Feng. What is she laughing about? How can she act so defiant in her current state? While Qin Feng and Lin Wanwan were puzzled by Su Wanqing's laughter, Lin Shinian understood perfectly. Su Wanqing was laughing, for she had once expressed similar sentiments to Lin Shinian. Lin Shinian's fate was remarkably resilient. She would not perish. She could only laugh at her past naivety. Or perhaps it was not laughter at all, but rather a self-deprecating chuckle. Lin Wanwan inquired of Qin Feng, "May I enter and strike her twice?" Qin Feng, playfully grasping Lin Wanwan's hand, leaned in with a flirtatious air, cautioning it would be unwise. Despite her current state, you may not prevail against her. That would be rather dull. Contemplating this, Lin Wanwan blinked rapidly before suddenly wrapping her arms around Qin Feng's neck. Lin Shinian could hardly bear to gaze towards the sofa, turning to Su Wanqing and muttering, "Here we go again." Su Wanqing abruptly turned to glance at Lin Shinian, her eyes widening in shock upon realizing he was indeed nearly transparent. Lin Shinian, perplexed, noted, "Wait, when did Su Wanqing's sight improve? Could it be that the bloodletting purged the poison?" It was not entirely inconceivable. Suddenly, Su Wanqing drew something from her waist. Heavens, it surely was not a toy gun. Chapter 39. I awoke to regret. Please forgive me, with a resounding bang, followed by Qin Feng's anguished scream. The scene quickly escalated as he succumbed to the pain, his eyes rolling back in unconsciousness. Lin Wanwan, surprisingly quick to react, concealed herself behind the sofa while Su Wanqing aimed her weapon at her, but refrained from pulling the trigger. Lin Shinian observed the gruesome state of Qin Feng, now rendered incapacitated and bloodied. He swallowed hard, realizing the dire consequences of crossing Su Wanqing, truly merciless. It seemed that Qin Feng's life would forever be devoid of humanity. Zhang Sa, alerted by the commotion, rushed out only to gasp in horror at the sight before her. An ambulance arrived, and Qin Feng, oblivious to his grim fate, was covered with a white sheet and lifted onto the stretcher. Su Wanqing, a subtle smile gracing her lips, remarked to Lin Shinian, "Help may come. But if it doesn't, I am capable of saving myself." "Then why didn't you shoot Qin Feng when you had the chance?" he inquired. "I feared my aim might falter," she replied. "Yet you were confident in your eyesight?" "Not entirely, which is why I allowed him to lower his guard. My gun holds 10 bullets. I had no doubt I would hit him." After a pause, she added, "I hadn't anticipated my vision would be restored, allowing me to take him down with a single shot." As they conversed, the police arrived. Lin Wanwan, tears streaming down her face, exaggeratedly recounted Su Wanqing's alleged crimes to the officers. They proceeded to place handcuffs on Su Wanqing, who willingly extended her arms, sitting in a wheelchair as she was escorted away. After a considerable distance, Su Wanqing glanced back at Lin Shinian, who remained stationary. She felt an unsettling sense that he appeared increasingly ethereal. Her pupils constricted as she called out, "Follow me," even as Su Wanqing was led away by the police. Lin Shinian stood rooted in place, akin to a canary trapped in a gilded cage. Desperately, Su Wanqing turned her head, yet Lin Shinian's figure was nowhere to be seen. Only Lin Wanwan remained at the entrance of the villa, wiping her tears as the police instructed her, "As a witness, you must accompany us for questioning." She too was taken into the police vehicle. The once chaotic villa fell silent, leaving only Zhang Sa, pale-faced, to clean the bloodstains from the sofa. Lin Shinian emerged from his metaphorical cage, having witnessed this spectacle. It was quite satisfactory, Qin Feng was effectively finished. His presence had long been a source of revulsion. Finally, he could breathe freely, no longer fearing the specter of retribution. As for the police station, Lin Shinian held no concern for Su Wanqing. Even without her connections and capabilities to extricate herself, he mused, perhaps it would be better for her to languish in prison. Having expended considerable energy worrying about her well-being in that dark confinement, Lin Shinian felt himself growing faint. It seemed the once vibrant villa would soon embrace tranquility, allowing him the peace to finally rest. He felt as though he had barely slept when he was roused by a voice calling out, "Darling, darling, wake up. Don't sleep any longer, I'm back. Have you missed me?" As Lin Shinian stirred from his slumber, he opened his eyes to behold the visage of Su Wanqing. Instinctively, he believed himself to be the devoted husband, whose greatest joy each day was the early return of his wife to keep him company. A smile began to grace his lips as he intended to call out wife, reaching out to grasp her hand, only to be jolted into awareness upon seeing his own translucent fingers. He abruptly sat up in bed, casting a cold gaze upon Su Wanqing, who sat in a wheelchair. "Is this amusing to you?" Su Wanqing rested her chin in her hand. "Have you missed me?" Lin Shinian, maintaining his icy demeanor, chose to ignore her. Su Wanqing extended her hand, attempting to grasp Lin Shinian's, yet her fingers merely brushed through the air, failing to make contact. Lin Shinian stared at her intently, prompting Su Wanqing to inquire, "If I touch you like this, will it hurt?" In truth, it would not. But Lin Shinian replied with utmost seriousness, "It will." She pressed further, "If it hurts, will you refrain from touching me? You would relish in hurting me time and again, hoping I would vanish swiftly. Are you not merely a figment of my imagination? How could you possibly disappear? Because I possess my own will, I have transcended your fantasies, and I will vanish. Will you disappear? That is uncertain. Perhaps shortly, perhaps tomorrow, perhaps in 3 days, perhaps in a month." Su Wanqing gazed at Lin Shinian with an expression akin to one beseeching a deity for a wish. "Then could you refrain from disappearing? Why are you idling here instead of dealing with Qin Feng? Can't you see?" Su Wanqing maneuvered her wheelchair closer to Lin Shinian's bed, propping herself up before reclining onto the bed. She looked up at Lin Shinian, seated above her. "I am here to keep you company. If you were to disappear tomorrow, I wish to spend a little more time with you. I never truly accompanied you before. I was always so busy." Lin Shinian floated upward, hovering in the air, gazing down at Su Wanqing. "Just as Qin Feng said, I am dead, and yet you feigned such deep feelings." Su Wanqing was taken aback by Lin Shinian's demeanor as he elevated slightly higher, casting an imposing presence over her. She looked up at him, who now seemed increasingly unattainable. Then, with a smile, she urged, "Come down. Are you not afraid of heights? Come into my embrace. I will catch you." Lin Shinian's expression hardened. "I am already dead. I fear nothing." The conversation took a turn as his anger was reignited by Su Wanqing's words, leading him to exclaim in fury, "Su Wanqing, what is this pretense of deep emotion? I am dead, and yet you continue to disgust me. Tomorrow, I shall seek out individuals skilled in this matter, to see if there exists a way to revive you or to prolong your existence. What do you plan to do? Su Wanqing, are you truly reluctant to let me go? Do you comprehend my worth now that I am gone? Do you love me?" Su Wanqing suddenly regarded Lin Shinian with utmost seriousness, her playful demeanor evaporating in an instant as she spoke from the depths of her heart. "I love you." Lin Shinian fell silent, taken aback. He had indeed heard Su Wanqing profess her love for him during the fervent days of their romance. He listened to those declarations countless times. Yet, as time passed, Su Wanqing ceased to utter those words frequently. The "I love yous" she once offered were ultimately torn asunder by her own hands, conveying to him that their 7 years together were a mere facade, that their love was a mirage, and even their marriage certificate was but an illusion. Only the betrayal remained tangible. His 7 years had been reduced to a jest. Lin Shinian laughed heartily. "You think you could deceive me again, don't you, Su Wanqing? I will not fall for your tricks anymore. Moreover, when I needed your love the most, you were absent. Now that I am gone, what use is your love to me?" Su Wanqing gazed at Lin Shinian, her eyes seemingly filled with sorrow. This time, it is real. Before, it was genuine as well. I have come to realize, Lin Shinian, that from the very beginning, I have loved only you. Chapter 40. How can you not leave me? There is no deception. The so-called deceit is merely my trickery towards you. I deceived you by claiming I did not love you, and thus, I have reaped the consequences. Su Wanqing spoke again, her tone steeped in profound sorrow. Lin Shinian. I regret it. Upon hearing Su Wanqing's earnest confession, Lin Shinian found it impossible to smile. Since she was serious, he too decided to engage earnestly. He descended gracefully, landing on the ground, and ultimately seated himself in Su Wanqing's wheelchair, aligning his gaze with hers. This was a posture befitting a serious discussion. Su Wanqing's hands, resting on the bed, slowly tightened into fists. She was terrified, overwhelmed by a heavy and profound guilt, fearful of the answer he might give. Lin Shinian nodded, acknowledging her previous words, and then stated, "Since you wish to have a serious conversation, I too shall respond thoughtfully." His tone was calm, devoid of any turmoil. Su Wanqing. I cannot and will not accept your regret. I speak not in anger, just as your remorse is not feigned. You understand my meaning, do you not? Su Wanqing shook her head, indicating her confusion. Lin Shinian tilted his head with a sardonic smile and continued softly, "Su Wanqing, I will never forgive you." "But I do not comprehend," she interjected. "There is nothing to misunderstand." Before he could finish, she interrupted, "But did you not love me the most?" "To not forgive me is inconceivable, Lin Shinian. How could you bear to withhold your forgiveness? You love me above all else." Lin Shinian reflected on how he had indulged Su Wanqing, allowing her to utter such naive words. "I loved you deeply, every day, every second for 7 years. I cherished you. Yet, I am dead, do you grasp that? I am no more." Su Wanqing did not comprehend, countering, "If you are dead, does that mean you no longer love me? If you are dead, does that mean I am no longer yours? Yet, you are still with me, are you not? You claim you do not love me, but your very soul contradicts that assertion." Lin Shinian mused that Su Wanqing might not be adept at negotiation. Her arguments were painfully twisted. After a moment, he sighed. "Have you ever considered that perhaps I do not love you? Is it possible that I might even harbor hatred for you?" Su Wanqing seemed to exhale in relief. "Then, if you have always hated me, that is acceptable. As long as you remain by my side, death matters not. You can still converse with me. If you miss me, we can still meet in our dreams." Su Wanqing was earnest in her declaration. "Lin Shinian, I fear not misfortune, but I cannot bear to be without you." After a lengthy silence, Lin Shinian found himself utterly speechless, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness akin to a scholar confronting an army. He simply remarked, "Then I can only offer you one piece of advice." Su Wanqing pursed her lips, turning slightly, displaying a hint of shyness. "What is it? Will you say to me as before, 'Wife, I love you the most'?" Lin Shinian could no longer tolerate her antics. "If you are unwell, seek treatment." "You are truly out of your mind, Su Wanqing. When you clung to me as a sycophant, I too believed you were unwell. However, later on, I came to a realization. You see, I have now repented." Su Wanqing leaned closer to Lin Shinian, her eyes brimming with sincerity, and remarked, "One day, you will love me again, just as you did before. It is akin to how I currently cherish you. No, perhaps even more than ever." Lin Shinian was no longer inclined to engage in conversation with Su Wanqing. He rose and positioned himself before the floor-to-ceiling window. Su Wanqing's tone shifted to her usual audacity. "If you do not forgive me, shall we start anew? I am already dead. I do not mind that you are dead. Is it possible that I might find you objectionable?" Su Wanqing may not have considered that Lin Shinian could harbor disdain for her. She truly pondered for a moment before finally saying, "Then it seems I must impose upon you a little." Lin Shinian traversed the glass, choosing to vanish from Su Wanqing's sight, allowing her some solitude to reflect. Otherwise, she might need to confront the absurdities of her own words. Descending to the garden on the first floor, he glanced back and noticed Su Wanqing had opened the window, leaning out from the second floor to watch him. Upon seeing him turn, she waved at him. Lin Shinian turned away and departed, hearing her call out, "Don't walk too far." She added, "Don't let me lose track of you." Lin Shinian resolved not to return that day. Aside from this place, he had other options, including retreating to his own body. However, as he walked, he recalled something of great significance. Where was Lin Wan? Was she still confined at the police station? If Lin Wan could remain detained for a few more days, no one would administer those insidious drugs to Jing Yuding that rendered him unconscious. Might this allow him to awaken? Thus, Lin Shinian did not wander far. He circled around, lingering in the pavilion at the lake's center for a moment. Just as he was preparing to return, he heard the sound of wheels behind him. Turning around, he saw Su Wanqing, clad in light clothing, searching for him. Upon finding him, she sighed in relief. It's so cold outside. Let us go back, there's heating indoors. I cannot feel hot or cold. Yet, one cannot remain outside in such chill. Look at how thinly you are dressed. You mean yourself. The depths of Su Wanqing's eyes sparkled with myriad tiny stars, so beautiful. And she appeared elated. Darling, are you concerned for me? Check the marriage certificate. Who is your darling? Once I settle the affairs of the company, the divorce proceedings will be promptly initiated. Lin Shinian countered. Is it a matter of great distinction? Su Wanqing shook her head. No, but I must provide you with a title. You only thought of giving me a title after I have died. Do you believe I need it? Let's refrain from arguing, shall we? It gives me a headache. I simply wish to be at peace with you. Su Wanqing maneuvered her wheelchair closer to Lin Shinian and added, Let's go back. I promise not to bother you any longer, all right? Lin Shinian, preoccupied with thoughts of Lin Wan, temporarily refrained from confronting Su Wanqing. Walking alongside her, he inquired, Is Lin Wan still at the police station? She was still there before Qin Feng regained consciousness. Lin Shinian furrowed his brow. Yet Su Wanqing seemed to fathom his thoughts, saying, I've kept it from your parents. They want to be anxious. It was better not to mention the past. Recalling the incident when Su Wanqing caused a ruckus at his home still stirred irritation within him. However, the pressing concern remained. When would Qin Feng awaken? After such a castration surgery, he should regain consciousness post-anesthesia, shouldn't he? Su Wanqing dismissively remarked, her tone akin to commenting on a deceased. Lin Shinian was about to request Su Wanqing to ensure Lin Wan remained in custody for a few more days when he observed her picking up a white porcelain bowl. She then made a swift incision on her wrist with a sharp dagger, blood dripping steadily into the bowl. Lin Shinian was at a loss. What are you doing? Sustaining you, Su Wanqing replied, placing the bowl on the table, gesturing for Lin Shinian to drink. Consume this, and you won't fade away so swiftly. Chapter 41. Your regrets are cheap. Lin Shinian was rendered speechless by shock as he gazed at Su Wanqing. After a prolonged silence, he finally inquired, Have you not always dismissed such things? For you, hurry and drink. It will grow cold soon, she urged. Lin Shinian remained silent for a moment before asking, Where did you learn this? Su Wanqing retrieved her phone. This master taught me. You've been deceived. Lin Shinian approached her, attempting to demonstrate that she had indeed been tricked. His hand passed through the bowl countless times before he declared, I cannot obtain it, nor can I drink it. He looked at Su Wanqing and added, Do not waste it. If not, you may as well drink it yourself. Su Wanqing did not appear particularly angry. Her gaze fell, revealing a hint of disappointment. She then lowered her head, saying, I will report him and have him imprisoned. Lin Shinian was at a loss for words. Su Wanqing discarded the bowl into the trash, then bent down to wrap her wrist in bandages, looking rather displeased with an air of loneliness and pity lingering about her. Just as Lin Shinian was about to inquire about Lin Wan, a group of housekeepers arrived. The individuals previously assigned by Qin Feng had been replaced by Su Wanqing's own staff. Throughout the afternoon, the entire house was meticulously cleaned. All of Qin Feng's belongings were discarded, and the bed in the master bedroom he once occupied was replaced with an identical one. The bedding, carpets, and curtains were all renewed, and the decor, aside from the vases, mirrored the previous arrangement during his time with Su Wanqing, albeit all with new items. The rest of the house had undergone several rounds of disinfection. Once their task was completed and they departed, Su Wanqing, seated in her wheelchair, turned to Lin Shinian and asked, Do you not feel the air has become fresher? Lin Shinian remained silent. At some point, Su Wanqing had acquired an incense burner, and she appeared somewhat intrigued. The incense powder formed into the shape of a heart, which she ignited. Wisps of ethereal smoke wafted from the burner as she addressed Lin Shinian. This is premium sandalwood incense. known for its soul-nurturing properties. Can you smell it? Where did you learn this? You should have that master in prison as well. This is common knowledge. No need to learn. Su Wanqing shot Lin Shinian a look. He scoffed before stating bluntly, have them keep Lin Wanwan there a few more days. For your sake? Lin Shinian was initially troubled about finding an excuse. But Su Wanqing had already provided one, alleviating him of the burden. He nodded yes. Then how about a reward? This was something Lin Shinian had not anticipated. What reward do you desire? Before Su Wanqing could respond, he added, I shall give you 2 slaps. If you can land them, then you may strike me twice. To his surprise, Su Wanqing tilted her face towards him, adopting a coyly obedient demeanor. She first closed her eyes, pretending to allow him to hit her, then opened them to look at him and said, but if you do strike, you must forgive me and not be angry with me. Lin Shinian chuckled in disbelief. You must be dreaming. Then I wish for you to call me wife. I refuse. Then I shan't assist you. Su Wanqing placed her phone upon the table. Lin Shinian wore a sullen expression as he gazed at her. He hesitated, contemplating whether to concede, for Lin Wanwan was incarcerated, unable to administer his injections. Such an opportunity was rare indeed. Just then, Su Wanqing remarked, it's not as if I haven't tea call before, have I? And now you've presented it to me? Darling? With a playful defiance, she added, well, I shall call you darling, darling, darling. Lin Shinian, irked by her incessant chatter, finally responded, wife. Su Wanqing fell silent, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she looked at him, stifling a giggle for a moment. Clearing her throat, she huffed softly, her tone laced with a playful coyness. Though it feels somewhat forced, I suppose I shall let you pass this time. The moment prior, she had appeared so endearingly soft, and although Lin Shinian harbored resentment towards her, it did not deter him from stealing an extra glance. It was indeed difficult to overlook the beauty of Su Wanqing, whose figure was equally exquisite. She then retrieved her phone to instruct her assistant, reverting to her usual aloof and regal demeanor, her voice icy. Sent a greeting. Ensure Lin Wan remains in custody for a full 15 days, and have someone look after her well. Once she set her phone down, she turned to Lin Shinian, stating, it's done. How do you intend to handle this sister of yours? Your parents have already lost you. Losing this adopted daughter as well would likely be unbearable. Lin Shinian lowered his gaze. Will you always be like this? Caught off guard by his reproach, Su Wanqing momentarily pondered where she had displeased him, gently furrowing her brow. What is it? Just a moment ago, everything was fine, and now you've turned on me. Lin Shinian continued, you shower affection on those you fancy. You acted this way when you admired Qin Feng. So what now? Is it me you cherish? 7 years were not for naught, were they? Your love for me, isn't merely a reflection of another man, is it? Su Wanqing seemed to contemplate her explanation, starting with I, but Lin Shinian interjected. Have you ever heard the saying, a late-blooming affection is worth little? Your actions come off as rather cheap. With that, he ascended the stairs. Su Wanqing called after him, wait. But he did not glance back. As he reached the 2nd floor, he encountered Su Wanqing emerging from the elevator. She obstructed his path. Where are you going? I require a room. You cannot enter. I want tea. She firmly refused. After a moment of thought, she declared, suit yourself. I shall rest. Lin Shinian brushed past her, tossing over his shoulder, regardless, you want tea be able to reach me. Once he had distanced himself, Su Wanqing muttered, yet I need to see you to feel at ease. Although the master bedroom's bed had been replaced, Lin Shinian remained troubled by the distressing images associated with that bed. He opted to sleep in the guest room. Su Wanqing ordered dinner to be brought to her, and while Lin Shinian lay in bed, she sat nearby to eat. After only a few bites, she had it cleared away. Subsequently, she washed up and lay beside him. Lin Shinian seemed to be in a deep slumber, utterly still. Su Wanqing, her hands resting gently on her abdomen, appeared serene in her repose. After lying there for a while, she murmured, in truth, this is quite wonderful. She closed her eyes, feeling the weight of fatigue. Her body was still battling a fever, and her condition was far from ideal. She whispered softly, will you visit me in my dreams? I long to embrace you. As Su Wanqing drifted into sleep, Lin Shinian opened his eyes. Rising from his place, he glided through the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the misty garden beyond. Lin Shinian was confined, rendering any medication for his condition impossible. He would no longer venture into Su Wanqing's dreams, for the time had come for him to return. Chapter 42. Resurrection. Lin Shinian floated forward, but after a short while, he halted, finding such sluggishness intolerable. Although he was impervious to sensations of heat or pain, he could still feel fatigue. Jing Yuding was indeed too distant, situated on the outskirts, and he did not recall every route with clarity. Suspended in midair, Lin Shinian contemplated the impossibility of asking Su Wanqing to guide him. However, there existed another method. If his energy were depleted, he would naturally return to his body to recuperate. He instinctively felt that this time he would awaken directly. Furthermore, disappearing abruptly would serve as a punishment for Su Wanqing. Presently, she would likely be reluctant to see him vanish. Thus, Lin Shinian decided to return to slumber, intending to ponder how to expend his energy by the morrow. Su Wanqing, meanwhile, slept fitfully, her dreams a chaotic whirl. Awakened by a nightmare, she opened her eyes and beheld Lin Shinian's semi-transparent profile, which calmed her racing heart. She reached out, wishing to touch his face, but hesitated, fearing that her living warmth might harm him. Instead, she extended her hand to a nearby distance, as if she had made contact. Suddenly, Lin Shinian opened his eyes. Su Wanqing's face lit with joy. "You're awake." Lin Shinian regarded her sternly. "Who permitted you to come up here? Leave at once. You know my legs aren't well." Before he could finish, he had already risen. "If you want to leave, I shall." Su Wanqing, infuriative, sat up in bed. Utilizing the light from the bedside lamp, she observed Lin Shinian's resolute figure departing. Such a temper now. As Lin Shinian exited the room, Su Wanqing, in her wheelchair, trailed behind. "Why didn't you enter my dreams? I was frightened awake by a nightmare." Her tone bore a hint of grievance. "If you had come into my dream, it wouldn't have been terrifying." Lin Shinian abruptly halted. Indeed, visiting dreams seemed to consume his energy. Each time he did so, he weakened further. Noticing his pause, Su Wanqing hurried to catch up. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Shinian lowered his head. "All right." Su Wanqing looked up at him. "What do you mean by all right?" "I'll visit your dream." Su Wanqing's eyes sparkled with delight. "Really?" 10 minutes later, Lin Shinian observed Su Wanqing, still with her eyes shut yet conversing with him, his patience waning. "Are you going to sleep or not?" Su Wanqing opened her eyes. "I can't sleep." "Sing to me." "Get lost. You used to sing, and I haven't heard your voice in ages." "If you want to sleep, that's fine." Lin Shinian stood to leave. Yet he heard Su Wanqing urgently call out, "Don't go, I'll sleep." "You." Lin Shinian turned back just in time to see Su Wanqing slam her head against the wall. "Lin Shinian?" Su Wanqing was increasingly unhinged, and he sensed her mental state deteriorating. Who but Su Wanqing could engage in such reckless behavior? Madwoman. Lin Shinian tatsu aningestorit. And a whirlwind enveloped him as he entered her dream, brimming with indignation. Before he could unleash a tirade, he felt her grasp his hand. "Don't leave." Lin Shinian finally realized that the dream mirrored the scene from the corridor moments ago. He was in the lead, while Su Wanqing trailed behind in her wheelchair, pursuing him. At that moment, Su Wanqing firmly grasped his wrist, preventing him from moving forward, urging him to halt. Anger simmered within Lin Shinian. When a man is enraged, his strength can rival that of an ox. With a swift motion, he broke free from Su Wanqing's grasp. Yet in the blink of an eye, he found himself embraced once more. Su Wanqing had maneuvered into his arms, gazing up at him. "Look, I'm not asleep. You've entered my dream. Are you still angry? If so, you might as well slap me a few times." She coaxed Lin Shinian, placing his hand against her face, then gently tilting her head into his palm, appearing remarkably obedient. In truth, Lin Shinian harbored a desire to strike her. Yet he knew it would be in vain, as she would not feel the pain. Instead, he resorted to pinching her cheek firmly. "Behave yourself." Su Wanqing draped her arm over his shoulder. "Shall we begin?" "Begin what?" he inquired. "You've come into my dream. It can't just be for idle chatter under the covers, can it? We could converse now, but perhaps we could engage in other activities." "What activities?" Su Wanqing smiled softly. "For instance, me." Suddenly, she felt an unsettling chill. Her demeanor shifted as she awoke from the dream, her face pale with shock. She knelt by the bed, gazing at Lin Shinian, who stood beside her. Lin Shinian examined his own form, realizing that, as he had suspected, excessive expenditure of energy would lead to his disappearance. He noticed that he was on the verge of exhausting his essence. Lowering his gaze, he reassured her, "It's nothing, just nearing oblivion." Initially, Su Wanqing felt a flicker of relief at his words, but her expression turned ashen upon hearing his next statement. "Disappearance? What does that mean?" Quite literally, Su Wanqing's eyes widened as she stared at him. "You're not just a figment of my imagination, are you? I want to allow you to vanish. Isn't that a good thing?" Lin Shinian leaned closer to her, a smile gracing his lips, tinged with mischief as he continued. "That means your illness is improving." Su Wanqing crumbled. "I don't want to get better. I'd rather remain mad." She lifted her gaze, pleading with Lin Shinian. "Please don't disappear. I've only just seen you. Stay with me a little longer. Or tell me, is there a way for you to exist a bit longer?" By the end, her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she added, "I'm sorry. I won't let you enter my dreams again. I won't be reckless anymore. Please don't vanish. Return to how you were." "It cannot be undone, Su Wanqing. I still love you. To disappear for you would be my utmost willingness." Lin Shinian spoke deliberately, knowing that the deeper his affection, the greater her guilt and despair would grow. "If you love me, stay by my side." He turned his gaze toward the window. "The sun will soon rise. A new day will inevitably begin, while I remain a relic of the past. Holding on to these fleeting days has already stretched my limits." "No, please don't." Su Wanqing gazed at the rising sun outside the window, her heart racing as she hurriedly left her bed to sit in her wheelchair. In her haste, she stumbled onto the carpet, appearing flustered, yet quickly managed to settle into the wheelchair to draw the curtains. She had completely forgotten that with a mere word, the intelligent assistant would automatically close them for her. Lin Shinian finally experienced a sense of vindication, cruelly stating, "It's futile. Just as you cannot prevent the sun from rising, you cannot halt my disappearance. How can this be? I beg you, what if I plead with you? Surely you have a way, don't you?" Su Wanqing's voice quivered with emotion, tears streaming down her face as she looked at him. Lin Shinian sighed, "I am ultimately already gone." As he became increasingly translucent, Su Wanqing frantically inquired, "How can I find you again? Forget me and begin anew." Lin Shinian grew fainter, fading away, and just before his complete vanishing, he saw Su Wanqing crying and reaching out to him, yet she could not embrace him. Lin Shinian disappeared. Su Wanqing wept uncontrollably. "No." She tilted her head back, sobbing like a child. "I regret it. I truly regret it. Please, Lin Shinian, don't do this to me. I love you. Can you hear me? I want no one else. I only love you." Jing Yuding. Lin Shinian suddenly opened his eyes wide, staring at his hands before abruptly tearing off the oxygen mask. He had returned. Chapter 43. Resurrection. Lin Shinian was utterly elated. He had truly returned. He was genuinely alive, and this sensation was simply exquisite. Furthermore, it appeared that he had awakened directly, without any slumber, as the sun was just about to rise when he vanished. Now, the sun had emerged, dispersing the haze. What a splendid day it was. Lin Shinian descended from his bed, bouncing with joy, and proceeded to caress the vase and the fresh flowers upon the table. He leaned down and inhaled deeply, savoring the rich aroma of roses. He pinched himself hard, and then gasped, "That hurts." He had come back to life, truly resurrected. However, in the next moment, Lin Shinian felt a surge of palpitations and dizziness, leaving him breathless. He pressed against his chest, bent over, and gasped for air. After a moment, he forced himself to regain composure. This sensation of palpitations was a sign of his illness returning. Once he felt steadier, he opened the drawer and searched thoroughly, then went to Lin Wanwan's laboratory. Yet he found none of his usual medication. Lin Shinian resolved to visit the hospital to procure some medicine. In death, one could do as they pleased, but in life, one was constrained by the afflictions that limited both emotion and action. Nonetheless, Lin Shinian thought, even so, he still desired to live. Currently, he found himself without a dime, so he returned home first. He had savings and intended to reclaim all that belonged to him. as well as to warn his parents about Lin Wanwan. Since he was alive, he must reveal her true nature to them without delay. Lin Shinian hailed a taxi and instructed the driver to stop downstairs while he ascended to retrieve some money. The driver, noticing Lin Shinian's pallid complexion, kindly inquired, "Do you need me to assist you upstairs? You look unwell." Lin Shinian managed a strained smile, suppressing the discomfort in his chest, and jested, "Perhaps you could wait for me. I plan to head to the hospital shortly." The driver, however, did not find this amusing and replied, "How about I run the errand for you? What do you need to fetch? You truly look quite ill. I wouldn't want you to faint." Lin Shinian pressed his hand against his heart and waved it off. "It's nothing, I'm just a bit weak." There were certain matters he felt compelled to address personally, to arrange himself. Upon hearing this, the driver's concern eased somewhat, and upon seeing Lin Shinian's strikingly handsome face, he quickly understood. He chuckled knowingly, "Young man, moderation is key. Otherwise, when you reach our age, you'll truly understand the struggle." As he spoke, the driver lifted his thermos and took a sip. The glass double-layered thermos was filled 2/3 full with plump goji berries. Lin Shinian ascended to his front door, tidying his clothing and hair before ringing the bell. Soon, someone approached to open the door. It was his mother, who initially thought it was Lin Wanwan returning. She muttered, here again forgetting the keys. But upon seeing Lin Shinian, her expression froze, and her eyes instantly welled with tears. Realizing the truth, she enveloped him in a tight embrace, exclaiming, "Son, is it really you? It seems I have dreamed of you once more." Lin's mother released Lin Shinian and gently placed her hand on his shoulder and arm, asking, "How have you been over there?" As she stroked his cheek, tears streamed down her face. "Why have you lost so much weight? Have you been short on money?" Before Lin Shinian could respond, he found himself shedding tears, unable to hold back any longer. His voice hoarse, he called out, "Mom." Just then, Lin's father hurriedly came running from the study, exclaiming, "Is that my son? I dream of you, son." He embraced Lin Shinian, both of them weeping profusely. Lin Shinian struggled to speak, his throat constricted by grief and his heart racing from the emotional turmoil, causing him to stagger and fall to the ground. Desperately, he pleaded, "Mom and Dad, quickly, bring me the emergency heart medication." Lin's mother immediately held him tightly, urging Lin's father to fetch it. In his frantic state, Lin's father stumbled over a chair leg, falling before quickly rising again to retrieve the medicine for Lin Shinian. Lin Shinian opened the bottle and swallowed the contents, gradually feeling relief wash over him. Lin's mother, crying, lamented, "Why must this terrible illness torment you still, my son? Indeed, it had afflicted him for a lifetime. How could it continue to torment him even in death?" Lin's father, rubbing his knee, complained, "Oh, this fall has left my leg in agony. You too, being an old man, should know better than to rush around as if you were a sprightly youth of 20. Isn't it because I worry for our son?" He added. After this, both parents fell into an eerie silence, exchanging glances. Lin's mother questioned, "Does it hurt?" Lin's father replied, "The pain is excruciating, truly. How could I feel pain in a dream? Pinch me." He reached out and pinched Lin's mother's arm with considerable force. Sensitive to pain, she cried out, "Ouch, that hurts." Then, they both turned to look at their son on the floor. This isn't a dream after all. Lin Shinian, clutching his heart, took a moment before asserting, "It's not a dream, Mom and Dad. I have returned. I am not dead." This story is lengthy, so I shall be brief. He returned home and closed the door, succinctly recounting his experiences to his parents. After hearing his tale, Lin's parents were initially incredulous. However, Lin's father soon recalled the day Lin Nuanyuan brought Qin Feng home, and the sudden scream that erupted from Lin Nuanyuan's room. Lin's mother remembered the red marks on Lin Nuanyuan's neck that the foundation could not fully conceal, which she had claimed were from mosquito bites. Reflecting on it now, they suspected it was not the case, but rather a love bite. Thus, though still in disbelief, Lin's parents began to piece things together. Lin's father inquired, "So what should we do now?" Lin Shinian replied, "Naturally, we must sever ties with Lin Nuanyuan. She is ruthless, and you must be on guard against her. Do not believe anything she says. Do not touch anything she offers, including food or drink. Moreover, our immediate course of action is to move." Lin's father nodded in agreement. "Where shall we relocate?" "In my early years, I purchased a residence in a prestigious community where the security is notably superior. Thus, I shall relocate there. However, Lin's mother is somewhat reluctant, as she has grown accustomed to this place after so long, having become familiar with the neighbors. Is there truly a need for such haste? A sudden departure leaves much to be organized. Fortunately, the new abode is already furnished. I shall only need to bring along some essential household items. I will arrange for a moving company shortly. Mother and father, please assist in tidying up. It won't be long before the news of my continued existence can no longer be concealed. This move serves multiple purposes. Firstly, to safeguard against Lin Shinian. Secondly, to shield from Qin Feng's potential retaliation. And thirdly, to protect against Suwanqing. Any financial transactions here will undoubtedly be noticed by Su Wanqing, and relocating may not entirely prevent her from discovering my whereabouts. Nevertheless, I am untroubled. Lin Shinian has faced death once already, having stared into the abyss. What else could he possibly fear? Chapter 44. The young lady learns of his resurrection. This statement was merely intended to facilitate a quicker acceptance of the move by his parents. Ultimately, Lin Shinian recalled the driver waiting for him downstairs and remarked, "I need to go to the hospital to fetch some medicine." Lin's father and mother, eager to accompany him, insisted on going along, and despite Lin Shinian's attempts to dissuade them, he could not refuse, so he took them with him. At the hospital, Lin Shinian proceeded directly to the inpatient department, well acquainted with the head physician, who had been his attending doctor in cardiology. He explained his purpose for being there, and since he was familiar with the nurses, one of them informed him, "The director has several surgeries scheduled today. He won't be back until noon." Lin Shinian cleared his throat lightly and replied, "That's all right. I just need to pick up my usual medications." Upon hearing this, the nurse nodded in understanding. "Oh, very well. You can find someone in the doctor's office to write the prescription." As the nurse answered a ringing phone at the front desk, Lin Shinian turned to his parents, instructing, "Please wait for me here. I will go get the medication." They complied, their eyes still red from recent grief as they grappled with the return of their deceased son, a tumultuous, emotional state that was difficult to stabilize. Upon entering the doctor's office, Lin Shinian noted the presence of several physicians. However, since the director was occupied with surgeries, only a few junior doctors remained to attend to patients. He hesitated, unsure of which doctor to approach for his prescription. Just then, a young female doctor, dressed in a white coat and sporting a bun, stood up with a thermos in hand. Upon noticing Lin Shinian, she quietly inquired, "What is it?" Though masked, her gentle and resilient eyes belied her youth, and she was a new face. He had not encountered her during his previous stays, where he had become well acquainted with all the doctors and residents. "Are you new here?" Lin Shinian asked, his curiosity piqued. The doctor regarded him with a puzzled expression. "Is there something wrong?" Lin Shinian glanced at her name tag, which read Qin Xiaoqiao, a name that possessed a certain charm. He shook his head. "No complaints. I'm here to pick up some medication. May I have my prescription card?" She extended her hand toward him. Lin Shinian handed over his prescription card, and as Qin Xiaoqiao examined his medical records and medications, her frown deepened. She then looked up at him, asking, "Would you like to undergo a re-examination? Your complexion doesn't appear well. Perhaps in a couple of days. For now, I just need my medication." "I've run out," Lin Shinian replied, eager to return home and prepare for the move. He was aware of his own condition. It was what it was, manageable with medication. Although it may have deteriorated slightly, he had already faced death once. He could hardly expect to be unchanged. Qin Xiaoqiao retrieved a prescription from the printer and handed it to him. Just as Lin Shinian was about to leave, she called out, "Wait." He turned back to find her grasping his wrist. Upon her touch, he realized how cold his hand had become. Looking down, he recognized that she was not being intrusive, but was feeling his pulse. Amused, he remarked, "Are you studying traditional Chinese medicine as well as Western medicine?" However, Qin Xiaoqiao frowned, maintaining a serious demeanor as she seized his other hand to continue taking his pulse. Lin Shinian found the situation rather amusing. "Doctor, could you refrain from looking as though I'm on the brink of death? It's rather frightening." Although he had experienced death once, he had no desire to face it again. Qin Xiaoqiao quietly took his pulse, her expression grave as she turned to Lin Shinian. "You must be admitted immediately. Your health is in a dire state." I'll come tomorrow, Lin Shinian replied, clutching the prescription as he turned to leave. Qin Xiao rose and grasped his arm. I'm in immediately. Do you not wish to live? Of course, Lin Shinian wanted to live. However, his parents were outside. Even if his condition was critical and warranted hospitalization, he felt compelled to face this alone. If they were to discover his plight, they would undoubtedly abandon their plans and remain by his side in the hospital. That was absolutely unacceptable. Lin Shinian desired for his parents to move into their new home and lock the doors, ensuring their safety until he could resolve matters with Qin Feng and Lin Wanwan. Thus, Lin Shinian shook off Qin Xiao's grip. I understand. I will come tomorrow. Tomorrow may be too late. Qin Xiao insisted, preventing him from departing. This commotion attracted the attention of other doctors. Lin Shinian gazed at Qin Xiao and internally sighed. Forgive me. He then tugged at his coat and sweater, exposing his shoulder, and raised his voice. Xiao, I am aware that during your school days, you harbored unrequited feelings for me and often stole my underwear, relentlessly pursuing me. However, I do not love you, as you well know. No matter how fervently you chase after me, you shall never possess my heart. Please release me. Lin Shinian's loud declaration drew the attention of passing patients, their families, and nurses who gathered to witness the spectacle, their expressions a mix of curiosity and gossip. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao stood frozen in shock, and as Lin Shinian seized the opportunity of her startled reaction to escape, he made a swift exit with his parents. In the background, spectators whispered, "Oh my." It's hard to believe that the aloof Dr. Qin would engage in such antics as stealing underwear. Dr. Qin, truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. Yet, that young man is quite handsome. One cannot place all the blame on Dr. Qin. Qin Xiao clenched her fists, wishing to defend herself. But as the crowd noticed her gaze, they hastily dispersed, unwilling to offend the attending physician. When she turned back, she caught 3 male doctors pretending to be engrossed in their computers, though they seemed oblivious to their tasks. Flushed with indignation, Qin Xiao finally pleaded with her colleagues. I did not steal any underwear. Male colleague 1 responded, Oh, we understand. Youth is often reckless. Male colleague 2 added, Indeed. Everyone makes foolish mistakes in love during their youth. We empathize. Male colleague 3 remarked, Lin is undeniably handsome, even during his hospitalization. The nurses would flock to administer his injections. He possesses a charming demeanor, soothing those who falter, never casting blame. If it were me, I might have done something even more outrageous. No, I truly do not know him. Qin Xiao's face flushed crimson with indignation. The 3 male colleagues began recounting tales of Lin Shinian's discharge from the hospital, reminiscing about how the nurses in the department shed copious tears. As the conversation meandered, they shifted to discussing Su Wanqing. That girlfriend of Xiao Lin's is simply insufferable. She doesn't even feel jealousy, as if no other woman is worthy of her consideration. A girlfriend? More like a wife. With such extraordinary beauty and lineage, not just her, even I wouldn't waste a glance on anyone else. Who could possibly compare? In truth, Xiao Qin falls short. It's no wonder Xiao Lin has little regard for her. Losing to that one isn't truly a loss, as one cannot hope to compete with her in any regard, be it looks, physique, or even family background. Qin Xiao couldn't articulate her frustration and was on the verge of tears. She wished she could disregard Lin Shinian entirely. It would be better if he vanished from her life, for he infuriated her so. She slumped over the table, her anger mingling with shame. Yet, she couldn't help but recall how appealing his collarbone looked. Despite having seen countless bodies, she couldn't help but admire it, finding it quite tempting. At Lujiang Bay, Su Wanqing sat in the very place where Lin Shinian had disappeared, having spent the entire day in solitude. Initially, she wept incessantly, but now it seemed her tears had run dry. At that moment, her assistant, Jiang Cuckoo, unable to reach her by phone, knocked on the door. Miss, we've finally uncovered some information about the missing Mr. Lin. Chapter 45. Never to lose you again. Su Wanqing stared blankly at the door, momentarily lost in thought. Soon, she realized it was a message from Lin Shinian. Finally, she stirred, pushing herself to reach for the wheelchair. However, having been inactive for so long, her body felt numb. causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she managed to prop herself up and settled into the wheelchair, opening the door. She turned to her assistant, asking, "What did you say?" "Mr. Lin is indeed alive. I discovered that his card has been used. I immediately dispatched someone to follow up, and they confirmed that Mr. Lin was seen with his parents, hiring a moving company to relocate to Nanhai Phase 1. Subanki napir momentarily, gazing at her assistant in disbelief, finally murmuring, "He is still alive." The assistant, puzzled, recalled how Su Wanqing had previously insisted that Lin Shinian was dead, even presenting cremation certificates as proof, yet she refused to accept it. Now, upon hearing that he was alive, she maintained her skepticism, as if she had already come to terms with his death. But in the next moment, the assistant witnessed a spark of hope illuminate Su Wanqing's previously dim eyes, transforming them into a radiant glow. She declared, "I must see him." The assistant promptly approached to assist Su Wanqing's wheelchair, ready to arrange transportation for her to find Lin Shinian. Yet, after a short distance, Su Wanqing halted, her demeanor suddenly uncertain, as if she had lost her bearings. For the first time, the assistant observed the normally composed and untouchable Su Wanqing in a state of disarray, reminiscent of when she had taken over the company amidst a stock market crash without a hint of worry. "Miss, what is wrong?" the assistant asked, sharing in her anxiety. Su Wanqing touched her face and replied, "I can't see him like this. I must look presentable. I need to change my outfit. Wait for me." Accustomed to flattering her, the assistant nearly remarked on how beautiful Su Wanqing appeared, believing that if she deemed herself unattractive, there would be no beauty left in the world. However, realizing this was not the moment for levity, she respectfully nodded, "Of course." Su Wanqing donned a striking red qipao, complemented by a white mink shawl, her long black hair cascading in waves, and her lips painted a soft red, making her look captivatingly radiant. Rarely did she adorn herself so charmingly. She typically exuded an air of aloof elegance that commanded attention. Meanwhile, in Nanhai, the house remained in disarray from the move, as organizing and cleaning were tasks that could not be completed in a single day. Lin Shinian, typically the most capable in the household, found himself unable to assist due to illness, inadvertently slowing the process. Fortunately, there was no rush. Lin's mother had prepared a feast of Lin Shinian's favorite dishes, just as they were set on the table. The aroma wafted through the air, igniting his senses. He picked up his chopsticks and sampled a spicy clam, his eyes lighting up in delight. He gave a thumbs up to his mother, exclaiming, "Delicious," as Lin's mother observed his greedy demeanor. She chuckled and advised him to eat less spicy food. Yet, tears welled in the corners of her eyes as she contemplated the unimaginable, that her deceased son could return to life and share a meal with her once more. Lin Shinian, undeterred, picked up another piece and remarked, "Then why does Mom still prepare such spicy dishes?" Lin's father, sitting nearby, playfully tapped Lin Shinian's head with his chopsticks, saying, "Can't you see? That is for me." Despite his jest, Lin's father still served Lin Shinian a portion of his beloved sweet and sour fish, which he relished with great joy. The sensation of being alive felt truly wonderful. Amidst the family's cheerful dining and conversation, the doorbell rang. Lin Shinian's expression shifted. "Ignore it. Do not open the door to strangers." Lin's mother speculated. Could it be Nguyen? She dismissed the thought. No, she shouldn't have been released from the station yet. Lin's father, concerned, wondered aloud, then who could it be? Lin Shinian lowered his gaze to his soup, already aware that it was likely Su Wanqing. He was merely taken aback by the swiftness of her arrival. Before he could finish his bowl of soup, a locksmith had already opened the door. Su Wanqing entered, not exhibiting her usual assertiveness. Instead, she wheeled herself in with an array of gifts, smiling as she said, "Mom and Dad, these are my small tokens of appreciation. I was wrong about the previous incident, and I am here to apologize. Please do not hold any anger against me, and do not dwell on the past. I was thoughtless and headstrong. I'm truly sorry, Mom and Dad." Though the adage suggests that one should not strike a smiling face, Lin's parents were less inclined to welcome her, given that Lin Shinian had once departed from this world, and Su Wanqing had previously treated him with indifference. While Lin's parents did not expel her, they remained distant. Being cultured individuals, they directed their attention toward Lin Shinian, for ultimately, this was a matter of his heart. Lin Shinian set aside his soup and addressed his parents. "Mom, Dad, please return to your room. I have some personal matters to attend to." Although Lin's parents were somewhat apprehensive, they noticed that Su Wanqing had signaled her assistant to leave, leading them to refrain from further discussion and retreat to their room. Su Wanqing maneuvered her wheelchair closer to Lin Shinian, surveying the modest home. Spanning just over 100 square meters, it was remarkable that, given Lin Shinian's income, he could afford such a residence in the bustling capital without her assistance, a noteworthy achievement among his peers. The dining area, just beyond the entrance, was still disheveled from the recent move, though the kitchen and dining space had been tidied for cooking, exuding a cozy ambience. The decor reflected Lin Shinian's tastes, favoring a simplistic, warm color palette. However, Su Wanqing refrained from encroaching too closely to Lin Shinian, maintaining an appropriate social distance as she gauged his demeanor, noting his cold expression upon her entrance. Unlike before, she now found herself somewhat apprehensive about provoking his ire. Carefully scrutinizing him from head to toe, she finally spoke. "You look unwell. Let me help you arrange a full-body checkup." As she spoke, she lowered her gaze to initiate contact with the hospital. Yet Lin Shinian coldly interjected, "I do not require your insincere concern." Su Wanqing appeared oblivious to the situation, shaking her phone as she declared, "I have already contacted the expert." However, Lin Shinian responded with a disdainful laugh. "What does this mean, miss? I fail to comprehend. I am merely concerned for you." Su Wanqing maneuvered her wheelchair closer to Lin Shinian, inquiring, "Why did you make such a jest this morning?" "I cried all day, and now my eyes are swollen. Did you notice?" She leaned in too close for comfort. Lin Shinian, however, rose abruptly, pushing her wheelchair towards the door. Taken aback by his unexpected action, Su Wanqing was initially astonished, soon giving way to a mix of embarrassment and anger. "Lin Shinian, what are you doing? I refuse to leave. I want to stay by your side. I can never, ever bear to lose you again." Chapter 46. "I will soothe you slowly." Su Wanqing maneuvered her wheelchair to a halt, rendering it immovable. Stubbornly, she turned back to Lin Shinian, exclaiming, "I dressed up specially for you today, yet you refuse to spare me a glance and wish to send me away. Husband, your heart is rather cruel." Lin Shinian, disinterested in engaging in trivial conversation with Su Wanqing, inhaled deeply and unceremoniously lifted both her and the wheelchair before tossing them out the door. Without allowing her a moment to react, he hurled all the gifts she had brought towards her. Su Wanqing had no choice but to raise her hands in defense, her irritation flaring. "Lin Shinian," she cried out. The cold, distant gaze from Lin Shinian pierced her heart like countless steel needles. Biting her lip, she felt an overwhelming sense of grievance as tears welled in her eyes, accusing him, "You actually hit me. You never struck your previous partners. Have you now learned to hit your wife?" Her appearance radiated an unbearable sense of victimhood, akin to a relentless entanglement. Lin Shinian frowned, pointing at Su Wanqing as he sternly warned, "Su Wanqing, this is my home. Should you dare to open the door without my consent again, I will overturn your wheelchair. Do not blame me for being heartless when that time comes. I will show you no mercy." "Husband, how could you bully a disabled person like me?" Before Su Wanqing could finish her lament, Lin Shinian slammed the door shut with a decisive thud, locking it behind him. It was evident that he was intent on establishing a clear boundary with her. Receiving the cold shoulder, Su Wanqing felt no anger. Instead, she gazed at the tightly shut door, her eyes darkening with regret. She reflected on her past disdain for Lin Shinian's modest earnings during their time together. Had she compelled him to hand over his salary, he would not have had the means to create a reserve for purchasing a house. Consequently, his declaration, "Su Wanqing, this is my home," would not have carried such weight today. A man with confidence, it seemed, became increasingly difficult to manage. Seated in her wheelchair, Su Wanqing stewed in frustration before succumbing to sorrow. She adjusted the shawl that had been disheveled by the gifts, longing to express her thoughts and queries to him. Yet, Lin Shinian had chosen to ignore her. The assistant beside her dared not make a sound until, after a considerable time, He inquired. Miss, shall I call someone to unlock the door? Did you not hear? He threatened to overturn my wheelchair. After contemplating for a moment, the assistant quickly suggested, I will purchase the adjacent property. It is still unrenovated, and once Mr. Lin calms down, we can connect the two units for a more comfortable living arrangement. Su Wanqing seemed to envision that day, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she gestured for the assistant to proceed. Go ahead and arrange it. Just a simple setup, and I will reside here tonight. Understood. The assistant's efficiency was commendable as he swiftly negotiated and acquired the keys. He opened the door and promptly arranged a room. Informing Su Wanqing, he added, according to the layout, the adjoining wall is where Mr. Lin's master bedroom lies. Su Wanqing's wheelchair came to a halt before the wall. Her delicate fingers brushed against its surface as she pressed her ear to it, akin to resting in Lin Shinian's embrace. With her eyes closed, a sweet smile graced her lips. Countless nights had been spent in this manner, listening to the rhythmic beats of his heart. They were indeed fated to be together. She had merely strayed from the path, momentarily upset with her beloved husband. She was certain she would soothe him back to her side. Lin Shinian awoke in distress, his body drenched in cold sweat. Trembling fingers reached for his medication, yet the symptoms offered little relief. He rushed to the sink, expelling the medicine along with a stream of dark crimson blood. Gazing at the viscous liquid, his hands quivered, a disconcerting sign of his deteriorating condition. Closing his eyes, he recalled Dr. Qin's urgent words. You must be hospitalized immediately. Your health is in a precarious state. It seemed the situation was indeed dire. Turning on the faucet, he watched as the thick blood mingled with the cold water, eventually vanishing from sight. In a feeble state, he slid down to the floor, the chill seeping into him. His health had never been this fragile before. It appeared that Lin Wan's treatment was far from beneficial, and only she truly understood his condition. It was evident that a meeting with Lin Wan was imperative. Lin Shinian managed to steal a few moments of sleep until dawn, only to be jolted awake by the ruckus of renovations next door. Enduring the discomfort, he rose and prepared for the day, only to be called by his mother for breakfast. No, thank you, he replied. The doctor advised me to go to the hospital for some blood work. His father immediately chimed in. I'll take you. It's just a blood test. I can manage on my own. Mom and Dad, please refrain from going out for now. Since Lin Shinian's previous near-death experience, his father's focus had shifted entirely to caring for his ailing mother, leaving him unemployed. However, his father grabbed the car keys and playfully tapped Lin Shinian's head. You'll be safer with me, you rascal. After all, I am your father. Lin Shinian chuckled helplessly. All right, Dad, just stick with me and don't wander off. I won't leave your side, especially seeing your pallor, his father replied. Lin Shinian explained. The noise from the renovations next door kept me from sleeping well, hence my grouchiness this morning. As the father and son stepped outside, Lin Shinian's mother began her usual morning chatter. His father closed the door behind them, turning to Lin Shinian with a teasing smile. Your mother grows more talkative with age. I took her on adventures when I was just 18. I've been driving for a lifetime, so why would I suddenly falter now? Lin Shinian laughed. Well, it's not a lifetime, just half of one, or perhaps a mere fraction. Just as they were about to depart, the door next door swung open to reveal Su Wanqing in her wheelchair. With a bright smile, she greeted him, Good morning, husband. Then, with utmost respect, she turned to Lin Shinian's father, Good morning, Dad. The unexpected warmth caught Lin Shinian's father off guard, while Lin Shinian's expression hardened. He swiftly reached for his phone, dialing the authorities. Hello, I would like to report a disturbance. Yes, my neighbor is renovating before 7 in the morning. Su Wanqing's smile froze on her face, and then she spoke sincerely. I apologize. I had no idea this house had such poor sound insulation and disturbed you. I assure you it won't happen again. She had listened all night and heard no sounds from him, assuming the soundproofing was quite effective, considering a simple renovation of a bathroom and study. As she intended to reside here long-term, she hadn't anticipated disturbing Lin Shinian. With a genuinely remorseful expression, she continued, I remember you were never one to wake up in a bad mood. You shouldn't be this upset, right? It was she who used to wake up cranky, and he was always the one to soothe her. Now, the roles had reversed. However, Su Wanqing felt no anger. After all, She had hurt her husband's feelings. She knew she had to mend their relationship, and thus decided to adopt a more humble demeanor. Chapter 47. Two daughters for him. Lin Shinian's second call was directed to the property management. Su Wanqing maneuvered her wheelchair, reaching out to grasp his hand. I understand my mistake. I will cease the pretense and stop the renovations, if that pleases you. Please, do not be angry. However, Lin Shinian withdrew his hand from her grasp. When the property management arrived, Lin Shinian recounted the situation, and shortly thereafter, the police also arrived. He instructed the property management to communicate with the police, issuing warnings and imposing fines as necessary. Seizing the moment while Su Wanqing was encircled by the police and property management, he discreetly departed with Lin's father. Husband, where are you going? Su Wanqing watched helplessly as Lin Shinian left, her frustration manifesting as she struck the armrests of her wheelchair, lamenting her inability to rise and follow him, to plead for his company. While driving, Lin's father inquired, how did she end up moving next door to us? Lin Shinian fastened his seatbelt and coughed softly. It matters not. Her proximity may offer a semblance of safety. He continued, never once did she refer to my parents as father and mother, always looking down upon us. Throughout your years of marriage, she has never shared a meal with us nor invited us to hers. I have never witnessed her so contrite before. After a pause, Lin's father speculated, could it be that she has realized Qin Feng is not a good man and now regrets her decision to part ways with you? Seeking reconciliation? Lin Shinian appeared indifferent, resting his chin on his hand as he gazed out the window, silent. What she yearned for was not merely reconciliation. Su Wanqing desired for him to love her as he once had. The past. Lin Shinian recalled the profound wounds inflicted by Su Wanqing, and a chilling sense of despair enveloped him. How could things return to the way they were? He had already faced death once. Such a return was impossible. Noticing Lin Shinian's troubled expression, Lin's father hesitated before cautiously asking, what are your thoughts on the matter? Lin Shinian shifted his position, extending his long legs, and finally spoke. A shattered mirror cannot be mended. There is no possibility left between us. Lin's father nodded, seemingly relieved, and concluded, as long as you have come to this realization, that is sufficient. As a father who cherished his son, it pained him to witness Lin Shinian sacrifice his dignity, pride, and self-worth for a woman, descending into a self-destructive cycle, retreating step by step without achieving the desired outcome, ultimately left bruised and battered. How could he not feel anguish? Yet, Lin Shinian had not dashed himself against that wall. He was determined never to look back, though he had paid a grievous price. He had gained clarity and awakened to the truth. Lin's father tapped the steering wheel and remarked, it is never too late to cease losses, regardless of when one chooses to do so. Lin Shinian offered a faint smile. At the hospital, after a night of fervent gossip, several versions of the story had emerged. What began as a tale of stolen underwear had morphed into the most outrageous rumor. Qin had secretly borne Lin Shinian 2 daughters, allegedly conceived through in vitro fertilization, with the sperm purportedly acquired through dubious means. As Qin quietly arrived at work, she overheard a small group of nurses and interns whispering among themselves, Doctor, Qin truly adores Lin Shinian, to the extent of wanting to provide him with 2 daughters through IVF, all without his knowledge. They marveled at how Dr. Qin appeared completely unfazed by having given birth to 2 children, pondering her secrets to such impeccable self-care. I remember the last time I visited Dr. Qin's home to retrieve something. She spoke so gently to her child, calling her good daughter and encouraging her to eat a bit more. Is this rumor true? I thought you were just spreading tales. Did you not see Dr. Qin's social media? She posted about it. I have seen it. It appeared to be a new toy for her daughter, who seemed to adore it, even in a video. Really? Have you seen her daughter? She must be adorable, given how handsome Mr. Lin is and how beautiful Dr. Qin is. Indeed, do any pictures exist? I wish to see. That night shift, I admitted 3 patients and 1 critically ill. I collapsed in a bed without watching the video, and I have yet to meet Dr. Qin's daughter. What a pity. But there will be another opportunity. I can only imagine how Mr. Lin would react upon learning this. Would he pursue her in return? I just read a novel like that last night. I truly wish to see a tale of rekindled love. Having listened to the entire exchange, Qin's fists clenched in frustration. There ought to be limits to such fabrications. Yes, she had 2 daughters, but they were her cats. While she had indeed acquired toys for them and share videos, those were toys for her cats. She had never even had a boyfriend. Narrowing her eyes, Qin interjected, "Would you like to visit my home and see my daughters? They're indeed quite adorable." The seasoned colleagues sensed the shift in atmosphere and feigned busyness to escape. Only the intern nurses and the male intern stared at Qin with wide, naive eyes, asking, "Oh, can we, Dr. Qin?" Qin glared at the pair of fools, her voice icy. "Who spread the rumor that I have 2 daughters? Slacking off at work and spreading baseless gossip will result in a 1,000-word reflection report due before you leave. Otherwise, I will report your behavior to your supervising teacher." The 2 instantly wilted. If there was one thing interns feared most, it was their supervising teacher. They bowed their heads, no longer the innocent fools they once were, murmuring, "It was." With a stern expression, Qin tucked her pen into the pocket of her lab coat, casting a final cold glance at the 2 before proceeding to make her rounds. After a few steps, she abruptly turned around. Spotting Lin Shinian emerging from the elevator at the end of the corridor, the instigator had arrived. Lin Shinian immediately recognized the masked figure of Qin and felt a chill run down his neck. Feeling guilty, he dared not meet her gaze, especially with Director Wang present. Seizing the moment, Lin exclaimed, "Director Wang, it's me. I'm here for follow-up." Qin had already positioned herself behind Director Wang. Lin Shinian felt a chill run down his back once more. Although Qin Xiao averted her gaze to the floor, avoiding eye contact with him, Lin Shinian swallowed hard, convinced that it was not merely his imagination. It seemed as though she was intentionally targeting him. Director Wang, upon seeing Lin Shinian, smiled warmly. "Yesterday, President Su mentioned you to me. I even said I would contact you for a follow-up examination. Yet here you are on your own accord. The examination form has already been prepared. You may proceed directly without waiting in line." Upon hearing that Su Wanqing had made the arrangements, Lin Shinian's expression soured slightly, but he still reached out to take the examination form. He grasped it and tugged gently, yet it did not budge. Lin Shinian raised his gaze, only to find that the examination form was being held firmly by Qin Xiao. Lin Shinian was left speechless. Chapter 48. My relationship with Lin Shinian and our 2 daughters Qin Xiao turned to Director Wang and said, "Teacher, allow me to accompany him. His health is rather poor, and I fear he may faint along the way." Upon hearing this, Director Wang nodded. "Indeed, he does appear quite pale. Can he walk? If not, we might need to procure a wheelchair." Lin Shinian quickly waved his hand. No, I can walk." At that moment, someone called out to Director Wang, reporting that bed 20 was experiencing discomfort, prompting him to leave. Lin Shinian exerted some effort to seize the examination form from Qin Xiao's grasp, only to discover that she possessed surprising strength, preventing him from acquiring it. Truly, a testament to her medical training. Feeling a bit awkward, Lin Shinian smiled sheepishly and glanced back at his father, saying to Qin Xiao, "I can manage the examination myself. If not, my father is here." Although Qin Xiao wore a mask, Lin Shinian could still perceive the playful glint in her eyes, which conveyed a teasing smile. "How could I allow you to go alone? After all, you know I have harbored a crush on you since childhood. I even stole your underwear during college." A crowd had gathered, intrigued by the unfolding spectacle. Lin Shinian was taken aback by Qin Xiao's audacity, seemingly indifferent to the gossips swirling around them. Indeed, if one remains unembarrassed, it is others who feel the awkwardness. Qin Xiao remained unfazed, while Lin Shinian's ears flushed crimson as he stammered an explanation. "I studied computer science in college, while you pursued medicine. We weren't even at the same university. How could you possibly have stolen my underwear?" Ha. I was merely jesting, just a joke. I apologize." Before he could finish, Qin Xiao interrupted. "Yes, we were at different schools. I stole them across campuses." Lin Shinian could only respond with disbelief. Qin Xiao continued, "Your underwear. You were the smallest size. I cried for several days after taking them, never realizing you were so petite." Lin Shinian, flustered, conceded, "All right, I admit it. I shouldn't have spread such rumors about you. As for the size, whether large or extra large. He was well aware of the truth. Nonetheless, he declared emphatically not at all small. Noticing Lin Shinian's ears ablaze with embarrassment, Qin Xiao let out a quiet scoff and instructed him, "Let go. If you pull too hard, you might damage it. As your pursuer, allow me to fulfill my duty. Let's proceed." With a firm slap on Lin Shinian's back, she nudged him toward the elevator, nearly causing him to choke. Lin Shinian turned to rouse his father, who had been gazing at the ground since Qin Xiao's revelation of her long-standing affection. His father had shifted his hands into his pockets, whistling nonchalantly, seemingly detached from the situation. "Dad! Father!" Lin Shinian called out. Yet, his father merely gazed out the window, remarking, "The sun is quite bright today, despite the overcast sky." As the elevator doors slowly closed, Lin Shinian could still hear the hushed whispers of the nurse. Despite her efforts to lower her voice, was audible to him. "It seems Dr. Qin truly loves Mr. Lin. It is hard to believe that Mr. Lin, so handsome, is merely a pretty face without substance. When will he truly comprehend that he and Dr. Qin share two adorable?" The previous ellipsis indicates a sense of regret, which Lin Shinian discerned. Yet the final ellipsis was lost on him, for the elevator doors had closed. What could it be that he and Qin Xiao quietly possess, too charming? What? His own insatiable curiosity about the gossip remained unquenched. Then he heard Qin Xiao let out a cold snort. Lin Shinian scratched his head, feeling quite awkward, and then rubbed his face before saying, "Dr. Qin, is it really necessary? We already have 2 daughters together. Do you think it is needed?" "Huh?" Lin Shinian was bewildered. "So they have 2 lovely daughters?" He felt as if struck by lightning, rendered immobile. As the elevator reached the first floor, Qin Xiao moved ahead. They are new rumors. Upon exiting the heated hospital building, Lin Shinian shivered and hurried to catch up with her. "Shocked," he exclaimed. "No wonder the internet claims your hospital is a hotbed of gossip. This is utterly outrageous. How did such a rumor even arise? Is there any basis for the notion that we have 2 daughters?" Qin Xiao cast a resentful glance at Lin Shinian. "How would I know?" "Feeling awkward," Lin Shinian replied. "So, we are both victims in this affair, right? You see, you have also spread rumors about me. Why not let it go and refrain from being angry?" Yet, unexpectedly, Qin Xiao replied, "However, I do have 2 daughters, but they are not yours. They are my own." This was beyond Lin Shinian's expectations. Even though it was a personal matter for Qin Xiao. She appeared so youthful, yet already had 2 daughters. It seemed she was raising them as a single mother. That must be quite challenging for her. No wonder he sensed her formidable essence at first glance, believing she would one day be an excellent doctor. Lin Shinian wished he could turn back time to the previous day and give himself 2 resounding slaps. He felt utterly despicable. How could he have uttered such an impolite comment about stealing underwear to a single mother? It was truly inappropriate and excessive. Filled with regret, Lin Shinian approached her and earnestly bowed his head in apology. "I apologize. Yesterday was my fault. I caused you trouble, and I am truly sorry." Seeing Lin Shinian's demeanor, Qin Xiao realized he had misunderstood her reference to 2 daughters as her cats. However, witnessing his earnestness brought her a sense of satisfaction, prompting her to withhold the truth and allow him to stew in guilt. After all, he had contributed to her scandalous rumors, tarnishing her aloof image. Thus, she let out another huff. Then, Qin Xiao scrutinized Lin Shinian. "Why aren't you trying to argue your way out of this? Regardless of the reason, it was my fault, so what is there to explain? Apologizing is not a difficult task. You're not being defensive at all." As she passed by Lin Shinian, she added, "However, I do not forgive you." Lin Shinian nodded in understanding. "Would you like me to help clarify the situation?" Qin Xiao nonchalantly replied, "What is there to clarify? The more one explains, the less clear it becomes. In just a couple of days, I shall cease to share. I apologize." "How many more apologies must you utter?" Qin Xiao gazed at Lin Shinian, and during his silence, she remarked, "Perhaps it would be more beneficial to take some tangible action. Rather than merely expressing regret, why not purchase something for my daughter? Consider it a way to atone for both myself and her." Lin Shinian promptly agreed. "Certainly. What shall I procure? Please send me the details, and I shall place the order immediately. He retrieved his phone, hesitated for a moment, and then suggested, how about we add each other on WeChat? Qin Xiao remained still, prompting Lin Shinian to feel awkward. You may simply write it down for me, and I can make the purchase. Qin Xiao chuckled, opened her WeChat card for Lin Shinian to scan, and added, has anyone ever mentioned to you how amiable your temperament is? At that moment, Su Wanqing rolled in from another path, calling out to Lin Shinian, darling, why are you here? I had trouble finding you. Chapter 49. No more acting. Qin Xiao cast a fleeting glance at Su Wanqing, then lowered her head to inspect the newly added WeChat contact, whose profile picture featured a humorous emoji, exuding an air of frivolity. A smile tugged at the corners of Qin Xiao's lips, concealed behind her mask, unnoticed by Lin Shinian. She then raised her chin slightly, indicating Lin Shinian. Is this your wife? Lin Shinian offered no glance in Su Wanqing's direction, merely responding, she's my ex-girlfriend. After a pause, he added, she has married someone else, so we have no connection now. Qin Xiao nodded in understanding. Oh, then let us proceed to the examination. Su Wanqing observed Lin Shinian departing with another woman, her grip tightening around the armrests of her wheelchair. His words struck her like knives, a painful reminder that she did not even qualify as his ex-wife. Turning to her assistant, Su Wanqing instructed, make arrangements for my divorce from Qin Feng. The assistant hesitated briefly before saying, the shares you transferred to Qin Feng have not yet been returned. Finalizing the divorce now would be disadvantageous for you. Proceed with it, Su Wanqing insisted, her demeanor reflecting an undeniable assertiveness. She could no longer tolerate this blemish upon her dignity. The assistant dared not oppose her wishes. Upon hearing Su Wanqing's next command, once his examination report is ready, send me a copy, the assistant quickly grasped her intent. Will you be going to the company? Yes. The hospital, after all, was a public space. Besides, she had already moved next door to Lin Shinian. There was no urgency in winning her husband back at this moment, as it could potentially backfire. She feared that Lin Shinian might become resentful and engage in flirtations with other women due to her presence. Qin Xiao was not present for the entirety of the visit. She had escorted Lin Shinian to the examination area, exchanged pleasantries, then took her leave, saying, I have 2 patients being discharged this morning. You follow the examination steps here and return to the ward to find me. I've reserved a bed for you. Lin Shinian nodded, watching Qin Xiao depart. Yet his thoughts lingered on the notion that perhaps his condition was not as severe as it seemed. There was no need to queue. After the examination, the results would not arrive promptly. Lin Shinian called his father, Lin Fu, expressing his intention to visit Lin Wanwan at the detention center. He had many questions, all of which only Lin Wanwan could answer. Matters concerning the ashes, the fake death, and the medication she had administered to him. These were all of utmost importance. At the detention center, Lin Fu also closed the car door, saying, I will accompany you inside. I have been struggling to comprehend why Wanwan would act in such a manner. Dad, do you really believe she will divulge anything if you ask her? If she were a person capable of open communication, she would not have committed such outrageous acts. Lin Shinian replied, pausing before adding, you should wait for me here. There are some matters I wish to inquire about privately. Lin Fu pondered for a moment before finally nodding. Very well, speak to her thoroughly. If she acknowledges her mistakes, Lin Shinian interrupted, she will not change. Dad, you and Mom must never attempt to appeal to familial ties in hopes of reforming her. It is utterly impossible. She is mentally ill, and we cannot assess her with the logic of a normal person, for she is far from normal. Lin Shinian ultimately emphasized, she will only exploit you and cause you harm. She is exceptionally skilled at masquerading, particularly at feigning vulnerability. I urge you to sever ties with her and approach her with the utmost caution, as one would against a remorseless murderer, for she is indeed perilous. Lin's father was somewhat taken aback by Lin Shinian's warning, yet he finally remarked, she probably wouldn't. Before Lin Shinian could retort, Lin's father fell silent. Lin Wanwan shared the closest bond with Lin Shinian. She was the one Lin Shinian had rescued, the little shadow of her brother. Yet even so, she still acted against Lin Shinian. Lin's father felt a deep sorrow but nodded. All right, I understand. I shall no longer see her. You may go. Lin Shinian acknowledged with a nod. Father, I'm glad you comprehend. Upon entering the detention center, Lin Shinian stated her purpose. The police denied her request for visitation. Lin Shinian then insisted, please consult General Su and inform him that Lin Shinian wishes to meet someone. After a while, the officer, presumably having made a call, returned to escort Lin Shinian inside. Lin Wanwan appeared quite haggard in the detention center, and upon hearing that someone had come to see her, she was filled with delight. However, upon seeing Lin Shinian through the iron bars, she reacted as if she had seen a ghost tumbling from her chair. A ghost indeed. A ghost. Help me. Lin Wanwan was visibly terrified, raising her handcuffed hands to shield her eyes, embodying sheer fear. Lin Shinian looked down at the fallen Lin Wanwan and spoke gravely. Lin Wanwan, how did I die? Clarify it for me. Lin Wanwan appeared greatly frightened, curling into a ball before stammering. I switched your medication. I'm sorry. Brother, please don't come closer. I'm afraid of ghosts. I'm scared. If you truly feel remorse, why did you act in such a manner? Lin Wanwan, have I not treated you well throughout our lives? Have I wronged you in any way? Lin Shinian pressed her for answers. Lin Wanwan raised her handcuffed arms to shield her face, stealing a glance at Lin Shinian before letting out a scream and covering her eyes once more. Eventually, she confessed, I fell in love with Qin Feng. I love Qin Feng. Lin Wanwan appeared to doubt herself, lost in contemplation. As her arms slowly lowered, she gazed at Lin Shinian again, her eyes now devoid of terror, replaced by tranquility and a hint of amusement. Clearly, she had adopted a different persona. Lin Wanwan gradually rose from the ground, riding the chair she had toppled. She sat down and adjusted her hair. Throughout this process, she meticulously observed Lin Shinian, the contours of her shadow, her attire for the day, and her pale, sickly complexion. After tidying her hair, she smiled at Lin Shinian and remarked, It's been a long time, brother. Lin Shinian scrutinized Lin Wanwan for a considerable time before responding. I do not understand. What does the brother not comprehend? You may inquire of me, and I shall divulge that my brother and I share an unspoken bond. However, it has been quite some time since we engaged in a meaningful conversation. Lin Wanwan seems to reminisce. When did this begin? Perhaps it commenced with the arrival of Su Wanqing. If it indeed started with her emergence, then why did you not take action against her and instead choose me? Lin Shinian scoffed, retorting, What? Are you also seeking to pick the softest fruit? I cannot comprehend my brother's words. Brother, Su Wanqing proclaimed your demise. And I, too, believed you were dead. Your body was incinerated and your ashes scattered into the sea. Yet, to my astonishment, you are alive. How wonderful. Brother, have you come to rescue me? Lin Wanwan rose, her heart brimming with joy as she grasped the iron bars, gazing at Lin Shinian with hopeful anticipation. Yet, all she received in return was Lin Shinian's disdainful remark. Cease your theatrics, Lin Wanwan. I have witnessed your transgressions. Chapter 50. Revenge on Su Wanqing. Lin Wanwan longed to continue her acting career, yet Lin Shinian had lost all desire to watch. He plainly stated, I have witnessed everything regarding you in Qin Feng, the medication exchanges, and the concealment of my body in Jinghua Court. Lin Wanwan appeared perplexed. You saw? I was right beside you. Suddenly, a thought seemed to strike her, and she burst into laughter, which continued for a considerable time. Once her mirth subsided, she inquired of Lin Shinian, Were you beside me, or beside Su Wanqing? Brother, even in death, you remain her devoted admirer. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she gripped the iron bars tightly, her knuckles turning pale. With gritted teeth, she declared, You love her that much. Well, my ashes. They're a ruse, a switch. Is your other persona a creation of yours? He asked. Indeed. Why resort to such measures? Because I do not comprehend. Now, it was Lin Shinian's turn to question Lin Wanwan. What is it that you do not understand? Does love possess such overwhelming power? Can it compel you to remain a sycophant to Su Wanqing for 7 years, forsaking your home, career, and even yourself, while disregarding me entirely? Lin Wanwan turned her head, tears cascading from the corners of her eyes, before fixing her gaze upon Lin Shinian. You once cherished me above all else. Yet since Su Wanqing's emergence, you scarcely glance my way. I do not understand. I wish to experience it for myself. Is it truly so enchanting, so addictive? Lin Shinian found Lin Wanwan's rationale absurd, leaving him speechless. He could not fathom her thought process and ultimately retorted, "And after you tried it? I would never allow myself to become so infatuated with a man that I would relinquish everything. The only intrigue lies in my desire to scheme for his wealth, to earn his affection, and then to toy with and trample upon his emotions. I relish that sensation. You are beyond redemption. It is your folly. Witnessing you being toyed with by Su Wanqing incites in me a desire to slap some sense into you. I have immersed myself in this situation to unveil that woman's true nature to you. You ought to be grateful, brother. What material did you use for the ring? Naturally, it is crafted from someone else's ashes. Then why do I feel a connection to that ring?" Lin Wanwan smirked mischievously. "Perhaps because it contains your blood. I had to present Su Wanqing with a gift. One final question. What drug did you administer to me to keep me from awakening?" Lin Wanwan did not respond to this query. She pondered for a long while, gazing intently at Lin Shinian before finally stating, "Release me, and I shall tell you. Dream on." Lin Shinian firmly articulated to Lin Wanwan, "I will continue to investigate the evidence of your illicit medical experiments and will not grant you another opportunity to escape this prison. Reflect on your actions while you remain incarcerated." With that, Lin Shinian turned to leave. However, Lin Wanwan did not succumb to hysteria or anger. She remained eerily calm. It was as if she were still his innocent, harmless little sister, her tone laced with a hint of petulance and helplessness. "Brother, must you be so harsh? Do you not cherish even a shred of our past?" Gradually, her voice turned cold as she questioned, "Am I truly more reprehensible than what Su Wanqing has done?" "Your affection for her remains evident. In the end," she remarked, "do not expect my salvation. Your body will soon perish once more. Brother, you will come to seek my assistance. Even if you do not, I shall come to find you." Lin Wanwan concluded. Upon exiting the detention center, Lin Shinian coughed a couple of times and took out his phone, only to discover over 20 missed calls. In such a brief span, who could have called him so many times? Just as he was about to return the calls, a car halted before him, its door opening to reveal Su Wanqing seated in the back. Her expression was grave as she instructed her bodyguards, "Hold him down." Before Lin Shinian could comprehend the situation, the bodyguards had already seized his shoulders. He chuckled in disbelief. "Su Wanqing, are you resorting to kidnapping in broad daylight? Do you even know where this is?" Lin Shinian's demeanor turned icy as he added, "This is a detention center. Do you wish to spend a couple of days here as well?" He then yelled at the top of his lungs, "Officer, help! There's a kidnapping. Murder! Help!" Su Wanqing pressed her forehead in exasperation, seemingly at her wit's end, and commanded, "Cover his mouth." With an unprecedented seriousness, Su Wanqing stated, "Lin Shinian, your organs are failing. The situation is dire. It is a miracle you are still alive. We must go to the hospital immediately. The hospital has tried to reach you numerous times. What do you intend to do? Seek death once more?" Finally, Su Wanqing, maintaining her composure, pleaded, "Even if you wish to retaliate against me, do not resort to such games. I implore you." Lin Shinian had not anticipated the gravity of the matter. At that moment, Lin's father had arrived with the police. Observing the situation, he brought along a team, ultimately apprehending Su Wanqing along with her assistant and bodyguards. Lin Shinian shook hands with the leading officer, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, officer. Please deal with these lawbreakers harshly, especially this woman in the wheelchair. She is clearly not a good person." Yet, Su Wanqing's gaze remained fixed on Lin Shinian as she spoke. "If you derive joy from causing me this trouble, I am more than willing to indulge you. But your health must take precedence." Lin Shinian snatched the roll of tape from the bodyguard's hands and expertly bound it around Su Wanqing's mouth, wrapping it tightly until it was exhausted. The tape left deep red imprints on her face as he finally clapped his hands, saying, "Now it is much quieter." Lin Shinian then placed an arm around his father's shoulders. "Father, let us depart." Seated in the passenger seat, He watched as their vehicle slowly pulled away, catching a glimpse of Su Wanqing, still angrily tearing at the tape, wincing as it pulled at her hair. As Lin's father drove, he inquired, "What did that young lady say about your health?" "She wanted me to undergo a medical examination, but little does she know I've already had one. So there's no need to heed her." "Oh, how did your conversation go?" "She remains unrepentant. I intend to gather evidence of her crimes to ensure she serves a few years behind bars." "That seems fair. After all, she is erred. I hope she can be reformed. Your mother and I no longer possess that capability," Lin's father sighed. Lin Shinian gazed out the window at the receding landscape, his thoughts solely occupied by the conviction that Lin Wanwan would never repent, only become more obstinate. Just a few years of effort would suffice for him to arrange everything. Come what may, whether he were to live or perish at the very least, his parents would be safe. At the hospital, Lin Shinian strode into the Dr. S office, where a congregation of experts had already assembled. Qin stood quietly at the periphery of the crowd, her brow furrowed as she observed the scene. Today, she had chosen not to wear a mask, standing there like a cold crescent moon in a frigid night, exuding an aura of chill and detachment. Without preamble, Lin Shinian posed the question, "How much longer do I have to live?" Chapter 51, Observing the Furrowed Brows of the Experts. Lin Shinian sensed their unspoken message. It was time to prepare for the inevitable. Eventually, it was his attending physician, Director Wang, who broke the silence, attempting to offer some solace. "Your situation will depend on subsequent treatment. If Western medicine proves ineffective, we can turn to traditional Chinese medicine. As we reviewed your examination results, we were all astonished by your vitality, given that, by all accounts, you should not still be here. Yet you continue to move about. So the question of how long you may live remains uncertain. With your indomitable spirit, you may well create miracles and live to an old age." Director Wang concluded by giving Lin Shinian a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "For now, let us admit you to the ICU." Lin Shinian thought to himself. If it weren't for that last remark, he would have been genuinely grateful to Director Wang. He sighed in truth. "You have no better treatment options left, do you? As you say, my survival is already miraculous. How can you be certain that further treatment won't yield adverse effects?" Director Wang wished to comfort him further, but Lin Shinian interjected, "I no longer wish to pursue treatment. Each additional day I live is a day of freedom. I have been entangled with hospitals since childhood, and now, as I approach death, I desire a more liberated experience." After a brief pause, he continued, "You claim I am nearing death, yet I feel relatively well. Aside from occasional vomiting of blood and some pain, I mostly feel quite fine. What if your treatments hasten my demise instead?" Without allowing Director Wang a chance to respond, Lin Shinian firmly declared, "I choose to forego treatment. If it concerns Su Wanqing, please have her come speak with me. I will explain my decision to her. Furthermore, I request that you do not inform my parents of my condition. Thank you. Otherwise, I may find myself compelled to take issue with you. Please respect the wishes and privacy of a man on the brink of death." Having spoken his mind, Lin Shinian turned to leave, his demeanor resolute as though 10 oxen could not pull him back. The experts remained still, acutely aware that offending Su Wanqing would mean offending Lin Shinian as well. Only Qin Xiao ventured to pursue him. "Wait," she called, grasping his arm. Lin Shinian stumbled slightly, his frail state making him unsteady, nearly falling against her. Qin Xiao quickly steadied him. "Are you all right? I merely pulled you gently. Are you really this weak?" Lin Shinian leaned against the wall for support before replying, "I'm not weak. It's just that you have quite a grip. Next time, please use less force." Qin Xiao stole a glance at Lin Shinian, her gaze quickly darting away. Oh, I apologize." Her face and ears flushed with embarrassment. Lin Shinian mused to himself. Despite having 2 children, she still retained a certain innocence. Her ears were quite conspicuously red. He cleared his throat and inquired, "What is it, Dr. Qin?" Seemingly flustered, she placed her hands in the pockets of her white coat, finally meeting his gaze. "Please do not give up on treatment. You must trust us. Even if we cannot cure you, we can alleviate your suffering and extend your life." "Then what?" Lin Shinian retorted. "Shall I lie there like a corpse, hooked up to 4 drips, drifting in and out of consciousness. One day, I shall succumb completely to death. Lin Shinian gazed at Qin Xiao Xiao and reiterated, "Thank you, but I have chosen to forego treatment." He added, "I wish to select a comfortable manner of dying." "Is there truly a comfortable way to die?" He mused. "Then I shall opt for a method I favor. Perhaps I could travel the world and pass away en route." "You are being rather childish and immature," she remarked. "Is that so? It matters not. After all, we live but once." Qin Xiao Xiao seemed momentarily at a loss for words, yet standing opposite Lin Shinian. She found herself unable to counter his sentiments. Lin Shinian appeared in high spirits as he continued, "Alternatively, I could perish in the comfort of my home, upon my familiar bed. I once dreamed of dying in the embrace of my beloved wife. Alas, I have no wife, and my dearest has long since departed." Upon hearing this, Qin Xiao Xiao instinctively responded, "I am sorry." "Sorry for what?" he inquired. "For bringing up your sorrowful memories. Yet they do not weigh heavily on me anymore. I forgive you." Lin Shinian turned away, waved his hand, and departed with an air of nonchalance. Qin Xiao Xiao observed his retreating figure, biting her lip, pondering how truly peculiar he was, strangely captivating. As Lin Shinian stepped into the elevator, he recalled that Qin Feng was also hospitalized here. His eyes darted, and he hastily pressed the button to open the elevator doors. Qin Xiao Xiao, engrossed in her thoughts, was secretly perusing Lin Shinian's social media, only to discover that it was devoid of content. She swiped her hand across the screen, wondering if he had blocked her. Just then, Lin Shinian's calm voice reached her. "I haven't blocked you. I simply haven't posted anything." Caught in the act of secretly viewing his profile, her hand trembled as she fumbled to conceal her phone in her white coat, only to let it slip. Lin Shinian extended his arm, catching her phone deftly and handing it back to her. "I used to post, but I deleted it all." Qin Xiao Xiao's face flushed crimson. Regretting not wearing a mask today, the embarrassment was palpable. She accepted her phone, their fingertips brushing, and she noted his unusually low body temperature. After securely stowing the device in her pocket, she remarked, "Why do you walk so quietly?" "It is not that I walk silently. It is merely that you fail to notice. Your alertness leaves much to be desired. What if you encounter a rowdy patient in the future? Everyone else might flee, and you would be left standing, unprotected." Leaning casually against the nurse's station, Lin Shinian patted Qin Xiao Xiao on the shoulder, exuding an air of carefree charm. "Dr. Qin, do keep your wits about you." Qin Xiao Xiao shot him an indignant glare. "You should wish me well." Lin Shinian chuckled. In response to his laughter, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. After a moment, she inquired, "Are you planning to return for another stay?" He shook his head and beckoned her closer, urging her to lean in. Qin Xiao Xiao glanced around. It was indeed nap time, and the corridor was nearly empty, but she still cleared her throat. "This feels improper." Lin Shinian waved his hand with increased urgency, encouraging her to draw nearer. With a slight pout, she replied, "I find this quite perplexing. I truly fail to comprehend Lin Shinian's intentions. Nevertheless, I complied, still dazed from the embarrassment of being caught off guard by her moments ago. With a sense of confusion, she leaned in closer, her face mere inches from his, inquiring, "Is this how it is?" Lin Shinian was taken aback by her sudden proximity, her exquisitely beautiful visage magnified before him. "It's not that I am unaware of your lack of insight. I had merely assumed you were coveting my charm, seeking to take advantage of me." Lin Shinian gently turned her face away and whispered into her ear, "Could you do me a favor and lend me your white coat? I need to visit a friend downstairs." Chapter 52. Dealing with Qin Feng. Lin Shinian was taken aback. "Your ears are quite red," she remarked. Qin Xiao had already distanced herself significantly from Lin Shinian. She raised her hand to touch her ears, then pinched them, explaining, "The heating in the hospital is overly dry, and I accidentally dressed too warmly today, hence the heat." "Oh, I see." Lin Shinian nodded, then inquired, "Is it all right? You could simply visit a friend directly. If you intend to purchase a fruit basket, avoid that shop across from the hospital. The prices are exorbitant, and they sell subpar fruit." "A fruit basket?" Qin Feng, she scoffed. Perhaps it would be fitting to smash a fruit basket over his head. Wait, how did the conversation veer so off course? Lin Shinian suddenly realized that merely borrowing a lab coat wasn't sufficient. Qin Feng's ward must have security. It would be prudent to borrow a medical trolley to facilitate a smooth entry. Thus, Lin Shinian waved at Qin Xiao once more. Qin Xiao seized his wrist. Lin Shinian questioned what? Qin Xiao abruptly tossed him into the fire escape, turning her back to him. From now on, let us converse here, and be mindful of our surroundings. Lin Shinian observed several male interns gathered nearby, smoking. They all turned to look at them as they entered. Feeling awkward, Lin Shinian stammered. Still facing away, Qin Xiao added, there are too many people outside. It's more convenient to talk here. Also, your health is fragile. You shouldn't smoke. Qin Xiao frowned and glanced back. The interns, in perfect unison, hastily discarded their cigarettes, extinguishing them underfoot, and then lined up to sneak away. As they passed Qin Xiao, they declared, we didn't hear anything, nor do we see anything. In perfect harmony, they concluded, we know nothing. The door to the fire escape swung open and then shut. Lin Shinian felt a sense of embarrassment. The atmosphere seemed to suggest they were not merely seeking a place to converse, but rather a clandestine rendezvous, and they had been discovered. Lin Shinian scratched his head. Well, there are quite a few people here as well, all your colleagues. Qin Xiao's cheeks had flushed with anger, and it was evident she was irked. She reached out and pinched Lin Shinian. He yelped, ouch. Qin Xiao was taken aback. I didn't use much force, did I? Lin Shinian grasped her wrist. Dr. Qin, your grip. Before he could finish, an intern peered in with a broom and dustpan, saying, we need to sweep up the cigarette butts, or we'll get fined. Qin Xiao shot him a piercing glare, her voice unusually stern and cold. If you do not leave this instant, you all will be fined, and not one of you will escape. The intern hurriedly fled. Once outside, several interns surrounded him. So what happened? Did they hug? Did they kiss? Did they touch? The intern pondered for a moment. We held hands. The others erupted into teasing shouts. The intern with the broom finally chimed in. Hand-holding? What is that about? Like this, another intern demonstrated. Oh, how peculiar it may be, yet undeniably exhilarating. They gathered together to indulge in gossip, and soon the nurse joined their circle, which expanded until they were reprimanded and fell silent. In the fire escape, Lin Shinian released Qin Xiao's wrist and then spoke. It is the nemesis of my friend. He has taken my friend's woman, causing him immense sorrow, and he remains missing to this day. I wish to inquire about my friend's whereabouts. He resides in a private ward under surveillance, and I cannot gain access, hence I seek your assistance. Qin Xiao scrutinized Lin Shinian and then replied, typically, one would say I have a friend, but truly, he is my friend, so do not overthink it. Oh, Qin Xiao nodded. Very well, I can help you. What do you require it? Now, is there a medical cart available? I can find one for you. But you must tell me your enemy's name, so I can check if he's been transferred to another facility. Otherwise, it would be a fruitless endeavor. Agreed. Qin Xiao opened the door and asked Lin Shinian, what is the patient's name? Qin Feng, sharing your surname. All right, wait for me here. Qin Xiao stepped out briefly and returned with a white coat for Lin Shinian, instructing him to don it. I will escort you to the elevator. She gestured for him to follow. Along the way, Qin Xiao remarked, I just perused Qin Feng's medical records. They are rather intriguing. He has an allergy to peanuts. Oh, by the way, I happen to have some peanuts given to me by a colleague. Would you care for taste? Lin Shinian hesitated before extending his hand. I suppose a little won't hurt. Qin Xiao promptly placed a handful of peanuts into his cupped palms, her touch warm and gentle. Lin Shinian hastily accepted them and tucked them into his pocket. Suddenly, Qin Xiao seemed to recall something important and earnestly instructed, just keep them for yourself. Under no circumstances let Qin Feng have any, as his condition is quite severe and an allergic reaction could be catastrophic. Lin Shinian assured her, I understand, rest assured. I would never offer him any. Qin Xiao rummaged through her pocket and produced a roll of gauze. This one fit in my pocket. Could you hold on to it for me? I've heard that kidnappers often use gauze to muffle their victims, preventing any sound when they are struck. Lin Shinian eagerly extended his hand. I am at your service. Hand it over. I have ample space in my pocket for anything. Is there anything else? Here is a pair of scissors that my colleague used for trimming flower stems. After her breakup with her boyfriend, she no longer needed them, So she asked me to dispose of them. Could you help me with that? Certainly. I relish the act of discarding rubbish. I shall find a bin shortly. Wait. What are you laughing at? Qin Xiao covered her mouth. Nothing. Ahem. Here. The medical card. You may push it. Lin Shinian grasped the medical card and declared, I shall return it to you once I'm finished. As they approached the elevator, he added, Please. Make sure to delete this segment of the surveillance footage afterward to avoid any complications. He remained meticulous in his thoughts, just in case. Qin subtly blinked. What trouble could you possibly bring me? My uncle is the dean. By the way, the adversary of your friend is in room 10 on the 12th floor. Lin Shinian responded. Fine. The 12th floor. He lowered his head to don his mask, tousling his bangs to obscure his forehead and eyes. Pushing the medical cart, he arrived at Qin Feng's bedside. Adopting an air of solemn professionalism as he addressed the bodyguard, the time has come. I am here to disinfect the patient's wound. It's not even 4 o'clock yet. Why are you here? The patient's wound has become infected. The frequency of disinfection needs to be increased. Please cooperate with our medical staff. You may enter. The bodyguard replied, opening the door. Chapter 53. Do not touch me. It's too filthy. Lin Shinian pushed the medical cart into the room, halting it beside the bed. He drew the blue curtain, gazing at Qin Feng, who lay on the bed, either in a deep slumber or an unconscious state. Donning medical gloves, he feigned a conversation with Qin Feng. Do you require the door to be closed? As he tugged at the gloves, he made his way toward the door, stating, Young Master Qin prefers not to be seen by outsiders. Please close the door. The ward was bustling with activity, although the medical curtain provided some concealment. Shadows still filtered through. The bodyguard, without a second thought, complied and shut the door. Lin Shinian swiftly turned and locked it. He then fetched a basin of cold water and, without hesitation, splashed it onto Qin Feng's face, determined to rouse him. Indeed, Qin Feng awoke with a start. Shivering from the cold, his eyes flying open. Before he could express his anger, he beheld Lin Shinian, appearing like a vengeful specter at the foot of the bed. In fright, he sat upright, inadvertently aggravating the injury at his waist, causing him to break into a cold sweat from the sudden pain. His brow furrowed in agony. He wished to clutch the injury but dared not move, ultimately resigning himself back onto the bed. His eyes, red with pain, glared at Lin Shinian. Filled with venom. How dare you frighten me again? Are you seeking death once more? Taking advantage of my weakened state to terrify me. Do you think I fear ghosts like you? Lin Shinian, resembling a zombie, wore an eerie smile as he reached forth, gripping Qin Feng's neck. A chill ran down Qin Feng's spine, his pupils dilating in terror, but before he could react, Lin Shinian tightened his grip with sudden force, fulfilling a long-held desire to strangle Qin Feng. As Qin Feng's eyes rolled back, his face flushed crimson, veins threatening to burst, tears welled in the corners of his eyes. Ignoring the pain in his waist, his instinct for survival kicked in. He clawed desperately at Lin Shinian's hand, striking and struggling. Seeing Qin Feng on the brink of unconsciousness, Lin Shinian disdainfully released him. Gasping for breath, Qin Feng collapsed onto the bed, coughing violently as air rushed into his deprived lungs. Though the coughing provided some relief, the agony from his open wound forced him back down. In his distress, Qin Feng attempted to scream, but Lin Shinian was swift, covering his mouth and shoving a handful of peanuts inside, followed by a wad of gauze, effectively silencing him. Next, Lin Shinian callously ripped the foreline from the side, indifferent to the blood streaming from Qin Feng's hand due to the needle's withdrawal. Unfazed, he expertly wrapped the tubing around Qin Feng's hand, securing it tightly. With a ruthless slap to Qin Feng's face, Lin Shinian's voice chilled the air, reminiscent of a fiend emerging from the depths of hell. What you have done is utterly revolting. It sickens me to the core. The last words, laced with venom, were spat through gritted teeth. He then retrieved a sharp pair of scissors from his pocket. The instinct for survival compelled Qin Feng to retreat. Yet Lin Shinian seized his hair and forcefully yanked him back. The scissors plunged mercilessly into Qin Feng's thigh, eliciting agonizing convulsions, while Lin Shinian's laughter was laced with malice and cruelty. In the next moment, the blood-stained scissors were raised high, and his voice turned sinister and taunting. Where shall I stab this time? What do you say? Fear finally gripped Qin Feng. His terrified gaze widened as he fervently shook his head, clearly desperate to communicate and plead for mercy. Overwhelmed by pain, he knelt before the hospital bed, prostrating himself before Lin Shinian. But what did that matter? Lin Shinian regarded him with the indifference one might reserve for a dying animal, delivering a swift kick that sent Qin Feng tumbling off the bed. He then circled the bed, seized Qin Feng by the collar, and hoisted him upright, bringing a basin of cold water, which he forcefully plunged Qin Feng's head into. The frigid winter water was shockingly invigorating, splashing everywhere. Yet Lin Shinian did not so much as blink. Twisting the scissors in his hand, he aimed and stabbed downwards into Qin Feng's palm, piercing through. Qin Feng's 5 fingers stiffened in response to the searing pain, trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, the door to the ward was violently kicked open, revealing Su Wanqing, who arrived in a wheelchair accompanied by bodyguards. "Young Master Qin." Qin Feng's bodyguard gasped in horror, angrily rebuking Lin Shinian. "What are you doing? Let young Master Qin go." As the bodyguard attempted to intervene, Su Wanqing's people restrained him and forcibly removed him from the room. Lin Shinian, hearing the commotion, turned his head, his cold gaze locking onto Su Wanqing's. He smiled mockingly. "Oh, right, I remember now. Qin Feng plays an instrument. He performs under the spotlight at large events." With a brutal yank, Lin Shinian withdrew the scissors from Qin Feng's palm, blood splattering in droplets. He fixated on the sharp blades glistening with thick crimson, his smile turning disarmingly sincere. Oh dear, what a predicament. Not only will he bear scars, but he is also rendered useless, disposing of Qin Feng like a discarded animal. Lin Shinian approached Su Wanqing, looking down at the woman in the wheelchair. He leaned closer, placing her hand on the armrest. "What now? I've ruined his hand. How about I put a hole in yours as compensation?" "Stop it." Su Wanqing's assistant barked, and the bodyguards moved to intervene, but it was too late. Lin Shinian had already raised the sharp scissors for another strike. Su Wanqing hastily withdrew her hand, the scissors embedding into the wheelchair, at which point Lin Shinian was subdued by the bodyguards, and the scissors were confiscated. Su Wanqing frowned at Lin Shinian, evidently still shaken by his recent actions. Yet he wore a mocking smirk. "Aren't you fond of your little phone? Why not offer both hands as compensation? Why are you hiding?" Su Wanqing first directed her gaze at the bodyguards. "Release him." Once Lin Shinian steadied himself and rubbed his wrist, she added, "Violence does not resolve problems." "But it feels exhilarating," he replied. "Well, I've had my fun. The mess is yours to clean up." With that, Lin Shinian strode out, his long legs carrying him away. Su Wanqing grasped his wrist, yet to her astonishment, Lin Shinian swiftly recoiled in disgust, his reaction instinctive rather than retaliatory. Turning her head slightly, Su Wanqing caught sight of his frigid expression, replete with loathing. "Do not touch me. You are utterly repulsive." Without so much as a backward glance, Lin Shinian departed, leaving Su Wanqing's hand clenched tightly around the armrest of the wheelchair, her fingertips paling from the pressure. She was genuinely hurt by his actions. Blinking back tears, she noticed her eyes glistening with unshed emotion. However, she recalled a time when Lin Shinian had once adored her deeply. A sudden pang of anguish gripped her heart, rendering her breathless. Chapter 54. The madness of jealousy in the ephemeral state of his soul. Lin Shinian still ignited a flicker of hope within Su Wanqing, leading her to believe that reconciliation was possible. However, in an instant doubt engulfed her, and an overwhelming sense of dread took hold. She swiftly turned her wheelchair and commanded, "Stop, Lin Shinian, you shall not leave." Yet, upon bursting into the corridor, she found no trace of him. Her assistant lowered his gaze and asked, "Miss, how shall we deal with Qin Feng?" Su Wanqing's eyes turned icy as she fixed her gaze upon Qin Feng. Had it not been for his insidious instigation, she and Lin Shinian would not have descended into such turmoil. The murderous intent in her eyes deepened, as she regarded Qin Feng with the same disdain one might reserve for the deceased. Fear clawed at Qin Feng's heart, compelling him to frantically dig at the gauze in his mouth, resembling a pig rooting through the earth. He realized that Su Wanqing's silence was merely a reflection of her contemplation, whether to cast him into the ocean to feed the sharks or to devise a more malevolent fate that would render him worse than dead. Qin Feng began to show signs of an allergic reaction, red rashes erupting across his face and neck. Finally, he managed to dislodge the gauze, spitting out a revolting mix of saliva and peanuts. Yet, disregarding his discomfort, he urgently implored, "Su Wanqing, you cannot kill me just yet. I possess your shares, and I have drafted a will. Should I meet an untimely demise, those shares will be transferred to Su Zian. Surely, you do not wish for Su Sheng to fall into the hands of that illegitimate child, do you? You are aware of how many shares I hold." After catching his breath, he continued, "In exchange, I can return the shares to you, but you must spare my life." Su Wanqing's wheelchair inched closer to him. Qin Feng knelt on the ground, his face as pale as parchment, drenched in cold sweat. As he observed her approach, he swallowed hard, his throat swollen and painful from the allergic reaction. Extending her hand, Su Wanqing's bodyguard placed the very scissors Lin Shinian had used moments earlier into her grasp. Upon witnessing her action, Qin Feng tensed, fear coursing through him, yet he remained resolute. When the scissors pressed against his throat, Qin Feng seized the moment. "Escalating the stakes? I can help you stand again. Do you not long for that?" Indeed, Su Wanqing hesitated, her grip faltering. However, deep down, Qin Feng was untroubled by her threat. He knew that she would not dare to commit murder within the confines of the Dragon Kingdom. He tilted his neck in submission, boldly remarking, "You surely do not wish to be confined to a wheelchair for eternity." Su Wanqing scrutinized him, and in the next heartbeat, a scream pierced the air. The action was so swift that even the bodyguards failed to comprehend what had transpired. By the time they registered the scene, Qin Feng's face bore gruesome lacerations, flesh laid bare to the bone. Su Wanqing discarded the scissors, her gaze filled with revulsion as she observed Qin Feng. "With a face that bears a resemblance to his by a mere 3 parts, you truly disgust me." Blood seeped through his fingers as he clutched his face, uncertain whether it was his own blood or that of his visage. He was indeed gravely wounded, yet at that moment, it seemed as though a malevolent spirit had revived within him, his voice dripping with venom. "Isn't Lin Shinian only favored by you because he resembles me? Now you find my face repulsive. How dare you? Wasn't it your greatest love?" Qin Feng collapsed to the ground, laughing maniacally, as if he had lost his sanity. "Aren't you supposed to love me? Do you not cherish me for who I am? Lin Shinian is nothing but my substitute. Ha ha ha! Su Wanqing, you lack the courage to end my life. As long as I draw breath, you shall all perish." This last declaration was uttered in a low, furious whisper. Ultimately, Qin Feng was consumed by hatred, his expression grotesque and twisted, his bloodied visage all the more terrifying. Lin Shinian returned upstairs, crumpling the white lab coat before handing it back to Qin Xiao. Unlike the ruthless demeanor below, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. "I accidentally got some paint on it." Qin Xiao glanced at the blood that was still visible amid the crumpled fabric. Unfazed, "It's nothing, we'll disinfect it. Just toss it in there." "Oh, all right." Qin Xiao scrutinized Lin Shinian before inquiring, "Have you found out about your friend's whereabouts?" Lin Shinian lifted his gaze to her, blinking before replying, "I have. Thank you. I'll treat you to dinner another day. When will that be?" Qin Xiao pulled out a tissue from her bag and handed it to Lin Shinian. Lin Shinian touched his face. "Do I paint on my face too? That can't be right. I washed it." "Wipe your face," Qin Xiao instructed. Only then did Lin Shinian hurriedly accept the tissue, pulling out 2 sheets to clean his face and hair. "You still haven't told me when this dinner will be." Lin Shinian pondered while squeezing the tissue. "How about today? We can also buy something for your 2 daughters. I still owe you an apology." Qin Xiao nodded, glancing at her watch. "All right, I'm off work now. Let me change my clothes." "Good. What do you feel like eating? We can decide on the way." Qin Xiao went to the doctor's lounge, and after a while, she emerged, her long hair cascading down, dressed in a loose white shirt and black trousers, with her elbows resting on a coat. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear as she approached Lin Shinian. The transformation was striking. She evolved from a cold, professional doctor to an elegant urban woman in an instant. She approached Lin Shinian, Are you driving, or should I take mine? Feeling somewhat fatigued, Lin Shinian replied. Let us take your car. All right, then follow me. Lin Shinian trailed behind Qin Xiao as they exited the hospital, noting the privilege of the doctors who had designated parking spots. Unlike the patients who faced congested streets and long queues, desperately searching for parking and paying fees, he found it quite favorable. Then, Lin Shinian followed Qin Xiao to the bike shed, watching as she pushed out a brand new pink electric scooter. Oh, I seem to have only one helmet. Why don't you wear it? She offered, handing him the pink helmet. At that moment, an extraordinarily biting cold wind swept through, causing Lin Shinian, clad in rather thin attire, to involuntarily shiver. He then turned his gaze towards Qin Xiao, who was even less warmly dressed. In such frigid weather, riding an electric scooter seemed ill-advised. Moreover, both of them were tall and slender, not particularly hefty, yet it must have been uncomfortable. Lin Shinian pressed his forehead in contemplation, pondering how to phrase his thoughts without undermining the doctor's dignity. After much deliberation, he could only awkwardly suggest, "Perhaps we should take my car instead. Where is your electric scooter parked?" Lin Shinian. Does that make him appear particularly impoverished? No wonder Su Wanxing chastised him for crafting a ring that mirrored his own destitution. "Follow me," he instructed. Lin Shinian pressed the key fob of his Mercedes, causing the black vehicle's hazard lights to flash. Su Wanxing sat in the back seat, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Shinian's car until she finally noticed the blinking lights. However, before she could revel in her moment of joy, she observed Lin Shinian engaged in light-hearted conversation with a woman outside the car, even personally opening the passenger door for her and inviting her inside. Su Wanxing's nails nearly shattered from the tension as she commanded the driver, "Follow them." Chapter 55. Show me what's wrong. Lin Shinian opened the passenger door for Qin Xiao, who glanced at him and hesitated. "Is it appropriate for me to sit in the front?" "Then don't sit there." Lin Shinian feigned the act of closing the door. Before he could do so, Qin Xiao swiftly hopped into the car. Lin Shinian closed the door behind her and walked around to the driver's seat. As soon as she got in, Qin Xiao started to look around curiously, then reached for the seat belt to fasten it. Lin Shinian tapped on the navigation and asked, "What do you feel like eating?" "Anything is fine. What do you want?" "It's quite chilly, so let's have hot pot." "Oh, sounds good." Qin Xiao unfastened her seat belt, removed her coat, and placed it over her knees before attempting to buckle the seat belt again. Noticing her movements from the corner of his eye, Lin Shinian, while pulling the car out of its parking space, commented, "It's not that warm, is it?" He adjusted the air conditioning vents, stating, "The temperature inside the car hasn't risen yet." Qin Xiao stiffened slightly at his words and glanced at him through the rearview mirror before responding, "I felt a bit warm on the way here." She then undid 2 buttons of her shirt, revealing her delicately beautiful collarbone, and rolled up her sleeves, exposing her fair wrists adorned with a delicate golden bracelet that swayed gently. However, Lin Shinian was oblivious to her subtle gestures. His attention was fixed on the rearview mirror, where he recognized the car trailing behind them. It was the same one Su Wanxing often rode in. Whether it was following him or merely coincidentally leaving the parking lot behind him, he could not tell. Qin Xiao seemed to have noticed as well. She cast a glance at the rearview mirror and inquired, "What's wrong?" "Huh?" Lin Shinian snapped back to reality. "The car behind us? It's nothing. Just following a bit too closely. I'm worried about a collision." After paying for the parking fee, Lin Shinian drove out, only to find himself caught in the evening rush hour traffic, which had congested the area once more. As they moved at a crawl, Qin Xiao looked down at her phone, then up again, remarking, "Driving an electric car would be quicker. The traffic is unbearable during rush hour." Lin Shinian nodded in agreement. They had been stuck for over 10 minutes, and had they been in an electric car, they could have already finished their meal. Finally escaping the traffic, Lin Shinian breathed a sigh of relief. As he turned a corner, he confirmed that the car was still following them. He parked near a large shopping center, certain that Su Wanxing had intentionally followed him. Qin Xiao exited the car without her coat, as the mall was pleasantly warm inside. Just as she stepped out and hadn't stabilized herself, someone suddenly grasped her wrist. Before she could react, Lin Shinian had already pulled her into a run. Qin Xiao didn't ask many questions, She followed him while curiously glancing back. Behind them, a striking woman in a wheelchair had alighted from a car, her gaze directed toward Lin Shinian and Qin Xiao, her eyes betraying jealousy and displeasure. The elevator was overcrowded, so Lin Shinian opened the door to the fire escape. Leaning against the wall, holding his chest, he slowly crouched down. Qin Xiao's expression changed, and she approached him, grasping his arm. "Are you okay? Should you choose to faint, I shall summon an ambulance. I am well versed in cardiopulmonary resuscitation and first aid." Upon hearing Qin Xiao's words, Lin Shinian found himself both amused and exasperated. He turned his head to look at her, but his words faltered abruptly. "King Kiao was bent over." Her shirt buttons loosely undone, leaving her collar wide open. In a swift motion, Lin Shinian deftly fastened the top button of her shirt. Qin Xiao seized his wrist, causing him to tremble slightly. She then pulled away, creating distance between them. "My actions stem from professional instinct. Do not misunderstand," she stated. Lin Shinian, leaning on his knee, gradually rose, supporting himself against the wall. After a moment's pause, he remarked, "At this juncture, should you not berate me for my shamelessness?" And then his words trailed off, prompting her to inquire, "Then what?" Lin Shinian raised a hand and smacked it against his own face. "Like this, deliver me a slap." Yet, Qin Xiao turned and approached him once more. As she drew nearer, Lin Shinian raised his hands to shoulder level, shaking them gently. "I was merely jesting." However, Qin Xiao lifted her hand. Realizing he had indeed taken advantage of the situation, he closed his eyes, still feeling the urge to protest. "You cannot truly intend to strike me, can you? If so, then just one hit." Moments later, he felt a gentle tap on his face, as delicate as a gnat's wing. Her wrist hovered near his nose, and he caught a faint scent of bitter orange, both light and tangy. Lin Shinian could not shake the feeling that she was not merely slapping him, but rather teasing him, perhaps intentionally. Upon opening his eyes, he found Qin Xiao crossing her arms, scrutinizing him. "Your health is fragile. I dare not strike you. In truth, I did not observe much, but that would be too advantageous for you. What do you wish to?" Lin Shinian began, but before he could finish, Qin Xiao suddenly leaned in, her fingertips tugging at his collar, peering inside. Lin Shinian was taken aback, hastily covering himself with both hands. You, Qin Xiao, caught between embarrassment and irritation at his reaction, glared at him. "Do you truly believe you're more appealing than I? I have not made a fuss over it. Why such a strong reaction? Do you think you're so fair and soft? You should cover yourself." It was likely the latter, as Qin Xiao's hand firmly pinched his waist. Lin Shinian gasped and groaned. Qin Xiao turned and ascended the stairs. Lin Shinian, still cradling his waist, contemplated how many more times he would need to tell her that her grip was indeed quite strong. He then followed her upstairs, though he struggled to keep pace, falling a flight behind her. As a thought struck him, Lin Shinian glanced down his collar. He had once been quite athletic, possessing a toned physique with at least a semblance of 8-pack abs. However, after his near-death experience and the prolonged period of bed rest, he wondered if he had lost all tone. Did he still have a flat stomach? He had lost weight recently. Was he now merely skin and bones? Certainly, a glance is warranted, and then another. It appears there remains a hint of abdominal muscles, albeit just a trace. His feeble physique, now incapable of exercise, is likely destined to succumb to flab. Lin Shinian tugged at his collar, peering down while pinching his belly. At that moment, Qin Xiao unexpectedly leaned over the staircase railing, revealing her head. "Hey!" Lin Shinian was startled, instinctively clutching his collar tightly. Observing his reaction, Qin Xiao became irate. "Why are you holding it so tightly? Who wishes to see your childlike figure? I've checked. Someone is on the 4th floor. So hurry up." The notion of a childlike physique struck Lin Shinian like 4 blades piercing his back. Had the dim lighting earlier obscured her vision? Surely, he could not be described as having a childlike body. "Stop right there," Lin Shinian called out. "Take another look. Who appears childlike? You." Yet, it seemed she genuinely did not perceive him as such, causing Lin Shinian to swallow hard. He watched as Qin Xiao halted, turned back, and with utmost seriousness declared, "Then I shall take another look." Chapter 56. Spend time with me, Lin Shinian. Isn't this a bit too ambiguous? If he truly shows it to her, she would genuinely look. How can this be? Lin Shinian still covered his collar. I was wrong. Please stop teasing me. If you order more later, I will treat you, all right? Qin Xiao chuckled softly. Then you must treat me to another meal to earn my forgiveness. Lin Shinian nodded. Qin Xiao chose not to dwell on it. When they reached the 4th floor, they discovered a long queue at a certain eatery. Thus, they opted for a Cantonese pig stomach chicken instead. While waiting, Qin Xiao casually asked while rinsing the bowls and chopsticks with hot water, "Who did you run into just now?" "I encountered someone I did not wish to see." "Your ex-girlfriend?" "Yes." Lin Shinian nodded slightly. Qin Xiao clasped her hands under her chin, gazing at Lin Shinian. "Their essay story there? ISNT there?" Lin Shinian retorted. "Do you not have a story as well?" "What story?" "Your 2 daughters." "Ah, that." Qin Xiao picked up her phone. Perfect timing. "Let me show you pictures of my 2 adorable daughters." As Qin Xiao searched for photos of her beloved cats at home, she noticed that Lin Shinian's gaze was not on her phone, but rather fixated on the side of their dining table. Curious, Qin Xiao looked over and saw a wheelchair parked beside their table, occupied by a woman of striking beauty, Su Wanqing, Lin Shinian's ex-girlfriend. According to the gossip Qin Xiao had heard from a friend of Lin Shinian, this ex-girlfriend had indeed betrayed him. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Qin Xiao put her phone down and continued to support her chin with her hand. Su Wanqing locked eyes with Lin Shinian for a moment before turning her attention to Qin Xiao. "Since I haven't had dinner yet, why don't we eat together?" This was not a question. She had positioned herself as the hostess of this gathering from the outset, exuding a commanding presence that brooked no dissent. Qin Xiao looked at Lin Shinian to provide him an escape. "Perhaps we should dine another day." In an instant, Lin Shinian stood up, as if he could no longer bear to linger. "I apologize. Let us reschedule. I'll escort you back." "All right." Qin Xiao also rose to her feet. This left no face for Su Wanqing at all. The assistant behind Su Wanqing wore a grim expression. Miss Su had never been publicly rebuffed like this. Wherever she went, others treated her with utmost respect and care. When had she ever been subjected to such treatment? Lin Shinian must have grown exceedingly bold to dare act in such a manner. The assistant, visibly irate, obstructed Lin Shinian's path. Without hesitation, Lin Shinian pushed past him, leading Qin Xiao away. The assistant, fuming, called out, "Miss!" To everyone's surprise, Su Wanqing showed no sign of anger. Instead, a smile graced her lips. The assistant quickly realized that Su Wanqing was pleased that Lin Shinian had chosen not to dine with another woman. However, a pang of sympathy struck the assistant for Su Wanqing. It seemed she was utterly infatuated with Lin Shinian, to the extent that she found joy in such a humiliating situation. If it were her, she would have slapped Lin Shinian or summoned bodyguards to teach him a lesson, shaming him for his sycophantic behavior. However, despite the assistant's growing frustration, he dared not overstep Su Wanqing's authority. He lowered his head and inquired, "Miss, what are the next arrangements?" "Continue to follow him until he is willing to acknowledge me," Su Wanqing replied in a calm voice. Qin Xiao quietly slipped into the car. Lin Shinian said, "I apologize, but where do you live?" Qin Xiao provided an address, and Lin Shinian navigated to it. As they drove Qin Xiao home, Lin Shinian gripped the steering wheel, becoming increasingly agitated as he occasionally glanced at the rearview mirror, noticing the car trailing closely behind them. No matter what he did to shake it off, even running a red light, the other car brazenly followed suit. Just as Lin Shinian's irritation peaked, Qin Xiao suddenly asked, "Are you hungry?" "Not particularly," he responded, genuinely not feeling any hunger. He then turned to Qin Xiao. "Are you hungry?" She touched her stomach and replied, "I haven't had dinner, so of course I am." "Apologies," she added, "but apologies won't fill your stomach. Just pull over," she insisted. Lin Shinian looked around. There seemed to be no dining options nearby, yet he still pulled over. Qin Xiao unbuckled her seatbelt, saying, "Let me drive. I'll take you out for a meal." "Can you even drive?" he asked, skeptical. "Don't underestimate me. I have a license, a C11 at that." Lin Shinian. Qin Xiao glared at him. What's wrong? I just thought with that air of confidence, one might assume you had an A1 license. Lin Shinian mimicked Qin Xiao's tone. In a fit of annoyance, Qin Xiao reached out, prompting Lin Shinian to hastily exit the car. He jumped into the passenger seat. Adjusting her seat, Qin Xiao leaned back, gazing ahead with an expression of determination to drive well. Lin Shinian casually sprawled in the passenger seat, preparing to check his WeChat messages, when he heard Qin Xiao's voice beside him. How do you start this car? Shift gears. Which gear? This one. Lin Shinian pointed with his long fingers. Oh, I see. Qin Xiao, appearing like a diligent student, then asked, I'm sorry, I haven't driven in a long time. Lin Shinian nodded, indicating his understanding. Just then, he noticed a voice message from his father on WeChat and was about to open it when Qin Xiao asked again, which one is the accelerator and which is the brake? The car had already started, and Lin Shinian's phone slipped from his lap with a thud as he exclaimed in alarm. What are you doing with the wipers? I don't know. I was trying to signal. Do you even know how to drive? Pull over. Let me take over. Pull over? This is the brake, right? Ah, duh. The car suddenly surged forward, darting away like an arrow. Lin Shinian screamed in terror. Then he realized he had been deceived, for Qin Xiao, laughing quietly, had sent the car soaring into the air, weaving left and right on the road, speeding past with reckless abandon. Several times, Lin Shinian thought his life was in peril, yet he watched her navigate perilously past one vehicle after another unscathed. The speed and skill with which she drove rendered him speechless, fearing that any moment of distraction could lead to their demise. However, Qin Xiao appeared utterly unfazed. Aside from glancing occasionally at the rearview mirror, she spent the majority of her time laughing and even took moments to glance at him. Finally, after the relentless pursuit of Su Wanqing culminated in a collision with another vehicle, she could no longer keep pace. Yet, Qin Xiao did not reduce her speed. Instead, she turned to Lin Shinian, who had witnessed the rear-end collision, and said with a smile, Now, you can properly join me for a meal, can't you? Chapter 57. Locked in, the assistant pushed Su Wanqing out of the car, her concern evident as she inquired about her condition. Miss, are you all right? Did you get hurt? Su Wanqing remained silent, her gaze fixed at the end of the traffic, fingers clenched tightly. He had escaped her grasp once more, choosing to dine with another woman. Noticing the change in Su Wanqing's demeanor, the assistant swiftly asked, Shall I send someone to track his whereabouts? No need. We shall wait for him to return. He always does. Her voice was frigid, devoid of warmth, as she lowered her gaze, concealing her simmering anger. The car halted at the entrance of the residential complex. Qin Xiao unfastened her seatbelt, observing, You hardly ate anything. Do you not favor that restaurant's cuisine? Isn't hot pot all the same flavor? I had quite a bit myself. Indeed, Lin Shinian had little appetite, often not feeling hunger at all. Qin Xiao nodded before expressing, Thank you for driving me back. Until next time. She donned her coat and opened the car door to exit. Suddenly, Lin Shinian recalled, I forgot to browse the supermarket earlier. I didn't buy anything for your daughter. Standing outside the vehicle, Qin Xiao chuckled softly upon hearing this, her demeanor gentle under the streetlights. They are not lacking anything at the moment. There will be another opportunity. Yes, Lin Shinian nodded in agreement. Qin Xiao bid him farewell, drive safely. Yes, he replied, preparing to depart when he noticed the car door still ajar. He glanced at her, puzzled. What is it? As the winter breeze tousled her hair, she tucked it behind her ear and remarked, I now see the wisdom in your words. Rather than languishing in a hospital bed waiting for death, living each day as one desires seems preferable. There are no rules dictating how one should live. Happiness is what matters. Hearing her perspective, Lin Shinian smiled. Before shutting the car door, Qin Xiao added, May a miracle befall you, allowing you to live joyfully for 100 years. Yes, it will, he assured her. Be careful on the road. Goodbye. With that, she closed the door and waved as he drove away. In the rearview mirror, he caught a glimpse of her turning to leave, pondering the peculiar nature of the doctor. Perhaps she felt sympathy for him. Yet she ought not to, as doctors are accustomed to the cycle of life and death. Perhaps it was his striking appearance that evoked a sense of regret. After all, his passing would mean the world would lose a handsome face, a top-tier one at that. he mused with a hint of self-admiration. The car came to rest in the underground garage at Nanan, and Lin Shinian entered the elevator. Upon reaching his floor, the doors opened to an abyss of darkness. What could be the matter? Had the lights gone out? Exiting the elevator, he contemplated contacting the property management to arrange for repairs. The darkness was unsettling. As he bent down to retrieve his phone for light, he was suddenly shoved from behind, crashing against the wall with a thud. The back of his head struck the surface, and as he closed his eyes, he didn't need to open them to know who had come for him. The embrace felt eerily familiar, the faint, cool scent of orange causing Lin Shinian to call out the name of the person even with his eyes closed. Though it was laden with discontent, Su Wanqing. A soft hand brushed against his cheek, then grasped it firmly, her breath drawing near. Lin Shinian turned his head, evading her kiss, yet she persisted, pressing her lips against his cheek. Before he could react, she bit down harshly on his collarbone. In a fit of anger, Lin Shinian pushed Su Wanqing away, exclaiming, "Do not touch me." She tumbled back into her wheelchair, her voice heavy with resentment and accusation. "You reek of someone else's perfume. What does that concern you?" Lin Shinian turned to leave, but felt a sudden chill around his wrist. By the time he realized it was too late to stop her, Su Wanqing raised her own wrist, revealing that their arms were shackled together by a pair of high-quality steel handcuffs. Lin Shinian, furious, demanded, "Unlock this." Su Wanqing tugged at her collar, tossing 2 keys inside, and said, "Then retrieve the keys yourself." "Are you insane?" "Indeed, I have lost my mind. Watching you laugh and joke with another woman, only to return to me with a face of indifference. It drives me mad with jealousy." Lin Shinian was truly infuriated, gritting his teeth as if he might shatter his molars. "Su Wanqing, how can you be so shameless? Do you possess no dignity as a young lady?" Although angered, he pondered for a moment before spitefully retorting, "What difference is there between you and those on the streets? Then I shall sell myself to you at a dime a day." Su Wanqing reached into Lin Shinian's pocket. He swatted her hand away, insisting, "Get lost." Her hand turned red from his strike, yet she produced a 100 yuan note, saying, "You have already paid for a lifetime of me. I am now yours, which means you are also mine." Lin Shinian gritted his teeth, realizing he had underestimated Su Wanqing's audacity. He chuckled in anger. "Weren't you the one who always flaunted your status in front of me? Acting so high and mighty? Now that I want to reclaim you, I must lower myself to appease you. No matter what, I will not be angry." Su Wanqing wore a serious expression, her demeanor sincere as she displayed her intentions to Lin Shinian. When he remained silent, merely staring at her, she leaned closer, wrapping an arm around his waist. "You may be angry, ignore me, scowl at me, or even strike me, but you cannot abandon me, cannot leave me, cannot dine with other women. That would anger me." "Anger you? Isn't dining with other women your way of seeking revenge on me? I concede, you have succeeded." Su Wanqing looked up at Lin Shinian, her eyes slightly reddened. She rarely showed such vulnerability, appearing pitiful and in need of protection, evoking an involuntary softening of the heart. Yet, despite her display of weakness, Lin Shinian's gaze remained as cold and unfeeling as ever. His indifference felt like daggers piercing Su Wanqing's heart. The pain of such emotional cruelty unbearable. Su Wanqing clutched the hem of Lin Shinian's garment, inching closer with a pitiful plea. "Could you refrain from giving me that look? I truly acknowledge my mistakes, but how can I apologize in a manner that won't incite your anger? Just tell me, and I'm willing to do anything for you. Just unlock these handcuffs." Lin Shinian, disinterested in further discourse, tugged at his restraints once more, his wrists turning red, yet he found himself unable to break free. He strained against the handcuffs, his fingers becoming sore and bruised, yet they remained unyielding. Finally, he turned to Su Wanqing. "Did you not claim you would do anything for me? I have yet to demand your demise. I merely ask you to release me from these cuffs. Hurry up, or do you intend to deceive me again? If I were to unlock them, would you forgive me?" Lin Shinian longed to extricate himself from her grasp swiftly. Why was it permissible for her to deceive him while he could not feign indifference toward her? "Your lies are less genuine than asking me to perish." Su Wanqing shook the handcuffs. "I will not unlock them for you. Will you take the key yourself, or shall we return home together?" Chapter 58. Good night. I will comfort you tomorrow. Lin Shinian turned to Su Wanqing and asked, "Are you deceiving me once more?" Su Wanqing refrained from providing a direct answer, merely stating, "I simply wish to spend more time with you, my dear husband. You have mistaken the person you are addressing. I have not erred. I have completely divorced Qin Feng. Behold, this is our divorce certificate." Eager to prove her point, Su Wanqing produced the divorce certificate from her marriage to Qin Feng, holding it aloft for Lin Shinian to see. Yet, Lin Shinian did not spare it even a glance. "You are capable of fabricating a fake marriage certificate. What significance does a mere divorce certificate hold? Have you not exhausted your tricks yet?" Lin Shinian's tone bore no hint of inquiry. It was laced with mockery. Su Wanqing disdainfully discarded the divorce certificate, treating it as a tool rendered useless after fulfilling its purpose. She gazed at Lin Shinian and declared, "The moment I lay eyes on Qin Feng, I feel repulsed. How could I possibly maintain my marital ties with him? Even if it meant sacrificing a substantial portion of my shares, I have severed that bond. Is that so? Then you ought to comprehend that my feelings towards you are of a similar nature." Lin Shinian leaned closer, locking eyes with Su Wanqing. Each word he uttered was like a sharpened blade. "Su Wanqing, I too feel disgusted when I look at you. Those 7 years were not worth it. How could I ever invest my heart in such a malicious woman? It is truly repulsive. If you can empathize, how could you still presume that I might forgive you? Would you forgive Qin Feng?" As Lin Shinian's words sank in, Su Wanqing's nails dug in her palm, reopening an old wound, blood flowing forth. Yet she felt no pain. Nothing could compare to the agony within her heart. Lin Shinian straightened up, unwilling to cast another glance at the face that had once captivated him. After a prolonged silence, Su Wanqing finally managed a gentle smile before saying, "Regarding our relationship, why mention Qin Feng? What significance does he hold? You are mistaken. I have never loved Qin Feng. However, I genuinely loved you throughout our 7 years together. Then was it love at first sight for you?" Before Su Wanqing could respond with her usual evasions, Lin Shinian interrupted, "You are the one who is mistaken. Have you forgotten that I was merely a stand-in, Miss Su? What is it that you seek? To develop genuine feelings for a stand-in? To declare your love for a mere substitute? How absurd. You are not a stand-in. I have always loved you. Without Qin Feng, would our 7 years have existed? Do you not find that disconcerting? I feel the same as you do. I cannot move past it. When I recall those 7 years filled with your insincerity, I am repulsed. It was not insincerity. I loved you long before I realized it. Even if my feelings initially stemmed from Qin Feng, I eventually fell for you. Miss Su, if I were you, I would not look back. I would maintain my pride. 3-legged toads are rare, yet 2-legged men are plentiful. Why demean yourself to the point of being a laughingstock? Because I love you. I refuse to believe that you no longer love me. You have invested more than I have. For 7 years, it was you who loved me. Now you claim to no longer have feelings for me? You cannot even deceive yourself. So how could you possibly deceive me? Enough. Lin Shinian raised the handcuffs and asked one last time, "Will you open them?" Su Wanqing, her eyes red-rimmed, clutched his shirt. Her plea, both humble and pitiful. "Don't open them. I want you to stay with me, to love me as you once did. Even if your body carries the scent of other women as perfume, I can forgive you." She gazed up at Lin Shinian, her face on the verge of tears. "Please don't be harsh with me. Or do you have ulterior motives? You claim you no longer love me. If that is the case, then lie to me. Will you promise to deceive me for a lifetime? Whatever you desire, I will provide it for you. As long as you don't let me know about your escapades outside. Don't dismiss me so swiftly. Consider my words, will you?" Su Wanqing wrapped one arm around his waist, leaning against him, tears cascading down onto him, drop by drop. For a long while, Lin Shinian remained unresponsive, the tugging of the handcuffs incessantly pulling at him. When Su Wanqing raised her gaze, she saw him attempting to extricate his hand from the restraints. His vigorous struggles had caused a deep gash on his thumb, blood trickling down his wrist and arm. When Su Wanqing reached to grasp his hand, he violently swatted her away, his eyes filled with a furious red, each word a warning. "I don't want to make this any uglier. You know you are a burden, so stop bothering me." Su Wanqing held the position he had disdainfully dismissed her to, motionless, as her tears fell one by one. Lin Shinian would rather inflict pain upon himself than endure another moment with her. Did he truly despise her that much? To such an extent? It was her fault. Ultimately, it was her fault. How could she bear to continue hurting him? Su Wanqing called out for her assistant, Jiang Kiki. The hallway lights flickered on, and Jiang Kiki rushed out. Following Su Wanqing's directive, she fumbled to unlock the handcuffs. It turned out the key was not in her possession. A clever ploy on Su Wanqing's part. Seeing Lin Shinian's frenzied state and Su Wanqing's tear-streaked face, Jiang Kiki dared not utter a word. She produced the key and swiftly released the handcuffs. Lin Shinian cradled his injured, trembling wrist, silently reflecting that this was merely an unfortunate encounter with a mad dog upon his return. At that moment, he heard Su Wanqing's voice behind him. You claim you don't love me? If you truly didn't, you would strike me. You could break my hand. Darling, you still lack the resolve, which leaves traces that you still love me. Lin Shinian paused, gripping the doorknob. He then scoffed, Su Wanqing, I am a man of refinement. My principles intact. I do not believe that striking a woman, especially one who is disabled, is a commendable act. But this does not equate to love. With any other woman, the sentiment would remain unchanged. You are no longer the most special to me. With a click, the door opened and promptly closed again. Su Wanqing's tears fell more fiercely, yet she insisted, no, you still love me. You love me the most. You are merely still angry with me. Once your anger subsides, I will ensure you will no longer be upset, my dear husband. Su Wanqing covered her face with her hands. It felt as though her heart was pierced by countless fine thorns. Each tiny wound was insignificant on its own, but together they inflicted a torment that made life unbearable. The sorrow was overwhelming, her heart wrenched in agony. Was Lin Shinian ever in such a state? With his frail heart, he must have endured even greater suffering than she. As her wheelchair approached the door, she lowered her gaze and reached out, intending to knock. She longed to see him, yet in the end, she merely rested her hand against the door, her voice trembling and hoarse as she murmured, Good night, I will coax you again tomorrow. She added, If this fails to soothe you, I will have no choice but to confine you. Chapter 59. Help Lin Shinian rummage through the medicine cabinet at home before finally donning a coat. He went downstairs to the clinic to tend to his wounds. Upon returning, he noticed that the door next door was ajar, and there sat Su Wanqing at the threshold, gazing at him. Her eyes were red and filled with a sense of grievance, looking at him with an almost fearful demeanor, hesitant to speak. As Lin Shinian lifted his gaze, he discovered a surveillance camera installed on her door, likely activated when he left, hence her waiting for him. She had set it up herself, and he could not simply dismantle it. He opened the door, slipped inside, and swiftly closed it behind him. Despite Su Wanqing's current appearance, it was merely a fade. After 7 years together, Lin Shinian understood the essence of her character. Her tears, her sense of injustice, her feigned innocence and sweetness were all mere acts. To reconcile with him and soften his heart, she was adept at leveraging her charms. Much like 7 years ago, when she pursued him into the hospital to win him over, she had, after they became a couple, employed various tactics to ensure he would love her unconditionally. During their courtship and the sweet early days, her subtle manipulations were a well-rehearsed performance. She had showered him with declarations of love, promises of eternal devotion, and vows of fidelity. Now, lying on his bed and staring at the ceiling, he pondered the outcome of it all. What had he gained? He had endured her emotional neglect, her volatile temper, her indifference, and a lack of affection. Many a night, he sat at home waiting for her return. Sometimes she came back, other times she was absent for days on end. Initially, she would apologize and offer excuses, but eventually, she ceased to explain altogether. The longest absence lasted 3 months. He had thought perhaps he had upset her, yet despite racking his brain, he could not discern what had provoked her ire. Was it the breakfast he prepared that morning that did not suit her palate? He transitioned from questioning her to a timid silence, loving her with utmost caution, still clinging to the hope that she would glance back at him. It was only later that he realized she had grown indifferent, tired of him, and no longer loved him. Thus, when it came to inflicting pain, she felt no guilt, not even the slightest twinge of remorse. 7 years was a long stretch, far exceeding 7 months or even 7 days. He watched her transition from love to apathy, and it took stepping back from his entanglement to see the truth so clearly. Regardless of how sincere Su Wanqing's regrets might seem, they were merely another facet of her manipulative tactics. Perhaps she had forgotten that she had already employed these deceitful methods once before. He would not be fooled again. He would not allow himself to be ensnared in the same trap twice. Being deceived once was akin to having one's very essence wrenched away, leaving him in a state of agony, only to be resurrected from that torment, piecing together his shattered self. He would then navigate this world, bearing the scars of his experiences, patiently awaiting the gradual healing of those wounds, which would signify a true conclusion. How could he ever allow himself to be deceived a second time? No, that would not happen again, never again. The following day, Lin Shinian went to the police station to file a report. Presenting himself as a victim, he disclosed Lin Nuanyuan's illicit medical experiments at Jinjiyuing, providing his medical examination report as evidence that her drugs had nearly poisoned him, and requested the police to initiate an investigation. The officers meticulously documented his statement and sealed Lin Nuanyuan's residence, assuring him that they would look into the matter and instructed him to await further news at home. Next, it was likely that Lin Nuanyuan would be summoned for questioning. Upon returning home, Lin Shinian remained indoors, recuperating for a week until his wounds were ready to have the stitches removed. He ventured outside, intending to visit the clinic downstairs for the procedure. As he stepped out, he glanced at the neighboring door, which was tightly shut, and cast a quick look at the surveillance camera. Indeed, the next moment, the door swung open, and Su Wanqing greeted him with a smile. After being cooped up for so many days, you finally decided to come out. Lin Shinian thought to himself that she had been monitoring his movements all along. He turned to leave, but Su Wanqing signaled to the bodyguard behind her. The bodyguard approached and covered Lin Shinian's mouth and nose. He retaliated with an elbow strike, but he was already feeling faint and could barely stand. Leaning against the wall, in his fading vision, he saw Su Wanqing sitting in a wheelchair, tilting her head to look at him. You always avoid me. Your health is poor, and I have no choice. Lin Shinian collapsed against the wall, unconscious. Su Wanqing gripped the armrests of her wheelchair, which slowly rolled toward him. I cannot simply stand by and watch you abandon your treatment. Do you wish to die before my eyes once more? I will not allow it. She commanded her bodyguard. Take him to the hospital. In the director's office, the conversation unfolded. You say his condition has improved? Yes. Has he taken any medication? Or have you hired a better medical team to administer new drugs? Su Wanqing frowned. I am not certain. Once he awakens, you may inquire. I will refrain from giving him any medication. I cannot cure his illness. At best, I can only alleviate his pain. Administering medication recklessly could have adverse effects. The director explained. Su Wanqing nodded slightly. Lin Shinian opened his eyes, swiftly removing the oxygen mask and sitting up in bed. He turned to see Su Wanqing asleep at his bedside, still holding his hand. Instantly, he jerked his hand away. Su Wanqing awoke and looked at the upright Lin Shinian. You're awake? The doctor mentioned your condition has improved. Have you taken any medication? Was it Lin Nuanyuan who gave it to you? This was something Lin Shinian had not anticipated. He paused momentarily, then chose not to engage further with Su Wanqing, opening the door to leave. However, he was met at the threshold by two bodyguards who blocked his path. Lin Shinian clenched his fists and swung. But his frail condition rendered him ineffective, and he was soon subdued and brought before Su Wanqing. Release me. Su Wanqing smiled faintly. Is this the only way you will speak with me? I intend to report you for unlawful confinement. Go ahead and file your complaint. Su Wanqing appeared utterly unperturbed, declaring, previously, I was concerned for your well-being and chose to accommodate you. I did not anticipate that my tears and pleas would be met with such a heartless disposition from you. Thus, I shall resort to more forceful measures. She coldly instructed her bodyguard, take him away. Let go of me. Help! Help! There's a murderer here. Help! Did you wish for that Dr. Qin to come to your rescue? Alas, I have transferred you to a private hospital that she could never locate. Su Wanqing discerned Lin Shinian's thoughts with a single glance and gestured to the bodyguard. Why are you still standing there? Knock him out and take him away. When Lin Shinian regained consciousness, something dazzling blinded him. He squinted, shielding his eyes with his hand, peering through his fingers. Suddenly, he bolted upright in bed, exclaiming, "Su Wanqing, are you out of your mind?" Before him stood an enormous birdcage adorned with large, sparkling diamonds, encircling the bed. What atrocious taste is this? Rage consumed Lin Shinian. As the door swung open, Su Wanqing entered slowly in a wheelchair, asking, "Do you like it?" In a fit of fury, Lin Shinian lunged forward, attempting to pry a large diamond from the cage, envisioning hurling it at Su Wanqing to bring her to her demise. Chapter 60. Yet to kneel, Su Wanqing casually placed the food-laden tray upon the table, her gaze fixed upon Lin Shinian. With a light chuckle, she remarked, "Stop fidgeting. You look utterly unacquainted with the world. It's nothing of great value. If you desire, I could gift you a diamond mine." Lin Shinian continued to pick at something, yet it stubbornly refused to yield. What was this? Was it affixed with some sort of adhesive? What kind of glue could be so tenacious? As his nails began to ache, he ceased his efforts, sitting upon the bed and gazing through the blinding brilliance of the diamonds at Su Wanqing. Has your true nature been revealed? No more pretense? Why have you ceased your weeping, begging your husband for forgiveness? Do you like it? If so, weep for me. Lowering her head, Su Wanqing feigned wiping away tears. When she raised her gaze again, her eyes were red, tears cascading down as though she were heartbroken. She continued to feign a pitiful demeanor, her voice low and filled with feigned grievance. "Why can't you love me once more? You've loved me so many times already. Do you truly lack this one instance? Husband." Her emotional display was so potent that merely observing it stirred pain in the heart. Yet Lin Shinian regarded her with an icy stare. "If you're unwell, seek treatment at a hospital." Su Wanqing lowered her head to dab at her tears. "But if you want tea, forgive me. I am genuinely heartbroken. I do not know how to mend your feelings." When she lifted her gaze again, it was filled with indifference and assertiveness. "Then, until I devise a solution, I shall keep you confined." Then Su Wanqing added, "If you wish to spare your parents from worry, call them later and tell them you're feeling down and have gone on a trip to unwind." Is this amusing? What do you gain by confining me? At the very least, I can see you anytime, anywhere. When I miss you, I need not gaze at your photographs to daydream. Su Wanqing opened the door. "Come out for a meal." At last, Lin Shinian emerged from the dazzling prison of diamonds. Su Wanqing nudged the dishes towards him, picking up her chopsticks. "Let us share a meal. This soup is my own concoction. You must try it." Lin Shinian lifted the lid of the stew pot, revealing ginseng chicken adorned with a generous scattering of goji berries. Despite his reluctance, he could hardly overlook her intentions. He closed the lid again. "It appears Qin Feng has not satisfied you." Su Wanqing offered him a portion of vegetables before saying, "There is nothing between Qin Feng and me. I need not explain. You have always been watching me. Do not waste your thoughts. I have lost all interest in you. The sight of you nauseates me, devoid of any feeling." This was not untrue. In reality, he felt nothing towards anyone. Upon awakening that morning, he had realized his body had become entirely unresponsive. Given his condition, it was likely that he was irreparably damaged. After all, he was a man on the brink of death, not ruling out the possibility that Lin Wanwan had employed some form of medication against him. Contemplating this, Lin Shinian fell silent for a moment before stating, "I advise you against self-degradation. One must attempt to know whether it is feasible." Su Wanqing had barely eaten, yet it seemed she was satiated. She set down her chopsticks, propping her chin on her hand as she regarded Lin Shinian. "You had always desired a child, had you not? It was I who overlooked your wishes. Now I consent." Lin Shinian tightened his grip on the chopsticks. Once, he yearned for a child. His affection for children was profound, and his love for Su Wanqing was immense, leading him to desire an offspring that bore their shared genes, preferably a daughter who would undoubtedly be adorable. Furthermore, he imagined that having a child would create a bond between himself and Su Wanqing, a humble hope that even if they were to divorce in the future, he could still see her under the pretext of visiting their child. He had genuinely loved her once. However, now, when the subject arose, Lin Shinian set down his chopsticks and turned away, unable to suppress his dry heaving until he expelled the food he had consumed. It was truly nauseating. Su Wanqing, taken aback by his reaction, furrowed her brow. "Are you unwell? I can call a private doctor to examine you." It was only after he had nothing left to retch that Lin Shinian grabbed a wet tissue to wipe his mouth. He gazed at Su Wanqing, his expression fraught with animosity. Do not let there be another person in this world whom I detest. Even if you give birth, I shall not accept the child. Su Wanqing's countenance darkened significantly. What if I insist on having the child? If you wish your child to grow up without a father's guidance, then go ahead and have it, Lin Shinian retorted. Lin Shinian. Su Wanqing, incensed, slammed her palm onto the table. Am I mistaken? Is this not the truth? Is it so hard to admit that I no longer love you? You cling to the past, as if you were starved for affection. With a sharp crack, Lin Shinian felt the sting of her slap, yet he continued to deliver his cold remarks. Is it not so? Or are you, Miss Su, simply a masochist, desiring the unattainable? You take for granted those who love you, while those who do not are the ones you chase after. Is that not pathetic? Speak the truth. Su Wanqing's fingers trembled on the table. Stop eating. She raised her hand and overturned the dishes, the soup she had personally prepared shattering into pieces. Manipulating her wheelchair, Su Wanqing attempted to leave, but Lin Shinian spoke again. Do you think that by becoming disabled, no one will want you, and thus you must seek me out? What makes you believe I would not disdain you? If I were to stand, you would not even be able to reach me to slap my face, would you? Su Wanqing gripped the armrests of her wheelchair tightly, closing her eyes. You need not bother with dinner tonight. The door slammed shut with considerable force. Lin Shinian reclined back onto the bed, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. After all, Su Wanqing repulsed him. He lay peacefully, thinking, if I do not eat, then so be it. I am not hungry. After a while, the diamond on his nightstand gleamed too brightly, prompting him to cover his head with the quilt. He turned, but sleep eluded him. He rose and wandered around the room, realizing he could not escape. He turned on the television and began watching. Soon, a servant arrived to clean the floor, finishing their task before departing. Remarkably, no one returned to bring him food. As Lin Shinian watched the television, he eventually dozed off on the sofa. In the evening, he awoke to find Su Wanqing seated across from him, absorbed in her work, seemingly having been there for quite some time. Lin Shinian rubbed his eyes, still groggy from sleep. The memories of their 7 years together led him to instinctively lower the volume of the television as he observed Su Wanqing in her diligence. As he turned off the television, memories flooded back to Lin Shinian, prompting him to raise the volume to an almost deafening level, filling the room with a cacophony. The walls echoed with the noise. Finally, Su Wanqing lifted her gaze to him and said, "Lower it. Have you gone deaf? If you don't want to listen, you can leave." She maneuvered her wheelchair over and unplugged the television, restoring tranquility to the world. Lin Shinian slammed the remote onto the coffee table and reclined on the sofa with a sullen expression. After a long pause, Su Wanqing spoke, "If you apologize to me, I will allow you to have dinner." He retorted, "It's not about whether you permit me to eat. It's about you needing me to eat. I've decided not to eat, and I won't eat unless you bow down to me. Otherwise, I shall starve myself." After a moment's contemplation, he added, "No, not bowing. If you kneel and kiss my toes, I might consider eating a few bites to prolong my existence for a couple more days." Chapter 61. Come here. Su Wanqing tossed the documents in her hand with a flourish, casting a scornful glance at Lin Shinian. The memory of how cruelly she once treated him resurfaced, and a flicker of anger within her dimmed slightly. She lowered her gaze and resumed her work, choosing to ignore him for the time being. At dinner time, the servant brought in the meal. Su Wanqing, holding her chopsticks, looked over at Lin Shinian, who lay on the sofa like a corpse. She studied him for a long while before finally sighing, "Come over and eat." Lin Shinian remained unmoved. Ultimately, Su Wanqing approached him with a bowl of soup, scooping a spoonful and bringing it to his lips. "All right, I'll feed you. Stop sulking." Lin Shinian opened his eyes. She continued, "Reflect on your words. Were they not excessive? If I were to remain angry, the only punishment would be depriving you of food. But I'm beginning to feel pity now. And yet, you still throw a tantrum." Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Shinian abruptly swatted the spoon and bowl aside, sending soup splattering. Coldly, he retorted, "Are you incapable of understanding human speech?" Seated in her wheelchair, Su Wanqing regarded him with a steely gaze. "Very well, Let us see if you truly possess the resolve to starve. She wheeled away, anger simmering within her. But not before glancing back to find Lin Shinian sprawled on the sofa, his eyelids not even fluttering. Frustrated, she left and did not return that night. The following day, no one brought Lin Shinian food. On the third day, a meal was delivered, yet he did not touch it. When Su Wanqing returned that evening, her first inquiry to the housekeeper was, "Has he eaten?" The response was disheartening. The food had remained untouched, and it seemed he hadn't even taken a sip of water. Su Wanqing furrowed her brows in concern. Was he truly intent on starving himself? Regardless, she had no intention of allowing him to perish. With determination, she unfastened 2 buttons of her shirt and ascended the stairs. Lin Shinian lay still on the sofa. Upon entering, she calmly instructed the bodyguard behind her, lift him and clean him up before bringing him out. Lin Shinian appeared serene, utterly motionless, as the bodyguard carried him, resembling a lifeless figure. An unsettling panic gripped Su Wanqing, prompting her to halt the bodyguard. "Stop." She reached out to check his pulse and breath. He was alive. "Place him in the bathtub. I will wash him myself." The bathtub filled with water, and the bodyguard unceremoniously deposited Lin Shinian inside before exiting. As the warm water enveloped him, Lin Shinian opened his eyes to find Su Wanqing kneeling by the tub, her fingers gently stirring the water. Noticing that he was awake, she asked, "Why not continue feigning death?" Lin Shinian reclined against the edge of the tub, gazing at her through the rising steam, and scoffed. "I've told you. I have no feelings for you. Spare yourself the humiliation." Su Wanqing slowly unbuttoned her clothing and stepped into the water. "I believe your body is more honest than your words," she replied. Lin Shinian remained unmoved. Weakened from hunger and 3 days of neglect, he felt utterly defeated, as if beyond salvation. Su Wanqing leaned closer to him, lowering her head to kiss him. He dodged her lips, but she was unfazed, redirecting her kiss to another part of his body. Soon, Su Wanqing quickly sensed something amiss. She gazed at Lin Shinian in astonishment. "Are you so famished that you are at your wit's end?" Lin Shinian brusquely pushed her aside. "I told you, I find you repulsive." He rose and climbed into the bathtub, looking down at Su Wanqing from his elevated position. "Do you still not understand? What must I say for you to believe me? I do not believe there exists a moment when you are not capable. If that were the case, it would mean you are incapable with anyone." Su Wanqing was resolute. "You are finished, like me, rendered incapacitated, are you not?" Lin Shinian felt as though a dagger had pierced his heart. He adjusted his pants, but turned to Su Wanqing with a cold smirk. "With you, I am indeed finished, utterly and irrevocably. The psychological scars are beyond healing." He turned and exited, heading to the dressing room, where he dried himself off, changed into clean pajamas, and settled onto the sofa. Su Wanqing emerged from the bathroom, wheeling herself in front of Lin Shinian. "Help me dry my hair." "Leave," he retorted. Su Wanqing held the hairdryer. "Then I shall dry your hair." "Not interested." Lin Shinian's words were cut short as Su Wanqing switched on the hairdryer and aimed it at his hair. He stood to leave, but she seized his wrist. "Don't move." Nonetheless, Lin Shinian rose and departed. Su Wanqing dried her hair alone. She maneuvered her wheelchair to the bedside and slowly attempted to stand, but faltered and fell back onto the bed. Her legs were not entirely incapacitated. They simply lacked strength to support her, yet she could still move somewhat, akin to shifting in her sleep. She repositioned herself on the bed, leaning against the headboard. Lin Shinian strode toward the bed, observing his approach. Su Wanqing bit her lip in anticipation, mistakenly believing he intended to do something. To her surprise, he hastened over to lock the door, then turned to gaze at Su Wanqing, who was confined within her diamond cage, feeling particularly pleased. "This cage you fashioned for yourself is indeed inferior to the one Qin foam made for you." He paused deliberately before cruelly continuing, "It lacks elegance." Qin foam was willing to spend money, crafting a pure gold one. Su Wanqing retorted, "Am I not willing to spend money? Your taste is lacking. Diamonds are too gaudy and unappealing. I cannot possibly create a gold one. I wish to make something even more valuable. Should I express my gratitude to you?" Lin Shinian pushed Su Wanqing's wheelchair, turning it around before pushing it to the farthest corner of the room. Watching his actions, Su Wanqing felt a mix of exasperation and affection. Are you not being childish? Is this amusing? It is quite amusing. I want you to experience the sensation of being confined. You confine me, but I am not angry. If you reconcile with me and cease this temper, I would willingly remain your captive for a lifetime. Su Wanqing knelt on the bed, grasping the two lines of her diamond cage, peering through the gaps at Lin Shinian. He swallowed hard, then said, "Stop feigning pity. Is this entertaining?" Following his gaze, Su Wanqing inquired, "Are you hungry?" "Not hungry." He replied, "You claim not to be hungry, yet you appear starved." Su Wanqing spoke to herself, "I have arranged for someone to bring you some nourishing food. It's unacceptable for someone as young as you to be so weak. If you refuse to eat, then let me clarify, I am quite capable. But not in relation to other women. With you, it's different. I refuse to believe that if you are incapable with me, you would be with anyone else. Think as you wish. What I speak is the truth." After a brief silence, as if she were deeply contemplating, she finally stated, "You are merely unwell." "Lin Shinian, come here." Lin Shinian gazed at her through the bars and asked, "What do you want? Would you be willing to eat if I knelt before you? Or should I truly kiss your toes?" Su Wanqing suddenly inquired with sincere intent, adding, "Then extend your foot, and I will gladly kiss it with utmost reverence." Chapter 62. To seek freedom. Over my corpse. Lin Shinian paused momentarily before responding, "It was you who always insisted that I kneel and kiss your toes. I harbor no such malicious intentions. Simply kneel and apologize to me." Su Wanqing gazed at Lin Shinian. "You are so certain that I love you, that I could never bear to see you suffer from hunger. Those who are favored always act with impunity, do they not?" After a brief pause, she added, "I am beginning to believe that you truly do not love me anymore, for you have never treated me like this before." Finally, she lowered her gaze, appearing quite forlorn. "I feel a bit sad." Lin Shinian retorted, "Look, you're acting again." Su Wanqing raised her eyes to meet Lin Shinian's, whose emotions were stable to the point of cruelty. After a moment, she spoke sorrowfully, "I apologize to you. I should not have deceived you." These words sounded far more sincere. Yet, Su Wanqing leaned against the cage and stood up, slowly making her way out of the prison. She approached him, supporting herself. "Can you forgive me?" "Not at all, but I've already apologized. You have yet to kneel." Su Wanqing knelt heavily on the carpet, grasping his pant leg. "I am sorry. I apologize to you. Kneel properly." "Very well." Su Wanqing earnestly bowed her head to Lin Shinian, then rose, gazing up at him while still holding on to his pant leg. "Will this earn your forgiveness?" Lin Shinian reached out, gripping her chin, and after scrutinizing her for a moment, he suddenly smirked maliciously. "No." Su Wanqing concealed her pity and looked at Lin Shinian. "You are deceiving me? Were you not the one who used to deceive me in such a manner?" Lin Shinian withdrew his pant leg from her grasp and turned away, seating himself on the sofa with a dismissive snort. He ignored Su Wanqing behind him until, after a long silence, he heard her say, "Then you should eat. Only by living can you better take revenge on me, right?" "Fine." He acquiesced to eating. Soon, the servant brought in dinner, pushing the wheelchair that Lin Shinian had shoved away back in front of Su Wanqing, who settled into it. She appeared unfazed by Lin Shinian's recent mockery, resting her chin on her hand and watching him eat. Lin Shinian took only a few bites before stopping, prompting Su Wanqing to frown. "Aren't you going to eat a bit more?" "I don't wish to." "Then drink some soup." Lin Shinian contemplated for a moment. For the sake of this wretched body, he picked up the soup and consumed a bowl. Only then did Su Wanqing appear satisfied. "The ginseng in this soup is life-sustaining. Drink it, and you shall not perish." "It's merely ginseng, not a miracle elixir." "Indeed." Su Wanqing continued to observe Lin Shinian. She then noticed him tugging at the collar of his nightgown, feeling increasingly warm, until he finally slumped onto the sofa, utterly drained. His voice, when he questioned Su Wanqing, was weak and hoarse. "What did you put in the soup?" "I consulted the doctor and regulated the dosage. It's merely something I can control you with, harmless to your health." Su Wanqing, accompanied by Lin Shinian's fury. Su Wanqing hummed a little tune, quite melodious, instructing the servant to lift him onto the bed. "How shameless you are. I have already compensated you. I did not bow even when my father passed away, yet I bowed to you." Lin Shinian, By what right do you think you can evade the consequences? Su Wanqing declared, her spirits unexpectedly high. At that moment, Lin Shinian grasped the truth. Su Wanqing's previous demeanor had merely been a ruse to lower his guard. Fortunately, his body had already diminished. Even if Su Wanqing administered miraculous elixirs, it would be to no avail. She could forget such notions. Lying in bed, he pulled the sheets over himself and glared fiercely at Su Wanqing. How can you be so brazen? I have made it clear that I do not love you. I detest you, yet you still insist on approaching me. Su Wanqing leaned over him. Then let us commence a desensitization treatment. Where shall we begin? Perhaps with a kiss on your toes. No, you let go of me. Su Wanqing's expression turned ashen as she regarded Lin Shinian. Why is it not possible? The dosage had indeed been modest. Lin Shinian had regained some strength. Sweating profusely, he pushed Su Wanqing away and turned his back to her. Clutching the sheets. Reflect upon yourself. It is not my issue. After a prolonged silence, Su Wanqing spoke. Is it as simple as replacing me with another woman? Lin Shinian felt a sense of foreboding. What do you intend to do now? Seated at the edge of the bed, Su Wanqing seemed to issue some command through her phone. Moments later, 3 women clad in bikinis appeared by the bedside, striking poses. Lin Shinian shut his eyes. Su Wanqing pressed his head down. If you wish to humiliate me, you must prove that you can be with others, but not with me. Why are you closing your eyes? Open them. I fear you might take advantage of me. You think I am unaware of your schemes? I refuse to look. Open them, or I shall summon them. Initially, Lin Shinian sought to concoct an excuse, yet he sensed an unexpected reaction, perhaps due to the potion Su Wanqing had administered. Thus, he opened his eyes. Su Wanqing, you brought this upon yourself. Lin Shinian gazed at the women, while Su Wanqing fixed her gaze on him. Enraged, she shouted, "Get out, all of you." Lin Shinian sat up with a cold laugh. Every word I utter is the truth. My lack of affection for you is undeniably real. Finally, Su Wanqing's eyes brimmed with tears as she stared at him, kneeling on the bed, her voice a frantic plea. It is impossible. How could you not love me? I would rather you perish than not love me. Unable to accept this reality, she lunged at Lin Shinian, gripping his neck like a madwoman. Say you love me. I will never love you again. Su Wanqing retrieved a gun from a hidden compartment, pointing it at Lin Shinian's head. Repeat that. In that instant, the murderous intent in her eyes was palpable, as if she could accept Lin Shinian's demise, yet could not fathom the idea of him not loving her. Despite her unwavering affection for him, Lin Shinian gazed at Su Wanqing, his eyes devoid of any weakness. He spoke each word with unwavering conviction. If one day I tell you that I love you, it would surely be a deception. I can never, ever love you again. Su Wanqing's hand trembled as she held the gun. Tears cascaded from her crimson eyes. Ultimately, she discarded the weapon and embraced Lin Shinian, proclaiming, "It suffices that I love you. I shall love you forever and always." Yet Lin Shinian picked up the gun she had cast aside, and in her moment of utmost vulnerability and despair, he unhesitatingly pressed the barrel against her shoulder. Enough, he declared, this game is over. Let me go. Su Wanqing, incredulis, rose from Lin Shinian's side, her gaze piercing into him. What you are doing is shattering my heart into fragments. Her eyes brimmed with anguish, and she grasped the hand that held the gun, guiding the muzzle to her own heart. If you seek freedom, you must first kill me. Otherwise, I will never release you. The deafening gunshot reverberated throughout the room. Chapter 63. Seeking the traces of your love, a wave of excruciating pain surged through Su Wanqing, causing her to lean back and fall onto the bed. Her gaze fell upon the droplets of crimson blood seeping onto the gray sheets, rapidly staining them. She raised her trembling hand to cover the wound on her shoulder, and with a sudden urgency, she lifted her eyes to Lin Shinian. Lin Shinian had already risen from the bed with a gun in hand, not even glancing back as he made for the door. When he found it locked, he shot at the lock and burst out, his form fraught with desperation and turmoil, yet he never once turned to look back. His escape was resolute and merciless. Once again, a sharp pain enveloped Su Wanqing's heart. She tightly shut her eyes, her features contorted in agony. After what felt like an eternity, unable to bear the torment, she let out a frantic scream. No, Lin Shinian, You cannot treat me this way. Memories flooded back to her of Lin Shinian's tender care for even the smallest of her injuries, when he would gently blow on the iodine to ease her discomfort. His face etched with concern and affection as he assured her, "Wife, it won't hurt anymore. I'll put a waterproof bandage on it. But be careful when you bathe. If you need, I can help you." Yet, the very man who once cherished her so dearly was now capable of ruthlessly inflicting pain upon her with a gun. Su Wanqing felt an unbearable anguish, a pain that rendered her life unlivable. The commotion quickly drew the attention of the servants and the housekeeper, but Lin Shinian had already swiftly entered the elevator, making his way to the underground garage to escape in a vehicle. Upon witnessing Su Wanqing's condition, the housekeeper's expression turned grave, and he immediately arranged for a private doctor and transportation to the hospital. However, Su Wanqing, her face pale, glared at the housekeeper with evident displeasure, her voice rising in fury. "Where is he?" The housekeeper hastily dispatched bodyguards to search for him and, trembling, reported back to Su Wanqing. "Mr. Lin has driven away." Gritting her teeth, Su Wanqing attempted to rise from the bed, clutching her wound. The housekeeper hurriedly brought a wheelchair, and she plopped down heavily into it, torn between pain and fury, her eyes reddening. "Go after him. I told you, he craves freedom, but unless he kills me, I will not let him go." Lin Shinian, glancing in the rearview mirror, noticed several cars relentlessly pursuing him at high speed. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, genuinely surprised that Su Wanqing would follow him. He thought he had severed all ties. Had she possessed even a modicum of self-awareness, she would have understood his unwavering stance and ceased her pursuit. Unless, of course, Su Wanqing was vengeful, intent on capturing him to inflict severe torment and retribution. If truly provoked, a woman like her was capable of anything. Lin Shinian could not allow himself to be recaptured, especially not today when Su Wanqing was in a rage. Yet his driving skills were merely average. He lacked the finesse of a professional racer, and thus could not outmatch Su Wanqing's skilled driver. After a brief chase, he was soon intercepted by one of the vehicles sent by Su Wanqing, which came to a screeching halt in front of his car, effectively blocking his last escape route. Lin Shinian sat in his car, surrounded on all sides by vehicles dispatched by Su Wanqing. Despite his myriad abilities, escape from this entangling web proved impossible. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, he fixed his gaze ahead. The door of the Cullinan swung open, and a slanted metal ramp extended to the ground as Su Wanqing was pushed down in a wheelchair. Blood stained half of her body. Her shoulder wound had been hastily treated by a private doctor, the bandages soaked with crimson, resembling the aftermath of a barely contained hemorrhage. In pain, Su Wanqing leaned slightly forward, her complexion as pale as parchment, her long hair, cascading around her, exuding a sickly and disheveled aura. Yet, her cold eyes zeroed in on Lin Shinian the moment she alighted. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on the steering wheel, his heart racing in terror, the extreme agony threatening to rupture his chest. He felt as though death loomed at any moment. Placing a hand on his troubled heart, he flicked on the high beams, the sudden brightness illuminating Su Wanqing like twin pillars of light. He restarted his battered vehicle and surged toward her. Remarkably, Su Wanqing exhibited neither panic nor fear. Her expression remained impassive as she observed Lin Shinian's car hurtling toward her, her eyes unwavering. It was the swift reaction of her butler, who pushed her aside just in time, that saved her. Simultaneously, one of the cars surrounding Lin Shinian charged at him in an effort to rescue Su Wanqing. The sound of shattering glass filled his ears as his head collided with the airbag. Following a violent jolt, he clutched his chest and coughed up blood. It felt as if his heart had exploded, his insides rearranged and shattered, casting him into darkness, his consciousness fading swiftly. In stark contrast to her earlier calm demeanor, terror now gripped Su Wanqing's face as she turned her head sharply. Lin Shinian. The butler had just pushed her aside when Lin Shinian was lifted from his vehicle. Disregarding her appearance, Su Wanqing knelt on the ground, cradling Lin Shinian's head in her arms. "Please don't die." In that instant, regret washed over her. Regret for instigating this relentless pursuit. If he wished to leave, She should have let him go. If he departed, she could surely find him again. But if Lin Shinian were to die? No, that could not happen. I won't let you die. Private doctor, save him. Contact the nearest hospital. Hurry. The private doctor, still shaken by the preceding chaos, finally sprang into action, rushing to Lin Shinian's side. After a moment's thought, he administered a quick-acting heart medicine and began CPR. At last, Lin Shinian responded, only to turn his head and expel another mouthful of blood. Outside the emergency room, Su Wanqing, disheveled and desperate, fixed her gaze on the closed doors, as if willing them to open. When her butler sought to attend to her wounds, she vehemently dismissed him. Until Lin Shinian was brought out, and the dawn broke, the doctor declared that his vital signs had stabilized for the time being. It was only then that Su Wanqing realized she had been drenched in cold sweat. While tending to the wound on her shoulder, she had opted against anesthesia, yet she felt no pain. The doctor's words echoed in her mind. Fortunately, the bone remains uninjured. If it were fractured, it would pose a significant problem. A sudden laugh escaped Su Wanqing's lips, but the smile that graced her extraordinarily beautiful face appeared rather sinister. Lin Shinian, you acted with such cruelty, yet I have still discovered your flaw, she proclaimed with a morbid certainty as she stood by Lin Shinian's bedside. Chapter 64. Resolution. Lin Shinian felt a profound disorientation. Uncertain of how long he had been asleep, oscillating between wakefulness and slumber, occasionally consuming meager sustenance. When he finally emerged from the depths of unconsciousness, he experienced a surreal sensation akin to having died once more. The door to his hospital room swung open, revealing Director Wang accompanied by a throng of medical personnel, all converging around his bedside. The embarrassment overwhelmed him, prompting him to shut his eyes once again. Amidst a flurry of medical jargon, Lin Shinian discerned references to blood pressure and nutrition. His blood pressure was stable, yet his caloric intake was insufficient, necessitating an increase in nutritional support. Once Director Wang and the others departed, Lin Shinian cautiously opened his eyes, exhaling a sigh of relief. He was still alive. The injuries from the car accident had not been particularly severe, but his frail constitution had rendered him incapacitated. He pondered the passage of time, questioning how long he had been in this state and what day it was. Glancing around, he spotted his mobile phone on the bedside table and reached for it. As he sat up to grasp the device, he was astonished to discover that he had been unconscious for half a month, devoid of any awareness during that period. A month had elapsed. He wondered if his parents were frantic with worry, and whether Lin Wan had been released or sentenced. With a sudden resolve, Lin Shinian removed the 4-needle from his arm, pressing down on the bleeding site as he opened the door and peered into the corridor. To his relief, there were no bodyguards stationed by Su Wanqing, who, despite their tumultuous relationship, seemed to grant him a fleeting reprieve. He stealthily slipped out of the VIP room, determined to return home briefly. He cautiously approached the direction of the doctor's office, sensing the multitude of eyes there, and opted for the safety of the fire escape instead. As he pushed open the door to the stairwell, he unexpectedly collided with the icy gaze of Su Wanqing. At that moment, she was engrossed in her phone, likely displeased by a report from her subordinates, her brow furrowed in dissatisfaction. Fate had conspired against him. A chill coursed through Lin Shinian's veins as he instinctively turned to flee, disregarding Su Wanqing's command to halt. Lin Yan, his father, arrived with breakfast, expressing concern upon seeing Lin Shinian out of bed. How did you get down here? When did you wake up? Quickly lie back down and summon the doctor to examine you. Lin Shinian was equally astonished. Dad, what are you doing here? His father approached, assisting him back to the bed, all the while chiding him to rest and summon the doctor. Su Wanqing re-entered the room shortly thereafter. This time, Director Wang had come not with a cadre of doctors, but with Qin Xiaoqiao, who inquired about Lin Shinian's condition and took notes. Afterward, Director Wang turned to Su Wanqing. With a mere glance, they exited to confer privately. Lin Shinian's father contemplated briefly before following them out, calling after them, "Doctor, what is my son's condition?" As the door to the room closed, his voice faded into silence. However, Qin Xiaoqiao remained, observing Lin Shinian intently. "A miracle has indeed befallen you. Your body has managed to heal itself, which is nothing short of extraordinary. It is hard to fathom that just over half a month ago, you were a patient declared to be an organ failure, bearing a death diagnosis, and yet now you have narrowly escaped death. Lin Shinian cleared his throat before responding, surely, you cannot be this exuberant? I often feel that in the next moment, you might confine me to a laboratory. Qin Xiao subtly gestured towards the door, saying, your ex-girlfriend is watching too closely. I possess the intent, but lack the means. Leaning closer to Lin Shinian, she added with a smile, however, I must admit, I am indeed quite intrigued by you. Upon seeing Lin Shinian momentarily taken aback, she quickly clarified, in a medical sense, of course. A chuckle escaped Lin Shinian. Unsure of how to respond, merely laughed softly. At that moment, Su Wanqing and Lin's father entered, and her gaze instantly fell upon the smile shared between Qin Xiao and Lin Shinian, her expression darkening. Extraneous individuals should leave, she commanded, ignoring Su Wanqing. Qin Xiao turned to Lin Shinian, stating, I have yet to complete my examination. I shall return to find you later. Lin Shinian, hands folded before her, twirled her thumb thoughtfully, her eyes cast downward in a serene demeanor. Su Wanqing's voice was low. Do you not wish to engage with me? Lin Shinian replied candidly. I do not wish to see you. Why must you articulate it so bluntly? She retorted. Lin Shinian remained unabashedly forthright. Taking a deep breath, Su Wanqing continued, first, I have two matters to discuss with you. Firstly, I have gathered more comprehensive evidence against Lin Wanwan. She has been sentenced to 3 years. Consider it a preliminary lesson. When she is released, should you no longer desire her company, I have other means to handle her. In response, Lin Shinian posed a question. What Qin Feng? Is he dead? Not yet. Given your capabilities, that should not be the case, Su Wanqing responded. Lin Shinian paused briefly before saying, I see. Though he refrained from elaborating on his understanding, it was evident that it was not a favorable conclusion. Su Wanqing, gritting her teeth, asked, what exactly have you understood? Do you think I wish for his life? I currently cannot locate him. Qin Feng had transferred his shares to the ambitious Su Zian and had gone into hiding. Faced with internal turmoil within the company, Su Wanqing found herself in a precarious position, her power significantly diminished. Otherwise, she would not be unable to find even Qin Feng. I understand. After all, he is a beloved figure, thus he cannot be found. If one truly wanted me dead, they would unearth me from the depths, Lin Shinian quipped. Yet, he did not hear Su Wanqing's retort. Instead, he glanced at her and noted her weary demeanor, hair pulled back as she propped her head up with her hand, clearly exhausted and unwilling to engage in further contentious debate. Indeed, her eyes bore the marks of fatigue, as if she had not rested in ages, and she appeared considerably thinner. Lin Shinian averted her gaze to the ceiling, then glanced at Lin's father, who had remained silent, sensing that the atmosphere was somewhat off-kilter. A sense of foreboding washed over her, prompting her to inquire suddenly, Father, where is my mother? At that moment, Su Wanqing interjected. This brings me to the second matter I wish to address. If you desire your mother's surgery to have a higher probability of success, my connections will be necessary. However, I have conditions. In an instant, Lin Shinian comprehended the implications. Having spent 7 years in Su Wanqing's company, he was no longer naive. He was acutely aware that the circles they inhabited were vastly different. What ordinary citizens could not accomplish was well within Su Wanqing's realm of possibility. Father Lin stood nearby, his face a shade of iron, and then declared, Nian, I have discussed with your mother that this surgery is not solely within the purview of the specialists at the first hospital. We can transfer to another facility. Every surgery carries its risks, but your mother will be fine, so do not heed her words. Lin Shinian remained silent for a considerable time, then turned to Su Wanqing. Are you pleased? I have once again found myself in your grasp. Do you intend to leverage your influence to compel our reconciliation? Yet, I have already conveyed that while I can profess my love for you, it would be nothing but a fateful. If you can accept that, then so be it. I can either endure the indignities or sever ties without remorse. If you wish to play, I shall indulge you in this game. Lin Shinian nearly implied that should his mother's surgery succeed, he would promptly sever ties. Utterly merciless, Su Wanqing inhaled deeply before responding. I do not require your declarations of love. You need not harbor such hatred towards me. She finally articulated her condition. Become my bodyguard for a year. And if after 1 year you still wish to depart, I shall let you go. For how long? A minimum of 6 months. I will ask you once more. 3 months, that is my bottom line. Chapter 65, Good night. Baby. Without waiting for Lin Shinian to respond, Su Wanqing gazed intently into his eyes and retorted, Are you afraid that your resolve will falter, that you might fall in love with me again, hence your reluctance to accept? 3 months, and you are still apprehensive. Do not employ provocations. Su Wanqing's wheelchair was closely positioned beside the bed as she leaned closer to Lin Shinian, her long hair cascading down. Her eyes filled with profound affection as they locked onto him. Isn't it true that you are not as heartless as you claim? You still harbor feelings for me. Just as your bullets cannot pierce my bones, and no vehicle can extinguish my life. Lin Shinian offered a faint smile, reminiscent of a moment when one finds themselves at a loss for words. Su Wanqing grasped his hand, but he swiftly withdrew it. He then stated, Very well. 3 months will suffice to disillusion you. Su Wanqing scrutinized him from head to toe, her gaze seemingly attempting to consume him whole, before she smiled softly. Then let us sign the contract. She retrieved a contract from the bedside drawer, which she had prepared in advance, and handed it to Lin Shinian. As he perused the document, he noted the surprisingly high salary of 1 million per month. Of course, that includes 24-hour personal protection. How could I possibly shortchange you? The breach of contract clause stipulated a compensation of 300 million. How audacious of you to demand such a sum. However, if you fulfill the 3-month term, you need not pay a dime. Su Wanqing took the pen and filled in the details on the contract before presenting it to Lin Shinian once more. Sign it. She insisted on altering the compensation to 30 million, ensuring both parties had an exit strategy. Otherwise, Su Wanqing might create difficulties for him, compelling him to abandon the arrangement within 3 months, a burden he was unwilling to bear. 30 million, however, was a different matter. It was an amount he could manage, albeit at the cost of his entire fortune. Yet, it served as a sufficient warning to Su Wanqing that he too had a way out, a means to breach the contract and nullify their agreement, thereby preventing her from overstepping her bounds. Moreover, should he reach a breaking point, 30 million would sever his ties with Su Wanqing, serving as recompense for her assistance in securing connections for his mother. As for love, he would not bestow any upon her again. 30 million was still too little. Are you here merely to profit from my breach of contract? Lin Shinian pushed the contract away, his demeanor stern and unwilling to sign. Su Wanqing, seemingly concerned about inciting his anger, proposed, All right, I will amend it. She obediently crossed out the 3-month penalty, replacing it with 30 million, and handed it back to Lin Shinian. Surely, this will suffice for your signature. Lin Shinian meticulously reviewed the contract, marking a diagonal line through the 3 months to prevent Su Wanqing from taking liberties and changing it to 30. He also marked a diagonal line after the 30 million. Su Wanqing observed his cautiousness, appearing somewhat hurt as she remarked, Why must you draw a line after 30 million? What more could you possibly add? Who knows what you might include? If you were to add 1 billion, I would be yours for life. I wish I could, but there is no provision for such additions. You are merely overthinking, he replied. Su Wanqing leaned against the hospital bed, lifting her eyelids to glance at Lin Shinian, seemingly dissatisfied as she lamented, Is it truly this difficult to trust me? It is quite disheartening. Your disappointment is yet to come. How cruel. The cruelty you perceive is merely the prelude. Lin Shinian handed the contract to his father, who stood nearby, appearing eager to interject but had yet to find an opportunity. Dad, please review it once more. Su Wanqing propped her chin on her hand, lifting the blanket covering Lin Shinian, directing her gaze towards the young Lin Shinian, and raised her chin slightly. You're still falling behind. Lin Shinian responded with silence, then followed her gaze downward, abruptly pulling the blanket closer around himself. Leaning against the hospital bed, he adopted a rather defiant demeanor. I'm the one who is inadequate towards you. Stop pretending. I'm well aware. During your hospitalization, I had the doctor examine you, and you've completely lost even the most basic physiological responses in the morning. You're not merely inadequate towards me. You are genuinely Su Wanqing and Lin Shinian exchanged glances filled with a hint of regret. She lightly tapped her cheek with her hand propped on her chin before continuing, truly incapable. You can lie. So can your words be wholly trusted? Lin Shinian's expression darkened, ignoring Su Wanqing. She casually tapped the blanket. However, I want to think less of you. Lin's father shifted his gaze from the contract to Lin Shinian. What? What do you mean by incapable? Lin Shinian adjusted the blanket and redirected the conversation. Is there an issue with the contract? After a careful review, Lin's father replied, it appears to be in order. Lin Shinian signed the contract, followed by Su Wanqing. The arrangements for Lin's mother's surgery were expedited, taking place the very next morning, and it was successful. After a few additional days in the hospital, Lin Shinian packed a bag of supplements and accompanied Su Wanqing back to the villa in Liuzhong Bay. He commenced his role as Su Wanqing's bodyguard. As Su Wanqing entered the master bedroom, Lin Shinian remained at the door. She turned back. Come in. I am a personal bodyguard, not a servant. I will stand at the door until 10 o'clock. If there is nothing pressing, I shall retire to the servants' quarters downstairs. Su Wanqing's wheelchair glided closer to Lin Shinian, her voice soft as she remarked, I am not afraid. Why should you be? I simply wish to eat. But I cannot, can I? Are you not aware of your own situation? Let us keep matters professional. Please do not disturb me. With a delicate gesture, Su Wanqing reached out, her fingertip playfully entwining with Lin Shinian's pinky. Since there is nothing more, I shall retire to sleep. Without a glance in her direction, Lin Shinian turned and walked away. Su Wanqing attempted to call out to him, only to see him entering the elevator, his back turned, refusing to face her. Amusement mixed with frustration washed over her. She then summoned the butler and issued a few instructions. Lin Shinian arranged the bed in the servant's quarters. Glancing at the pile of supplements nearby, he decided against consuming them, fearing that it might lead Su Wanqing to harbor inappropriate thoughts about him. As he pulled the blanket over himself, the room was engulfed in darkness. At that moment, a hand emerged from the shadows, reaching for the light switch. Sitting up in bed, Lin Shinian consumed the supplements, adhering strictly to medical advice. Just as he was about to settle in for the night, a knock sounded at the door. Lin Shinian opened it to find the butler holding a bowl of soup. The young lady asked me to bring this to you. After placing the soup down, the butler departed. Upon a glance, Lin Shinian immediately recognized that the concoction sent by Su Wanqing was indeed a restorative soup, a mere fade for ulterior motives. He approached, lifting the lid of the stew pot with a forceful motion. In truth, he had no intention of partaking in the brew. His curiosity was piqued by the contents she had prepared. To his astonishment, however, the pot contained not a nourishing broth, but rather a magnificent diamond, its brilliance nearly blinding him, alongside a note. The note bore Su Wanqing's elegant yet assertive handwriting, inscribed with the words, "Good night, darling." Lin Shinian picked up the exquisite diamond, holding it to the light to admire its luster. It dawned on him that Su Wanqing had misconstrued his previous interest in diamonds as a genuine desire, prompting her to present him with a gem both large and resplendent. He tossed the diamond lightly in his hand before catching it with ease, contemplating the revelation he would unveil to Su Wanqing the following day, demonstrating the true purpose behind his fascination with diamonds. Chapter 66. Seeking solitude, Su Wanqing descended to the dining area for breakfast, only to discover Lin Shinian already seated at the table, exuding an air of relaxed nonchalance. He had already consumed her portion of breakfast. In his hand, he seemed to be tossing something that glimmered brightly. Before Su Wanqing could discern what it was, a sharp pain struck her forehead, plunging her into darkness. She instinctively pressed her hand against her brow, only to find a bump had formed. Lowering her gaze, she spotted a large diamond rolling onto her lap, likely the one she had gifted Lin Shinian the previous night. Su Wanqing picked up the diamond and maneuvered her wheelchair to position herself before Lin Shinian. His hand rested casually on the back of her chair, and as he cast his gaze downwards, a sense of detachment enveloped him, his eyes scrutinizing her. Holding the diamond, Su Wanqing toyed with it briefly before bestowing a gentle kiss upon it, then delicately inhaling its essence, her eyes shimmering with a morbid yearning. Lin Shinian stiffened. You've lost your mind again. He hadn't donned any fragrance. What could she possibly be smelling? It was madness, sheer lunacy. Su Wonking chuckled softly. You're so reluctant to hit me harder, even when you do throw things. Lin Shinian's eyes fell upon the bruise on Su Wonking's forehead, questioning her definition of a light blow. He extended his hand. Su Wonking pondered for a moment before tilting her head to rest it in his palm. He remained still as she tenderly nuzzled against his hand, her demeanor transforming into one of softness and gentleness, as if she were merely a delicate thing in his grasp, subject to his whims, her joy and sorrow, her very existence, resting entirely in his hands. Yet Lin Shinian remained unmoved. He was acutely aware that this was but a fade of Su Wonking's. His expression remained impassive, and when she offered him a charming smile, he suddenly pressed his thumb harshly against the bruise on her forehead. Su Wonking swatted his hand away and regarded him for a moment, suppressing her anger. Though her voice remained somewhat frosty, I've heard that men only act childish in front of those they love. Lin Shinian retorted with sarcasm. Then I shall strive to love you more often. Su Wonking paused, and although his words were laced with malice, they conjured a different image in her mind, one in which Lin Shinian gazed at her with profound affection, declaring, Darling, I adore you deeply. I wish to shower you with love, so much that my heart cannot contain it, and my love overflows. That when others mention me, they will say, Ah, Lin Shinian, the one who loves Su Wonking above all else. With her eyes downcast, she softly replied, In that case, that's quite splendid. It doesn't hurt at all. Receiving your love makes it all worthwhile. She lifted her gaze to meet Lin Shinian's. Next time, do continue to profess your love for me. I relish hearing it. During her busier moments, Su Wonking required no assistance from Lin Shinian. He would simply rest in her private lounge within her office. That evening, Su Wonking attended an exclusive dinner, accompanied by only one bodyguard. In such social gatherings, while Su Wonking engaged in networking, Lin Shinian occasionally indulged in exquisite hors d'oeuvres and sipped on a few glasses of fine red wine. Lin Shinian surveyed the lavish soiree, observing the glamorous young lords and ladies around him. This was indeed his first time accompanying Su Wonqing into such a circle. In truth, it was the very first occasion. Su Wonqing had never invited him to any gatherings or soirees before. After all, he had merely been a stand-in for her, someone she had no reason to showcase. A proud woman like Su Wonqing would not want others to know of her unrequited love, opting instead for a substitute. It was a pity, however, that such a haughty individual had ultimately turned herself into a laughingstock. Lin Shinian noticed a rather somber-looking young man block Su Wonqing's wheelchair, murmuring something to her. Surprisingly, he positioned himself behind her and began to push her wheelchair toward the edge of the swimming pool. As Lin Shinian nibbled on a small cake, he glanced in their direction. Su Wonqing did not cry out for help, likely too proud to appear more vulnerable. However, she cast a quick glance toward Lin Shinian, conveying a clear message. If he were a typical bodyguard, he would understand the urgency to intervene and protect her, then teach the man pushing her wheelchair a harsh lesson. Yet, Lin Shinian merely lowered his gaze, gently swirling a glass of red wine, seemingly unfazed. It was not until he heard the splash of water that he drained his glass and approached the pool's edge. By then, a crowd had gathered, some frantically calling for help while others made sardonic remarks. Su Wonqing had plunged into the water, her wheelchair pinning down her incapacitated legs. She struggled against the weight of the wheelchair, which felt as though it were 1,000 pounds, trapping her beneath the surface. Her evening gown and long hair floated chaotically in the water, the azure pool accentuating her porcelain skin. Even in such a dire predicament, the shattered beauty only served to enhance her allure. It seemed no one could resist feeling sympathy for such a captivating figure. Many had already jumped into the water, but as Su Wonqing exhaled a few bubbles, her vision blurred by the rippling waves, she caught sight of Lin Shinian, who remained unmoved and indifferent to her plight. Though obscured by the water, she perceived an icy chill emanating from him, a gaze that seemed to wish for her demise. Her close friend eventually managed to pull her out of the water. As Su Wanqing scanned the crowd gathered at the pool's edge, she did not see Lin Shinian. Clinging tightly to her friend, her fingers clenched in distress, she felt akin to a child who had lost a cherished toy. Forced to accept her reality, she was unwilling to confront. Panic surged within her. "Where's my bodyguard gone?" She turned to her friend, asking, "Have you seen my bodyguard?" Her friend, swimming toward the edge, scolded her. What nonsense about a bodyguard? Could he really stand by and watch you get pushed into the water by that illegitimate son? Sufyan? He'd be fired and blacklisted for such negligence. Her friend received a blanket from the assistant, wrapping it around Su Wanqing as she carried her toward the VIP room. Enveloped in her friend's embrace, Su Wanqing seemed dazed from the near drowning, lost in thought and enveloped in silence. Meanwhile, Lin Shinian accidentally smeared cake frosting on his hands and stood outside the restroom to wash them. After finishing, he turned to leave. Unexpectedly, a stunning beauty clad in a black dress staggered out of the restroom and collided directly into his embrace. "Take me away," she implored. Lin Shinian noticed that the zipper of her dress appeared to be broken, revealing a considerable expanse of her waist. He swiftly removed his suit jacket and draped it over her shoulders. The woman leaned closer to him, urging, "Hurry." Observing her unusually flushed complexion and contemplating the sordid tactics prevalent in such circles, Lin Shinian politely steadied her by the shoulders and guided her away. Upon hearing footsteps behind him, Lin Shinian turned to see a man emerging from the restroom, his demeanor unappealing and his gaze sinister as he fixated on them. However, the man made no attempt to pursue. The corridor leading to the VIP lounge was illuminated solely by dim yellow lights. As Lin Shinian found himself pressed against the wall by the frantic woman, her hands roamed over him, prompting him to raise his hands in a gesture of innocence. It was only after a moment that he grasped her wrist, realizing he had scarcely discerned her features, when he heard her sultry breath whisper in his ear, "Find a secluded place, quickly." Chapter 67. Recovery in the VIP lounge. In the VIP lounge, Guyin handed Su Wanqing a glass of strong liquor, urging her to drink it to dispel the chill. Su Wanqing accepted the glass, seated on the sofa, now clad in a fresh set of comfortable home attire. Her hair hung damp and disheveled, wrapped in a blanket, and she appeared somewhat dazed. Cradling the glass in her palms, she murmured, "I have located my private bodyguard. Have him come to see me. Please ensure he remains unharmed." Gu Yin, wielding a hairdryer, gently dried Su Wanqing's hair. Kneeling on the sofa, her fingers glided through Su Wanqing's wet tresses before she replied, "You've repeated this sentiment no less than 3 times. You know me. My people will bring him to you without a single hair out of place." After drying her own still damp locks, she continued, "What has been troubling you lately? That rat Su Zian has managed to lord over you. Not only have you neglected to teach him a lesson, but you are also seeking a bodyguard." With a playful nudge of her knee against Su Wanqing's leg, Gu Yin challenged, "After that poisoning incident, do you truly expect me to believe your leg is incapacitated? How much longer do you intend to feign this? If not for me today, would you really contemplate perishing in the pool?" Setting the glass aside, Su Wanqing slowly rose from the sofa and approached the window, gazing down at the banquet hall filled with guests, yet she did not spot the person she sought. A frown creased her brow. Gu Yin aimed the hairdryer at her neck, the breeze accentuating her alluring collarbone, while her open neckline revealed the graceful lines of her shoulders and neck. With a teasing glance at Su Wanqing's legs, she remarked, "Isn't this satisfactory? You expect me to carry you for much longer. My arms are growing weary." Though distracted, Su Wanqing responded to her friend, "I cannot rise. I have become a docile invalid." This only emboldens Su Zian, making him more arrogant and complacent, does it not? Guyin raised an eyebrow, carelessly tossing the hairdryer aside as she leaned back on the sofa, lifting a glass of red wine to her lips before speaking. "When did you start considering a bastard child? I find it hard to believe. You have avoided direct confrontation with Su Zian, and now you show weakness. This is uncharacteristic of you." Su Wanqing, truly lost in thought, did not meet Gu Yin's gaze as she replied, "Then what do you think is the reason?" Gu Yin crossed her arms, tapping her fingers lightly before resting her chin on her hands. "If you intend to discern which of those in the company would side with that illegitimate child due to your disability, using this opportunity to eliminate them all." I might find that more plausible. Standing behind Su Wanqing, Guyin rested her chin on her shoulder and inquired, "Am I correct in my conjecture?" Su Wanqing offered no reply, simply stating, "I feel rather fatigued. By the way, what of your substitute? How have you arranged for him since Qin Feng returned?" "He is dead." "Dead? I recall he was in poor health. Because of me." Noticing the hint of sorrow in Su Wanqing's expression, Gu Yin, understanding the depth of a 7-year bond, comfortingly patted her shoulder. "Death is a part of life. Try to accept it." Gu Yin cleverly shifted the topic. "By the way, I heard that your aunt's new project has moved from South City to the capital. Have you seen her?" "You should have. She is at this banquet." Su Wanqing furrowed her brow and turned to Gu Yin, who was raising her glass again. "No, I haven't received any news, and she hasn't contacted me." Gu Yin stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down. She certainly is a social butterfly. Over the years, the Liu family has fallen from grace. If she doesn't charm her way through, it will be difficult for her to survive. She should be visible in the most crowded places. Oh, she's gone. Perhaps she left early. Su Wanqing, feeling a chill, seemed to have a slight headache. She pressed her hand to her forehead. "She's come at the wrong time. I can barely take care of myself. I can't help her. Do you think the few of us who are close are dead? It mainly depends on whether you want to help. It's just a matter of a few words." Su Wanqing gazed at her hazy reflection in the glass, lost in thought. Before finally speaking, "If it can be convenient, then go ahead." Gui nodded and snapped her fingers. "Got it. Haven't found her yet?" Gui picked up her phone. "Let me ask. Your anxious demeanor suggests this isn't merely a personal concern. Is it new love?" Su Wanqing remained silent. By her nature, her lack of denial was tantamount to acceptance. Guyin was surprised to find herself in the midst of yet another twist. Before she could even make the call, the host of the banquet, having heard that Su Wanqing had fallen into the water at his venue, had already come to knock on the door, evidently to offer an apology. Guyin opened the door and then stepped aside to make a call, while Su Wanqing had already returned to her wheelchair. In the dark storage room, the air was overly heated. Lin Shinian had been pulled inside, and he felt that it was quite inappropriate. He finally found some rope to tie up the restless individual. "Perhaps it would be better to get you a doctor. You seem to have lost your senses." The other party weakly pleaded, "Please don't, my hands hurt. Why treat me this way? It's so unkind, truly. I might cry." Lin Shinian, faced with her feeble weeping, felt overwhelmed. "I apologize, but I am not someone who takes such matters lightly. And you truly need a doctor. This is irrational. If I were to take advantage of you, once you regain your senses, you might very well kill me. I want tea. I promise, I swear, all right?" After a moment, she leaned closer to him. "It's my first time." Lin Shinian's hand trembled, and he became even more resolute. "Then it's even less acceptable. Let me make it clear. I do not find you appealing in the slightest. It's simply uninteresting. I prefer someone more affluent. Do you understand? I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. That makes me like you even more. I enjoy a change of pace." Lin Shinian's hand trembled again, as her slightly warm and soft hand grasped his. Had it been anyone else, they might have lost their composure. But Lin Shinian was no ordinary man. He was determined to remain ruthless and unyielding. In the midst of their tussle, somehow, Lin Shinian found himself bound tightly instead. No, how is this not right? How did things turn out this way? Why was he no longer in control? Lin Shinian was utterly on the verge of collapse. The storage room door was firmly shut and locked, and he was tightly bound from head to toe. Lin Shinian struggled desperately, his wrists turning red, yet he could not break free. He could only hop towards the corner of the storage room, but he tripped over a cardboard box and fell headfirst into a pile of discarded papers, the dust choking him into a fit of coughs. At that moment, someone grasped his ankle and pulled him out. Chapter 68, Darling. It's her Aunt Lin Shinian desperately shrank into the corner, crying out, "Let me go. Help! Help me! Let me out!" He struggled like a cocooned silkworm, but the accursed rope was incredibly resilient, refusing to yield. It wasn't merely twine. It resembled the colorful strings used to tie balloons. Logically, it should not have been so sturdy, yet Lin Shinian felt the skin of his wrists aching, unable to break free from the vibrant bindings. In the darkness, a woman chuckled softly as she approached him. The storage room was shrouded in such darkness that one could not see their own hand in front of their face. Lin Shinian could not discern her features or expressions, but he could hear her laughter and sense her proximity. He could almost envision a villainous smile, sending chills down his spine. She was utterly terrifying. You are exceptionally cunning. From the very beginning, you feigned weakness to lower my guard, only to turn the tables when I was unsuspecting. As Lin Shinian reflected on this, he felt a prickling sensation on his scalp, realizing he had transformed from the captor to the captive. His naivety had rendered him incapable of contending with her scheming. It was horrifying throughout. He had perceived her as a fragile, pitiable woman in need of protection. Yet, in truth, he had been mistaken from the outset. She firmly grasped his ankle, rendering him unable to withdraw his leg, her grip so tight it caused him pain. Her strength was evident, clearly a woman who had trained. Finally, Lin Shinian began to grasp the unfolding conspiracy. What is your true intention in approaching me? I am merely a minor character, not even part of your circle. Why seek me out? Was it perhaps related to Su Wanqing, an enemy of Su Wanqing? As Lin Shinian's mind raced with possibilities, he heard her delicate laughter. Indeed, this is a misunderstanding. I do not know you, and there is no ulterior motive in my approaching you. I am simply a contrarian. While others yearn for your company, you recoil from me, igniting my desire to conquer. She drew closer, gently caressing his face, adding, moreover, I truly require a man. Fear not. I shall not mistreat you. Yield to me. Lin Shinian felt the buttons of his shirt loosening one by one. He collapsed under the pressure, only to suddenly regain composure. All right, let me be honest. The reason I sought a doctor for you is that you have clearly mistaken me. In an attempt to salvage his dignity, Lin Shinian tried to downplay the situation, but she was evidently a woman of action. He felt a sharp pain in his neck. Immediately, he exclaimed, I can't. I truly cannot, sister. If I deceive you, then I would be a dog. Truly, truly. Her expression shifted, and her voice took on an unusual tone. I did not expect someone so young to be so composed and self-assured. To which family do you belong? You are no ordinary person. Lin Shinian's face turned crimson. Could this truly be a matter of great honor? He was not composed. Rather, he was utterly at a loss. Let's refrain from romanticizing his situation. Why must we delve deeper into this? It is utterly embarrassing, profoundly humiliating. Lin Shinian fell silent. What could he possibly say? Wasn't it shameful? She appeared even more exhilarated. It must be that I haven't exerted enough effort. I refuse to believe there exists a man in this world devoid of desires. Time passed, and the woman, visibly agitated, remarked, You have indeed captured my attention. I never anticipated that someone so young could possess such unwavering resolve. After a strenuous ordeal, she seemed fatigued, resting her head in his open embrace. I concede. You win. Lin Shinian thought. Could it be that he is genuinely unwell? He felt an overwhelming awkwardness, his face resembling a ripe tomato. He wished to cover his face, but found his hands bound. Clearing his throat lightly, he stated, I've told you, seek out a doctor. She, appearing genuinely exhausted, took a moment before responding. Where am I to find a doctor? I detest needles, and hospitals fill me with dread. The scent of antiseptic haunts my nightmares. Stop being dramatic. Do you truly believe yourself a delicate princess? Am I not? She retorted. What kind of princess would press my face to the ground? Then what do you deem me? Lin Shinian struggled to maintain his composure, but could not resist a sarcastic remark. You. Queen. Her affront was palpable, and he hadn't even seen her face clearly. Such rudeness was unwarranted. Yet, she seemed oblivious, responding with delight. Is that so? You think of me as a queen. Wasn't the emphasis on the last two words? Lin Shinian coughed lightly before saying, Please release me. I will take you to find a doctor. Very well. Queens are not afraid of needles. She grasped the rope, attempting to sever it, only to discover its remarkable resilience, causing her hands to ache without yielding. She surrendered, her clarity waning, affecting her intellect. What if I cannot break this rope? You must untie me. I've bound it in a knot. Lin Shinian glanced around and instructed her, stand up. He then approached the shelf, moving as if itching on his back, preparing to abrade the rope. What are you doing? This rope may be resilient, but it should be easy to sever with minimal effort, and I shall bite through it. She leaned closer, declaring, all right, This should do the trick. Lin Shinian was left speechless, adjusting his attire, fastening his buttons, and ensuring his zipper was up before pulling along this eccentric woman and opening the storage room door. As he stepped outside, he encountered a throng of individuals, led by Su Wanqing, who was seated in a wheelchair. Behind her stood the banquet manager, hunched over and filled with regret, accompanied by a group of bodyguards, their foreheads glistening with cold sweat. The atmosphere was charged. They were clearly searching for someone. Gu Ying gently urged her, "Unfortunately, the surveillance on this side has malfunctioned. The last footage showed your assistant heading this way, but others." Her words trailed off as all eyes turned towards them. Lin Shinian had yet to react when the woman she was holding lunged towards Su Wanqing, exclaiming, "Qing, my darling." However, Su Wanqing did not spare her a glance. Her gaze fixated on Lin Shinian, brimming with fury and jealousy, as if she wished to incinerate him. The woman spoke again, "Darling, it's your aunt. Don't you remember me?" Chapter 69. Put on some clothes. Su Wanqing reached out, lifting Lu Ruo Shuang's face, finally breaking her gaze from Lin Shinian to scrutinize Lu Ruo Shuang. After a moment of silence, she slowly uttered, "Aunt." Yet, her tone lacked warmth. Those familiar with Su Wanqing recognized that such demeanor indicated her profound anger. Unperturbed, Lu Ruo Shuang seized Su Wanqing's hand, pressing her face against her palm in a playful manner, and lamented, "Someone harmed me and drugged me. My dear, could you find a doctor for your aunt?" Once more, Su Wanqing glanced at Lu Ruo Shuang, whose disheveled attire betrayed her state, though her voice bore no inflection. It was laced with an intensity that seemed capable of incinerating all in its path with rage and jealousy. "Isn't Annie terrified of doctors?" Lu Ruo Shuang clung to Su Wanqing's leg, her hair tousled and her face flushed, resembling a madwoman. Yet, her undeniable allure and maturity rendered her even more seductive. "Fearful as I may be, I need treatment. I feel dreadful, as if countless ants are crawling through my veins, causing both pain and itchiness. My head aches terribly, and if this continues, I fear for my life." In her delirium, she unexpectedly rose and threw herself against Lin Shinian's waist, looking unsteady on her feet. Just as she began to slide down, Lin Shinian instinctively wrapped his arm around her waist, cautioning, "Be careful." With a smile, Lu Ruo Shuang tightened her embrace. Her face nestled against his abdomen, resembling a drunken state, her sultry eyes shimmering with moisture. "If there is no doctor, shall we give it another try? Can you see my face clearly now? I am not lacking in beauty." Despite her captivating appearance, she exuded a certain navet. Lin Shinian reached out, adjusting her suit jacket that had slid off her shoulders. Lu Ruo Shuang attempted to pull it off, saying, "Why wear it when it will be removed anyway?" "Put it on." Lin Shinian gritted his teeth, maintaining a smile while quietly threatening, "Don't make me slap you." Lu Ruo Shuang pursed her lips, casting a glance at Lin Shinian. Despite his smile, appeared rather fierce. Her beautiful black eyes twinkled, and she nodded right. She straightened herself, though her legs were weak and unsteady, and reached for his suit jacket to put it on. Once dressed, she leaned down to inhale the scent, remarking, "It smells just like my dear Qing, a delightful cold citrus fragrance." Lin Shinian had indeed seen through this woman, astonished to learn she was Su Wanqing's aunt. However, they bore little resemblance. Both possessed an ethereal beauty, yet Su Wanqing's coldness penetrated to her very core, while Lu Ruo Shuang exuded an almost enchanting allure. They were both strikingly beautiful, yet diverged into two extremes, flourishing in vastly different directions. Lin Shinian found himself curious about the appearance of Su Wanqing's mother. Did she resemble Su Wanqing or her sister? Perhaps Su Wanqing took after her father. Undoubtedly, their family bore the genes of stunning bone structure, beauty intertwined with intellect. Not the frivolous charm of a mere pretty face. They resembled blooming white roses and poppies, beauty that was both alluring and perilous. Su Wanqing's hand, resting on the armrest of her wheelchair, suddenly tightened, her knuckles paling to an extreme. She bit her lip, feeling a metallic sweetness rise in her throat, the taste of bitter blood lingering between her lips and teeth. Her voice, icy and laced with fury, rebuked, "Enough, Lin Shinian. Come here." Lin Shinian, who had been standing upright, seemed to lose all rigidity upon sensing Su Wanqing's wrath. He leaned casually against the doorframe, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his gaze as he observed her. Lu Rushi glanced between Su Wanqing and Lin Shinian, inquiring, "Do you two know each other?" Lin Shinian, "Is that your name? It sounds somewhat familiar, but I can't quite place it." Lin Shinian met her gaze, responding, "I am her bodyguard." Lu Rushi's eyes brightened, eager to say more, but Gu Yin, perceptive as ever, stepped forward. "All right, Andy, let me take you to see a doctor. Aren't you feeling unwell? But, come on, let's go. Delaying treatment could worsen your condition." "Fine." Lu Rushi cast a lingering glance at Lin Shinian, as if she wished to say something further. But her thoughts were a jumbled mess, and Gu Yin was leading her away hastily. Reluctantly, she followed Gu Yin's pace, sighing as she pressed her hand against her aching head, leaning against Gu Yin affectionately. "Yin, darling, it's been so long. You smell delightful. Could you do me a favor? Help me find someone." "The one who harmed you?" "Yes, find him. Administer 10 doses of this kind of medicine to him." Her eyes darkened with determination, a fierce glint of vengeance illuminating her expression. A group of people turned a corner, their conversation fading into the distance. The event organizer and bodyguards, sensing Gu Yin's commanding glance, withdrew. In the dimly lit corridor, only Lin Shinian and Su Wanqing remained. Su Wanqing's eyes reddened with fury as she fixated on the ambiguous marks adorning Lin Shinian's body. Even in the subdued light, the evidence was glaringly apparent. Red imprints on his skin, kiss marks on his neck, bite marks on his collarbone, a split at the corner of his lips, and a small bite mark beneath his eye. Each sighting ignited a seething tempest within her, jealousy and rage consuming her heart, filling it with a sour sense of betrayal. Yet Lin Shinian appeared utterly unfazed, nonchalantly indifferent, like a rogue basking in the chaos. His disinterest was chillingly profound, akin to a callous observer reveling in the flames as they engulfed her, fanning the flames, watching her burn. "Could you push me home? I'm feeling rather weary." In the end, Su Wanqing merely lowered her gaze, tears betraying her as they slipped from the corners of her eyes. She hastily brushed her face with her hand, attempting to conceal her vulnerability and despair. She loathed revealing her fragility before Lin Shinian, knowing that tears would bear no significance in his presence. She resolved not to cry any longer. "Doesn't your wheelchair move on its own? I lack the strength. I can't push it." Without a glance in her direction, Lin Shinian strode forward, stating, "I'll wait for you in the car." Lin Shinian sat in the car for quite some time before Su Wanqing arrived, seemingly having adjusted her emotions. The driver hurriedly laid out the steel plates and assisted Su Wanqing into the vehicle, casting a glance at Lin Shinian. This task was originally meant for Lin Shinian, yet he was preoccupied with savoring the refreshments and fruit prepared inside the car, showing little awareness of his surroundings. One might mistakenly believe he was the young master, with others catering to his needs. Upon entering Lujiang Bay, Lin Shinian stretched and remarked, "If there's nothing pressing, I shall take my leave." Su Wanqing, seated in her wheelchair, had the door behind her closed, but she unexpectedly rose and approached Lin Shinian, her eyes filled with a sinister glare. Meanwhile, Lin Shinian continued to yawn, utterly oblivious to the imminent danger lurking just behind him. Chapter 70, Darling. Ant is here with a yawn lingering on his lips. Lin Shinian found himself suddenly grasped by Su Wanqing, who tugged him forward with an assertive grip on his collar. Stunned, he gazed at her legs in disbelief, momentarily forgetting any inclination to resist. She had recovered? When did this miraculous transformation occur? What was the reliability of Qin Feng and Lin Nuanyuan? How could it be that she was indeed well and her legs functional? What was going on with Lin Nuanyuan, being so lenient with Su Wanqing? Meanwhile, he was subjected to relentless torment, still occasionally spitting blood, waking in pain during the night, and feeling utterly poisoned. Though he had regained some strength, a lingering sensation of imminent demise haunted him. How was it that Su Wanqing appeared unscathed? She, who had indulged in countless misdeeds, seemed favored by fate. Anger welled up within Lin Shinian. Why was there no reckoning for her? If there was none, then he would serve as her reckoning. tossed into the bathtub. Water splashed everywhere, and he choked on the liquid, closing his eyes as he leaned over the tub's edge, coughing. Amidst the coughing, Lin Shinian lifted his gaze to confront Su Wanqing. This is the last time I let you have your way. Should you treat me rudely again, I shall reciprocate in kind. Gripping the shower head, Su Wanqing doused him with cold water, the force so intense that it rendered his eyes unable to open and stung his skin. Her voice dripped with contempt, each word seemingly meant to crush. Clean yourself up. Are you not filthy? Bracing himself against the edge of the bathtub, Lin Shinian rose, looking down at Su Wanqing, then seized the shower head from her hands and hurled it to the ground. A thunderous clatter echoed as water sprayed towards Su Wanqing, yet she remained unfazed, her eyes reddened, conveying a sense of grievance, whether from the water or from her own suppressed tears. He could not tell. Pointing to himself, he declared, "Filthy? Su Wanqing, who among us is truly more so? Pray enlighten me. At least I have not borne the marks of intimacy with Qin Feng. What transpired between you two? How I wish I were blind to it." Seizing a nearby bottle of shower gel, Su Wanqing uncapped it and poured its contents over Lin Shinian. "Indeed, but you have never embraced Qin Feng, never held his hand, never intertwined your fingers, nor shared a sofa or bed with him, have you?" Lin Shinian raised his hand to open the bottle, the gel spilling onto the floor, mixing with the water to create a frothy mass. The scent of bitter orange filling the bathroom, a fragrance both sweet and sorrowful. What does any of this signify? What proof does it provide? Proof of your love for him? Proof that you never loved me? Is that not sufficient? Reaching out, he cupped the corners of Su Wanqing's tearful eyes, shielding her from the onslaught of water. He pressed gently, his gaze catching a fleeting glimpse of the tenderness that once defined their bond. Yet now he remained cold. What grounds do you have for grievance? With every incident, do you possess even an ounce of the grievance I bear? When I was hysterically weeping, what were you doing? Were you preparing for your blissful nuptials with Qin Feng? Does it not wrench your heart to hear this? Yet I have endured it. I apologize. Su Wanqing reached out to grasp Lin Shinian's hand, yearning to embrace him. However, Lin Shinian recoiled and pushed her away, expressing his distaste. "Seeing you now fills me with revulsion. I do not wish to glance at you even once more. And I must endure being your bodyguard for 3 months. Why didn't you just perish in the swimming pool?" He forcefully shoved Su Wanqing into the bathtub, his words deliberately harsh and unkind, and then left without a backward glance. Su Wanqing collapsed in the tub, having bumped her head and arms, feeling some pain that had already faded into oblivion compared to the anguish in her heart. She leaned against the edge of the bathtub, transitioning from silent tears to muffled sobs, ultimately descending into a frenzy of weeping. Exhausted, she appeared to drift into slumber against the tub's edge. It felt as if she had plunged back into the pool, yet this time the water was frigid, enveloping her from all sides, the coldness piercing to her bones. As she sank to the bottom, she caught a blurred glimpse of Lin Shinian's indifferent face. Desperately, she swam upward, and Lin Shinian crouched at the pool's edge, extending his hand to pull her out. Su Wanqing anxiously placed her hand in his palm. He yanked her from the water's surface before she could recover from his suffocation. Then came his frigid words. "Su Wanqing, why didn't you die in the pool?" He did not release her. It was her own fear that prevented her from gripping his hand, and she fell back into the depths. Descending further, she gazed at his unyielding expression. "Truly, we not come to her rescue?" She shut her eyes. Just as she was on the brink of asphyxiation, a hand suddenly grasped her, pulling her from the tub. Awakening from her nightmare, she gasped for breath and looked at the owner of the hand. "You truly cannot bear to lose me," the words faltered as she realized it was the maid's hand. The maid knelt on the floor, her face etched with concern. "Miss, are you all right?" Su Wanqing tensed, feeling as though her blood had turned to ice in an instant. Wrapped in a blanket, she exited the bathroom, instructing someone to open the maid's quarters. Lin Shinian lay in bed, deeply asleep, as if utterly exhausted. He seemed entirely indifferent to her well-being. Su Wanqing stood silently by his bedside for a long while before placing the diamond he had hurled at her back onto his nightstand. Then, she turned silently and departed. The following morning, the maid, still shaken, whispered to her colleague, "Last night, I was sleeping soundly when I suddenly heard a loud crash. I had no idea where it came from. I thought perhaps the young lady was angry and had thrown something, so I rushed out to investigate. Hearing water running in the bathroom on the first floor, I went in and found the young lady lying in the tub. I was terrified and quickly pulled her out. Thinking back on it now sends shivers down my spine. How did the young lady end up in the first floor bathroom? I don't know. Fortunately, the shower was still running, or it could have been a disaster. If the young lady had died, we would have been thrown to the sharks in the open sea. Lin Shinian sat expressionlessly at the table, consuming his breakfast. Upon hearing the conversation, he found it utterly absurd and managed a faint smile. Even this little maid knew that the first step to eliminate them was to bind them and take them to the high seas. Truly, one could see the breadth of experience that comes from being in a prestigious family. The discussion continued nearby. You are due for a promotion and a raise. With such significant contributions, surely your year-end bonus will be doubled? How come I haven't heard any news about it? If only I had, especially with the new year approaching. I too would desire a doubled year-end bonus. I was so terrified that I could not think about such things. Su Wanqing descended from the upper floor, prompting them to cease their chatter. You need not follow me around lately. Unlike before, Su Wanqing did not cling to Lin Shinian. She directly exited the villa, having skipped breakfast. Out of sight, out of mind. Until the marks on Lin Shinian's body faded, she temporarily wished to avoid seeing him. Lin Shinian had initially planned to take a vacation and return home, but the butler informed him that the young lady requested his presence to guard the door. Did he resemble a dog, merely standing watch? Lin Shinian reclined on the sofa, engrossed in television, while commanding the butler to serve him snacks, tea, and treats. At 8 in the evening, the doorbell rang. The butler was nowhere to be found, and the maid, lacking authority, came to seek Lin Shinian's guidance. He approached the door, only to see Lu Rushi's face peeking from behind a package bag. Darling, your aunt has come to see you, bringing my favorite sweet soup. Let us share it. As she lowered her head to enter, she was halted, only then raising her gaze to meet Lin Shinian's eyes. Chapter 71. Do give him to me. Lin Shinian stiffened momentarily before responding. You should look for President Su. She hasn't returned yet. That's all right. Finding you is just as good, Lu Rushuang said, gracefully entering the room. Lin Shinian instinctively stepped aside. As Lu Rushuang walked in, she remarked, This sweet soup is best enjoyed fresh, otherwise it loses its charm. Come, let's share it. I bought 3 portions. Yangji Ganlu, snow swallow peach gum, coconut milk, and mango sago. Which one would you like? Mango, please. Very well. Then, as if struck by indecision, Lu Rushuang lifted her gaze and inquired, How long have you been by President Su's side? Lin Shinian removed the lid from the sweet soup, took a taste, and found the flavor delightfully sweet. With the mango's acidity just right, a flavor he quite relished. He replied, not long. Lu Rushuang lowered her eyes. Then you wouldn't know which one Qingqing darling prefers. Lin Shinian remained silent, appearing helpless. After a brief hesitation, Lu Rushuang settled down. Then I shall choose my favorite. I adore this Yangji Ganlu, but I dislike the pomelo bits within. I forgot to ask the vendor to remove them. What should I do? How was he to know? In the past, had Su Wanqing forgotten to mention her preferences, he would have meticulously picked them out for her. But now he found himself devoid of such deep affections. Lin Shinian ignored her, focused on his own dish. Yet Lu Rushuang suggested, Let us exchange bites. Caught off guard by her unexpected initiative, Lin Shinian barely had time to protest before she whisked away his mango sago and began to eat with his spoon. Noticing Lin Shinian's astonished expression, Lu Rushuang bit her spoon and asked, What is the matter? Don't you like the pomelo bits either? Lin Shinian, at a loss for words, finally replied, As long as you enjoy it. He then bowed his head to pick out the pomelo bits, piling them on the lid until a small mound formed. Lu Rushuang observed his elegant hands and his patient demeanor as he focused on the task. She took a bite of the tart mango and caught sight of the faint tooth mark on his cheek and the kiss mark on his neck. Her movements halted as memories from the previous day surged back. With her spoon resting in the sweet soup, she shyly remarked, You're so considerate, knowing my favorite and helping me pick out the pomelo bits. You. Lin Shinian lifted the bowl of Yangji Ganlu. Lu Rushuang smiled with a mature allure, reaching out to accept it. How embarrassing. You are far too kind to me. You're being overly sentimental. Lin Shinian raised the bowl and resumed eating. Lu Rushuang protested. Wasn't that meant for me? I also dislike them. Then our tastes align. Don't you think that is quite serendipitous? Lu Rushuang stood and perched herself on the chair beside Lin Shinian, her demeanor suggesting she wished to sit on his lap. She grasped his arm, leaning against him in a familiar manner. Lin Shinian felt his arms soften under her touch and attempted to pull away, but her grip tightened. This woman truly lacked boundaries. He cast her sidelong glance. Let go. Lu Rushuang, embracing him, inquired, how much does one earn as a bodyguard here? Lin Shinian candidly replied, 1 million. Lu Rushuang appeared somewhat astonished. What kind of bodyguard do you think you are? How can the salary be so exorbitant? Some reputable private security personnel, often retired soldiers hired from abroad, earn merely several $100,000 a month, which is already considered quite high in the industry. 1 million. Lu Rushuang tilted her head to scrutinize Lin Shinian. Are you truly a legitimate bodyguard? What do you think? Lin Shinian retorted, finally seizing the opportunity to pry her fingers apart, liberating his arm. He stood up, disregarding her. Make yourself comfortable. I shall take my leave. Hey! Lu Rushuang rose, intending to pursue him, when she heard a commotion at the entrance. She dashed over, leaning against the foyer, her spirits lifted. Ching Ching, darling. Su Wanqing had returned, having revealed her true self before Lin Shinian the previous night, and she was no longer in a wheelchair. Su Wanqing's expression darkened for but a fleeting moment as she stepped inside. Lu Rushuang once again clung to Su Wanqing's arm, her mouth agape in astonishment. Darling, your legs are well. This is splendid news. We must celebrate. Su Wanqing merely gazed at Lin Shinian's departing figure, her eyes sweeping over the half-eaten dessert on the dining table and the two chairs positioned closely together. Her gaze grew somber. Fingers that hung down gradually formed into a fist. With a swift motion, she brushed Lu Rushuang aside, fueled by anger. Lu Rushuang, perplexed by the sudden action, asked, What's the matter, Ching Ching, darling? Then, with a hint of caution, You seem rather upset? Su Wanqing looked at Lu Rushuang, contemplating whether to caution her to maintain distance from Lin Shinian, to keep away from her man. Yet, confronted with Lu Rushuang's innocent and oblivious eyes, memories of the previous day's encounter between Lu Rushuang and Lin Shinian lodged like a sharp fishbone in her throat. After all, this was her aunt, her deceased mother's most cherished sister. How could she articulate her feelings? How could she express such absurdity, such familial disgrace? Thus, Su Wanqing opened her mouth, only to close it again. Ultimately, she turned her face away, her countenance darkened not towards Lu Rushuang, but striving to maintain her composure. She asked, Auntie, what brings you here? And regarding my recovery, please keep it confidential for now. Lu Rushuang, unfazed, continued to express her affection for Su Wanqing, wrapping her arms around her. Is it not permissible to visit if there's nothing amiss? All right, I shall remember your instructions and will not disclose anything. BB, I brought you some dessert, but I was unsure of your preferences, so I purchased what I like. Do give it a try, I've tasted it. If you have matters to discuss, please do, otherwise I shall have the driver take you home. Su Wanqing endeavored to control her tone, yet it betrayed her unwelcoming demeanor. Lu Rushuang's eyes dimmed slightly as she said, Very well, it concerns some financial matters. Let us converse in the study. They engaged in a private discussion for a while, after which Su Wanqing escorted Lu Rushuang downstairs. She arranged for a driver, with the car waiting outside. Lu Rushuang reluctantly bid her farewell. Su Wanqing simply stated, Tomorrow I will arrange a gathering. The time will be conveyed to you by my assistant. You may leave now. I trust you to handle your affairs. As Lu Rushuang entered the car, she called out to the driver to halt, lowering the window. Su Wanqing inquired once more, Is there anything else? Lu Rushuang, with her hands resting on the window frame and her chin propped upon them, gazed longingly at Su Wanqing. Additionally, could I have that private bodyguard named Lin Shinian? Su Wanqing felt a throbbing pain at her temples as Lu Rushuang continued. He is truly intriguing. I would pay double the price for his services, and he would come. Unable to endure any longer, Su Wonqing interjected, "He will not come." Lu Rushuang was momentarily taken aback by her sternness. Then, with a hint of grievance, she asked, "Why not?" Chapter 72. He belongs to me, why? Why so many questions? Su Wonqing restrained her murderous intent for a long time. Thus, she lowered her gaze, standing on the steps as the biting winter wind lifted the hem of her clothing. After a considerable pause, her voice emerged flatly. "Do you not understand, my personal bodyguard?" Lu Rushuang genuinely did not comprehend, tilting her head in confusion. "Ah, what is wrong? What about the bodyguard? I have many bodyguards. Isn't that just a bodyguard? If you want, I can provide you with one who is even more formidable." Su Wonqing scarcely registered Lu Rushuang's words. She raised her eyes, their color returning to serenity, and articulated each word with precision. "He is mine. I cannot give him to you. However, if you wish, I can send you a few of that type tomorrow." "Oh, well then, forget it. I have plenty of bodyguards myself." As the car window rolled up, Lu Rushuang finally departed. Yet, Su Wonqing did not exhale in relief. Instead, she frowned, enduring the cold wind for a while longer. From somewhere emerged a butler, noticing her thin attire, and he draped a warm down jacket over her shoulders. Turning back, she did not see the person she expected. She shrugged off the down jacket and returned inside. She settled on the sofa, where the butler opened his palm, revealing the large diamond she had given Lin Shinian the previous night. "Su Vanwing liftet Heiress." The butler bowed his head respectfully and remarked, "I found this in Mr. Lin's trash. It must be a valuable item." A pang of pain shot through her eyes once again as she reached for the diamond. He discarded it, just as he had cast aside her feelings. Su Wonqing's expression remained impassive as she instructed the butler, "No need to replenish the soup recently. Make it all lighter to alleviate his discomfort." "Yes, Mississippi." In the servants' quarters, Lin Shinian lay sprawled on the small bed playing games, his tall frame making the bed appear somewhat inadequate. As the butler opened the door at Su Wonqing's behest, the victorious announcement of the game echoed. Lin Shinian, in good spirits, noticed the door ajar, and his displeasure became evident as he set aside his phone, sitting up to face Su Wonqing. "Do you not possess any decorum? You barged into my room? Not even a locked door can deter you?" Su Wonqing was equally unceremonious. "You are my personal bodyguard, uniquely mine, which leaves no room for personal space." "I was unaware that personal bodyguards were afforded such an explanation," she added, sitting on Lin Shinian's bed. She glanced at the game interface on his phone before continuing, "I wish to play a game as well. As my 24-hour bodyguard, you ought to accompany me. It is part of your duties." Lin Shinian reclined back on the bed. "I'm not playing anymore. I want to sleep. You can entertain yourself. Or perhaps check if your white moonlight is online and ask Xiao Feng to play with you." At this moment, Su Wonqing smiled. You remember that so clearly. Yet, a wave of sadness washed over her. It was only at this moment that she felt Lin Shinian cared for her. She found herself increasingly susceptible to sorrow. "If you want to play games with me, then let us engage in something else." "Butler." "Yes, Mississippi." The butler entered, carrying a tray and holding a syringe, pushing the syringe's contents toward the light. Lin Shinian abruptly sat up in bed, bewildered. "What is this thing?" "It is something that allows you to act temporarily." "Wait, don't come closer. Put down the needle." "Isn't this just a game? I'll join you." Lin Shinian reached for his phone to access the game page. Su Wonqing then implored, "Remove me from the blacklist. Let us play around." Lin Shinian clearly hesitated, while the butler nudged the needle towards the light. Reluctantly, Lin Shinian removed her from the blacklist and pulled her into the game. From the outset, Lin Shinian continuously sacrificed himself in the game. Yet unexpectedly, Su Wonqing still emerged victorious. He found the game rather tedious. Upon exiting the game, Su Wonqing remarked, "If you don't unblacklist me, I want to continue playing, and you can sleep." "Uh-huh," Lin Shinian replied dismissively. With that, Su Wonqing departed, taking with her the supplements he frequently consumed. Lin Shinian remained transfixed by the game interface, noting her kill count rivaled his incessant sacrifices. This woman was truly formidable. Then, as Lin Shinian lifted his gaze, he sensed something amiss, though he couldn't quite place it. After Su Wonqing finally left, he approached the door to lock it, feeling unsafe. He moved a table to barricade the entrance, but soon deemed that insufficient. He then used the door itself as a barrier. Su Wanqing's lack of trustworthiness weighed heavily on his mind. What if she were to inject him in the middle of the night? Forcing him, binding him, with a whip at her disposal. No one would come to his rescue, no matter how loud he cried. Lin Shinian crossed his arms, shivering at the thought. After switching off the light and attempting to sleep, he suddenly remembered he had not taken his medication and turned the light back on. Groggily, he fumbled for the scattered pills on the bedside table, but found nothing. Wait, where are the pills? Assuming they had fallen to the floor, he searched for a long time without success. Frowning, he pondered the situation. Suspecting the servants had respectfully collected them during their cleaning. They were supposed to provide medication services, bringing water and pills at the designated time. Lin Shinian believed he would receive similar treatment and resolved to inquire with the servants the next day. The following day, Lin Shinian did not rise early, as Su Wanqing had mentioned that there was no need to see her for a few days. Why get up so early? My mind is shut down, he thought. At 11 o'clock, he awoke and, sitting at the dining table, asked the butler, "Have you taken my medication?" The butler remained expressionless. I did not see it. Lin Shinian frowned. Then where are my pills? Before long, Lin Shinian discovered the fate of his medication, confronted by a table laden with an array of green vegetables. His face paling to match the verdant spread. What is Su Wanqing planning? To starve me? He slammed down his chopsticks. Redo this meal. The butler remained silent. Infuriated, Lin Shinian proceeded to the kitchen to prepare a couple of dishes himself. Just as he finished cooking, Su Wanqing returned, cradling a bouquet of white roses. You knew I was back for dinner and took the initiative to cook? As Su Wanqing inhaled the aroma of the food, she realized it had been a long time since she had tasted Lin Shinian's cooking. In the past, she had taken it for granted. Now, it was a rarity. In truth, she had always relished his culinary creations, which perfectly suited her palate. Lin Shinian discarded the 2 dishes he had just cooked into the trash bin. Su Wanqing's expression shifted, yet she still offered him a bouquet of roses, saying, "Here, this is for you. It used to be you who gifted me flowers. Now, it is my turn to show you kindness." She too cast the flowers into the bin. "You would prefer to throw me away as well, wouldn't you?" "Indeed, but alas, the trash bin is too small to accommodate someone as worthless as you." Su Wanqing, undeterred, appeared surprisingly in good spirits. "If you do not wish to dine at home, let's eat out instead. I have a dinner engagement, and it would be fortuitous for you to accompany me." With a smile, Su Wanqing continued, "It wouldn't be wise for you to neglect work entirely, would it? Your mother has yet to complete her observation period, and we still do not know if there are any complications post-surgery. Are you so eager to sever ties that you wish to forfeit all your assets to me? How will you sustain yourself? Your parents are aging, and your health is precarious." Lin Shinian retorted with a cold smirk, "You need not threaten me. I am at my wit's end. I beseech you, yet you remain indifferent." At the dinner event, Lin Shinian followed Su Wanqing inside, only to discover Lu Rushi was also present. Lin Shinian was oblivious to Su Wanqing's ulterior motives. She was not the type to be generous. On the contrary, she was meticulous and vengeful. Chapter 73. The Old Flame in the Banquet Hall. The leaders from the bank and the Banking Regulatory Commission rose in unison to greet Su Wanqing upon her arrival. Su Wanqing, still in her wheelchair, was the focus of the gathering orchestrated by Lu Rushuang, who had thoughtfully arranged for a spacious private room, devoid of chairs at the main seat. Her wheelchair was positioned at the head of the table, and when the attendees noticed that Su Wanqing was accompanied by another person, they promptly stood up, pretending to step outside for a smoke, but in reality, they were yielding their seats to Lin Shinian. Standing behind Su Wanqing, Lin Shinian exuded the demeanor of a protective bodyguard. Su Wanqing gestured for him to take a seat. Observing the arrangement, he moved to an empty spot beside Lu Rushuang. Su Wanqing's expression darkened as she called out to him, "Come sit here. You can help me fend off the drinks later." To her surprise, Lin Shinian bluntly replied, "I'm not feeling well. I can't drink. You go ahead." Su Wanqing's face clouded with displeasure. Sensing her irritation, Lu Rushuang interjected, "Darling, your aunt is here. How could I possibly make you drink?" She then raised her glass, addressing the guests. "Did you hear that? When the drinks come, they'll be passed to me. I'll not refuse anyone." Heiress to star Dust Media, which has just begun its journey. I look forward to your continued support. She lifted her glass and downed a shot of baijiu without a hint of hesitation. As this gathering was organized by Lu Rushuang, maintaining a composed demeanor was paramount to fulfill its purpose. Setting aside her annoyance with Lin Shinian, Su Wanqing managed a gentle smile and introduced, "This is my aunt." Her words served to ease the tension, and the atmosphere grew lively as toasts and conversations flowed. Discussions about various projects ensued, with the attendees subtly probing Su Wanqing's opinions. However, she remained tight-lipped, revealing nothing. Lin Shinian noticed that Su Wanqing had hardly touched her food. Although she had consumed several glasses of liquor, he diverted his gaze, thinking to himself that she would suffer from stomach pains later. For 7 years, he had been overly attentive to Su Wanqing, wanting to manage everything, fearful of failing to care for her. Yet, she had never desired such attention and had not valued it. Now, Lin Shinian adopted an indifferent attitude, refusing to involve himself in her affairs. In the past, Su Wanqing had never invited him to social gatherings, nor did she include him in her life, not even during the initial 2 years of their romance. In truth, she had dismissed him from the start, never allowing him to integrate into her social circle or inquire about his life. All of this was evident. He had been so deeply enamored that he failed to see clearly, willingly playing the role of a devoted admirer. Now, bringing him into her circle, she appeared to harbor no good intentions. Lin Shinian peeled a shrimp, dipping it in soy sauce, but had yet to take a bite when Lu Rushuang snatched it away, saying, "The alcohol burns. I need something to settle my stomach." She offered him a piece of fish. "I don't eat fish," Lin Shinian replied. "I didn't ask you to eat it. Just help me deb on it," Lu Rushuang retorted before turning to clink glasses with others. Initially, Lin Shinian remained still, but upon noticing Su Wanqing's gaze upon him, he suddenly began to pick the fish bones, even peeling a few more shrimp for Lu Rushuang. Upon returning from her revelry, Lu Rushuang's eyes gleamed at the sight of the food in the bowl. "How considerate. I find myself liking you even more. What shall I do?" Lin Shinian offered a smile that did not reach his eyes and cautioned, "Do not become too enamored." He glanced up to find Su Wanqing avert her gaze, her eyes cast down as she awkwardly removed a shrimp's head, an endeavor she seemed unaccustomed to, resulting in shrimp juice splattering onto her attire. Ultimately, she failed to peel a single shrimp properly, discarding it in frustration. Nearby, a gentleman observed her struggle and kindly offered a bowl of peeled shrimp. Yet Su Wanqing did not spare him a glance. As the dinner drew to a close, Su Wanqing was the first to depart. Passing by Lin Shinian, she coldly announced, "I am leaving." He trailed behind her, contemplating her intentions for bringing him along that evening. Upon reaching the entrance, he overheard whispers behind him. "Who is this person that President Su brought? I have never seen him before. Was there any need for such inquiry?" The concern was evident. Their gaze had scarcely strayed, indicating he was either a new flame or a former lover. Lu Rushuang interjected, "You are overthinking. He is merely a bodyguard." "How could he be a bodyguard? I just glimpsed President Su's phone screensaver. It featured her wedding photo. Moreover, the couple in the picture appeared much younger than they do now." The ensuing gossip faded as Lin Shinian distanced himself, yet he frowned, pondering when Su Wanqing's phone screen had become a spectacle for others to behold. It was inconceivable that this was unintentional. Was this some elaborate display of claiming possession? A subtle admonition directed at Lu Rushuang and her so-called aunt? Clearly, Su Wanqing had a good rapport with this aunt, as she had taken the roundabout way to convey this, avoiding awkwardness while ensuring Lu Rushuang understood the boundaries, thus preserving a semblance of dignity and leaving the events of the dinner untouched. There certainly seemed to be ulterior motives at play. However, Lin Shinian found himself indifferent. He had long ceased to care about anyone. The car arrived at Susheng, and Lin Shinian followed Su Wanqing into the CEO's office. He stifled a yawn, preparing to retreat to the lounge for a nap. Just then, he heard Su Wanqing call out to him, "Come here, look at this." She handed him a stack of photographs. Curious about her offering, he accepted them, only to discover a collection of different men, both candid and identification photos. As he flipped through them, he remained perplexed by her intentions. Su Wanqing elucidated, Help me select a few suitable candidates for my aunt's blind dates. Lin Shinian remained silent. She pressed on. She requires a marital alliance to navigate the challenges posed by the Liu family. He placed the photographs back on the table, questioning, "Is this amusing?" Su Wanqing rose, her hand resting on Lin Shinian's shoulder as she leaned in to whisper, "It is indeed intriguing. You have shown considerable fondness for her, and selecting her potential spouse fulfills your affections." Her tone, tinged with an obsessive and unsettling fervor, sent a chill down his spine. "Are you mistaken? When did I ever express affection for her? Do you not harbor feelings? You must understand, my disaffection for you does not imply I must favor another woman. I lack your seamless proclivity. I am not as cheap as you. If you dislike it, then it has already been maintained as such. If you like it, it does not mean you must create a tumult." Su Wanqing picked up the stack of photographs. "If you do not choose, I shall make the selection. How about this one? The sole heir of the Zhou group. She has already reached for the stars. This one is also quite good, and what of this?" She laid each photograph before Lin Shinian, casually discarding the rest into the trash bin. Su Wanqing sat across from Lin Shinian, her icy gaze fixed upon him, exuding an air that brooked no refusal. "Soon, my aunt will arrive. Regarding this matchmaking affair, you shall speak to her personally. Do not botch it, for if you do, I will make a call, and not a single hospital in the entire capital will offer treatment to your mother." Before long, Lu Rushuang arrived, seemingly oblivious to the tension in the air, holding a takeout bag. "I brought you some sweet soup. Let us enjoy a dessert after our meal together." Chapter 74. The ruthless man, Lu Rushuang, set down her sweet soup and walked over, wrapping her arms around Su Wanqing's neck. "What troubles you, my dear Qingqing? Who has upset you?" Su Wanqing pushed her hand away. "There are several photographs on the table. Take a look." Lu Rushuang picked up the photographs, glanced at Lin Shinian's cold expression, and remarked, "None can compare to the charm of your personal bodyguard. What purpose do these photographs serve? Did they offend you? My dear Qingqing, allow me to remember their faces, and I shall deal with them for you." Lu Rushuang's kindness towards Su Wanqing was evident. Yet Su Wanqing was inherently cold-hearted, calculating in secret. Lin Shinian interjected, "Cease your laughter, foolish girl. These are candidates she has selected for you." Before Lu Rushuang could respond, Lin Shinian snatched the photographs, crumpling them into a ball and discarding them into the wastebasket. "Has she not informed you of our relationship?" Lu Rushuang nodded. "Indeed, she has not. She merely mentioned you are a bodyguard. However, I overheard at a gathering that your wedding photo is her phone screensaver. What is the story behind that? Allow me to enlighten you. I was her former boyfriend. We were together for 7 years, but she betrayed me. Now, I have moved on and no longer desire her. Yet, she regrets her actions and clings to me. This, oh, my dear Qingqing, this is where you erred. How could you betray him? That is cruel beyond measure for a man. It would have been kinder to end things directly rather than deceive him." Suddenly, Su Wanqing smiled, gazing at Lin Shinian's troubled visage. "She inquires why you haven tea," continued to enlighten her. Noticing Lin Shinian's expression, Lu Rushuang cautiously ventured, "She confided in you, but you did not believe her. You are unwilling to let go. Are you truly a lovesick fool?" Lin Shinian's body tensed momentarily before he relaxed, turning to Lu Rushuang. "Indeed, I find it hard to accept. Just last night, she lay beside me, tenderly calling me husband, only to declare her indifference the following day after picking someone up from the airport. 7 years, what are my mistakes? I have paid the price, and I have become what I am now. I have borne the cost." Su Wanqing's complexion paled suddenly. Lin Shinian turned to leave, prompting Su Wanqing to hastily pursue him. "That is not what I meant. Please don't go. I was merely envious. I never intended to hurt you. Leave me be." Lin Shinian pushed Su Wanqing aside, departing without a glance back. Su Wanqing fell heavily to the ground. Lu Rushuang, filled with regret, spoke up. "I apologize, my dear Qingqing. It seems I have made a mess of things. Allow me to pursue him and speak some sense into him." Once Su Wanqing regained her footing, she chose not to follow. Even if she did, Lin Shinian had already vanished. Moreover, this was the office. Her public image as someone in a wheelchair made it impractical for her to chase after him. As Lin Shinian approached his vehicle, Lu Rushuang called out from behind, "Wait. Hold on." She hurriedly ran up and slipped into his car. Lin Shinian drove away from the unpleasant scene before asking, What do you want? I have heard that there's a substitute by Qingqing's side who has been with her for many years. Is it you? Come to witness my folly. Lin Shinian was convinced that none of these women were virtuous. Lu Ruoshuang indeed smiled before saying, "Don't stop the car. Dropping me off here in the overpass is perilous, especially in high heels." Lin Shinian pressed forward, yet his countenance darkened, as if to imply that should she be discarded here, he would ensure her downfall upon exiting the overpass. Lu Ruoshuang chuckled softly for a moment before ceasing her laughter and gazing at Lin Shinian. How can a man be so foolish as to render himself so wretched? Lu Ruoshuang continued, 7 years. How profoundly romantic. Truly, there exists a man who can love a woman for 7 years without faltering or straying. What a commendable man he is. Silence, Lin Shinian retorted. Lu Ruoshuang regarded him earnestly. Why are you angry? It is not your fault. You simply love someone. What sin is there in that? Is love ever wrong? You must voice it confidently. Your love is always worth presenting. It is the one who errs who is unworthy, the one who betrays this beauty, not you. Is it not? Lin Shinian cast a glance at Lu Ruoshuang. What is it that you truly seek? I think you are quite foolish. I wish to protect you. She replied. Lin Shinian scoffed. You should focus on preserving yourself first. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoshuang rested her chin on her hand. Indeed, the matters at work are somewhat troublesome, but I can assist you with a small favor. What kind of help can you offer? The overpass was now behind them. Yet Lin Shinian did not stop the car as he had before. Lu Ruoshuang observed him. You wish to escape this sorrowful place, do you not? How about heading to the southern city? It is a lovely locale where snow does not fall and winters are mild, with 3 seasons of summer throughout the year. You do not mention the typhoons or the cockroaches, he replied. Oh, Lu Ruoshuang laughed. What of cockroaches? We ride upon them. They can even fly. Though Lin Shinian was reluctant, his lips curled slightly. Once her laughter subsided, Lu Ruoshuang said, in truth, in the southern city, I wield considerable influence. I can ensure Su Wanqing cannot find you. If you wish to live a mundane life, you may, or, if you desire, I can establish a company for you. Whatever you wish, I can assist. Lin Shinian inquired again, what is your intention? If I must state an intention, it is because I am a traditional woman, and I wish to take responsibility for you. However, I shall not coerce you. If you are unwilling, let us simply be friends. There is no such thing as unearned kindness in this world. I shall decline. Thank you. Am I truly that unappealing? You do not feel even the slightest stir of affection? I have grown wary of women like you, sweet-tongued yet sharp-edged. At heart, you're all fanatics, forever fixated on your desires, unwavering until your goals are achieved. You do not know how to love. You only love yourselves. Each individual is unique. You cannot condemn an entire group based on one experience. After all, you have only had that one relationship, have you not? Why not give it a try? How can you assume that I would disappoint you without having attempted first? In a relationship, how can you be certain it is not you who is toying with my feelings? Lin Shinian parked the car by the roadside. Get out. Am I not worthy as well? I have never doubted you. It is you who have dismissed me first. Hurry up, you heartless man. Lu Ruoshuang exited the vehicle but grasped the door handle once more. Consider it. Nansheng is truly an ideal place for retirement. 10 minutes later, Lu Ruoshuang was still waiting by the roadside for her driver. Lin Shinian's car returned, and he lowered the window. We could potentially discuss matters. Lu Ruoshuang's face lit up with joy. I knew you would be open to a relationship. No man can resist me. Lin Shinian lit a cigarette. Do not indulge in false hopes. I meant we could talk about other things. While I am not inclined to be supported by you, I am open to collaboration. Only interests are everlasting bargaining chips. Love is not. Chapter 75. His assertiveness. Lu Ruoshuang observed Lin Shinian as he lit a cigarette, a subtle smile gracing her lips. What kind of collaboration do you wish to discuss? How amusing it is that you prefer to talk business rather than emotions. Lin Shinian gestured for her to enter the car for their conversation. However, Lu Ruoshuang remained outside, her hands clasped behind her back, leaning slightly to peer through the window at him. With a teasing demeanor, she remarked, not long ago, you dismissed me from the car, and now you are inviting me back in. If you order me to exit, I will comply. If you beckon me to enter, I shall do so. Am I not losing face in this situation? Lin Shinian flicked the ash from his cigarette, aware of her playful intentions. He chuckled lightly but did not indulge her whims, stating instead, "If we are not discussing, then I shall take my leave." Hey, she instantly turned, casting him a resentful glare as she reached for the car door, only to find it locked. She shot him an incredulous look. With a smile, Lin Shinian exhaled a cloud of smoke and unlocked the door with a click. Lu Ruo Shuang climbed in, her cheeks tinged with a hint of embarrassment. "Brother, is this how you pursue romance?" No wonder. She trailed off suggestively. Lin Shinian chose not to engage in her banter, simply replying, "We're not in a romantic relationship, so why should I indulge you?" He mirrored her unfinished thoughts. Lu Ruo Shuang was unfazed, turning to him with a playful glint in her eye. "Why are you so vengeful? A man should be magnanimous. Otherwise, he risks becoming petty." "Am I petty? How would I know? Have you not touched?" Lu Ruo Shuang, adept in the art of socializing, felt her face flush crimson, falling silent and avoiding his gaze for a moment. Eventually, she murmured, "What I touched was not functional. How could I know what it's like when it is? You never grant me the opportunity." Coughing, Lin Shinian found himself choked by the smoke, extinguishing the cigarette. This woman, truly, did she possess no sense of propriety? He had aimed to provoke her shyness, not to invite her to retort in kind. With such a countenance, how could her actions be so brazen? Did she possess no sense of shame? Lu Ruo Shuang playfully reproached him with a glance before averting her eyes again. Lin Shinian shifted in his seat, attempting to block her view, but realizing it was futile, he seized her bag and inquired, "What are you looking at? What more do you wish to see? It's not illegal." She feigned an expression of indignation at his supposed pettiness. Lin Shinian suspected that were it not broad daylight, she might engage in far more audacious antics. Lu Ruo Shuang redirected her gaze, pulling down the car mirror and retrieving her lipstick from her bag. As she prepared to apply it, she suddenly turned back, producing a second lipstick, swiping both across her hand before asking Lin Shinian, "Which one looks better?" Lin Shinian glanced at the colors on her hand. "Aren't they all the same?" She huffed lightly, her tone turning petulant. "Of course, they're not the same." Lin Shinian extended his finger and pointed to the left, saying, "Let us choose this one. Indeed, your aesthetic aligns with mine. I too am fond of this choice." Lin Shinian. It was a mere whim on his part. Lu Rushuang, applying lipstick in front of the mirror, exuded a unique allure that complemented her mature yet fashionable attire, embodying a captivating sophistication. Her physique was enviable, slim waist, long legs, and ample curves where it mattered. Subankin, typically aloof, showcased her sensuality through her attire. Yet Lu Rushuang's allure was undeniable, her clothing failing to conceal her form, drawing attention effortlessly. Lin Shinian gazed for a moment before averting his gaze to address the matter at hand. "I've been following the recent developments, and Stardust Media finds itself in a precarious situation, not solely due to a series of unsuccessful investments in films and television shows that have led to withdrawn partnerships and a fractured financial chain, but also due to external pressures from Guangdong Media." Initially, Lu Rushuang paid little heed to Lin Shinian's serious discourse, as she did not perceive him as particularly capable. In her eyes, he was akin to a cherished pet, adorable, eliciting a desire for affection and playful teasing. Lin Shinian, though possessing a hint of temper, appeared harmless to her. Deep down, she was formidable, having surpassed numerous men to secure her position as CEO. However, Lin Shinian's piercing observation of her current predicament struck a chord. Lu Rushuang paused. Her motion with the lipstick momentarily halted, a faint smile of appreciation gracing her lips. She was taken aback by his perceptiveness. Even some executives within the company, having spent years in the industry, remained oblivious to the reality of their situation, attributing their misfortunes to mere bad luck and failed investments. Such antiquated thinking among the older generation was indeed a sign of their decline. They failed to reflect, their vision too outdated to align with the current market trends, investing in subpar productions that no longer appealed to audiences. Individuals like Lin Shinian, brimming with ambition and innovative ideas, were precisely what her company lacked. Lu Rushuang tilted her head slightly, finally regarding Lin Shinian with a gaze that transcended mere amusement and mockery, now infused with genuine appreciation and equality. She inquired, indeed. Our current situation is as you described. Do you possess any superior solutions? As for the issues within your company, I trust you can handle them yourself. Regarding the external pressures, I can assist you in neutralizing the CEO of Guang'an, extinguishing his ambitions to undermine and acquire you. Now genuinely intrigued, Lu Rushuang continued. If I am at a loss, what better solutions do you propose? She tapped her temple thoughtfully, her demeanor shifting to one of seriousness and earnestness. I find it perplexing. You need not concern yourself. I assure you I will resolve it, and how I do so is my prerogative. Lin Shinian reached for his cigarette case, only to discover that the last cigarette had just been consumed. He crumpled the case in frustration and tossed it out the window. Lu Rushuang retrieved her own cigarettes from her bag, shook them slightly, and offered one to him. Lin Shinian picked up a slender cigarette, gazing down at it before gently crushing the hidden capsule within the cigarette, but between his teeth. Lu Rushuang watched his actions with an almost obsessive fascination, leaning in to offer him a flame to light his smoke, her devotion akin to that of a faithful follower. Lin Shinian lifted his eyelids, casting a glance in her direction, and without decline, he allowed the sparks to ignite the cigarette, the flickering flame gradually transforming into a deep crimson glow. Lu Rushuang tucked away her lighter and inquired, since this is a collaboration, what are your terms? Am I to assist you in escaping Su Wanqing without compensation? The minty, pungent taste lingered on Lin Shinian's lips, leaving him slightly unsettled. He cleared his throat softly, holding the cigarette delicately between his fingers before responding. I have yet to finish. Do not presume to speculate on my intentions. Chapter 76. Remembering you, Lu Rushuang tilted her body slightly, leaning in towards him with an ambiguous closeness, her gaze fixed upon him with a teasing tone. You are quite difficult to decipher. Not at all. I can reveal it to you. I desire 10% of the shares in Stardust. Her breath brushed against the skin on the back of his neck. Yet he did not spare her a glance, merely articulating his ambitions and intentions. Lu Rushuang's hand rested gently on his shoulder, akin to a soft serpent, both affectionate and poised to strike with lethal precision. The beauty of a woman often harbors an inherent danger. However, in the next moment, Lin Shinian seized her wrist and cast her hand aside. He was not swayed by appearances, his heart as unyielding as stone. Lu Rushuang pursed her lips. 10%? You certainly have audacity. Have you considered that I do not truly require your assistance with this predicament? Lin Shinian turned his gaze towards her, a hint of amusement in his smile. You profess your love for me, yet you are unwilling to part with 10%. I can offer you anything else, but this 10% is beyond your reach. And what is within my reach? Lin Shinian paused, then replied, if you refuse, then there is no point in further discussion. Handle it yourself. Leave. Lu Rushuang, exasperated, responded, look at you, turning cold and unfeeling again. You are more fickle than a woman. Could there be anyone more capricious than you? What do you mean by love? Is it destruction or control? When you can no longer maintain control, you suddenly change your demeanor. Do women like you possess any sincerity? Is love merely a tool for manipulation? When no interests are at stake, sweet words abound. But when interests arise, suddenly I am not to be played with. Then, let you play your games. Let me ponder this. Why even contemplate 10%? What do you possess to contend with Su Wanqing? Yet, Lu Rushuang did not exit the vehicle. Instead, she began to negotiate. How about this? If you truly can assist me in resolving this issue with the light and shadow, I will offer you 5% of the shares. What do you think? You think this is a marketplace where one can haggle? I have never been to a marketplace. Lin Shinian concluded. If you are unwilling, then devise your own solutions. A strategic marriage could also be a viable option. Lu Rushuang fell silent for a moment, then said, very well. I too require a shrewd shareholder who can advocate for me in the boardroom. I agree to your terms. It is excessively sunny here. Let's go to my company, enjoy some afternoon tea, and draft the cooperation agreement. Lin Shinian spent a while at Lu Rushuang's company, observing the surroundings. He was preparing to leave when he noticed numerous missed calls from Su Wanqing on his phone. He glanced at them before returning the device to his pocket, silencing it. In the past, he had repeatedly called Su Wanqing, to which she had never responded. Did she not exhibit a similar indifference as he did now? This sensation was quite familiar, a blend of annoyance and numbness. Nevertheless, Lin Shinian resolved to return. He still had an agreement with Su Wanqing. His mother was still in the hospital, and he would need to leverage Lu Rushuang's shares, which meant he would have to rely on Su Wanqing once more. When the dust finally settles, he will be able to leave with his parents, distancing themselves from this place, not heading to the southern city, but vanishing far away from these women. Lin Shinian was orchestrating a genuine escape. Lu Rushuang, occupied with an impromptu meeting, was unable to join him and asked her assistant to escort Lin Shinian instead. She seemed quite reluctant to let him go, saying, "I'll be done with this meeting in just 2 hours. Can't we share a dinner together? How about a late-night snack?" "A late-night snack would suffice," she added. "Can you not comprehend my refusal? What gives you the confidence that I will wait for you for 2 hours?" Lin Shinian turned on his heel, not bothering to mask his displeasure. The assistant cautiously glanced at Lu's expression, fearing her anger. Yet, to his surprise, Lu Rushuang was smiling, her face seemingly inscribed with "I relish your temper." The assistant felt as though he had encountered a ghost. Lu Rushuang reined in her smile and shot him a look. The assistant hurriedly followed. Mr. Lin, let me see you out." Lin Shinian stood in the elevator, declining his offer. "No need, please don't come in." The assistant was indeed taken aback, momentarily hesitating to enter. As Lin Shinian stood in the elevator, he observed the descending numbers until the elevator halted at the 8th floor. "Have you secured the gown for the annual award gala? I need the one that closed last week's runway show." A woman entered, arms crossed. Her makeup flawless, yet her demeanor evidently sour. Lin Shinian found it hard to overlook her face, as he often saw her on large billboards while driving. She was quite a renowned first-tier star, having debuted as a child actor. Indeed, she was beautiful, though in person she appeared somewhat less photogenic, being exceedingly slender, as if a gust of wind might sweep her away. The young assistant, visibly anxious, followed her inside, trying to placate her. "Wengu has already borrowed it. I assure you, you will be the star of the evening. Until it's borrowed, I won't believe a word when Tian says. Last year, my makeup was trending for days. Can you not reflect on that?" The young assistant desperately gestured to her, finally tugging at her arm to signal her to mind her words. It was only then that the woman noticed a man standing in the corner of the elevator, staring at her for a moment before asking, "Are you the male artist recently signed by Xingchen?" Before Lin Shinian could respond, the woman bluntly commented, "You look a bit aged. Entering the entertainment industry at your age seems rather late. You might throw your back out while performing stunts." Lin Shinian was taken aback by the girl's impoliteness. Did she not understand the essence of respect? He resolved to teach her a lesson and, maintaining a stern expression, lifted the folder in his hand, stating, "I am the latest shareholder of Xingchen, having just acquired my shares. What is your name?" The young assistant was instantly frightened, trembling as if sensing impending doom. However, the star was not easily deceived. She turned to scrutinize Lin Shinian's attire before her expression gradually shifted. Although the brand of the suit was indiscernible, the quality was evident. Only a fine suit could exude elegance and stature, while a poor quality suit resembled something worn by an insurance salesman on the street. Lin Shinian's suit exuded an air of opulence, unmistakably bespoke, while the cuffs and wristwatch appeared ordinary at first glance. However, upon closer inspection, they revealed their considerable worth. The watch, a limited edition custom piece, bore a price tag in the 8 figures. He claimed to be a shareholder, and his assertion rang true. The woman, clearly flustered, stammered the name of her rival, Su Qinghuai. Lin Shinian, unrelenting, exposed her lie. "But I distinctly remember you as Do Xiaofan." Do Xiaofan's complexion turned ashen. With a chime, the elevator descended to the basement, and Lin Shinian took a step forward, casting a condescending glance at her. "Do Xiaofan, I have now etched your name into my memory, and that is far from a fortunate circumstance for you." Do Xiaofan's face oscillated between pallor and flush as she contemplated the precariousness of her career. Ultimately, biting her lip in desperation, she chased after him, calling out, "Shareholder Daddy, Chapter 77. It will be quite spectacular. Lin Shinian had already settled into the car when Du Xiaofan suddenly dashed forward, throwing caution to the wind as she spread her arms wide to block the vehicle's path. Fortunately, Lin Shinian was skilled behind the wheel and managed to brake just in time. However, Du Xiaofan exaggeratedly stumbled backward, falling to the ground with a dramatic cry of ah. Lowering the car window, Lin Shinian casually tapped a cigarette against the edge, holding it delicately between his fingers as he leaned out. I did not hit you. He could clearly see that his car was a mere 1 or 2 centimeters from her knee. He had not collided with her at all. What was the need for such theatrics? Oh, it hurts. My elbow on my knee. My ankle feels like it's broken. It hurts so much. My back has flared up again from an old injury. I can't stand up. Seeing her sprawled on the ground, Lin Shinian chuckled. What is this? A big star resorting to such tricks? She managed to rise, limping towards him. I have an event to attend tonight, and with my knee looking like this, the media will have a field day with me. I told you, you've caused me this much trouble, so can we just call it even? She bent down, gazing into Lin Shinian's eyes, her almond-shaped orbs twinkling as she pouted playfully. Then, could you please not hold this against me? With hands clasped in a gesture of apology, she bowed sincerely. I'm truly sorry, esteemed shareholder. I failed to recognize your stature. Please, be magnanimous and overlook this minor infraction. You are generous enough to forgive, right? Lin Shinian maintained eye contact, deliberately feigning indifference as he observed her growing increasingly distressed. I come from a humble background, unloved and uncherished. It's been a struggle to reach this point. Truly, it has been arduous. While I may appear to be thriving, I have faced disdain throughout my journey. I am not among the privileged. I've fought tooth and nail to get where I am. I've even ended up in the hospital from filming, and despite my youth, my body bears the scars of my battles. Please, don't let one word seal my fate. Brother, uncle, father, all right. Here's my room card from Ningen apartment. Stop. Lin Shinian thought her resilience was quite remarkable. He had only intended to frighten her. He had no desire to pursue the matter further. He returned the room card, aware that accepting it would seal her doom. He cast her a glance and stated, Go home and write a 1,000-word reflection, and we shall consider this matter settled. Okay. I promise it will be heartfelt and genuine. Not a single word will be wasted. As Lin Shinian's car departed, Du Xiaofan watched with sincere determination, bidding him farewell. He did not glance back nor regard their encounter as significant. Their paths were unlikely to cross again, and their connection was tenuous at best. Yet, he felt a prickling sensation all over, as if her calls had raised goosebumps on his skin. Once Lin Shinian's car had vanished from sight, her assistant hurried over. Anxiety etched across her features. Sister, are you all right? Unlike her earlier sycophantic demeanor, Du Xiaofan lowered her gaze to inspect the deliberately scraped injury on her knee. Letting out a small wince, she stumbled unsteadily into her assistant's embrace. The petite assistant, struggling, supported her, saying, Sister, let me help you tend to your wound. We wouldn't want it to become infected. Subsequently, glancing at the room, key in her hand, the assistant queried with a hint of confusion. If you're looking to make connections, how long has young Master Wang been pursuing you? Are you truly afraid of one shareholder? If it comes to it, we can simply walk away. Your status as a lucrative asset will surely attract someone willing to pay the breach of contract. Over the years, she had maintained a pristine reputation, engaging solely in film shoots and promotional events, avoiding any scandalous rumors, and refraining from stirring up on-screen couples. Her current fame was a product of sheer quantity, becoming a familiar face through relentless work. Recently, she had contemplated a transition toward a more refined path, aiming for accolades and higher quality productions, vowing to eschew low-budget dramas. With a dismissive huff, Du Xiaofan remarked, I do not fancy those who chase after me. I prefer the unattainable. Just look at him, so arrogant, clad in his fine attire, looking down on my aloof demeanor. I yearn to bring him down a peg and see if he maintains that haughty air in bed. The assistant struggled to follow her train of thought, bewildered, yet continued to assist her forward. Du Xiaofan continued, Imagine tearing his shirt, witnessing the instability in his breathing and gaze as he stands before you, all cold and indifferent, yet still yearning for you, spiraling into uncontrollable desire. How delightful that would be. far more intriguing than those who plead and fawn over you. Wouldn't you agree? The assistant, at a loss for words, could only respond with silence. Du Xiaofan, noticing her reaction, quickly lowered her head, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. I dare not envision such things. After years of following her, the assistant finally grasped the underlying audacity in her nature. Truly, such musings were rather perilous. Lin Shinian sneezed, rubbing his nose, and raised the car window that had been partially lowered. In Lujiangbei, the headlights of his car illuminated Su Wanqing's face. She had been seated on the steps, resting her head on her knees, but now straightened up upon seeing Lin Shinian in the vehicle, a glimmer of hope evident in her eyes as she had finally awaited his arrival. Lin Shinian exited the car. Su Wanqing stood, her legs slightly numb, and rushed toward him. He attempted to sidestep, yet she grasped his arm, pulling him back into her embrace. As she inhaled the chaotic scent of his cologne, Su Wanqing tightened her grip around Lin Shinian's arm, suppressing her anger and merely gazing up at him before enveloping him in a hug. Nestled against him, she could hear the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. "Where have you been?" she inquired. "Why does it concern you?" Lin Shinian pushed her away and walked inside. Su Wanqing did not follow but instead retrieved her phone, instructing her assistant, "From now on, keep a close watch on Lin Shinian. I want to know his every move, who he meets. I must be fully aware of his whereabouts." She couldn't tolerate the thought of him being marked by another woman's fragrance, oblivious to her. She would not allow such a situation to repeat itself. Su Wanqing braved the biting cold for several hours, her body numb with frost. In the past, when Lin Shinian had felt her cool hands, he would show great concern, warming them in his grasp or against the warmth of his body. Now, as she stood there, nearly frozen into an ice sculpture, he would not even spare her a glance. Su Wanqing's eyes were tinged with a hint of red. It was her fault. She had lost him. As she stepped into the room, the warmth of the heating enveloped her, yet she felt an unshakable chill. The house, devoid of Lin Shinian's love, would forever remain cold, mirroring the desolation within her heart. Lin Shinian was in the bathroom, lost in thought while showering, when suddenly, he felt an embrace from behind. Startled, he turned to find Su Wanqing, her long hair cascading down, dampened by the cascading warm water, framing her figure. In the ethereal mist of steam, they stood before each other, bare in their honesty. Chapter 78. Cautious pleas. It had been a long time since they last bathed together. She circled to face him, tilting her head in an attempt to kiss his lips. "Take your time," she murmured, yet was met with rejection as Lin Shinian draped a towel around himself and walked out. Su Wanqing felt a pang of displeasure at his aloofness, biting her lip as she grasped his arm. "Are you clean?" His hand was slick with water, slipping from her grasp as he departed. Initially, Su Wanqing felt discontent, which soon turned into a shy flush of rejection. Gazing into the mirror, she resembled a wronged woman. Yet Lin Shinian was meant to be hers. He had belonged to her for 7 years. Why could she not maintain that hold now? Confusion enveloped her mind. She had apologized, pleaded, wept, and even lost her composure. Yet Lin Shinian remained as unyielding as stone. Submerged in the bathtub, she buried half her face, releasing a few bubbles into the air. After donning a delicate nightgown and drying her hair, she sought out Lin Shinian. He lay on the small bed in the servants' quarters, engrossed in his phone, not in games, but perusing the profile of Wu Jie, the president of Light and Shadow Media, while also checking the recent stock market performance. Just then, the door creaked open as the butler entered. Lin Shinian inhaled deeply. "Can I have a moment of privacy?" The butler, as usual, carried a tray containing a syringe, which he lifted, adjusting it under the light. The tiny droplets at the needle's tip glistened ominously. Lin Shinian remained silent. Su Wanqing approached him, pulling a chair closer to sit before him. Her hand rested on his knee. "Would you like to try it? I controlled the dosage. There shouldn't be any side effects." Her demeanor was earnest, her tone casual, as if proposing a commonplace matter. "Perhaps it will help over time." At this mention, Lin Shinian set his phone aside. "Is this what you want or what I want? Do you genuinely wish for my recovery? Where are my proper remedies? You dismiss them for these dubious methods. Do you hope for my success or failure?" Su Wanqing met his gaze, revealing no trace of guilt. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. If you recover, will you stray outside? What do you think? Isn't it better if you, like before, focus solely on me? Were you not the one who cherished me the most? Once again, she invoked the past. Yet was it not she who had buried the man he once was? Lin Shinian regarded Su Wanqing, a mocking smile playing on his lips. He said nothing, yet his silence conveyed everything. Gradually, she reined in her expectations and hopes, simply stating, "Then take your time to recover. I'll be at ease." Thus, the worst he would carry would merely be the scent of another woman's perfume, something she could choose to overlook. She resolved to forgive him. Su Wanqing reached out to caress Lin Shinian's cheek, the faint scent of cold orange lingering around her. Achingly familiar, yet now met with disdain. Lin Shinian lowered his gaze, his eyes resting upon the alluring yet unconventional nightgown that Su Wanqing had meticulously donned. He grasped Su Wanqing's wrist and instructed the butler beside him, "Leave the items, turn off the lights," and you may depart. Su Wanqing's eyes sparkled like shattered stars, exuding a gentle warmth as she replied, "As you wish." The butler bowed respectfully, placing the tray upon the bedside table, extinguishing the lights before quietly closing the door behind him. However, Lin Shinian rose, utilizing the moonlight streaming through the window to approach the tray. He picked up the syringe used for treatment, inquiring, "How is this administered?" "Allow me." As Su Wanqing reached for it, Lin Shinian had already inserted the needle into the back of her hand, his movements swift. By the time Su Wanqing comprehended what was happening, half of the syringe had already been dispensed. She reflexively knocked the syringe away and seized Lin Shinian by the neck, demanding, "Why can't you just behave?" Lin Shinian looked down, unfazed by her grip. Instead, he coldly regarded her. "If you relish administering injections so much, why not experience it yourself?" Yet, Su Wanqing drew closer, embracing him. "Then do it for me." "I cannot. Your fingers are too long." When she attempted to entwine her fingers with his, he brushed her off. "Do not be foolish. It's not as if you haven't tried before. Go seek Qin Feng. He would surely be more than willing to assist you." Lin Shinian moved to open the door, only to discover it was locked. He exerted some force, but to no avail. Amused, he remarked, "Isn't this a rather childish tactic?" Su Wanqing, reclining on his bed, chuckled softly. The butler locked it from the outside. "If I do not call for him, he will not open it. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, he will not respond. He only listens to me." Lin Shinian chose not to continue tugging at the door. Instead, he casually sank into a chair, glancing down at his phone. "Whatever, it's not me who is uncomfortable." Su Wanqing sat on the small bed Lin Shinian occupied, gazing at him. "Where did you go today?" Lin Shinian remained silent. She pressed on. "Did you dine with Lu Ruoshuang? What did you eat? Did you peel shrimp and remove fish bones for her? Just as you used to do for me, so attentively?" Her voice carried a hint of grievance, as if, through the present Lin Shinian, she could glimpse the past. Tears welling in her eyes. "I admit my fault. Abandoning you was my error, a folly born of infatuation. But having no fault? Look at where I stand now." "Lin Shinian, do you bear no blame?" Suddenly, Su Wanqing elevated her voice in questioning. Lin Shinian finally raised his gaze. "Of course, I have my faults. My mistake lies in loving you too deeply, does it not?" "Indeed," Su Wanqing asserted boldly. "Who compelled you to treat me so well? Who made you love me so fiercely? You made me believe that no matter how much I hurt you, you would always forgive me, that you would never leave. You spoiled me, making me heir." Su Wanqing felt a profound sense of grievance. Her cheeks flushed as she wept and lamented. "It's all your fault. You're to blame as well. I can't fathom why, despite my efforts to comfort you, I have failed." Lin Shinian, utterly at a loss for words, managed a faint smile and replied, "Thus, it is evident that you have never truly loved me. You merely struggle to comprehend this reality. I am akin to a cherished toy that, after prolonged use, loses its allure and becomes unworthy of your aesthetic, yet when lost, you yearn for it. Can you return to me?" Su Wanqing implored, grasping Lin Shinian's pant leg as she knelt at his feet, her voice a fervent plea. "I vow I shall never lose you again, please." Lin Shinian responded, each word deliberate and resolute. "It is impossible. It will never be possible to return. Su Wanqing bowed her head, sobbing softly. In a swift motion, she seized Lin Shinian's hand, and before he could react, she plunged the remaining half of the needle into his vein. Surely, one part of your heart or body must love me, she thought. Her tear-streaked face fixated on him with unwavering intensity. Chapter 79. Mutual torment. Lin Shinian pushed Su Wanqing away, declaring, "Enough. This is your attitude towards an apology. Your tears and your persona are equally hypocritical. What wrong have I committed? I merely yearn for a fragment of your affection, even if it is insincere. Why not deceive me, Lin Shinian? Just a little deception?" She attempted to kiss his lips, embracing him tightly. Yet, Lin Shinian forcefully repelled her, uttering a harsh "get lost." He raised his foot and kicked the door violently. Seething with anger, opened the door. Su Wanqing maintained her position on the ground where he had pushed her, slowly curling up into herself. "No one will open the door for you." Lin Shinian grasped a fruit knife from the table, pressing it against Su Wanqing's throat. "Make him open the door. I need to go to the hospital. After all we've been through, does it matter if I go once more? Why pretend to be so high and mighty? If you have the courage, kill me." She tilted her neck back. Then, grasping Lin Shinian's hand, she wept. "If you kill me, I will no longer suffer." She tightened her grip, the sharp blade drawing blood from her neck, yet she pressed on. However, Lin Shinian broke free from her grasp, angrily discarding the fruit knife. "Do you think I don't want to? But murder is a crime. If you wish to die, do so alone. Do not drag me into it. You still care. When will you understand that we are a thing of the past? We can never return to what we once were, nor can we start anew." In a fit of rage, Lin Shinian seized a chair and smashed it against the window, the sound deafening. Su Wanqing remained unfazed, hugging her knees, simply stating, "Just as you cannot kill me, I will not let you go. This is irreconcilable. If you refuse to relent, we shall remain entangled, neither dead nor alive." With a resounding crash, the glass shattered. Countless shards flew past Su Wanqing's eyes. Yet she did not flinch. Only when the broken glass grazed her arm and cheek did she turn to see if Lin Shinian was hurt. She then witnessed him leaning against the wall, coughing up blood, and falling outward. Terrified, Su Wanqing rushed after him. Fortunately, it was the first floor, and Lin Shinian's fall was not severe. However, his health was precarious, necessitating an emergency hospital visit. Seated in the director's office, Su Wanqing questioned, "Wasn't it said he was improving?" "Indeed, but the latest report indicates a drastic decline in his condition." "How could this happen?" The director pondered for a moment before inquiring delicately, "Has he been experiencing emotional upheaval?" This question, though phrased gently, was clear to any discerning observer. They had arrived at the hospital after a quarrel. Su Wanqing paused in silence before responding. "He was angry, very angry." "Then that explains it. His recovery hinges on maintaining a positive emotional state. Otherwise, anger will have a counterproductive effect." As Su Wanqing exited the director's office, her gaze fell upon Lin Shinian. Lying in the intensive care unit, her eyes filled with sorrow. Did he truly harbor such hatred for her? Such profound hatred? Lin Shinian awoke once more. A week having passed. Outside, an unexpected snowfall had blanketed the world, yet the hospital room was suffused with warmth, bordering on excessive. As he opened his eyes, he was met with the familiar faces of his father and mother. "You're awake. Call the doctor." Lin Shinian felt a wave of relief. It was a welcome departure from the presence of Su Wanqing. Director Wang arrived with a cadre of resident doctors, assessing Lin Shinian's condition and inquiring about his feelings. He then remarked, "Nothing serious. Eat whatever you fancy." With that, he and the residents departed. Lin Shinian's expression was one of incredulity. What did it mean to eat whatever he fancied? Was that not akin to suggesting that the family prepare for his final arrangements? At that moment, he heard a soft laugh. As he lifted his heavy eyelids, he saw Qin Xiao seated nearby. Lin's father addressed him, "Son, I'll go fetch you some congee." His mother added, "I'll get you a glass of water." Whether it was intentional or simply a matter of necessity, the hospital room soon became a sanctuary for just him and Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao settled beside him, her gaze fixed on Lin Shinian. "What troubles you? You become quite agitated. This time, you nearly didn't pull through. To recover, You must channel positivity and refrain from losing your temper. Do you understand? Lin Shinian appeared listless, responding, "Is that so?" Indeed, the human body possesses its own spirit. Many ailments stem from unhappiness. Anger harms the liver, hatred the heart, resentment the spleen. Haven't you heard? Qin Xiao retrieved a comprehensive tome on traditional Chinese medicine from the bedside cabinet. Here, take this. When you're free, read it. Given your current condition, you must take extra care of yourself. Thank you, Lin Shinian murmured, feeling dizzy and reluctant to open his eyes, let alone read. Qin Xiao smiled again. When Lin's parents returned, she stood to leave, saying, "Get well soon. I'll take you to meet my two lovely daughters." "All right," Lin Shinian nodded, recalling that he owed her an apology gift. He wondered what her daughters looked like. Surely, they must be adorable with such a beautiful mother. He was eager to meet them. In the past, he had dreamed of having a charming daughter with Su Wanqing, but now, those memories felt like remnants of past life. Lin Shinian spent another week in the hospital, finally discharged with a substantial bag of restorative medicines. Su Wanqing had yet to appear, but upon his return home, she sent someone to inform him that he was expected to resume work, as their agreement remained unfulfilled. Lin Shinian contemplated paying her 30 million, yet he was reminded of the 10% stake in Xingchen, which he needed to secure. Once he obtained that, financial worries would cease to plague him. Upon returning to work at Lujing Bay, Lin Shinian found that Su Wanqing was absent. Lately, he had not seen her at all. Often, she returned home just as he was falling asleep, and by the time he awoke, she had already departed. He found himself at a loss, uncertain of what schemes Su Wanqing was concocting. On that evening, Lin Shinian crouched in the garden, feeding a stray cat that seemed to have wandered from nowhere. It was pure white, and so emaciated that it appeared to be nothing but skin and bones. "Come here," Lin Shinian called, and to his surprise, the cat approached, nuzzling against his pant leg. He returned to the kitchen to fetch a chicken leg for it. "Little White, I've heard that cats like you, with such pristine coats, are often looked down upon in the feline community. Eat well, grow plump, and when you return, show that tabby who bullies you a thing or two." Little White devoured the chicken leg with eager enthusiasm, occasionally offering a half-hearted meow in response to Lin Shinian's presence. Being a male, his voice was hoarse and unappealing, prompting Lin Shinian to exclaim, "Go on, eat your fill, and I'll take you for a treat afterward." Su Wanqing stood behind Lin Shinian, observing him for a while before finally saying, "Come out with me tonight. There's a charity auction. I don't have anything in mind to purchase, but if you see something you fancy, feel free to bid." With that, she left, and when Lin Shinian turned around, all he could see was her retreating figure. Chapter 80. Utilizing her charity auction. Lin Shinian was seated in the inner area, casually flipping through the auction catalog handed to him by the manager. Su Wanqing sat beside him in her wheelchair, her demeanor notably aloof, scarcely engaging in conversation with him. Lin Shinian's gaze lingered on the catalog. His disinterest in the antique calligraphy and paintings was palpable, and he soon set it aside. Su Wanqing then inquired, "Is there anything you fancy?" He pointed to the most expensive item, stating, "This one." "Very well," Su Wanqing replied, her tone agreeable. "Perhaps you might ask your parents what they like." As a gesture of filial piety, Lin Shinian remained silent. But to Su Wanqing, it felt as though he silently dismissed the notion of honoring his parents, conveying the sentiment that she was unworthy of such a suggestion. Lowering her gaze to conceal the emotions threatening to surface, she tightened her grip on the teacup. Lin Shinian's eyes wandered until they fell upon Wu Jie, the CEO of the Guang'an Media, who had also arrived. This was an unexpected encounter, and he pondered how to approach the man. Just then a voice called out, "Sister." Su Zian settled beside Su Wanqing and then turned to Lin Shinian, offering a mischievous smile as he greeted brother-in-law. "Little brat, don't go claiming relatives. I'm your ancestor," Lin Shinian retorted. "Doesn't that make you one generation apart from my sister?" Su Zian chuckled, seemingly amused by his own jest. However, Su Wanqing, regarding him as nothing more than a buffoon, shot him a disdainful glance, prompting the bodyguards to escort him away. Su Zian's status rendered him unworthy of occupying a seat at such a charitable auction, a gathering where seating arrangements bore significant meaning. observing the additional bodyguards. Lin Shinian noted that Su Wanqing had learned from past experiences, bringing guards to maintain order beyond just himself. The auction commenced shortly thereafter, yet Lin Shinian felt little enthusiasm. He noticed that the CEO of Guang'an had either stepped out for a smoke or to visit the restroom. Recognizing an opportunity, he promptly rose. "Where are you going?" Su Wanqing asked. "Just a quick break," he replied, slipping away. Indeed, he found Wu Jie in the smoking area. Approaching him, Lin Shinian greeted Mr. Wu. Wu Jie scrutinized him for a moment, seemingly struggling to recall who he was. Lin Shinian raised his phone, displaying a wedding photo of himself and Su Wanqing for clarity. "Ah, you are the one," Wu Jie began, and Lin Shinian nodded, about to introduce himself. "My surname is..." Yet Wu Jie suddenly recognized him. Extending his hand, "Qin Feng, young Master Qin, it's a pleasure to finally meet you." Lin Shinian felt as though he had just swallowed a fly, quickly correcting, "No, my surname is Lin." Wu Jie, still bewildered, glanced at the watch adorning Lin Shinian's wrist, confirming that he was indeed someone of significance and not an imposter. He began to apologize. "My apologies. Please forgive my oversight. Mr. Lin, young Master Lin, it's an honor to meet you." He slapped his own mouth in chagrin. Lin Shinian chuckled lightly, engaging in pleasantries with Wu Jie before steering the conversation towards the matter at hand. "I came to express my goodwill, to forge a connection, and to prevent you from making further missteps." Wu Jie promptly handed a cigarette to Lin Shinian, respectfully lighting it for him, requesting his guidance. Lin Shinian's opinions undoubtedly mirrored those of Su Wanqing. He could not fathom how he had offended her, as he was oblivious to the circumstances that had led to any slight against her. Although the Su Shang group was embroiled in severe internal strife, Wu Jie distinguished himself from the majority who disparaged Su Wanqing. He possessed a shrewder perspective, recognizing that Su Wanqing had retained her strategic reserves. If she could be easily ousted by Su Ziyan, she would not have ascended to her formidable position amidst the tumult of the Su Shang group. Years ago, when Su Wanqing sought to enter the pharmaceutical industry, she faced relentless opposition from powerful adversaries, who ultimately met their downfall under her relentless pressure. The intricacies of the pharmaceutical sector were profound and convoluted, with a web of complex interpersonal relationships. However, this was merely one of the many enterprises under Su Wanqing's purview. Wu Jie felt trepidation. Even if Su Wanqing were to stumble and vacate her position within the Su Shang group, he would not dare to provoke her, even with 5 heads worth of foresight. Lin Shinian took a puff of his cigarette before remarking, "Lu Rushi from Stardust Media is Su's aunt. You are unaware of this?" Wu Jie was taken aback. "To my knowledge, they have long since fallen out. A couple of years ago, didn't Su personally suppress the Lu family? Otherwise, they wouldn't have collapsed so swiftly." It was this certainty that had emboldened him to act. With Stardust Media grappling with successive investment failures and artists jumping ship, it appeared to be in dire straits. If he did not absorb it, others would undoubtedly have their eyes on it, and he would be the most suitable candidate to take over. "I was unaware of that. I only know that this week, during dinner, your aunt lodged a complaint about you to Su. Moreover, Su arranged a dinner with the banking regulators on behalf of your aunt, which you could easily inquire about." Lin Shinian subtly indicated. He refrained from over-explaining, fearing it might suggest ulterior motives. He patted Wu Jie's shoulder, extinguished his cigarette, and entered. Lin Shinian was pleasantly surprised by how seamlessly events unfolded, akin to discovering a veritable windfall. He had presumed Wu Jie dared to confront Lu Rushi without fear of Su Wanqing, unaware that misunderstandings lay beneath the surface. Initially, he envisioned a mutually beneficial exchange, hoping to facilitate a business connection between Wu Jie and Su Wanqing. However, he never anticipated that this card would remain unplayed. Upon returning, Lin Shinian passed by Su Wanqing, who caught the scent of smoke on him. "It's unhealthy. You shouldn't smoke," she admonished. "You are being overly verbose," he retorted, and she fell silent. As the auction's highlight item approached, Su Wanqing bid several billion to acquire an exquisitely preserved dragon robe from a certain emperor. She turned to Lin Shinian, saying, "You should wear it for me." Lin Shinian had requested her to bid on this item solely to encourage her to spend more. He harbored no other intentions. He shot back, Why not you wear it for me? To his surprise, Su Wanqing pondered for a moment and nodded. Very well. Following the auction, there was a concluding charity gala. Yet Su Wanqing expressed no desire to remain and opted to return home. At that moment, Wu Jie caught up, offering a flurry of apologies to Su Wanqing, expressing that he would never again trouble Xingchen media, attributing his previous behavior to a lack of discernment. He extolled the virtues of Lin Shinian and Su Wanqing as a match made in heaven, showering them with compliments and inquiring about their wedding plans, promising to prepare a splendid gift. Lin Shinian, who had initially concealed this matter from Su Wanqing, found his secret laid bare. He stepped forward, grasping Wu Jie's arm, assuring him that he would be notified when the time came, and promptly ushered the overly grateful Wu Jie away. Though not ill-intentioned, Lin Shinian felt an urge to deliver a few well-deserved slaps. After dismissing Wu Jie, he turned to Su Wanqing, striving to suppress his unease. Su Wanqing regarded Lin Shinian with a piercing gaze. Using my influence to resolve matters for Lu Rushuang, your rival? A cold sweat began to bead on Lin Shinian's forehead. Fearing that Su Wanqing might uncover his dealings with Lu Rushuang and sense his desire to evade her scrutiny. Yet, he was met with Su Wanqing's chilling laughter. So you're quite taken with her. Is being with her truly a source of joy for you? How about I facilitate your union? Chapter 81. I can die with you. Lin Shinian gazed at Su Wanqing, questioning, what do you take me for? What have you done for me? You love her, and I have offered her to you. I am willing to accept you with another. Is that fair? Please, do not harbor resentment towards me. Love me as you did before. Will you? Su Wanqing looked up at Lin Shinian, her eyes filled with reluctance and struggle, yet tinged with a sense of desperation. Perhaps she had contemplated this approach for a long time, hoping to coax him back. She yearned to return to the sweet days of their past, when Lin Shinian adored her. He would always leave a light on for her when she returned late. Regardless of the hour, he would rise to greet her, affectionately calling her his wife without a hint of irritation. No matter how unreasonable her demands or how tempestuous her moods, he would indulge her, soothing her. She could forego the luxuries that Lin Shinian offered, relinquish the boundless pampering. She could accept a Lin Shinian who was a bit harsher, a touch more indifferent, a little sharper with his words, even teasing her from time to time, allowing his temper to flare at her. She was willing. She yearned for the old Lin Shinian who indulged her whims. So, could he not choose to remain by her side? Lin Shinian lowered his gaze upon Su Wanqing. And then what? Am I not to be responsible for her? Or if she continues to cling to me, what then? Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing frowned, clearly at a loss. She was distressed. What should I do? I feel so suffocated, she lamented. Reaching out, she gently traced Lin Shinian's hand, like a kitten's playful pawing. Teach me, show me how to be as heartless as you. Perhaps if I were to die once, I could learn to care for nothing as you do, right? Lin Shinian continued forward, ignoring Su Wanqing. Lu Jiangbei. Lin Shinian messaged Lu Rushi. I have taken care of the matter for you. When will the equity be transferred to me? Lu Rushi replied promptly. So soon? How did you manage that? Do not concern yourself with the details. Just know that from now on, the shadow shall no longer trouble you. Curious, are we? Do not be so inquisitive. Because you are quite captivating, I wish to learn more about you. Is that not permissible? If you wish to know, then prepare the share transfer agreement. I shall visit you tomorrow to recount my ventures. Ha ha ha. Very well. I shall await your arrival. Lin Shinian reclined on his bed, appearing tranquil, ready to fall into slumber. He secured the door with a bed and locked the windows, ensuring that even with wings, Su Wanqing could not enter his room. As Lin Shinian drifted in and out of sleep, he sensed a tremor, jolting him awake in alarm, instinctively shielding himself. His heart raced, remnants of a troubling dream lingering in his mind. It was then he realized that the butler was struggling to enter, shaking the door forcefully, causing the bed to rattle as well. Mr. Lin, something terrible has happened. You must come and see the young lady. She is attempting to jump. Lin Shinian was still in a daze when he felt the bed shift backward. The butler grasped his wrist, pulling him all the way to the rooftop. On this frigid winter night, Su Wanqing stood barefoot in a thin nightgown, seemingly unaware of how long she had been there. Almost half of her body dangled precariously over the edge, a bottle of wine clutched in her hand, indicating she had indulged excessively. Her already perilous stance wavered, as if she were on the brink of falling at any moment. It struck Lin Shinian that she had indeed lost considerable weight. Her silhouette appeared even more fragile, as though she could not withstand the gentle gusts of the cold night wind. The bodyguards and servants had arrived, yet none dared to approach. The butler gave Lin Shinian a firm push, urging him forward. As if sensing his presence, Su Wanqing turned to face him. With a heart-wrenching tone, she asked, "If I were to die, would you think of me?" Lin Shinian replied bluntly, "No." "Wouldn't you think of me in the same way I think of you?" "No." "Then would you be happy if I died?" Lin Shinian refrained from repeating his previous denial. He simply gazed at Su Wanqing and stated, "Your death would hold no significance. At this height, a fall would not kill you. It would only result in lifelong disability. Think it through. It's entirely your decision." Despite the butler's frantic attempts to silence him from behind, Lin Shinian's words were unforgiving. Su Wanqing took another couple of swigs from the bottle before responding. "But how can I sense a reluctance in your words? After loving someone for 7 years, how could you simply claim to no longer love me? You are merely deeply disappointed, profoundly saddened, and perhaps even harboring hatred towards me. Is that not true?" She took a step back, continuing, "What if I were to return everything I owe you? Would you grant me a chance for a fresh start?" Observing the intoxicated Su Wanqing, Lin Shinian moved closer to her. Under her gaze, he extended his arms and enveloped her in an embrace. In that fleeting moment of being held, Su Wanqing felt an overwhelming longing for his warmth, tears streaming down her cheeks as she lamented, "Is this the only time I can feel even a semblance of your love? Lin Shinian, do not conceal it any longer. You hide it so deeply. Just give me a fragment of your love, and I will reciprocate with all of mine. Please?" As she wept, she implored, "I will not let you suffer loss. This time, let me be the one to serve you. I can forsake everything, as long as I receive just a tiny portion of your affection, even if it is merely a sliver of your nail. Would that be all right? I beg you." Lin Shinian held her close, his voice low as he declared, "I might die with you, but I will never forgive you." Su Wanqing's pupils dilated in shock. She began to struggle, pushing against his embrace. "No, please." Just moments ago, she had yearned to linger in his arms, but now she instinctively recoiled. Yet it was too late. The sensation of weightlessness engulfed her. Overwhelmed by fear, she could not bear the thought of losing Lin Shinian once more. But if death were to accompany him, she wished for it to be in front of him, to fall before him instead. Yet she was tightly embraced by Lin Shinian, who held her firmly regardless of her struggles. His arms felt as familiar as ever. What was meant to be a longed-for embrace that yearned to meld their very beings into one now filled Su Wanqing with an overwhelming sense of terror. "No, Lin Shinian, you cannot treat me this way." The impact of reality struck her with a jarring intensity that left her scalp tingling. In a state of sheer desperation, Su Wanqing screamed, "No!" Her eyes widened in horror as she rushed to assess Lin Shinian's condition. Why? Why was it not her who had perished? Why did she feel no pain? Why was he protecting her so fiercely? This was more agonizing than death itself. It felt as though she had already died once. Chapter 82. No escape. Lin Shinian lay with his eyes closed, his complexion as pale as death, still unable to recover. It was only then that Su Wanqing realized they had been caught by the life-saving air cushion. The butler, peering from above, witnessed the successful rescue and wiped the cold sweat from his brow, which dripped like rain. His hand, gripping the intercom, suddenly went limp, and he felt himself weaken. He was terrified, yet grateful that he was a competent and mature butler. Summoning Lin Shinian had never been with the expectation that he would save anyone. It was merely a ploy to buy time for the air cushion. Fortunately, everything turned out to be in time. Lin Shinian propped himself up, coughed a couple of times, and his face grew even paler. Su Wanqing, jolted awake by the fright, expressed her concern as she supported him. "How are you? Should we go to the hospital?" "Get away." Lin Shinian pushed her aside. When she approached him again, he glared fiercely. "Don't touch me." He returned to the servants' quarters, locked the door, and lay down on the bed. After a while, the door was pushed open again. Lin Shinian hurled a cup at the entrance. Is this never-ending? Just leave it open. I want to go in. If you feel unwell, just call me. Lin Shinian ignored her, and after some commotion, his already weakened body succumbed to fatigue, and he fell asleep. In the early morning, he awoke to use the restroom and passed by the door, where he saw Su Wanqing sitting, as if she had kept vigil over him all night. The butler must have been unable to dissuade her, for after she fell asleep, he had draped a blanket over her. Lin Shinian cast a glance at her hypocritical demeanor before heading to the restroom. Upon returning, Su Wanqing remained asleep, undisturbed by the noise, sleeping soundly as if she were a log. He quietly closed the door. At 8 o'clock, he opened the door to find Su Wanqing seated outside, engrossed in work on her computer. Lin Shinian simply walked past her. She stood up to chase after him. Where are you going? I'm heading home for a bit, he replied. Su Wanqing hesitated, wanting to follow but too timid to do so, ultimately saying, Be careful on the road. Call me if you feel unwell. She added, Come back early tonight. Lin Shinian paid her no heed. He made his way to Stardust Media. Upon arrival, he disregarded the overly enthusiastic Lu Rushi, merely signing the share transfer agreement. Just as he turned to leave, Lu Rushi called out to him, Are you planning to sell that 10% next? Lin Shinian halted. Lu Rushi continued, Sell it to me. I can offer you a taste of freedom, which I see you desire. Lin Shinian turned around. This sentiment is far more sincere than your previous declarations of affection, offering assistance, or seeking friendship. You're simply too suspicious. I prefer exchanges based on mutual benefit. In this world, everything that comes free has the heaviest price. Lu Rushi leaned against the sofa, lighting a slender cigarette. Through the thin haze of smoke, she regarded Lin Shinian intently, not with mockery or disdain, but as a genuine partner not to be overlooked. She exhaled a smoke ring and smiled lightly. Let us sit down and talk. Since Mr. Lin entered Stardust, we have been unable to follow him, and he is yet to emerge. Mr. Lin had lunch with Lu Rushuang at noon. After returning home, he has not stepped out since. He was in the kitchen preparing a meal and dining with his parents. The bodyguard faithfully reported Mr. Lin's real-time itinerary. Su Wanqing gazed at a stack of photographs just printed by her assistant. She selected one, capturing Lin Shinian and Lu Rushuang dining together in a restaurant. In the hot pot establishment, they sat by the window, with Lu Rushuang seemingly acting coy, while Lin Shinian tenderly served her the cooked dishes. Such considerate care. Su Wanqing crumpled the photograph into a ball. She had claimed to dislike Lu Rushuang, yet yesterday she offered to send her to him, which he declined. The very next day, they shared an intimate meal together. It would be better to perish alongside her than to endure this vexation. At Lujiangbei, Lin Shinian returned home in good spirits. Upon seeing a servant kneeling to present his slippers, he responded with a gentle tone, I'll change myself. As he casually tossed the car keys aside and bent down to change his shoes, someone was already cradling his foot, assisting him in removing the footwear. Lin Shinian looked down and realized that it was not a servant, but Su Wanqing, half kneeling as she helped him. She then placed his shoes in the cabinet and stood up, their faces mere inches apart. She inquired, Where did you go today? Aren't you supposed to have a keen sense why I ask? Lin Shinian stepped forward, lowering his head to question Su Wanqing with an imposing demeanor. Is it still you who forbids me from going out? Su Wanqing looked up. No, I said, if you like her, I can give her to you. As for the rest, I have thought it through. As long as you are willing to return home at night, I will not question whom you are with or what you do during the day. The condition is, you must remarry me. You are in your second marriage, while I am in my first. Do you call that remarriage? Then you cannot marry her. You can only marry me. I thank you. But why should I marry you? Lin Shinian looked at Su Wanqing. By the way, my lawyer will come to discuss terms with you. I wish to terminate our contract. I no longer wish to play this game with you. I will marry whom I please and date whomever I desire, and it is none of your concern. Has she given you money? Do you believe I could bring her to ruin? What need have I for her money? I have never asked for yours. Do you think so little of me? I could sell the house, and with the proceeds, compensate you entirely. Then how will you live? I could still earn a little. How can you manage work with your condition? Am I not working now? As Lin Shinian finished speaking, Su Wanqing suddenly embraced him, saying, Can you please stop causing a scene? I have been feeling rather overwhelmed lately. Lin Shinian pushed her away, I am not causing a scene. I am merely informing you. Su Wanqing, speaking from behind him, continued, last night at your door was the best night's sleep I've had. The matters of the company and your affairs have left me breathless. I was not causing a scene last night. I genuinely had a moment when I wished to cease everything. Lin Shinian, could you refrain from abandoning me when I am at my most vulnerable? I am truly exhausted. Su Wanqing gazed at Lin Shinian's departing figure, as if beseeching him for the last time. Yet, Lin Shinian did not turn back. The following day, he packed his belongings and prepared to leave with his suitcase in tow. Su Wanqing leaned against the entrance, observing him, as if the fragility displayed the night before was merely a figment of Lin Shinian's imagination. She regained her assertiveness. You must understand. Even if you compensate me with 30 million, I will not let you off. You will only be further indebted by that sum. Then I have no desire to share a roof with you. Lin Shinian settled into his car and departed. A bodyguard reported, Miss, we have discovered that Mr. Lin and his family have tickets for a flight to Nan City tonight. At what time? 8 o'clock this evening. A shift in Su Wanqing's demeanor ensued, as an unsettling premonition washed over her, one that had always proven accurate. Yet, it was soon eclipsed by a surge of anger. Lin Shinian was heading to Nan City, leveraging the influence of the Liu family to retreat to a place where she could no longer find him. Impossible. She would not allow it. Su Wanqing called her assistant. Postpone all of today's matters and ensure someone keeps a close watch on Lin Shinian and Lu Rushuan. If necessary, intercept the flight to Nan City scheduled for 8 o'clock. He shall have no escape. Chapter 83. She could no longer find him. Su Wanqing hurriedly made her way to the residential complex where Lin Shinian resided, determined to prevent his departure. She parked her car beneath the building and sat in the back seat, vigilantly observing the passing vehicles in search of the one she recognized. Soon, her phone rang. Her assistant, sounding anxious, informed her, Miss, the bodyguard following Mr. Lin reported that he did not return home but headed straight for the airport. The flight to Nanchang scheduled for 8 this evening has been canceled, and we have yet to ascertain any further flight information. The assistant continued, however, there are numerous flights to Nanchang tonight from 6 different airports, and as of now, we cannot determine which airport Mr. Lin is heading to or which flight he intends to take. It appeared even the assistant found the situation daunting. Gritting her teeth, Su Wanqing commanded, send someone to intercept his vehicle. Clearly, Lin Shinian had come prepared, catching her off guard. The assistant, now in a state of utter disarray, replied, at the first sign of trouble, I instructed the bodyguards to intercept, but suddenly dozens of black cars appeared out of nowhere, and our bodyguard's vehicle has been rendered inoperative. Send me his location, Su Wanqing insisted, gripping her phone tightly, filled with an unprecedented rage. Lin Shinian was conspiring with Lu Rushuan. This escape plan seemed to be both urgent and premeditated. Currently, we are unable to locate Mr. Lin, but we have dispatched vehicles to pursue him. Please hold on. In which direction? Su Wanqing ordered the driver to exit the vehicle, opting to chase Lin Shinian herself. She drove swiftly and eventually pinpointed his car. Given her personal involvement, no other vehicle dared to obstruct her. This was the highway, and Lu Rushuan could not afford the consequences of an accident. Su Wanqing relentlessly pursued Lin Shinian to the airport, with her team closely following, encircling his vehicle. However, when the window lowered, only Lu Rushuan's smiling face was visible. The car was entirely empty. Suddenly, it dawned on Su Wanqing. This was a clever ruse. An overwhelming sense of fear and unease surged within her. It felt as if she was truly on the verge of losing him, as if he would slip from her grasp forever. Desperately, she rushed forward, seizing Lu Rushuan by the collar, her fury palpable. Raising her hand, she delivered a resounding slap, declaring, do you think I won't touch you just because you're my aunt? Hand him over, or you will face consequences beyond your ability to bear. Lu Rushuan, seemingly unfazed by the blow, gazed at Su Wanqing and replied, it's better that he leaves than for you to drive him to despair. Ching-ching. Sometimes, pressuring a man too much is counterproductive. Let him go. Perhaps he will gain clarity, and there may still be hope for you both. What do you know? Su Wanqing, filled with rage, tears streaming from her reddened eyes, lamented, he won't come back. He will forget me and start anew. What will I do? I will have lost him completely. Do you understand? Tears fell from her eyes like pearls, and she felt a void within her heart, a void that would never heal, eternally bleeding. Where is he? Where in Nansheng is he? I will find him. Su Wanqing gazed at Lu Rushuang with an almost pleading expression. Aunt, whatever you desire, I can provide. But him, he cannot be taken from me. Please return him to me. I beg you. Lu Rushuang, unable to bear Su Wanqing's distress, raised her hand to wipe away her tears. Her gaze fell, filled with regret. Qingqing, I too wish to return him to you, but I truly do not know his whereabouts now. He merely instructed me to divert your attention. As for where he has gone, I am unaware. Isn't he headed to the South City? Are you hiding him away? Not at all. I do not know where he has gone. All I can tell you is that he has departed. He left you a message. What is it? He asked you to let go of your obsession. Slowly, Su Wanqing released her grip on Lu Rushuang's collar, her expression gradually calming. She coldly replied, But how could I possibly let go? Aunt, it hurts deeply. Your betrayal cuts me to the core. You cannot fathom my pain, for you are unable to empathize with my suffering. Su Wanqing drew a gun, aiming it at Lu Rushuang, her demeanor eerily tranquil. Do you know? It truly hurts. Much like, bang, Su Wanqing fired a shot into Lu Rushuang's leg. Subsequently, bang, 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 2 shots grazed Lu Rushuang's face, shattering the car window, and the final shot struck her shoulder. Observing Lu Rushuang in agony, Su Wanqing lowered her weapon. Even this does not compare to a fraction of my suffering. Turning on her heels, she commanded her for assistance. Why are you not searching? Even if I must dig 3 feet into the earth, I will find him. 3 months later, Su Zian savored a new dish prepared by the chef when the butler approached, bowing respectfully. Young Master Su, Qin Feng has arrived. Show him to the reception room. Su Zian elegantly set down his knife and fork, dabbed his mouth with a napkin, and carelessly tossed it aside. Yes, sir. As the butler moved to lead the guest to the reception room, Su Zian called out, Wait, first inform the one upstairs. Yes, sir. The butler complied diligently. Su Zian lifted a glass of red wine, savoring a sip of the exquisite vintage. Satisfied, he finished his drink before heading to the reception room, where he settled onto the sofa. Qin Feng entered with a sullen expression. You mentioned a method for revenge against Su Wanqing. What is it? Su Zian, maintaining his graceful demeanor, leaned forward to prepare tea. He handed a cup to Qin Feng before replying. The board is currently in disarray. The shareholders will reconvene on Monday to elect a new president for Su Sheng Group. I intend for Su Wanqing to be absent. She must be defeated. Once she is ousted from the board, I will gradually undermine her authority, and she will become nothing more than a decorative figure. When the time is ripe, I will present her to you as you wish. Qin Feng regarded Su Zian with skepticism, his gaze suggesting disbelief. You? Overthrow Su Wanqing? Su Zian met his gaze steadily. What is it? Qin Feng's agitation was palpable. He clearly found the prospect improbable, yet his animosity towards Su Wanqing, stemming from her previous actions against him, remained strong. Even if Su Zian cannot bring down Su Wanqing, it suffices that he employs underhanded tactics to make her life difficult. Qin Feng candidly inquired, What do you wish for me to do? I hardly believe I possess the influence to compel Su Wanqing's absence from the shareholders' meeting. You may not, but there exists someone who can. Su Zian refrained from disclosing the identity of that individual. Qin Feng's expression shifted immediately. He still struggled to comprehend how Lin Shinian, a deceased individual, could possibly return, especially since Lin Wan had already taken her leave. However, this did not diminish his animosity towards Lin Shinian. Has he not fled? Do you know where he is? Su Wanqing has searched the depths of the imperial capital without success. Do you truly know? Chapter 84. Taking action, he now believed that Su Zian possessed enough skill to contend with Su Wanqing. Leaning elegantly against the sofa, Su Zian crossed his long legs and replied nonchalantly, I am not certain. Qin Feng glared, his expression clearly indicating his frustration, as if to say, Do you dare to deceive me? In stark contrast to Qin Feng's current irritable demeanor, Su Zian appeared remarkably composed, calmly sipping his aged tangerine peel pu'er tea. He then remarked, But some individuals are aware. Su Zian turned his gaze toward the screen. Come out and greet your old flame. Qin Feng, taken aback. glanced toward the screen. Lin Wan emerged from behind it, and Qin Feng was astonished. Didn't you go inside? Unfazed, Lin Wan directed her attention to Su Zian. You should ask Su Xiao. Qin Feng was bewildered, realizing that he had underestimated Su Zian's influence. He felt compelled to reevaluate Su Zian's capabilities. Regardless, the sight of his former love, Lin Wan, stirred something within him. He reached out, Wan. As he attempted to embrace her, he was met with a frosty gaze, one he had never encountered before. It felt as though he had been struck by a chill. Wan, believing Lin Wan was upset with him for not protecting her, he leaned closer to explain, I was in a precarious situation myself. To be fair, it's all Su Wanqing's fault. Also, I'm curious, your brother, didn't he pass away? How is he still alive? Qin Feng genuinely could not comprehend this. He held Lin Wan's waist and inquired, Are you reluctant to accept his death? Otherwise, how could he possibly still be alive after being reduced to ashes? Smack! In the next moment, Lin Wan raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap to Qin Feng's face. Stay away from me. I am not her. Qin Feng, stunned, covered his face and gazed at Lin Wan. Are you still angry with me? What do you mean by I am not her? Literally. Qin Feng felt as though the world had been turned upside down. It was as if the deceased Lin Shinian had resurrected, just as Lin Wan claimed she was not who she was. Finally, Su Zian interjected, she has a dual personality. Without allowing Qin Feng the opportunity to utter any further nonsense, Su Zian got straight to the point. Assist me with this matter, and upon its successful completion, I will grant you whatever you desire. Lin Wan nodded, understood. I know where he is. His possible haunts are quite limited. My brother is quite sentimental. Qin Feng inquired. So where is he? At our ancestral home. But isn't he from the capital? He moved here. His ancestors hailed from B City. B City, a small mountain village. Lin Shinian was in the fields foraging for wild vegetables. With the arrival of spring, many wild greens had begun to sprout, and he was foraging alongside a group of elderly women. This was known as wild fare, accompanied by various types of mushrooms. Lin Shinian gathered a basket of mushrooms, preparing to return home to cook mushroom soup. Yet he remained cautious, handing a basket of mushrooms to an elderly woman, saying, Grandma, could you help me check if any of these are poisonous? While engaging in conversation with an old friend, the grandmother reached into the basket, discarding the toxic mushrooms one by one. Lin Shinian squatted beside the basket, watching as she tossed them away incessantly. Eventually, only one mushroom remained. With a sigh of relief, he picked it up, thinking at least there is still one left. However, the grandmother mercilessly tossed that one as well, declaring, This one is tainted by the poison of the others. It's also inedible. Lin Shinian could only respond with silence. The grandmother continued, Young man, you should discard this basket. It's too toxic. Lin Shinian sighed again. All right, too toxic, just like my dismal life. He discarded the basket and, with a bundle of wild vegetables in hand, made his way to his newly purchased electric tricycle. Fortunately, the wild vegetables were safe. Otherwise, it would have been a fruitless afternoon of labor. As Lin Shinian settled into the tricycle and drove home, he hummed a tune. It had been 3 months since he arrived here, and life had grown easy and pleasant. Just last month, he was pleasantly surprised to find that his younger brother had also recovered. It seemed that life was gradually becoming hopeful. Indeed, the rural environment nourished the soul. While navigating the mountain road, Lin Shinian encountered another tricycle head-on and pulled over to the roadside. Suddenly, a realization struck him, prompting a sharp brake as he turned to look back at the other tricycle. However, it had already rounded a bend and vanished from sight. Wait, Lin Shinian wanted to turn around and pursue it, but in a moment of clumsiness, he steered his vehicle into a ditch. He abandoned the tricycle and dashed around the bend, yet the other tricycle was already fading into the distance. He was certain he had not mistaken it. A young boy sat there, staring vacantly, and for an instant, Lin Shinian nearly thought he was gazing into a mirror. How could he resemble him so closely? Unable to catch up, Lin Shinian returned to his tricycle stuck in the ditch. He pondered for a moment. This was his ancestral home, where generations of his family had lived. Perhaps it was a long-lost relative. It was not surprising to see someone who bore such a resemblance. After all, upon returning home, He had noticed that the elderly folks dressed similarly, and he felt they all looked alike. Perhaps, he mused, he had developed prosopagnosia. The incident did not linger in his mind. Lin Shinian jumped into the ditch and pushed the tricycle back onto the road. He parked the vehicle in front of his house, a quaint little courtyard he had purchased and renovated, adorned with white walls and red bricks. As he leaned the tricycle against the roadside, he heard voices coming from within the house, likely neighbors paying a visit. Thankfully, Lin Shinian often played the part of a poor man, appearing idle, and so far, no one had come to arrange a match for him. Indeed, in today's society, it seemed that wealth was far more important than appearances. Lin Shinian recently overheard a villager reprimanding a child, warning that if he did not study diligently as he grew up, he would end up like him, nearly 30 and still without a wife. This left the child envious, admiring Shinian's carefree existence, wishing to live a life devoid of work or educational obligations, even if it meant remaining unmarried. However, this dream was swiftly shattered by a stern reprimand from his mother. Lin Shinian had become a cautionary tale. "Mom, I gathered some wild vegetables." Before Lin Shinian could finish his sentence, he spotted Lin Wan in the courtyard, her eyes swollen and red from crying. His expression shifted instantly. Without hesitation, he retrieved his phone and rushed out to call the authorities. After reporting the incident and providing the address, he turned around to see Lin Wan, her eyes still teary, lamenting, "Brother, you remain so indifferent." A sense of foreboding washed over Lin Shinian. As he hopped onto a tricycle to escape, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. Turning back, he was met with the sight of a syringe plunged into his flesh. Initially, his shoulder went numb, followed by one side of his body, until the sensation spread throughout him. Lin Wan approached, wrapping her arms around him. Gritting his teeth, he managed to utter, "You." With a calm demeanor, she injected the remaining anesthetic from the syringe into Lin Shinian's body. It was not long before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 85. "So you are dead." Lin Shinian opened his eyes, only to find himself in a dilapidated temple, the outside filled with a cacophony of sounds. "Did you send the video and location to Su Wanqing?" Qin Feng inquired. "This matter must not be mishandled." "I have," came Lin Wan's somewhat indifferent reply. "Will my little Wan come out?" "I miss her a bit," Qin Feng asked again. Lin Wan responded with a note of sarcasm. "What difference does it make if she comes back? What can you offer her?" Qin Feng was evidently humiliated by her words. Lin Shinian couldn't help but sneer at the exchange. He realized that his hands and feet were not bound, and he turned to see if he could escape, only to discover that an iron chain was locked around his ankle, the other end wrapped around a stone pillar. He tugged desperately, only to find it impossible to break free. "Lin Wan," he shouted in frustration. She entered immediately, seemingly quite pleased. "Brother, you're awake. Don't call me brother. You're unworthy of it. What should I call you then?" Lin Shinian refused to engage in further banter. "What on earth are you doing? Tie me up in this wretched place?" "Brother, I've told you, I know your condition better than anyone. If you don't come to find me, I will come to find you." After a brief pause, she added, "Oh, by the way, Mom and Dad are here too." She tilted her head and smiled softly. Lin Shinian's gaze sharpened as he looked at her, and in a sudden rush, he lunged forward, seizing her by the throat. "Zhao Yu, you devil. I should never have asked Mom and Dad to save you. I could kill you right now." Lin Wan, despite being choked, displayed an unsettling excitement, as if the brink of death brought her a twisted sense of pleasure. To die at Lin Shinian's hands felt like an unattainable desire. Yet, that was not the reality. Qin Feng rushed over, delivering a fierce kick to Lin Shinian, but he refused to relent, seemingly impervious to the pain. His eyes were fixated only on Lin Wan's soon-to-be bruised face, filled with a palpable intent to kill. Qin Feng struck Lin Shinian with 2 more kicks. Lin Shinian's weakened state was evident. He coughed up blood, his vision blurring as he loosened his grip just slightly. Seizing the moment, Qin Feng rescued Lin Wan. Clutching her throat and gasping for air, she coughed violently as oxygen rushed in her lungs, her face turning from a pallid hue to a bright red. Between coughs, she remarked, "Cough, cough, brother, you have such a cruel heart," knowing well that I detest being called Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu is her former name, a name steeped in degradation, one that twisted her psyche with resentment. Why did she have to endure such hardship, struggling for a morsel of food or a dose of medicine, living a life less dignified than a stray dog begging on the streets? Why was she human and not a beast, when even beasts had more dignity than she? As she coughed, a tempest of hatred welled up in her eyes. Meanwhile, Qin Feng knelt beside her, patting her back. "Don't speak. Look at you coughing. Take it easy." Before he could finish a sentence, Lin Shinian had swung the iron chain around Qin Feng's neck, tightening his grip mercilessly. At the outset, Qin Feng struggled against the iron chains, but upon realizing his futile efforts, he reached out to Lin Wanwan for assistance. However, Lin Wanwan gradually ceased her coughing, her gaze coldly fixed on the scene before her. Clutching her throat, her voice rasped, "Why do you also call me Zhao Yu?" Lin Shinian tightened his grip on Qin Feng as he retorted, "Because that is indeed your name." A hint of anger flickered in Lin Wanwan's eyes as she rose from the ground, looking down at Lin Shinian, who was engaged in a battle of wills with Qin Feng. "So, my brother has never considered me family, which is why he can so easily forget my birthday?" Showering all his affection on that despicable Su Wan Qing. "I have nothing more to discuss with you, Zhao Yu. From this day forth, you and I are no longer connected in any way. By what right? Am I merely someone you can take home or cast aside at will? After all these years, I am no longer a mere beast. I am a human being. No one has the authority to determine my fate but myself." Lin Wanwan picked up a tranquilizer gun from the corner, aiming it at Lin Shinian, her voice seething with intensity. "I will never again awaken from nightmares, fearing abandonment. From now on, it is I who will choose to reject you." Lin Shinian felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, soon followed by a numbing sensation in his arm. He was toppled to the ground by a blow from Qin Feng, who seemed intent on continuing the assault until Lin Wanwan's commanding voice rang out, "Stop." Yet, Qin Feng ignored her, delivering another kick to Lin Shinian. In response, Lin Wanwan seized a stick from the corner and struck Qin Feng's head with all her might, declaring, "I told you to stop." Qin Feng clutched the back of his head, reeling from the blow. The force was so brutal that the stick splintered, blood flowing freely down his neck. Lin Shinian lay on the ground, gripping the keys he had pilfered from Qin Feng, and as they continued their altercation, he stealthily slipped them into his pocket. He then mocked them, laughing heartily until he succumbed to unconsciousness. When Lin Shinian regained consciousness, the night had fully descended, and he found himself alone. He used the keys to unlock his restraints and cautiously surveyed his surroundings, realizing that the area outside the dilapidated temple was teeming with people, a poor moment for an escape. In the distance, a bonfire flickered, casting a warm glow where Lin Wanwan sat, with Qin Feng, bandaged on his forehead, by her side, offering her roasted sweet potatoes. Lin Wanwan accepted the offering, and the two displayed no signs of discord. Lin Shinian observed, surprised at Qin Feng's restraint. After being struck so fiercely by Lin Wanwan, he was now peeling sweet potatoes for her. Perhaps, after being incapacitated, he had lost his temper. Sensing something, Lin Wanwan glanced in his direction, prompting Lin Shinian to quickly conceal himself. He returned, relocking the chains, determined to wait for the opportune moment to flee. Leaning against the wall, he sat in silence until Lin Wanwan entered again, carrying a boxed meal, which she placed before him. "Brother, have some," she urged, her tone lacking the previous animosity, reverting to her former demeanor. Lin Shinian, however, did not take the food. She persisted, nudging it closer. "Eat, I assure you. It's not poisoned." She seemed to imply something, and then added, "I am not afraid, even if I poison brother." Lin Shinian raised his gaze, refusing to utter a single word to her, nor did he touch the item she offered. Lin Nuanyuan took a seat, fixing her eyes on Lin Shinian. "Brother, I actually want to share a secret with you." Lin Shinian covered his ears, declining to listen. Unfortunately, no matter how tightly he shut them, he could still hear Lin Nuanyuan's voice. She continued, "Brother, in truth, I would never harm you. How could I possibly do something as terrible as causing your organs to fail?" She added, "Therefore, what I injected you with back then was not a new drug to make you faint. It was a substance to preserve a corpse from decaying. Chapter 86. Spare me. Lin Shinian abruptly turned his gaze towards Lin Wanwan, and soon he mocked her. What trickery are you attempting now? Lin Wanwan, appearing somewhat weary from her squatting position, sat down on the ground, wrapping her arms around her knees as she looked at Lin Shinian. I am genuinely curious, brother, how you managed to survive. It is rather perplexing. You commit no acts of harm against me, yet have taken my life. Does that seem rational to you? Perhaps you possess some immortal ability, returning no matter how many times I attempt to kill you. Oh, and hasn't the hospital confirmed that your body can self-repair? Have you lost your sanity entirely? Perhaps, she mused, resting her head upon her knees. She quietly observed Lin Shinian before continuing. In truth, I have come to regret my actions. I lament having killed you. Though you may no longer leave me in death, your silence is overwhelming, as if I am the sole inhabitant of this world. Lin Wanwan chuckled softly. In comparison to that, I far prefer the current version of my brother. Yet she appeared troubled. I must ponder where to begin in developing a new drug that will ensure your compliance. It seems utterly impossible, lest you decide to kill me again. No, there must be a way. Once I assist Su Zian in dealing with Su Wanqing, I shall possess my own laboratory. You are quite foolish, brother. What you deem impossible does not preclude my ability to achieve it. Moreover, should I fail, it matters not, for you will not perish, thus granting me the freedom to pursue my endeavors. I will strangle you. He would not die, but he would certainly feel no pain. Lin Wanwan leaned back, placing herself beyond Lin Shinian's reach, and laughed heartily. At that moment, Qin Feng arrived, visibly anxious. Su Wanqing's people have arrived, demanding we surrender Lin Shinian, or face dire consequences. Lin Wanwan tilted her head to regard Qin Feng. The shareholders' meeting is tomorrow, is it not? They arrived rather swiftly. How troublesome. It seems I must devise a plan to delay them. You take some people and lure her towards where my parents are held. Understood. Qin Feng turned and departed. Lin Shinian had not anticipated that their parents were not confined in the same place, exhibiting remarkable cunning. They had secured 2 separate locations. Su Wanqing was heading to rescue his parents, and Lin Shinian felt a twinge of unease. Surely, nothing untoward would occur. As he pondered this, Lin Shinian's eyelids twitched violently, instilling him with an ominous premonition. He gazed sharply at Lin Wanwan. If you have any intentions, direct them at me. Have you reflected honestly? During the years since they adopted you, our parents have been nothing short of meticulous, perhaps even indulgent towards you. They have wronged you in no regard. Lin Wanwan nodded. Rest assured, brother, as long as you comply, I will ensure Su Wanqing rescues our parents, safeguarding their well-being. Lin Shinian spent the night in restless contemplation, observing as the sky gradually darkened and the sun rose anew, enveloped by the dense mist of the mountains. Feeling discomfort from the damp air, it was likely around 8 or 9 in the morning. Qin Feng had yet to return, and Lin Wanwan's expression grew increasingly grim, as if she had sensed something amiss, prompting her to immediately issue the command to retreat. At that moment, someone rushed in to inform that Su Wanqing had arrived with her entourage. Lin Wanwan and the others stepped outside, facing off against each other. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Shinian was certain that no one from either side would dare to shoot him. He unlocked the door with his key and dashed out, fleeing into the dense woods. Su Wanqing was the first to spot Lin Shinian. As soon as he bolted, her gaze fixated on him, only to swiftly retract it a moment later, fearing detection by Lin Wanwan. Nevertheless, Lin Wanwan sensed something amiss, turning around just in time to catch a glimpse of Lin Shinian's retreating figure. Accompanied by the sound of a gunshot, a skirmish erupted nearby. Lin Shinian, terrified, did not dare to look back. He plunged headlong into the forest, frantically escaping. Someone was in pursuit, yet Lin Shinian was oblivious to their identity and did not dare to glance back, as the terrain was too treacherous. He could not discern whether it was Lin Wanwan or Su Wanqing. If forced to choose, he would prefer it to be Su Wanqing chasing after him. Ideally, however, he wished for neither to catch up, allowing him to flee unscathed. Su Wanqing relentlessly pursued Lin Shinian, calling out, "Lin Shinian, stop." It was indeed Su Wanqing. Yet Lin Shinian quickened his pace. Although he hoped it was Su Wanqing in pursuit, he did not wish for her to overtake him. He sprinted with all his might. It was only when Su Wanqing stumbled and fell that she could no longer keep up, desperately shouting, "Your parents have been taken by Qin Feng. Where are you running off to? Aren't you going to save them?" Lin Shinian finally halted, turning to glance at the fallen Su Wanqing. She leaned against a nearby tree, struggling to her feet. "Come back. Let's discuss how to rescue your parents." She extended her hand toward Lin Shinian, saying, "What are you afraid of? It's just that you disappeared for 3 months. I'm not angry. I'm just glad to see you. Come over." Lin Shinian regarded Su Wanqing. Despite her seemingly affectionate demeanor, an unsettling chill coursed through him. He felt as though she was luring him into a trap. Yet, with his parents in peril, he hesitated, tentatively approaching Su Wanqing. In the next instant, she lunged at him, tackling him to the ground. Lin Shinian shouted, "Are you deceiving me again? How many more times do you intend to trick me?" "Su Wanqing, where are my parents? Stop this." Lin Shinian, still hurting from Qin Feng's brutal kicks, found himself unable to push her away, his furious voice echoing through the forest, startling numerous birds into flight. The bodyguards who had been pursuing them glanced at the two entangled figures and promptly turned away. Su Wanqing, having been pushed aside, drew closer again, ultimately stripping off her jacket to bind his neck to a small tree. Before Lin Shinian could frantically tug at the bindings, his hands were ensnared by his trousers. "Wait, Su Wanqing, what are you doing? Let me go." Su Wanqing merely sat atop him, pressing down on his legs. With her hair disheveled, she gazed at Lin Shinian and said, "Let's have a child. That way, you won't vanish without a trace whenever you run away. Even if you pay me child support, at least I would hear from you every month, wouldn't I?" She leaned closer, her expression one of deep grievance. "Do you have any idea how I've spent these past 3 months? Have you been well? I have entered into matrimony and embarked on a new chapter of my life. I implore you to release me." Su Wanqing fixed her gaze upon Lin Shinian for a prolonged moment, as if grappling with the reality of the situation, before pressing the gun to his temple. "Repeat that," she demanded. Lin Shinian met her glare with unwavering composure. "I have stated that I am married. We celebrated our union last month. My wife is a remarkably innocent girl, and we are deeply in love. I cannot bear to inflict pain upon her. Therefore, I beseech you to cease your torment." Su Wanqing's fingers trembled with emotion, yet ultimately, she simply retaliated by striking Lin Shinian's face with the butt of the gun. Chapter 87. I am pregnant. Heaven won't let you die, how deceitful. I have been diligently investigating your affairs. Your marriage is not something I could possibly overlook. Su Wanqing grasped Lin Shinian's face tightly. You are becoming increasingly disobedient, and your lies wound my heart so deeply. It is imperative that I administer a proper punishment. It seems you have recovered. You profess not to love me, yet even your physiological attraction suffices. Lin Shinian, I am about to inflict pain upon you. Su Wanqing fastened the buttons of her shirt and glanced at her watch. 15 minutes. It's been quite a while, hasn't it? How swiftly time passes. Reflect on your actions. This is not my concern. Perhaps I was a bit hasty. Lin Shinian's expression was one of profound dismay. Su Wanqing reached out and touched the bruise on his face. For now, I shall let this go, but next time you must satisfy me, otherwise, I shall impose additional discomfort upon you. Lin Shinian brushed aside Su Wanqing's hand, pushing her away and rising from the ground. He turned to leave, but Su Wanqing called after him, I won't torment you any longer. Accompany me, and I shall take you to rescue your parents. With a swift motion, Su Wanqing parted the bushes, leading Lin Shinian through. The assistant was already waiting nearby with bodyguards. Upon receiving a glance from Su Wanqing, the assistant approached respectfully, reporting, We have located them. The coordinates point to the edge of cliff. He continued sharing details with Su Wanqing, mentioning the number of captives taken and how they had deliberately isolated Qin Feng and Lin Nuanyuan, leaving them with no escape route. Lin Shinian, anxious and urgent, inquired, How we get there? No sooner had he asked than a thunderous roar erupted. He looked up, squinting against the fierce winds generated by the descending helicopter, raising his hand to shield his eyes. Once aboard the helicopter, Lin Shinian peered down at the diminishing landscape below. He crouched at the door, the overcast sky ominous, as if heralding an impending storm. Just moments ago, The sun had shone brightly. The weather in the mountains could change so dramatically. Fists clenched in worry. Lin Shinian thought of his mother, whose health had deteriorated following surgery. Fortunately, her eyelids no longer twitched. Perhaps there was no omen, merely a lack of rest. Upon arriving at the cliff, Lin Shinian's heart sank as he beheld his bound parents, with Qin Feng aiming a gun at them as hostages. Lin Nuanyuan leaned against a rock, seemingly resting with her eyes closed, or perhaps waiting for someone. Hearing the helicopter's roar, Lin Nuanyuan lifted her gaze and spotted Lin Shinian. As the helicopter landed and the noise subsided, Lin Shinian descended the ladder. He looked directly at Lin Nuanyuan, then at his weary parents. Fury surged within him. "What are your demands?" Lin Nuanyuan rose, her eyes narrowing as she noticed the ambiguous love bite on Lin Shinian's collar. Her smile was icy. "She has betrayed you so openly, and yet you still harbor feelings for her. Lin Shinian, you fool, still so infatuated, neglecting the safety of our parents to be with her." Lin Nuanyuan raised her weapon, aiming it at Lin Shinian. At this moment, "I believe it would be better if you were dead." Su Wanqing stood before Lin Shinian, negotiating with Lin Wanwan. "If he dies, you will gain nothing, and you shall also meet your demise." Lin Wanwan narrowed her eyes. "Then you may as well perish." Yet, despite her words, the gun she raised was ultimately lowered. She gazed at Lin Shinian, declaring, "I will not pull the trigger. You may push her aside and take the hit yourself." Lin Shinian's voice remained unwavering. "You may attempt it." Suddenly, Lin Wanwan unleashed a torrent of curses upon Lin Shinian. "You fool, you imbecile, after all these years. You have shown no growth. I should end your life. Only then would you behave." After a prolonged tirade, seemingly exhausted, she proposed, "Change the hostage. You come with me, and I shall ensure my parents' safety." Su Wanqing immediately countered, "No." Lin Shinian promptly agreed, "Fine." "No." Su Wanqing insisted, gripping Lin Shinian's wrist. He looked at her, his demeanor surprisingly gentle. "What are you afraid of? She would not dare harm me. If she intended to, she would have shot you already." Then, Lin Shinian leaned closer, whispering words only they could hear. "The safety of my parents is paramount. As long as they are in your hands, I will find a way back. But should any misfortune befall them due to your interference, Su Wanqing, I will harbor resentment towards you for eternity." This exchange resembled the intimate murmurs of lovers. Yet each word bore a chilling coldness. As he pried her fingers from his wrist one by one, just before departing, Su Wanqing pressed a gun into his hand. "For every shot you fire, I will manage the aftermath. Human lives be damned." Lin Shinian, however, discarded the weapon. He knew Lin Wanwan would not permit him to carry it. With his hands open, he slowly advanced towards Lin Wanwan. Upon reaching her, Lin Wanwan instructed Qin Feng, "Release my parents. Come here, we are leaving." Qin Feng untied Lin's father and mother, his tone laced with impatience. "Get lost." Unexpectedly, Lin's father seized Qin Feng by the neck, while Lin's mother wrested the gun from Qin Feng's grasp, aiming it at his head. "Lin Wanwan, release Lin Shinian, or I will take his life." "Mother, I never imagined you would falter in killing a mere chicken, yet dare to take a life. Hurry, turn yourself in. In court, my parents will plead for you, and they will visit you thereafter. Clearly, they failed in your upbringing. Lin Wanwan, how many more times must you harm your brother? Do not continue down this path. What have I done wrong? The fault lies with my brother." Bang! As if I care for his existence. What is he to me? Lin Wanwan fired. A gaping wound appeared in Qin Feng's chest, blood splattering across Lin's mother's face, causing her to drop the gun in fright. Usually timid, she screamed in terror, clutching her chest as Lin's father rushed to her aid, fumbling for a quick-acting heart medication. As he struggled with the pills, another gunshot rang out. He looked up to find Lin's mother collapsing into his arms, blood blooming from her heart, rapidly staining him as well. Yet Qin Feng, who had not yet succumbed to death, glared with crimson eyes, filled with hatred, brandishing a gun aimed at Lin Fu. However, he was struck by Lin Wanwan's bullet, which pierced his forehead, extinguishing his life entirely. Lin Shinian attempted to rush forward, but was firmly restrained by Lin Wanwan, who struggled to contain her own strength. In a display of authority, she shot him in the leg, admonishing, "Be obedient, brother." Cease your actions. In a fit of anger, Su Wanqing directed the dark muzzles of all the guns towards Lin Wanwan. Unfazed, Lin Wanwan commanded, "Hurry, leave the helicopter behind," and everyone retreat. She then pressed her gun against Lin Shinian's temple, imploring, "Brother, be honest. Do you wish to witness our father's demise?" Lin Shinian's eyes blazed with fury, his body trembling with rage, seemingly oblivious to the pain in his leg. He rose and shouted at Su Wanqing, "Step back." Lin Fu, initially engulfed in hysterical grief over his wife, soon set down Lin Mu and took up his gun, advancing towards Lin Wanwan. Lin Shinian protested, "Father, do not approach. Please calm down. I am fine. I will be all right." Yet, Lin Fu raised his weapon, aiming it at Lin Wanwan. In contrast to the pain and hatred reflected in Lin Fu and Lin Shinian's eyes, Lin Wanwan's gaze was devoid of emotion, as if the life extinguished moments ago belonged to mere animals, a cat or a dog. Without faltering, Lin Fu fired at Lin Wanwan, but his aim faltered, the bullet missing its target. However, Lin Wanwan was not so careless. In the next instant, a shot rang out, striking Lin Fu in the knee. Compared to the bullet that grazed Lin Shinian's calf, this injury was far more excruciating. "No, please, father, stop. Su Wanning, summon someone to take my father away." Yet, Lin Fu appeared impervious to pain as he advanced towards Lin Wanwan. Another shot was fired, this time grazing Lin Wanwan's cheek and drawing a line of blood. Unperturbed, she fired once more, hitting Lin Fu in the opposite knee. "Enough, Lin Wanwan. If you wish to kill me, then do it." Lin Shinian lunged to seize Lin Wanwan's gun, only to hear another gunshot. Turning back, he discovered Lin Fu collapsed on the ground, a large pool of blood spreading beneath him. In a frenzy, Lin Shinian tackled Lin Wanwan, attempting to wrest the gun from her grasp. To make him comply, she fired repeatedly, some shots missing while others struck Lin Shinian. Yet, in his madness, he seemed impervious to pain and finally wrested the weapon from Lin Wanwan's hands. However, when he aimed for her forehead, it was to discover the gun was empty. No bullets remained. In a swift motion, Lin Wanwan drew a knife, slicing it across Lin Shinian's eye. As he recoiled in agony, she pushed him away and retrieved a fresh gun from behind her waist, pointing it at him. Lin Shinian clutched his eye, trembling from the pain. Lin Wanwan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. "You wish to kill me. You all wish to kill me. Therefore, I shall be the first to end your lives." She pulled the trigger, and Lin Shinian braced for death. Yet, all he heard was the bullet whizzing past his ear. Dazed, he lifted his gaze, and amidst a crimson haze, he beheld Lin Fu lunging at Lin Wanwan, both plunging over the cliff together. Lin Shinian opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged. How could this be? Was it merely a dream? Surely, all of this must be a nightmare. He must have misjudged the situation. Perhaps his eyesight had failed him. Realizing the gravity of the moment, Lin Shinian lunged towards the cliff, only to be tightly embraced by Su Wanqing, who urgently urged, "Calm down. We need a tranquilizer, quickly." In a fit of rage, Lin Shinian bit down hard on Su Wanqing's arm, the taste of iron filling his mouth. His hatred reached a boiling point. He loathed himself for being soft-hearted, for allowing his parents to adopt Zhao Yu, despite their warnings. It was his stubbornness that had led to this. It was all his fault, entirely his fault. Yet, Su Wanqing seemed impervious to the pain of his biting, as she held him close, as if she understood his turmoil, whispering softly, "It is not your fault. None of this is your fault. Everything will be all right. Just sleep, and it will all be better." A month later, Lin Shinian jolted awake once more from a nightmare, turning his head to expel a copious amount of blood. Through his remaining vision, everything appeared shrouded in a thick fog. Even a hospital room perpetually illuminated. Brighter than day, he could no longer discern anything clearly. Someone beside him offered a glass of water. "You're awake, drink some water." It was not Su Wanqing, for he had dismissed her far too many times. Nor was it the voice of a male nurse. It belonged to Qin Xiao. Lin Shinian felt he should greet her, yet merely waking up felt like a monumental effort as he lay on the hospital bed, aware that his days were numbered. Qin Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, previously encouraging him to adopt a more optimistic outlook, as there was still a glimmer of hope. However, at this moment, she dared not offer further encouragement. It felt akin to watching a dying man, their heart heavy with sorrow. She wished for his survival, but felt utterly powerless. Despite having witnessed countless lives and deaths, she found it difficult to come to terms with this reality. Just a month prior, Lin Shinian had been vibrant and full of life. In the span of a mere month, he had withered away. Lin Shinian had never truly contemplated death, yet in his stupor, it felt as though he had pondered much, or perhaps nothing at all. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself unable to eat, constantly vomiting blood. He sensed his time was drawing to a close. Lin Wanwan had once said he was already akin to a dead man. If only he had truly passed then, it would have been better. Had he not harbored hatred towards Su Wanqing and Qin Feng, and simply succumbed, perhaps his parents would not have suffered. Yet now, even his hatred seemed directed solely at himself. How tragically pitiful. Qin Xiao gazed at Lin Shinian, whose eyes were closed, uncertain if he was awake or had slipped back into slumber. In her silence, Lin Shinian finally spoke, his voice hoarse from disuse. "Thank you for coming to see me every day. I still possess some assets, and upon my demise, there will be no one to inherit them. I know raising 2 daughters alone is arduous, so I will leave it to you." Suddenly, Qin Xiao felt a wave of emotion, her nose tingling, her eyes reddening. After a moment of silence, she replied, "Then I cannot accept this without reciprocity. Let's marry. This way, I can rightfully inherit your estate and assist you in avenging your ex-wife. Indeed, she is my ex-girlfriend. What of it?" Lin Shinian appeared to ponder for a moment, yet the ache in his head was overwhelming. Finally, he spoke, "If you believe that this will justify your taking my money, then let it be so." Qin Xiao was taken aback, her tears escaping uncontrollably. How could there exist such a fool in this world? Still considering her even at this juncture? Overwhelmed with emotion, she opened the hospital door and fled to an empty corridor to weep for a while. Upon encountering Su Wanqing, she raised her hand to stop her. "You cannot go in. He does not wish to see you." Su Wanqing disregarded her, and her assistant blocked Qin Xiao's path. Su Wanqing pushed open the hospital door, her face alight with joy as she announced to Lin Shinian, "I am pregnant. The doctor says there are 2 children. Lin Shinian, you have family again in this world." She grasped his frail hand, her eyes brimming with tears as she implored him, "Please live. You may despise me, but after the children are born, I can leave, as long as you are willing to survive. This time, I will obey your every wish." Su Wanqing was radiant with happiness. "I have consulted the doctor, and as long as you possess the will to live, your body will have the ability to heal itself. By cooperating with the doctors, miracles can occur. You see, fate has its design. Heaven is reluctant to let you perish." She lifted the ultrasound report, showing it to Lin Shinian. "Look, this is your child." Chapter 88. He died again. This time for real. Lin Shinian extended his hand, and Su Wanqing placed the ultrasound report into his palm. However, Lin Shinian tore it apart without hesitation, flinging the remnants at Su Wanqing's face before spitting up blood twice. Clutching his chest, he declared, "Do not say that I cannot see it. Even if I could, I would not desire it." Su Wanqing gazed at the shredded report, her heart feeling as though it had been ripped apart. Lin Shinian, still holding his chest, called out, "Qin Xiao, come in." Witnessing his bloodied state, Su Wanqing, despite her profound heartache, steadied him. "All right, do not be angry. I will have the bodyguard let her in." Soon, Qin Xiao hurried in. Lin Shinian reached out. Qin Xiao hesitated for a mere moment before grasping his hand firmly. Su Wanqing watched their intertwined fingers, seething with anger, her eyes reddening as she fixed her gaze upon them. After a couple of coughs, Lin Shinian spoke, "I already have a wife and child. Her child is mine, and this is genuine. We'll go to register this afternoon." Su Wanqing, "Please cease your entanglement. I am on the brink of death and merely wish for some tranquility. But we have a child too. Do you not want him?" Su Wanqing's voice trembled as she collapsed on the ground, tears cascading down her cheeks. She looked at Lin Shinian, her voice breaking. "I do not know what to do, Lin Shinian. You must tell me what to do." You will not die, will you? Suddenly, she burst into tears, filling the hospital room with her heart-wrenching cries, utterly overwhelmed. In the past, Lin Shinian would have been deeply pained by her sorrow. He had loved her profoundly. Yet now, all he felt was annoyance at the noise, his brow furrowing in displeasure. His eyes, devoid of any luster, turned gently towards Qin Xiao as he spoke in an unprecedentedly tender tone. Wife, upon hearing that familiar term of endearment, Su Wanqing lifted her tear-streaked eyes, only to behold the most unwelcome sight of her life. Lin Shinian, tenderly caring for another woman, addressing her with an affection that surpassed his own for Su Wanqing. Lin Shinian commanded, "Escort Miss Su out." In a fit of rage, Su Wanqing rushed forward, pushing Qin Xiao aside and throwing herself upon Lin Shinian, disregarding everything as she embraced him. "Lin Shinian, how cruel you are! How can you have no heart and treat me this way?" Her fury was palpable, yet as she held the frail figure of Lin Shinian, who seemed to be little more than bone, she refrained from squeezing too tightly. He pushed her away by her shoulders. When she refused to let go, he turned his head in anger and coughed up blood. Qin Xiao, filled with sympathy, intervened, gently pulling Su Wanqing away. Seeing her distressed state, she could not bring herself to blame her. Her gaze fell upon Su Wanqing's abdomen. Finally, she said, "Miss Su, perhaps you should step outside to calm down. Your emotions are too unstable, which is not good for the child. I can convey any messages if you wish." Qin Xiao's tone was gentle, almost soothing. Yet, Su Wanqing merely stared at Lin Shinian. Qin Xiao continued, "Since you entered, he has spat blood 3 times. Do you truly wish to provoke him to the point of death today?" Su Wanqing wiped away the tears streaming down her face and spoke to Lin Shinian. "As long as you are willing to live, even if it means marrying another woman and calling her your wife, I promise I will never see you again or disturb you." As she uttered these final words, her lips trembled uncontrollably, yet she suppressed her emotions to convey them. Lin Shinian's cough ceased abruptly. Although he could not see her, he turned in her direction and replied, "All right." Tremors coursed through Su Wanqing's entire being as she clenched her fingers tightly and echoed, "All right." She concluded, "We both shall hold true to our words." She turned to leave, but glanced back at Lin Shinian, her eyes brimming with tears. Ultimately, she closed her eyes, withdrew her gaze, and allowed 2 tears to fall for him, after which she ceased to cry. Exhausted, she gathered all her strength to exit the hospital room, only to collapse onto the floor. Her assistant rushed over, deeply concerned, to support her. Su Wanqing had no more tears left. It seemed she had drained every last drop. She merely stated, "I have lost him completely, without any hope of retrieval." "Miss, the ground is cold. Please rise," her assistant urged, helping her to her feet. With a bittersweet smile, she replied, "As long as he lives well, my suffering shall serve as compensation for him, even if it means never seeing him again." Su Wanqing pushed her assistant away and staggered forward, her hand resting on her abdomen, but ultimately she fainted. Su Wanqing kept her promise, never again disturbing Lin Shinian in the following month. Remarkably, Lin Shinian's condition seemed to improve. He no longer coughed up blood and could consume small amounts of food. Qin Xiao sometimes wheeled him into the hospital garden to bask in the sunlight and breathe fresh air. Lin Shinian's eyes glimmered when they caught the sunlight, and he would instinctively shield them with his hand. Occasionally, he would listen to the sound of rain pounding against the hospital corridors, finding solace in solitude. Qin Xiao stood behind him, draping a coat over his shoulders before walking over to close the window. Lin Shinian's ears perked up as he said, "Wife, does this title come with responsibility?" "Of course it does," she replied, crouching down to hold his hand. "You must take care of your health." Looking down, Lin Shinian remarked, "I haven't even met your daughter yet. What does she look like? Is she as beautiful and adorable as you?" "Yes, even more so," she responded. "Is she well behaved?" "Sometimes a bit mischievous, but often very obedient." Lin Shinian appeared to reminisce about the loving image and smiled. "That sounds wonderful. Do you wish to meet her?" "Not really. Perhaps it's better not to. But it's all right. She already knows about you and is eager to meet you." Qin Xiao held Lin Shinian's hand against her cheek and inquired, "When shall we go to register our marriage?" "I feel great today." Let us do it this afternoon. You should dress up a bit. All right. The hospital staff and patients looked on in astonishment as Qin Xiao, adorned in a wedding dress and carrying a suitcase, made her entrance. However, instead of the initial gossip surrounding her, they now regarded her with a gaze filled with compassion and pain. Everyone was aware that her most beloved man resided in the VIP room at the end of the corridor, a man of few words yet remarkable gentleness. Yet, all were also acutely aware that this man was nearing the end of his life. Qin quietly pushed open the door to the ward and was taken aback by Lin Shinian's unprecedented vitality. She approached him, gently touched his forehead, confirming that he did not have a fever. Lowering her head, she said, "I brought our daughter to see you." Lin Shinian smiled softly and replied, "Unfortunately, I cannot see her, but I have prepared 2 red envelopes, one for each of you." Qin quietly accepted them and placed them on the bedside table. She then set down the airline case and released 2 plump tabby cats, which, unperturbed, began to explore their surroundings, both leaping onto the bed and settling atop Lin Shinian. Chapter 89. He has died again. This time it is for real. Together, they weighed nearly 20 pounds. Qin Xiao immediately said, "Get down, don't crush your father." It's all right. Not heavy at all. Where is it here?" Lin Shinian reached out to touch. Qin Xiao guided his hand to the kitten's head. "I'm sorry, actually my daughter is." But Lin Shinian smiled gently. "Ah, she must be very adorable, resembling you." "All right, I am feeling unwell. You should take them out, don't frighten them." Qin Xiao froze. How could Lin Shinian not recognize it was a kitten unless he had lost his sense of touch? Lin Shinian continued, "By the way, can we postpone the marriage registration? I'm a bit tired and would like to sleep for a while." Qin Xiao seemed to grasp something. She covered her mouth tightly to stifle her tears. After a long while, Lin Shinian added, "Please don't be angry, I'll just rest for a bit. Today has been wonderful. I feel no pain, and I can't resist the drowsiness. How about this, in 5 minutes, please wake me up?" Qin Xiao bit her arm, tasting the metallic tang of blood, and then, as gentle and calm as ever, replied, "All right." She sat by the bed, allowing him to lean against her, and said, "If you are tired, then sleep." "MHM." Lin Shinian lay in her embrace, slowly closing his eyes. Qin Xiao recalled how he looked when they first met, with that rebellious demeanor. And then he lay there like a lifeless body, filled with 4 fluids, drifting in and out of consciousness on that bed, waiting for the day when he would finally succumb. She thought of choosing a comfortable way to die. Perhaps she would travel and pass away along the journey. After all, one only lives once. Alternatively, she imagined dying at home, in her familiar bed. She had once wished to die in the arms of the woman she loved most, yet she had no wife, and her greatest love was long gone. He had become the very essence of what he despised, yet he accepted it all with tranquility until death arrived. Lin Shinian, if there were a next life, I hope it is filled with joy, devoid of such suffering. Even at the point of death, he was still planning for her, fearing he would burden her. In the next life, I must be a tad more selfish and love myself well. A thunderclap resounded outside. Su Wanqing abruptly awoke, her heart racing. She rose, only to knock over a glass of water, shattering it into countless pieces. Her phone began to vibrate on the table. Su Wanqing, and Su Zian's venomous voice cut through. "Sister, I just received news from the hospital. Brother-in-law has just passed away. I am devastated by this sorrowful news." Before Su Zian could finish, Su Wanqing had already dropped her phone to the ground. The high-quality device remained intact, but Su Zian's words continued. "It is truly heartbreaking. The moment I learned of this, I rushed to inform you. I feared that the people around you might not understand. Worried about your struggles with the twins and might hesitate to tell you. Wouldn't that leave you with a lifetime of regret?" Su Wanqing, however, could no longer afford to bicker with Su Zian. She dashed out of the president's office in a frenzy. "A deceiver. A colossal fraud. I have upheld my promise. Why you still deceive me? Is this my retribution?" Soaked to the skin, Su Wanqing made her way to the morgue, where Qin Xiao was weeping inconsolably. Approaching her, Su Wanqing clenched the white cloth tightly and slowly lifted a corner. She believed she had no more tears left, yet in that moment, she broke down in heart-wrenching sobs. 7 days later, As Qin Xiaoqiao insisted that Lin Shinian's dying wish was to be buried with his parents, she urged Su Wanqing to honor his final request. Reluctantly, Su Wanqing acquiesced. She accepted that Lin Shinian, who would never return to life, was to be sent to the crematorium. As she watched him being pushed into the incinerator, she surged forward, only to be tightly restrained by Qin Xiaoqiao. "Miss Su, let him go in peace," Qin Xiaoqiao implored gently. "You must also take care not to be overwhelmed by sorrow. There is still his child within you. Why should I care for a child when he is gone?" Su Wanqing knelt helplessly on the ground, addressing Qin Xiaoqiao. "How can you share my grief? I was with him for 7 years of love. You were together for less than 7 months. How could you possibly comprehend my feelings? What were your intentions during those 7 years that led you to deceive, toy with, and betray him? Did he ever treat you poorly or err in any way? No, it was all my fault. It was my fault. I deserve to die." Su Wanqing stood up abruptly, forcefully striking her head against the wall, only to be yanked back by Qin Xiaoqiao. "Calm yourself," Qin Xiaoqiao said, looking at her. "He did cherish children, did he not?" "No, he did not," Su Wanqing replied despondently. "He would not have cherished my child if he truly did not care. He would have urged you to terminate the pregnancy, yet he never mentioned it. Is that true? Is that truly the case?" Not only had he never mentioned the child, but he had also completely disregarded Su Wanqing, as if she were non-existent. Nonetheless, Qin Xiaoqiao, unable to bear it, nodded in affirmation. Visions of Lin Shinian's face danced before Su Wanqing's eyes, drawing her into a reverie. "Come on, dear, we have been married for 5 years now. Let us have a baby. I do not wish to bear a child. My classmate's son is already in kindergarten. So adorable. Let me show you. How annoying. I do not want to see. When I say no, I mean no. Do you not understand? Very well. If you do not want to, then we shall not. Please do not be angry, my dear. I just think that if we had a daughter, she would be so lovely, sweetly calling us mommy and daddy. That would make me so happy. Are you not happy now? Is your happiness contingent upon having children? If I do not wish to give birth, will you divorce me? How could I? You're my priority above all else. If you do not want to have children, then so be it. I now realize I do not desire children as much as I thought. Children can be quite troublesome. If we had a daughter, she would grow up and be taken away, just like that. If we had a son, and he were ungrateful, he might even strike me and pull out my oxygen tube when I grow old. What then? The decision against having children has been made. My wife has considered everything more thoroughly than I. My dearest wife, my love for you knows no bounds." Su Wanqing reached out, as if attempting to touch the essence of her past love through the veil of air. Yet all she encountered was the cold, oppressive atmosphere of a funeral home. Inside the crematorium, the staff communicated in their work group. Employee 1, shock, 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 Mr. Lin has been reduced to ashes. Employee 2, what a commotion. Can't we just collect the ashes? Employee 1, terror, I'm utterly terrified. No, 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 it's worse than that. There's nothing left, not even the ashes. Chapter 90, the collapse begins. Employee 3, is it possible that there isn't a single handful left? Employee 1, not even a grain. In terror, what shall we do? Will Miss Su take us down with her? Manager, our only option now is to fabricate some false evidence. Employee 1, in horror, steal someone else's ashes? Manager, in fury, you fool. I meant to find some similar chemical substance as a substitute. Never mind, just wait. I will come to you. We cannot offend the person outside. For years later, Lin Shinian abruptly pushed open the coffin lid, rising from within and gazing around the dilapidated, time-worn house. He turned to see a modest mourning hall draped in white cloth, filled predominantly with elderly attendees. Some were hosting the guests, inviting them to sit and partake in a meal, yet the atmosphere lacked sorrow. Instead, people gathered to gossip while they awaited the banquet. The room was dimly lit, contrasting with the sunlit courtyard outside, indicative of a winter's day, where everyone was clad in heavy garments. Only one youth, clad in a blue and white school uniform, knelt on the grass mat, tossing paper money into the fire pit before the coffin while occasionally wiping away tears. Lin Shinian realized he recognized none of the people surrounding him. What was happening? Could it be the fabled phenomenon of transmigration? A narrative unfolding? System. Lin Shinian exclaimed. examining his slender, fair hands, which felt oddly familiar, almost reminiscent of his own. How could this be? I am dead. Surely, this was a soul transference, inhabiting another's body. In his mind, Lin Shinian screamed desperately. Activate the divine rich man system. Where are you, system brother? Come forth and explain this. Yet, his frantic pleas yielded no response. Instead, the cacophony outside mingled with the boy's weeping, growing ever clearer. He has passed away. Little Lin is finally liberated, no longer burdened by a foolish older brother. Indeed, it was tragic. Little Lin, so talented, trapped in such a family. His mother had fled, his father succumbed to a cerebral hemorrhage from drinking, leaving him to care for an older brother who had been simple-minded since birth. How pitiful, forced to divide his scholarship to make ends meet. Just last month, he had been seen washing dishes at a restaurant after school, reportedly juggling multiple jobs. Reflecting on his own ungrateful son, the speaker felt a surge of frustration. His second uncle, equally short-sighted, neglected his familial duties, believing his wife should manage the household. Little Lin is so clever. Surely he will remember to help once he achieves success, the speaker mused. Yet, I see his second uncle feigning enthusiasm, only eager for monetary gifts. How disgraceful. Lin Shinian gathered the pertinent information. He had seemingly transmigrated into a family steeped in poverty, with a younger brother, a mother who had abandoned them, a deceased father, and a second uncle of dubious character. The original owner of this body was simple-minded, having been so since childhood, and shared the same surname, Lin. Lin Shinian accepted his circumstances with a sense of tranquility, understanding that he was not a fool and lacked the memories of the original owner. It seemed the original owner had met an untimely demise, perhaps from fall. Lin Shinian touched his head, finding no wounds or bandages. Regardless, he could feign amnesia. Being no longer foolish could serve as an explanation. Leaning over the coffin, he called out, "Brother, are you there?" Beneath him knelt a young boy, weeping profusely, whose tear-stained face turned upward to meet Lin Shinian's gaze, causing the paper money in his hands to tumble into the fire. Lin Shinian offered what he believed to be a warm and inviting smile. "You must be my dear brother, correct? Not an adopted one, I hope. Haha, just to confirm, we are indeed blood relatives, yes?" It was not entirely Lin Shinian's fault. He bore deep psychological scars from his experiences with adoption. In this life, the next, and even the one after that, he swore he would never adopt a child again. Absolutely not. Before Lin Shinian could fully comprehend the situation, a piercing scream echoed from outside, reverberating throughout the small courtyard. Ah, a ghost! The crowd gasped in horror. "It has turned into a corpse. Quickly, summon the Yin-Yang master. Fetch a knife." Lin Shinian interjected. "Wait a moment. Is it possible that I am not a zombie? Perhaps I am still alive." To avoid being harmed, Lin Shinian leapt from the coffin with unprecedented speed, exclaiming, "I am not dead. Look, I have a shadow. Please do not strike me. Sir, good sir, kindly lower your knife and observe my shadow, all right?" The panicked elderly individuals gradually ceased their frantic escape, turning to gaze at Lin Shinian's shadow in the sunlight. Their expressions a mix of terror, confusion, and curiosity. Standing confidently in the sunlight with his hands on his hips, Lin Shinian extended his hand. "You may touch my hand. It is warm. I assure you, I'm truly alive." He found himself encircled by a group of elderly people, and he quietly exhaled a sigh of relief. Grateful for the winter sun. Had it been a cloudy or rainy day, Lin Shinian shuddered at the thought. Even if he were not dead, they might have mistaken him for a zombie and harmed him. Rough, calloused hands, accustomed to the toil of farming, reached out to Lin Shinian. Initially, they touched his hands, then his arms, and eventually his legs. He ruthlessly pushed away the hand of an elderly woman who, with poor eyesight and a missing tooth, reached out to him. "This is quite the marvel. Have you returned from the dead? Silly child, what transpired after your death? Did you visit the underworld? Did you encounter the judges of the afterlife?" Only Lin Qian managed to push through the crowd, staring at Lin Shinian in astonishment. "Lin Sha, you are no longer foolish?" Lin Shinian grasped another piece of information. His name, Lin Sha. The crowd gradually regained their composure, their attention fixated on Lin Shinian as they whispered among themselves. His eyes are clear. He truly is no longer foolish. A doctor could not cure him, yet he returned to life? Silly child, what number is this? Lin Shinian deduced that silly child might be his nickname, so he responded, "It's 2. And this one? 3. Lin Shinian answered numerous questions from everyone, but eventually felt reluctant to speak any further. Lin Qian suggested serving the dishes, as they had already arrived, and it was best to enjoy the meal. Overwhelmed by hunger, Lin Shinian devoured 3 large bowls of rice. Noticing that most had nearly finished eating, he decided to retreat to the restroom to avoid further conversation, particularly from the gossiping elderly. Upon glancing at his reflection in the mirror, he was taken aback, gently caressing his face. Goodness, how youthful I appear. This delicate visage seemed unfamiliar. He had forgotten how he looked during his school days, but it must have been somewhat similar. Back then, he was emaciated, perpetually conveying a sense of illness, whereas this face bore a hint of lingering baby fat, exuding an air of health and charm beyond mere handsomeness. Suddenly, Lin Shinian paused. What is happening? Why is there a dark mole on my neck? It was strikingly identical to where he had once had a small black mole. Chapter 91. Is this really my body? Lin Shinian lowered his head once more, noticing the faint scar on his finger from childhood, and then he removed his shoes to examine the small scars on his feet. How could it be such a coincidence? After several comparisons, Lin Shinian ultimately confirmed that this was indeed his body. The gunshot wound inflicted by Lin Wan still lingered, albeit faded. This was undeniably his body, unchanged yet remarkably unscathed from illness. Moreover, Haughty seemingly returned to his youth. System, where are you? In response to Lin Shinian's calls, he was met with the commotion outside. Lin Qian's frustrated voice pierced through. Lin Sha hasn't died. This money should be returned. A woman's sharp tone followed. Return what? His survival is not a first for our village. It's a celebration. The funeral expenses have turned into joyous funds. Why aren't you pleased?